Chapter 1. The Great Emperor's Ninth Reincarnation. Reduced to a fetus. Ninth Reincarnation. Is this really my ninth life? Wuchen regained consciousness but found that he couldn't open his eyes at all. His body was floating in midair, warm and wrapped in a liquid. Reincarnating into the world? Still in his mother's womb. A great emperor. Reduced to an unborn fetus, Wuchen's thoughts were somewhat chaotic as he began to sense the world outside. In the courtyard of the Homen mansion, a young woman was kneeling in the heavy snow, her lips purple and trembling, her expression both unusual and stubborn. She was dressed lightly, her figure frail, with a slight bulge in her abdomen, clearly already pregnant. I asked you my mother in this life? Wuchen couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. It was already December, with snow falling everywhere and the ground frozen solid, yet a pregnant woman was being punished to kneel in the snow. In front of her stood a grand hall, where people came and went, all casting strange or contemptuous glances at the young woman, whispering and pointing. Yuli has been married to the Jiang family for 8 years without conceiving a child, and now her husband is away at war. Suddenly she's pregnant. Who knows who's illegitimate? Child it is. Sure, you can't say that. The young lady has always been kind to us. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Knowing a person's face but not their heart, she pretends to be pure. Who knows how promiscuous Yuli is at heart? Alas, since the young lady sought medicine from the sacred mountain 3 years ago, her health has been frail. She's already been kneeling in the snow for 10 hours with a fetus in her womb. I'm really afraid she won't hold on and will suffer a miscarriage. Yuli ignored the whispers from outside, her defiant gaze fixed on the inside of the hall. That moment, a voice from within the hall spoke, belonging to an old matriarch. Yuli, I warn you one last time. You must get rid of the fetus within you within 7 days. You come from a lowly background, weak and sickly. The child you bear will be a waste without spiritual roots, only bringing shame to the Jinbei home mansion. Do you understand? Her tone was condescending, her attitude so malicious it was suffocating. Yuli's eyes reddened, and she choked back her words. My Yi family has followed the Ho for generations, fighting bravely for him, loyal and unmatched. How many brave sons have sacrificed their lives? Is everything my family has done only worth a lowly label in your mouth? My frailty is because 3 years ago, when Kong was severely injured, and I had to seek medicine from the sacred mountain, which led to this curse. Wen Kong is also your son. The child in my womb is your grandchild. Don't you have even the slightest bit of feeling? There was silence in the hall for a moment. Then the old matriarch responded in an even harsher tone. It's precisely because the home must reward merit that a mere Yi family girl like you can marry into the home mansion and enjoy this endless glory. That if you don't know how to cherish it, that's your own foolishness. And because I remember that you sought medicine for Wen Kong 3 years ago, I have been particularly lenient with you. Otherwise, you would have long been punished for your transgressions. With tears in her eyes, Yuli self-mockingly smiled and said, my Yi family has always been loyal and brave, achieving countless military merits for the Jinbei home mansion. I sought medicine to heal my husband's injuries and was cursed in the process. Even if I have no merit, shouldn't there at least be some acknowledgement of my hardships? Now all I want is to safely give birth to my child, yet I am seen as foolishly yearning. Such coldness and lack of compassion. Where is the justice in this world? The old matriarch was enraged. Impudent. Our Jinbei home mansion is blessed with talent. Heroes abound, safeguarding the northern borders of Qingzhou, slaying demons and monsters, dedicated to the well-being of all, relying not on compassion, but on unparalleled might. The child you bear is cursed. It cannot inherit spiritual roots, and a waste like that will never survive on the battlefield, doomed to die among the demons. The Jinbei home mansion does not need a descendant devoid of talent, for it is doomed from birth. The voice within the hall was not sharp, yet each word struck like a knife, cold and cutting. Wuchen found it laughable in his previous life. He had attained the path of the emperor, single-handedly quelling darkness and chaos, and he would never have boasted about dedicating oneself to the well-being of others. This small Jinbei home mansion was audacious in its claims. Yet now, he was merely a powerless embryo, unable to wield any of his former powers. Truly, a tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. At the same time, Wuchen began to contemplate his current situation, that he practiced the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, living out his 9th life with ancient imperial arts, but this was also his final life. If he were to die before birth, there would be no chance for rebirth. Thus, Yi Wuchen could only pin all his hopes on Yi Liuli's attitude. As the heavy snow fell, Yi Liuli gritted her teeth and persisted, touching her abdomen, her neck held high in defiance. I do not ask for my child to be exceptionally gifted as long as he can live safely and happily, I will be content. Yi Liuli, you are simply stubborn and foolish. Is what I said not clear enough? You can afford to lose this person, but the Jinbei home mansion cannot. If you don't understand, then keep kneeling. Let's see how long you can last. With a loud bang, the hall doors slammed shut. Inside the hall, gold and jade sparkled, warm as spring. The matriarch of the Jinbei, Ho, looked to be in her 70s, with silver hair, holding a scroll of the Universal Salvation Sutra, deeply engrossed in her reading. To save all beings, one must hold compassion, which is the essence of humanity, the essence of heaven. Beside her, the eldest daughter-in-law carefully attended to her, glancing at the old lady's expression and cautiously suggesting. The third son, Jiang Wenkong, is currently on the battlefield. If something were to happen to Yi Liuli, it might affect Wenkong. The old lady replied lightly. Don't worry, she is at least a second-tier cultivator. She won't die so easily. The eldest daughter-in-law, gathering her courage, continued. Yi Liuli has been diligent and gentle in the mansion over the years, never making mistakes. Old lady, why not forgive her this time? Forgive her. Yi Liuli is proud of her accomplishments, disrespectful to her elders. It is already merciful that she hasn't been punished by family law. Moreover, my actions are for the good of the Jinbei home mansion. As long as Yi Liuli remains in the Jinbei home mansion, I cannot bring back the lost Qilin grandchild. The Qilin grandchild concerns the future of the entire home mansion. Sacrificing a mere Yi Liuli is nothing. Outside the hall. Why Yi Liuli knelt in the snow, shivering. The biting cold wind was like a blade, slicing her skin inch by inch. She struggled to touch her fetus, weakly gritting her teeth. What if he is of mediocre talent? What can mere mortals do? No matter what he looks like, he is my child. Child, don't be afraid no matter what. Mother will ensure you are born safely. This so-called Jinbei home mansion, its wealth and glory, I do not care at all. Yi Wuchen felt choked up, as if his heart had been pierced by sharp thorns, filled with unbearable sorrow. In his previous 8 lives, he had been an orphan, and this was the first time he truly felt the sincerity of a mother's love. Especially in his last life, after experiencing a great battle and quelling darkness, he was at his weakest when he was betrayed by his beloved Mu Yunxi. If it weren't for the protection of the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, he would have long since died and vanished, with no chance of reincarnating. After doing all this, Mu Yunxi sorrowfully announced to the world that Yi Wuchen had sacrificed himself in the battle of the dark chaos. Thus, Mu Yunxi could logically appropriate all the forces and resources under his command, becoming the lofty Empress Yunxi. What nonsense is this northern town marquis's residence? Don't worry, when I, Yi Wuchen, am born, I'll make the entire Jiang family kneel and apologize, regretting it to their very bones. Mother, you must hold on. Yi Wuchen recalled his past life and looked at his mother kneeling in the snow at this moment, gritting his teeth and secretly swearing an oath. At this moment, a cold wind swept in, causing Yi Liuli's hair to become disheveled, painfully cold. She could no longer hold on and fainted right there in the snow. The servants in the residence immediately panicked, shouting, "Not good. The young lady has fainted. Hurry and summon a doctor." Inside the hall, old Ji said indifferently, "No one is allowed to help her. Let her fend for herself. Madam, if Yi Liuli freezes to death in the snow, it might be difficult to explain to the Marquis when he returns from the battlefield," the eldest daughter-in-law, serving nearby, advised. Old Ji thought for a moment, her expression cold as she said, "Then just lock Yi Liuli in the woodshed. If she truly dies, it would be a worthy death, making a final contribution to our Marquis's residence." Chapter 2. Yi Wuchen takes action, defies fate. The woodshed was dim and cramped, with drafts blowing through. "Please spare my child. I beg you, let my child go. No, don't come closer." Yi Liuli curled up, lying on the cold ground, trembling and haunted by nightmares, continuously crying out, "Don't be afraid, mother. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Yi Wuchen watched with heartache, but he was unable to speak. Perhaps it was the bond between mother and child. Yi Liuli's tense expression immediately relaxed, gradually calming down. It seems the northern town marquis's residence is dead set on taking her life. How can a pregnant woman facing the cold winter night, with such a weak body, possibly endure this? Wuchen pondered, knowing he must intervene in reality ahead of time. Why Ioli's talent for cultivation was actually not bad. It was just that she had been cursed by the holy mountain 3 years ago, which led to her decline, relying on medicine to sustain her life. This so-called holy mountain curse is merely a low-level curse seal. It's not difficult to resolve. But what kind of cultivation method should mother practice? Got it. The Taishan classic is quite good at balances yin and yang, harmonizing all phenomena, unifying the great path. Yi Wuchen recalled a scripture given to him by the Shuangguang Taoist 700 years ago, containing profound insights. Without hesitation, he used his powerful spiritual will to inject the Taishan classic into Yi Liuli's mind and guided her to cultivate. Mother, I apologize for overstepping for now. I can only act on your behalf and help you comprehend the first page of the Taishan classic. Otherwise, even the best in Qingzhou would need at least 1,000 years to comprehend it. The moment Yi Liuli opened her eyes, her gaze was sharp and extraordinary. A divine aura, like that of a heavenly emperor, spread out. If anyone were to be in the woodshed at that moment, they would undoubtedly feel compelled to bow down to Yi Liuli, trembling in submission. First chapter of the Taishan classic. Comprehend all phenomena. Absorb the celestial spirits. Yi Liuli sat cross-legged on the ground, her entire being radiating celestial splendor, beautiful and transcendent, peerless in the world. In the cultivation realm of Qingzhou, there are different levels: mortal position, spirit gathering, law building, and Tao condensation, with each major realm further divided into 9 minor realms. Yi Liuli was a practitioner at the second level of spirit gathering. Although the spiritual energy in Qingzhou is thin, it has its own wonders, and the laws of thunder are extremely rich. Then let's absorb the power of thunder to strengthen Mother's constitution. Yi Wuchen discovered a pleasant surprise and immediately took action, subtly guiding Yi Liuli in her cultivation. In an instant, all the thunderous power within 100 miles of the northern town marquis's residence converged around Yi Liuli, with blue electric lights crackling. After a moment of absorbing spiritual energy, Yi Liuli's pale complexion regained its rosy hue, her cold body gradually warming up and no longer stiff. In her unconscious state, Yi Liuli felt as if she had just been in a freezing glacier, and the next moment, she found herself in a warm room, feeling comfortable all over. Moreover, the black skull curse seal on her arm also dissipated. Boom! Not long after, Yi Liuli's cultivation had broken through, advancing from the second level of spirit gathering to the third level. This was the power of the Taishan classic, a divine skill that seizes the creation of heaven and earth, crafted by Shuangguang Taoist's lifelong efforts. As long as Yi Liuli diligently cultivates, she will surely stand out among her peers, becoming a dragon or phoenix among people. From this day forward, Yi Liuli's starting point has already surpassed all cultivators in Qingzhou, and this small northern town marquis's residence can no longer bind her. Oh no, I'm still an embryo. My spiritual power is insufficient, and I cannot guide her in cultivation for long. Yi Wuchen suddenly felt dizzy, with his heart feeling strong, but his body unable to keep up, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, dawn broke, and the heavy snow had stopped. A ray of warm sunlight shone through the high windows of the woodshed, illuminating Yi Liuli's stunning face. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she woke up, instinctively touching her belly. After confirming everything was well, she let out a long sigh of relief. My cultivation level has actually broken through what is going on. Yi Liuli looked inward at her Danci and found it filled with abundant blue spiritual energy interwoven with lightning, vast and magnificent. Moreover, she had advanced to the third level of spirit gathering. Wait, logically speaking, I would need at least 3 years of hard cultivation to reach the third level of spirit gathering. How could there be such a drastic change after just one night? Moreover, the holy mountain curse on me has actually disappeared. This curse was said to be beyond cure by renowned doctors everywhere. Why has it mysteriously vanished today? This is wonderful. Without the curse, I can cultivate again. And the child I give birth to will also inherit a spiritual root. In that case, the old lady won't demand that I abort the fetus. Yi Liuli was overwhelmed with joy. Her breakthrough in cultivation and the disappearance of the curse were not enough to make her this happy. The most important thing was that without the curse, she could protect her child and ensure a safe birth. This must be the blessing brought by the child Chinur. You are truly my lucky star. Yi Lioli revealed a blissful and satisfied smile, as she had already named her unborn child Wuchen, hoping he would live a life free from impurities and worries. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a hurried knocking sound came from outside the woodshed. Why, Yi Lioli, stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get up to apologize to the old lady. Standing outside was a woman in her 40s named Hongju, who was the personal maid of the northern town marquis's wife and held a high position in the residence. Hongju was extremely rude, seeing that no one responded after knocking. She kicked the door open and barged in. Hongju, you are too presumptuous. What right does a mere servant have to be so disrespectful to me? Yi Lioli, being a descendant of the former lineage, still had an aura of authority, and her piercing gaze made Hongju feel a bit guilty. What's going on? This woman is cursed, and she has endured a whole night of cold winds without a grain of food. Logically, she should be very weak, so how does she still have such momentum? Hongju felt surprised and instinctively took a few steps back. However, when she thought of the old lady's attitude towards Yi Lioli, a look of disdain once again appeared on her face as she said, "This woodshed really has a sour and smelly odor. Why, Yi Lioli, you live in a place that even the lowest of the low disdain, yet you dare to flaunt the young lady's authority? It's utterly ridiculous. If you obediently get rid of the fetus, I truly can't do anything to you. But if you dare to defy the old lady again, believe me, I will slap you. Unless I die, no one can make me get rid of the fetus." Yi Lioli shouted angrily, her eyes reddening. Hongju scoffed and said, "Humph, you really are asking for punishment. Go ahead, use torture on her. I want to see just how tough this woman's mouth is. Go." Beside Hongju, two maids, with cold expressions, transformed into swift shadows charging towards Yi Lioli, both having reached the second level of spirit gathering, which is already considered impressive skill. "You're going too far." Yi Lioli's anger ignited, feeling boundless spiritual power surging within her. She raised her hand and waved, unleashing a burst of blue lightning that instantly knocked the two maids outside the room. Ouch! That hurts. The two maids fell to the ground, screaming, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. "Where's the curse on you? And when did you learn lightning magic?" Hongju was dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Lightning magic? Yi Lioli herself was also astonished, staring blankly at her own hands. After just one night of sleep, her combat power had nearly doubled. Smack! Then, as if aided by a divine force, Yi Lioli retaliated with a slap, lightning bursting forth as she delivered a heavy slap to Hongju's face. Ah! Hongju immediately let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered, spinning around several times in place, her face swelling up like a pig's head, blood mixed with teeth, spilling out. You must be a monster. There's a monster. Quickly go find the old lady." Hongju's face was filled with fear as she and the other two servants took off running. Well done. Yi Wuchen felt a sense of relief in his heart, as if he were watching a thrilling story of a strong female protagonist's rise. However, trouble soon followed. After a stick of incense, a large group of people came marching in, blocking the shabby woodshed completely. The wife of the northern town marquis, with silver hair and surrounded by many others like stars surrounding the moon, looked at Yi Lioli with suspicion in her eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Yi Lioli, why has the curse of the holy mountain on you disappeared for no reason? What kind of trick are you using?" Chapter 3. Demoted to a concubine, the child cannot bear the surname Jiang. The door to the storeroom opened, and Yi Lioli walked out, neither servile nor overbearing. She greeted her mother-in-law respectfully, and her etiquette left no room for criticism. The eldest daughter-in-law hurried forward to check Yi Lioli's arms, and upon finding that the black skeletal curse mark had disappeared, she gasped, "It really has vanished. Impossible. That was a curse from the holy mountain, which even divine doctors could not heal. How could it just disappear?" The wife of the Duke of Zhenbei looked astonished, with no trace of joy on her face, because once Yi Lioli's curse dissipated, she would have no reason to target her anymore. Yi Lioli said seriously, "Now that the curse on me has disappeared, my child can inherit the spiritual root after birth. Isn't that something worth celebrating?" "Celebrate?" The wife of the Duke of Zhenbei clenched her fists in anger, her face looking extremely grim. What she wanted was for Yi Lioli to die, to make way for the new bride. She wanted a Qilin grandchild. not just an ordinary descendant with a spiritual root. Frustration, unwillingness, and rage surged within her, suppressing her anger to maintain her composure. The wife of the Duke of Zhenbei spoke in a low voice. Yi Liuli, even if the curse on you has been lifted, the child you bear can only have an ordinary spiritual root, not enough to carry the glory of the Duke of Zhenbei's household. I command you now, immediately, you must abort the fetus. Yi Liuli looked at her in disbelief. Why? My child can already inherit the spiritual root, and you still want to destroy it? I just want to protect my flesh and blood. What crime have I committed? You have been a mother. Can you not understand my feelings? You have believed in Buddhism your whole life. Can you not show a little compassion this once? She truly could not understand why the wife of the Duke of Zhenbei was targeting her at every turn. You are simply foolish. Someone captured this shrew, and today she must take the abortion pill. Old Ji, seeing that reasoning was futile, waved her hand and issued a death order. Yes, in an instant, more than a dozen silver armor guards appeared, surrounding Yi Liuli completely. This is bad. These guards have all reached the 5th level of spirit gathering. My mother alone is no match for them. It seems I can only guide my mother to unleash the strongest power of the Tai Xian Classic. Perhaps we can carve out a bloody path. Yi Wucheng's heart tightened as he planned to fight to the death. The Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique allows for 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, and this is already his 9th life, the only chance to achieve perfection. He cannot afford to lose. Yi Liuli looked at the familiar yet strange faces around her, her heart filled with despair, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she angrily declared, If I, Yi Liuli, cannot even protect my child in my womb, what meaning is there in living in this world? Go ahead and act. At worst, we'll perish together. We will offend the young lady. Altogether, the guards immediately showed fierce expressions. They were all retired soldiers who took their duty to obey orders seriously. Wait. At this moment, the eldest daughter-in-law raised her hand, stopping the guards. She quickly pleaded with the wife of the Duke of Zhenbei. The child in Ye's womb is, after all, the biological flesh and blood of the 3rd son. Shouldn't we ask for the opinion of Jiang Wenkang before aborting the fetus? Seeing this, Yi Liuli felt as if she had grasped the last straw for survival. Yes, without Wenkang's consent, I would never agree to abort the fetus. She had been married to Jiang Wenkang for 8 years, treating each other with respect and support, their feelings deep. Especially 3 years ago, when she risked her life to seek medicine from the holy mountain to heal Jiang Wenkang, she had contracted a deadly curse. Therefore, Yi Liuli firmly believed that if Jiang Wenkang knew the truth, he would do anything to protect her. Since you still have your obsessions, today I will make you completely despair. The wife of the Duke of Zhenbei sneered coldly and immediately took out a letter, throwing it at Yi Liuli's face. Yi Liuli opened the letter and trembled, unable to believe what she saw. It was clearly Jiang Wenkang's handwriting. Liuli, I am Wenkang. I heard you were pregnant. My opinion is that, to avoid unnecessary suffering for the child in the future, you should abort the fetus. Better short pain than long pain. The Duke of Zhenbei's household cannot accommodate an ordinary descendant, and my child Jiang Wenkang cannot be mediocre. After reading the letter written by Jiang Wenkang himself, Yi Liuli felt utterly devastated, her gaze filled with despair. Who would have thought that even her husband would be so heartless? However, Yi Liuli did not collapse. Instead, her eyes became more resolute as she silently vowed, Ching'er, even if everyone in this world abandons you, your mother will definitely protect your safety. Sigh, what a tragic fate. The members of the Duke's household all felt compassion for Yi Liuli's situation, but alas, no one could defy the old lady's decree. What are you all waiting for? The 3rd son has already agreed to abort the fetus. Hurry up and make her take the abortion pill. The old lady commanded in a tone that brooked no refusal. Yi Liuli's gaze turned icy as she shouted angrily, No one can touch my child. Anyone who dares to come near will be killed without mercy. As a mother, she had become unyielding, and she had no retreat. Seeing the situation, the eldest daughter-in-law felt pity and quickly advised, Mother, Yi Liuli is emotional right now. It may not be appropriate to use force. Besides, Yi Liuli's curse has now been lifted. The situation is vastly different, and Jiang Wenkang's letter cannot be counted. The old lady replied coldly, "We know. I am doing this for the future of the Duke of Junbei's household. This evil person will be dealt with today. Do not move." The eldest daughter-in-law immediately rebuked the guards, then turned to the old lady and said, "Mother, why don't we negotiate terms with Yuli?" Negotiate terms? What qualifications does Yuli have to negotiate with me? The old lady scoffed. Yuli knew that hard confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction. So she stepped forward and said, "Old lady, as long as you can spare my child, I am willing to accept any terms." Seeing this, the old lady felt a surge of joy in her heart, though she maintained an indifferent expression. "You are a descendant of the Yi family's meritorious deeds. I do not wish to make things too difficult for you. If you truly want to give birth to the child in your womb, then you can only be demoted to a concubine, and a mediocre child has no right to bear the surname Jiang. Nor can it be publicly declared that he is a member of the Duke's household. Demoted to a concubine? The child cannot bear the surname Jiang?" Yuli never expected the old lady to be so ruthless. For 8 years, she had worked diligently in the Duke of Junbei's household, managing various affairs meticulously. Even if she had no achievements, she had put in hard work. She never imagined she would end up in such a situation. But to protect her child, Yuli had no other choice but to endure humiliation and bear the burden, gritting her teeth as she replied, I am willing to be demoted to a concubine. The child will take my surname and be named Yi Wuchen." Seeing that Yuli had agreed to the terms, the old lady felt a sense of relief in her heart and said lightly, "Yuli, today you are voluntarily demoted to a concubine. Once this is said, there will be no regrets." Yuli held back her tears and said, "Once I speak, I will naturally abide by it." "Very well. You will immediately move out of the West Courtyard and live in that hut on the back mountain of the West Courtyard." "The hut on the back mountain? Isn't that too shabby?" The eldest daughter-in-law showed a difficult expression. Even if she was demoted to a concubine, she shouldn't have to live in such a place. "A hut is a hut," Yuli agreed, her heart already numb. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died, and no greater sadness than silent suffering. After a storm, Yuli moved into the desolate hut, her monthly allowance reduced, and she had no maid to take care of her. As a single mother, thanks to her family's support, she could barely get by. Time flew by, and autumn came, with fallen leaves covering the ground of the back mountain. 8 months had passed, and Yuli's belly was getting larger, nearing the time for childbirth. Looking at the autumn scenery in the mountains, Yuli said with a smile, "Chang'er is about to be born. What gift should I prepare for him?" Beside her, Yuli's elder sister, Yi Rongfeng, said, "Sister, you are really naive. Jiang Wenkong has been back to the family for 7 days, and he only hurriedly came to see you once on the back mountain. Aren't you worried at all?" Yuli sneered. "What's the use of being anxious? He is naturally busy with his wedding and has long forgotten about me and Chang'er." "Ah, sister, you shouldn't have agreed to the demotion of a concubine in the first place. You were not wrong at all. It was all a trap set by the old lady. Yet you insisted on walking into it." Yi Rongfeng angrily said, "That Zhou family is truly despicable, fickle as water. 3 years ago, she seduced Jiang Wenkong and had an affair with him, secretly giving birth to a child. Even worse, she is so ambitious, coveting your position as the legitimate wife, refusing to be a concubine, and the child she bore turned out to have a 7th grade spiritual root, in the entire North Yuan city. Such talent hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. The old lady of the Jiang family, in order to bring her Qilin grandson back to the manor as soon as possible, naturally has to find all sorts of ways to deal with you, so as to vacate the position of the legitimate wife and meet Zhou's conditions." Yuli felt unwilling, but also came to terms with it, shaking her head and saying, "I can only blame myself for not meeting the right people. It's both timing and fate. Jiang Wenkong is simply heartless. You risked your life going to the sacred mountain to treat him. Yet he could watch you live in a thatched hut without any concern. It's too much." Chapter 4. Yi Wuchen is born. On October 10th, the Duke of Northtown held a grand wedding. Jiang Wenkong married Zhou and formally brought back the Qilin grandson with a 7th grade spiritual root, 3-year-old Jiang Mai. It is said that when the old lady saw Jiang Mai, she was so overjoyed that she wept, immediately hugging him tightly, unable to let go, repeatedly saying, "Heaven has shown its spirit. A Canglan grandson has descended. My Duke of Northtown can shine for 1,000 years again." And on the evening of this very day, Wuchen was born. At that moment, a natural phenomenon occurred. Thunder and lightning flashed. Golden light fell from the sky over the Duke of Northtown, and a rare sight of dragons and phoenixes appeared. Seeing this scene, the entire Duke of Northtown was overjoyed. The old lady cried on the spot, saying, "Heaven has shown its spirit. Heaven has shown its spirit. We welcomed back the Canglan grandson, and such a rare phenomenon has appeared. This is a sign of great fortune, an auspicious omen. My Duke of Northtown will surely be immortal for 1,000 years, passed down through 10,000 generations." Meanwhile, in the back mountain of the western courtyard, Wuchen was carefully held in Yi Liuli's arms, staring blankly, feeling speechless. He had tried hard to suppress his aura, but unexpectedly still attracted a small-scale phenomenon. Weighing 7.5 gene, mother and son are safe. Outside the thatched hut, Yi Liuli's father Yi Jiaming, elder brother Yi Tianyu, and second sister Yi Rongfeng were all overjoyed and in tears. However, compared to the grand ceremony at Jiangmai's side, Wuchen's side appeared rather desolate. Yi Rongfeng couldn't help but feel indignant, saying, "The Jiang family is truly heartless. No one came to visit when Chun'er was born. Indeed, this is too much. After all, Chun'er is also a descendant of the Duke of Northtown." Yi Tianyu also shook his head, believing the Jiang family is too biased. "All right, today is a day of great joy. Let's not speak too much." Yi Jiaming shook his head, then eagerly rushed into the room. Snatching the child from Yi Liuli's arms, hugging and kissing him, joyfully saying, "Oh, my dear grandson, you are really beautiful. Father, let me take a look too." Yi Tianyu followed in, wanting to hold the child close. At this moment, Yi Rongfeng anxiously spoke up, "Quick, please call Mr. Li to test the child's spiritual roots." Soon after, Mr. Li arrived at the back mountain of the western courtyard. Mr. Li carefully checked the baby's pulse, and in an instant, he felt a roaring in his mind, the world spinning as if standing before an unfathomable abyss. How is this possible? This pulse, I have never heard or seen in my life, is too monstrous. Even that Canglan child Jiang Mai tested 3 years ago might not compare to this child at all. Mr. Li exclaimed repeatedly, going a bit mad. What kind of powerful talent could this be? Yi Jiaming and Yi Tianyu couldn't believe it. They actually had little hope for Yi Wuchen, merely following the family tradition of testing each child as spiritual roots. No, it's not appropriate to expose this too early. That old lady with bad intentions is not an easy opponent. It's better to develop quietly. As Yi Wuchen pondered, he immediately suppressed the powerful bloodline power within him, disguising himself as an ordinary person. That strong blood, aura, and pulse suddenly disappeared. Mr. Li was astonished, then shook his head and said, "Could it be that I'm seeing things?" Upon closer inspection, this child's talent is not bad, but it cannot be said to be too strong. It's probably a third-grade spiritual root, a mediocre level. A third-grade spiritual root? A mediocre level? That's still good. Yi Jiaming and Yi Tianyu were genuinely happy. Only Yi Rongfeng felt a bit unwilling, saying, Chun'er's third-grade spiritual root, if born in an ordinary family, would be considered outstanding. It's just a pity that this is the Duke of Northtown. It will be very difficult for him to be valued, and he might even face discrimination. Having a spiritual root allows one to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and become a practitioner. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the faster one can absorb spiritual power, and the quicker one can advance in cultivation. Above the third grade is the fourth grade spiritual root, which can be called an excellent level, standing out among the crowd. The fifth grade spiritual root is exceptionally gifted, a talented individual. The sixth grade spiritual root is rare, seen only once in 100 years. The seventh grade spiritual root is remarkable, shaking the ancient world. As for even stronger eighth grade spiritual roots, they have become legends throughout Qingzhou. Above the eighth grade spiritual roots, there are the ninth grade unparalleled and the 10th grade supreme, which are ethereal existences that cannot be verified in this world. According to the cultivation system of Qingzhou, the 10th grade spiritual root is the highest level and should be supreme, while my spiritual root is of the imperial bloodline. far beyond this world's understanding. Yi Wuchen secretly assessed the level of his spiritual root. If discovered, it would likely overturn the entire cultivation world of Qingzhou, causing a great sensation. His grandfather, Yi Jiaming, said with a commanding presence, "Humph, since the Zhang family does not value Qin'er, my Yi family will certainly value him. The Zhang family looks down on Qin'er. My Yi family will pour all resources to help him soar to great heights." Yi Li shook her head and smiled, saying, "Father, as long as you have this intention, that's enough. The resources of a Yi family are limited. How can they all be used on Qin'er alone? Ye Dianming, feedum nudipiet. I'm not just saying this out of anger. I'm serious. Spiritual roots do not represent everything. As long as Qin'er diligently cultivates, he can still become a dragon among men." The head of the Yi family speaks wisely. Mr. Li nodded in agreement, saying the grade of spiritual roots cannot represent everything. There have been cases where practitioners with third-grade spiritual roots advance to the fourth realm, becoming legendary figures. And this child, Yi Wuchen, has not cried or made noise since birth, with deep-set eyes. He should belong to the naturally gifted, and will surely achieve great things in the future. Yi Jiaming solemnly looked at Mr. Li and said, "Now, I trouble Mr. Li to preside over the blessing ceremony for Qin'er." "No problem." Mr. Li readily agreed. The blessing ceremony is a ritual in which the elders of the family bestow treasures upon the newborn as a blessing for peace and safety. Yi Rongfeng stepped forward at once, taking out a golden bracelet that shimmered with light, carefully putting it on Yi Wuchen and saying, "Qin'er, this is a gift from your aunt. We're to ensure your safety." Mr. Li looked at the golden bracelet in shock, saying, "Miss Yi, this bracelet is the Li Hua Eugene bracelet, worth a fortune. A treasure with such great power. Giving it to a baby seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it?" This time, Yi Rongfeng indeed spent a lot, taking out a powerful treasure from her collection, proudly saying, "I don't care if he is a baby. Qin'er is my dear nephew, and I can't bear to see him suffer even a bit. After wearing this Li Hua Eugene bracelet, I want to see who in this Duke's manor would dare to look down on Qin'er." Yi Wuchen looked at the bracelet in his hand, feeling touched. Aunt really is generous. The Li Hua Eugene bracelet may not be much to top-tier experts, but in this Qingzhou, it is definitely a precious treasure. "Rongfeng, you actually brought out the Li Hua Eugene bracelet. It seems I also have to spend some money." As the elder brother, Yi Tianyu couldn't fall behind. Gritting his teeth, he took out a belt inlaid with colorful jade stones and said, "This is the Bai Hai Ban Lan Yu belt, a top-tier item among belts. Carrying it can nourish the bloodline and strengthen the body." "Hiss, the Bai Hai Ban Lan Yu belt." Mr. Li was once again taken aback. The Yi family was indeed ruthless. The child had just been born and had already received 2 priceless treasures, starting off with a huge advantage. The eldest uncle is not bad either. Yi Wuchen happily accepted it, his chubby little hands tightly clutching the jade belt. For him now, these 2 treasures were life-saving artifacts. However, what came next from Yi Jiaming was the real highlight. A broken jade pendant, which was crescent-shaped, radiated divine light, and was engraved with dragon patterns. "Father, this absolutely cannot be used." Yi Li was startled and quickly tried to stop it. Yi Rongfeng and Yi Tianyu were also dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. "Mr. Li's hands trembled as he said, "This jade pendant is a treasure of the Yi family. Are you really considering this, head of the Yi family?" "Of course, I have considered it thoroughly." Yi Jiaming personally placed the jade pendant around Yi Wuchen's neck and said, "I bestow the Qian Kuan pendant to Qin'er to show the people of the northern town marquee mansion that the descendants of the Yi family have my favor. This crescent-shaped jade pendant is not ordinary. It contains primordial divine power, born from chaos. And it fits perfectly with the half-piece I obtained years ago in the primordial gate. If the 2 were to merge, wouldn't that form a complete chaos Qian Kuan pendant?" Yi Wuchen's heart shook. He knew that the half-pendant he had obtained in the primordial gate was a treasure among the myriad races, the chaos Qian Kuan pendant, which possessed terrifying abilities to open the heavens and create the earth. "I never expected that after wandering through countless realms, I couldn't find the lost other half of the chaos Qian Kuan pendant, and it turned out to be here in the Qingzhou Yi family. This Yi family must be extraordinary. Could their ancestors have also been from an imperial family?" Chapter 5. Forgive Yuli this time? If the Chaos Qian Kuan pendant can be combined into one, it could completely eradicate the source of the dark turmoil and bring peace to the myriad domains. Unfortunately, the other half of the Qian Kuan pendant that originally belonged to me must have fallen into Mu Yunqi's hands, and now wanting to take it back is simply impossible. Yi Wuchen used his divine sense to probe the jade pendant and found that the chaotic power within it had already been sealed. Only when he reached a certain level of cultivation could he unseal it. Forget it. I'm just a newborn infant now. What do I care about a peaceful world? I should focus on the present. Yi Wuchen chuckled at himself, looking at the cheerful family members in the simple thatched cottage, feeling warm and harmonious. Compared to the northern town marquee mansion, his maternal family showed much more warmth. They were even extremely doting on him, taking out the Yi family heirloom as a blessing gift. It seems that in this Qingzhou, people do not understand what the Chaos Qian Kuan pendant signifies. They only know it is a treasure, but do not understand its true function. Otherwise, with the Yi family's power, they could not possibly protect this jade pendant. The grand wedding banquet at the northern town marquee mansion was brightly lit and lively all night. And it was only at dawn the next day that the guests gradually dispersed. In the 10,000 Buddha hall, the old lady was holding 3-year-old Jiang Mai. Unable to part with him, her face full of kindness. Beside her, Zhou was also very pleased. She had waited for 3 years, thinking about it day and night, and finally became the head matriarch of the western courtyard of the northern town marquee mansion. Yilioli. So what if you're the first beauty of Beiyuan City? What of being the main wife of the western courtyard of a northern town marquee mansion? Your own belly is uncooperative. You deserve to make me, Zhou, a wedding dress. Zhou sure felt a sense of ease, her whole body feeling somewhat light. In the great hall, there was another person, a young man clad in silver armor. Strikingly handsome, Jiang Wenkong, the third son of the Jiang family. Seeing his mother so fond of the Qilin grandson, Jiang Wenkong couldn't help but feel proud. My Jiang Wenkong's child is inherently extraordinary, standing out among the crowd, not a waste who cannot even inherit a spirit root. At this moment, the eldest daughter-in-law appeared in the 10,000 Buddha hall and greeted the old lady. Mother, yesterday evening, the Yi family gave birth to a son, weighing 7.5 pounds. Everything is safe. Today is a day of great joy for our northern town marquee mansion. Why mention that unlucky woman Yilioli? The old lady stopped playing with Jiang Mai, her brow furrowed, and her expression displeased. The eldest daughter-in-law said, "No matter what, Chinner is also our northern town marquee mansion's bloodline. Shouldn't we go visit them?" A trace of imperceptible gloom flashed in Zhou Shi's eyes. Then she stepped forward, pretending to be joyful. Sister Liuli actually gave birth to a big fat boy. It's truly double happiness. Congratulations. As the head matriarch of the Western Courtyard, I should go visit my sister. Moreover, I have heard that Chinner has quite good talent. Talent? The old lady found it laughable when she heard the word talent. Scoffing, it's only a 3rd-grade spirit root. Among the descendants of our northern town marquee mansion, it can only be considered at the bottom, hardly useful. Zhou stepped forward again to fan the flames, though it is a 3rd-grade spirit root. It is said that this child is inherently intelligent and will certainly achieve something extraordinary in the future. Every time the old lady heard news about Yi Wuchen, she felt waves of disgust, because the more extraordinary Yi Wuchen was, the more it proved her initial decision was wrong. Therefore, he must be mediocre, must be belittled to worthlessness, just a bit of cleverness without strong talent. In this ruthless cultivation world, he is just a commoner, precarious, and uncertain. The old lady sneered again, but her gaze towards Jiang Mai became extremely gentle, full of affection. And my grandson Jiang Mai, born a Qilin child, possesses a 7th-grade spirit root. His future achievements are truly immeasurable. Comparing Yi Wuchen to him is like comparing clouds to mud, a difference of 10,000 miles. Zhou said, "Mother, comparing brothers like this may not be appropriate. Chinner is after all Mai's brother, akin to blood. I fear it may affect their future relationship." What brotherly relationship? A mere 3rd-grade spirit root dares to consider itself a brother to my Qilin grandson? He is unworthy, and he is not even of the Jiang family bloodline. Under Zhou Shi's embellishments, The old lady's hatred for Yi Wuchen reached its peak. Mother, Liuli offended you back then, and the child apologizes to you, but no matter what, if not for Liuli going to the holy mountain to seek medicine for me 3 years ago, I might have lost my life. It would be better to let her stay back in the western courtyard. That back mountain area is damp and cold, and for a postpartum woman and child to live there for a long time, it may cause problems. Jiang Wenkong felt a bit of compassion and wanted to say a good word for Yi Liuli. Yi Wuchen at least has a third-grade spirit root. He isn't too much of a waste. Thus, Jiang Wenkong had already accepted the fact that the child was born. The eldest daughter-in-law saw this and quickly stood up to plead. Yes, mother, now Yi Liuli has received the punishment she deserves. Why not forgive her this once? Seeing her third son and eldest daughter-in-law speak up for Yi Liuli, the old lady's attitude softened a bit. Remembering that Yi Liuli had indeed not committed any major mistakes during her 8 years in the mansion. Although her background was a bit lacking, she was knowledgeable and reasonable, with a gentle personality. And now she had given up her position as the main wife of the western courtyard, and the Canglan grandson had been smoothly brought back to the mansion. The old lady realized that the core contradiction between her and Yi Liuli had been resolved. Instead, she felt a bit guilty. After thinking for a while, the old lady finally said, "Forget it, considering the Yi family's loyalty to the mansion over the years. I will forgive Yi Liuli this time." Jiang Wenkong was overjoyed. Then, mother, should we go visit Liuli together? The old lady thought for a moment and recalled the recent stalemate in the battle at the northern border. If the Yi family's 100,000 troops could come to support, it would also relieve their urgent needs. Since that's the case, it wouldn't be bad to take this opportunity to mend the relationship between both sides. Back mountain of the western courtyard. The old lady and her group looked around at the shabby environment with disdain. The eldest daughter-in-law couldn't help but feel sorry and said, "Sai, this place in the back mountain is extremely humid and not suitable for living. I really don't know how Sister Liuli managed to endure 10 months of pregnancy." Upon hearing this, the old lady couldn't help but soften her heart. She only had one main conflict with Yi Liuli, the position of the legitimate wife and the return of the Canglan grandson. Now that the conflict was gone, the old lady remembered her previous actions and felt a bit excessive. In the thatched cottage at the back mountain, Yi Jianming and Yi Tianyu had already left, leaving only Yi Rongfeng and a maid from the Yi family to take care of the mother and child. When Yi Rongfeng saw the old lady's group appear outside the cottage, she was first surprised, then coldly said, "I've met the old lady. It was indeed my sister's fault for offending you back then, but now she has already received her due punishment. Why do you still have to hold on to it?" The old lady felt as if she had been stabbed hard in the heart and felt a bit ashamed, saying, "I didn't come here to punish you, Liuli, child. You misunderstood. Oh, you're not here to punish you, Liuli?" Yi Rongfeng feigned surprise, then gratefully said, "The old lady truly has a broad mind and great generosity to easily forgive Sister Liuli." The old lady's face turned even more unpleasant. She could clearly hear the sarcasm in Yi Rongfeng's words. However, now that the Marquis's residence needed the Yi family's support, the old lady felt guilty towards Yi Liuli. She had to endure. Jiang Wenkong frowned and said, "Second sister, you should say less. My mother came here today with good intentions, to visit Liuli in Chen'er." Yi Rongfeng warned, "You'd better not have any bad intentions. If you dare to bully my sister again, the Yi family's 100,000 troops will never agree. Rest assured, Rongfeng." The old lady truly came to visit Liuli with sincerity. The eldest daughter-in-law quickly mediated. Yi Rongfeng knew that this was the Marquis's residence, and if she stopped the old lady, her sister's future life would probably be even harder. There was no way. Living under someone else's roof, she could only endure. This old witch brought a group of people here, and the situation is not good. I need to think of a way to send them away. Inside the thatched cottage, Yi Wuchen was worried. He just wanted to develop quietly, but this old lady insisted on causing trouble, which was really annoying. "Come to see my mother? How is that possible? Could this person really have such good intentions?" In fact, Yi Wuchen was quite wrong about the old lady this time. After the old lady entered the thatched cottage and surveyed the shabby environment inside, she felt a wave of sadness. Even though Yi Liuli was demoted to a concubine, she was still her daughter-in-law. Living in such a dilapidated place was truly too much of a grievance. "You, this girl, since you have suffered grievances, why didn't you come to me to complain? Everyone has feelings. The last time was indeed too much on my part. I apologize to you here. The old lady, for the first time, took the initiative to apologize, leaving Yi Liuli dumbfounded with a confused expression. Only Jiang Wuchen understood that the front line was in a critical situation and they needed the Yi family's 100,000 troops to support them. So the old lady had to lower her stance. Although Yi Liuli was confused about the situation, she knew this was a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken with ulterior motives and said nonchalantly, "Old lady, if you truly want to apologize, why not restore my position as the legitimate wife?" The old lady was choked, and after a long while finally stammered, This might not be appropriate. The Zhou family has just married Wuchen. How can the position of the legitimate wife change overnight?" Jiang Wuchen saw that the two were not communicating well and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Liuli, my mother came here hoping you could move from the back mountain and live in the courtyard." "Oh." Yi Liuli found it amusing and said, "I live in a thatched cottage in the back mountain because it was the old lady's order. How can it change overnight?" This statement made the old lady feel as if she had been slapped in the face, her face turning awkward. The old lady then took out a silver bracelet and said, "Liuli, this bracelet is a blessing gift I prepared for Chen'er. I acknowledge that I was wrong in the past, and no matter what, Chen'er is my grandson, and I will treat him well in the future." In the old lady's eyes, the child was Yi Liuli's weakness. Yi Liuli might not care about the shabby living conditions, but she had to consider the child's future. When the old lady mentioned Yi Wuchen, Yi Liuli indeed had concerns, and her attitude softened as she said, "I just hope the old lady can keep her word. Of course, I will not treat Chen'er unfairly." The old lady saw this and was overjoyed, seizing the moment to look at the child in Yi Liuli's arms and said, "Come, I'll put this bracelet on Chen'er right now." Zhou's heart suddenly surged with a sense of crisis. No, she absolutely could not let Yi Liuli reconcile with the old lady so easily. She immediately stepped forward and said, "Sister Liuli, although this silver bracelet is not as good as Mai's blessing gift, it is still a precious item, which shows the old lady's fondness for Chen'er." After saying this, she deliberately held Jiang Mai in her arms, showing off the exquisite, colorful bracelet in Jiang Mai's hand, which was worth at least 100 times more than the silver bracelet. The implication was clear. Your child, Yi Liuli, is nowhere near as precious as mine. This could also sow discord, planting a thorn in Yi Liuli's heart. However, contrary to Zhou's expectations, Yi Liuli remained unusually calm and unaffected. Even the old lady was surprised by this, and then picked up Yi Wuchen's chubby little hand, only to discover that he was already wearing a golden bracelet on his wrist, shining brightly and exuding an air of nobility. This is the Li Huayu golden bracelet, quite powerful and worth a fortune. Zhou was quite knowledgeable and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Yi Wuchen's bracelet. In comparison, Jiang Mai's golden bracelet was hardly worth mentioning. How could this happen? A mere third-grade spiritual root of an ordinary descendant. How could he receive such a precious blessing gift? The more Zhou thought about it, the angrier she became. She originally wanted to show off in front of Yi Liuli, but instead, she ended up slapping herself painfully. Even the old lady's hand froze in midair at a loss. That was the Li Huayu golden bracelet. In comparison, her silver bracelet was really not worth showing off. Quick, look at the jade belt around Chen'er's waist. Could it be the Bai Bamlon jade belt? The eldest daughter-in-law, with sharp eyes, discovered that Yi Wuchen had other treasures on him. The Bai Bamlon jade belt was a defensive treasure that even third-stage cultivators dreamed of. Jiang Wuchen was also stunned for a moment. He was quite fond of this treasure and felt envious. Hey, why does this jade pendant look so familiar? At the same time, the old lady also noticed a half-moon dragon-patterned jade pendant hanging around Yi Wuchen's neck. After recalling carefully, she gasped, her hand holding the silver bracelet trembling, and said, "This is the Yi family's treasure, the Qinquan pendant." It turned out to be the Qinquan pendant, the heirloom of the Yi family. How could it be on Yi Wuchen? Zhou looked completely dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The Li Huayu golden bracelet and the Bai Bamlon jade belt were still within her comprehension. But the Qinquan pendant was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure, a legacy from the ancestors of the Yi family. It completely overturned her worldview. Zhou even subconsciously said, "Yi Liuli, You are so bold as to steal the Yi family's treasure. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Rongfeng immediately protected Yi Lioli, glaring fiercely at Zhou, and said, "This jade pendant was personally given to Chen'er by my father last night. How can it be called theft? Impossible. Even if the head of the Yi family is confused, he wouldn't bestow such a precious family heirloom to Yi Wuchen." Zhou's face turned ugly, and the flames of jealousy burned fiercely in her eyes. Yi Rongfeng found it ridiculous and said, "If you think it's impossible, you can go to the Yi family to report it and have my sister arrested." Jiang Wenkong couldn't stand it any longer and quickly pulled Zhou back, saying, "Don't be foolish. This is the Yi family's treasure. How could it be so easy to steal? Since it is openly worn by Chen'er, it must have been personally given by my father-in-law." However, Jiang Wenkong felt very uncomfortable in his heart and quietly hid the bell in his sleeve, as the blessing gift he brought for Yi Wuchen was equally unpresentable in front of these three treasures. Who would have thought that a mediocre child with a mere third-grade spiritual root would attract such favor from the Yi family? Forget it. Since Chen'er already has so many blessing gifts, I don't need this silver bracelet anymore. The old lady awkwardly retracted the bracelet, forcing a smile on her face. "Mother, this Canglan pendant is a treasure for cultivation. A third-grade spiritual root cultivator wearing it can have a cultivation speed comparable to that of a fourth-grade spiritual root cultivator." Zhou Lighting exclaimed, her eyes burning as she stared at the jade pendant in Yi Wuchen's arms. She turned to the old lady and said, "If this jade pendant can be worn by Mai, he would have the potential of an 8th-grade spiritual root, making his future cultivation much more effective and allowing him to rise faster. Is that so?" The old lady was overjoyed upon hearing this, but then hesitated and glanced at Yi Lioli, saying, "Lioli, you are usually generous and sensible. The Canglan pendant won't have much effect on Chen'er, so why not?" "Why not?" Yi Lioli smiled faintly and said, "Why not give the jade pendant to your Qilin grandson? It's better to make good use of a good item, right?" The old lady frowned and said, "Don't say it so harshly. Chen'er and Mai are like brothers. It's only reasonable for them to exchange a blessing gift." "Oh, then what blessing gift does the old lady plan to exchange with my Yi family's treasure?" Yi Lioli said with a hint of amusement. Seeing this, Zhou Lighting hurriedly searched Jiang Mai and finally found the cheapest silver ring, saying, "Let's exchange this silver ring. My son has the demeanor of an emperor, and after wearing this Canglan pendant, he will surely achieve enlightenment and ascend to the throne in the future. At that time, you will also have a share of the credit, Sister Lioli." After saying this, she didn't wait for Yi Lioli's consent and directly moved closer, reaching for the jade pendant in Yi Wuchen's arms, fearing that Yi Lioli would go back on her word. "Still want to snatch my jade pendant?" Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes, and he immediately spat a mouthful of saliva into Zhou Lighting's eyes. Zhou Lighting let out a hysterical scream, rolling on the ground in agony, struggling as the burning pain caused half of her face to rot, making her look grotesque. What happened? The old lady and Jiang Wenkong were both shocked, wondering how a baby's saliva could have such powerful aggression. The eldest daughter-in-law hurriedly said, "Quick, go call the house doctor." Soon, an elderly house doctor arrived at the scene. After examining Zhou Lighting's injuries, he showed a troubled expression, hesitating to speak. Jiang Wenkong immediately scolded. "What exactly happened to Lighting? Speak honestly." The house doctor awkwardly said, "Yi Wuchen is just a newborn baby, and his constitution is somewhat special, containing a pure and powerful force. This saliva would not cause any problems for an ordinary person, but if it touches someone with an ugly heart or improper behavior, it would corrode like sulfuric acid, causing unbearable pain." Ugly heart, improper behavior? Upon hearing this, Zhou Lighting immediately flared up like a hen with ruffled feathers, baring her claws and saying, "You are simply talking nonsense. How am I ugly at heart or improper in behavior? Don't say such things about my mother." Jiao Mai, only 3 years old, but with a fierce gaze, glared at the house doctor. The house doctor knew that this was the Qilin grandson of the Marquis's residence, and he could not afford to offend him, so he could only say nonchalantly, "Perhaps it's just a coincidence. The two are naturally at odds," which led to this accident. Jiang Wenkong and the old lady naturally understood that the house doctor was speaking the truth, and they were also aware of Zhou Lighting's character. Unfortunately, she had given birth to a genius. Yuli, on the other hand, was well-educated and had an excellent character, but the child she gave birth to was mediocre. Could he be of any help to the Marquis's residents? Therefore, the old lady immediately warned the house doctor. This matter must not be leaked outside. Just say that Lighting accidentally hurt herself. Understood? Understood. The house doctor wiped his sweat repeatedly. Lighting, however, refused to let it go and hysterically said, "Mother, my face is ruined now. You must take responsibility for me." Looking at Lighting's decayed and hideous half-face, the old lady felt disgusted and took a few steps back, looking at the house doctor and asking, "How can her face be treated?" The house doctor replied, "Fortunately, Wuchen is just a baby. If he were a few years older, this injury might be irreversible. But now it just needs some ointment, and with 2 years of rest, it can be healed." 2 years? I need a rest for 2 years? Lighting was furious, never having suffered such grievances before. She angrily pointed at Wuchen and shouted, "I want to kill this little beast." Lighting, calm down. Chun'er is just a newborn baby. Why are you holding grudges against him? Jiang Wenkong quickly stopped Lighting. Yuli found it amusing and said, "If you and T tried to snatch Chun'er's jade pendant, would Chun'er have spat at you? You brought this upon yourself. You deserve it." "Exactly. I think Chun'er did very well." Yi Rongfeng crossed her arms and proudly raised her head, feeling quite pleased. "I don't care. This Qingquan pendant must be worn by my son as compensation, or today's matter will definitely not end." Lighting began to act aggressively, as she was the head mistress of the West Courtyard and refused to be wronged by Yuli. "Lighting, don't be unreasonable." At this moment, even Jiang Wenkong could no longer bear to watch. As a married woman, how can you argue with a newborn baby? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Am I being unreasonable? Fine. I'm being unreasonable. Look at my face. It's been so injured, and you still don't care? All right. It seems I can't stay in this Marquis's residence anymore. I'll take my son and leave now. Lighting was emotionally agitated and was about to take Jiangmai away. At this moment, the old lady's soft spot was hit again. She immediately looked at Yuli and said, "Liuli, be a bit magnanimous and let Mai wear the Qingquan pendant as alone. Isn't that okay?" "Magnanimous?" Yuli raised her brows, finding it amusing. Back then, she only wanted to protect her unborn child, but the old lady had pushed her to the brink. Now she starts talking about being magnanimous. However, after a moment's thought, Yuli directly took the jade pendant from Yi Wuchen's arms and handed it to the old lady, saying, "I must make it clear beforehand. The Qingquan pendant is a treasure of the Yi family, and the divine power within it is not something everyone can bear. If Jiangmai cannot withstand the energy of the pendant and gets hurt, you can't blame me." Lighting retorted angrily, "Nonsense. My Qilin son has a 7th-grade spiritual root and the demeanor of an emperor. Even a mediocre child like Yi Wuchen can withstand the power of the Qingquan pendant. So my son has no reason not to. Indeed, since Chun'er is fine wearing it, Ma will surely be fine." The old lady nodded repeatedly. A 7th-grade spiritual root is an exceptionally rare talent that must be able to conquer the Qingquan pendant and recognize its master. "All right, I've said all I need to say. Since you are so blindly confident, let us try it and see." Yuli shook her head, thinking that these two women were truly ignorant, blinded by their interests. After the old lady took the Qingquan pendant, she was ecstatic and hurriedly went to Jiangmai's side, saying, "Mai, this Qingquan pendant is a treasure of the times. It can elevate your talent to the next level. You must cultivate diligently in the future and leave your peers far behind." Jiangmai exuded a natural pride and confidence, saying, "Grandma, don't worry. With my talent, I am destined to soar high, and no one can stop me." Good. The old lady was overjoyed, tears in her eyes. Her long-anticipated Qilin grandson would definitely not disappoint. Then, the old lady could hardly wait and quickly placed the Qingquan pendant around Jiangmai's neck. Jiangmai was quite fond of this exquisite crescent-shaped jade pendant, touching it left and right without any abnormality. Seeing this, Lighting immediately became smug, saying, "I told you Mai has exceptional talent. In this world, there is nothing he cannot conquer." However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiangmai's face turned dark, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, trembling all over as if having a seizure. The scene was terrifying. Muur, what's wrong with you? Zhou Lighting exclaimed in shock, filled with concern. Even the old lady shouted in panic. My Qinglan grandson, why is this happening? We need to quickly take off that Qianquan pendant. Jiang Wenkong was quick to react, hastily removing the jade pendant from Jiang Mai's arms. And only then did the latter stop shaking, his face pale and drenched in sweat. The doctor stepped forward to diagnose the situation and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Fortunately, the jade pendant hasn't been on Jiang Mai for long, and the injury isn't too severe. It hasn't harmed his essence. Zhou Lighting, in a fit of hysteria, shouted sharply, My Muur, Yi Lioli, it must be you who is jealous of my son's talent and poisoned the pendant. Nonsense. The pendant was originally worn by Chener. If it was poisoned, why is Chener fine? Yi Lioli looked at her with disdain. Yi Rongfeng immediately stood up and said, My sister has warned you before. This Qianquan pendant is a treasure of the Yi family. Its power is immense, and not everyone can bear it. Impossible. That waste Yi Wuchen can wear the pendant. Why can't I? Jiang Mai was very unconvinced. He had been spoiled since birth, his talent overshadowing all, and now suddenly facing a setback. He found it difficult to reconcile. The doctor explained, This Qianquan pendant is a treasure passed down through the Yi family, and it has already formed a causal relationship with the Yi family. I believe that to control the power of the Qianquan pendant, one must have Yi family blood in their veins. Yi family blood? The old lady glanced at Yi Wuchen, and her heart finally found balance. It must be the reason of the Yi family blood. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Yi Wuchen to conquer the Qianquan pendant while Jiang Mai failed. Isn't this just a case of stealing a chicken and losing the rice? Losing both the lady and the soldiers. Yi Rongfeng watched from side, feeling all her recent frustrations dissipate. Sigh, what was supposed to be a great opportunity to mend relationships has turned into this. The eldest daughter-in-law also sighed, feeling a headache. After being slapped in the face repeatedly, the old lady and Zhou Lighting felt humiliated and could no longer stay in this thatched hut. Let's go. The old lady turned around and left in a huff. We'll see about this. This matter isn't over. Zhou Lighting glared fiercely at Yi Lioli. For a moment, only Yi Lioli, Yi Rongfeng, Jiang Wenkong, and Yi Wuchen remained in the room. Jiang Wenkong held the Qianquan pendant in his hand, wanting to say something but hesitating multiple times, his mood complex. Finally, he began to speak. Lioli, I know you've been wronged, but some things cannot be taken too far. You still need to give face to your elders. Yi Lioli was immediately amused. Jiang Wenkong, how have I not given your mother face? Why don't you tell me? Your mother wants to demote me to a concubine, and I agreed. Your mother wants me to move out of the west courtyard into this shabby hut, and I did. Your mother, seeing wealth, wants to seize my son's treasure, and I handed it over with both hands. Isn't that enough face for her? Isn't that obedient enough? What more do you want? Jiang Wenkong was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to argue back. I know my mother has indeed gone too far in some matters, but she is still an elder, and she is getting older. Lighting has just entered the Marquis residence. Can't you give them a little leeway? Then who gives leeway to me? Yi Lioli's eyes turned red, raising a soul-searching question. Jiang Wenkong felt thunderstruck, deeply shocked. Yes, who gives leeway to Yi Lioli? The thatched hut fell silent. Jiang Wenkong was silent for a long time, truly unsure how to communicate with Yi Lioli. After a long thought, Jiang Wenkong said, Now that my mother is still angry, you should stay in this back mountain for a while. I will definitely find a way to persuade her to let you return to the west courtyard. No need. Why return to the west courtyard? To suffer Zhou Lighting's endless troubles? Yi Lioli shook her head in disappointment. Jiang Wenkong, you are too cowardly. Everything has to be done according to your mother. What about you? Are you still a man? Lioli, please calm down. I don't want to argue with you today. Chener is also my child, and I won't let him suffer. Jiang Wenkong placed the Qianquan pendant on the table and, before leaving the thatched hut, looked at Yi Rongfeng and said, Please take good care of Lioli. Pretending to be sincere, it's disgusting to look at. Seeing Jiang Wenkong leave, Yi Rongfeng couldn't help but mutter, I can only blame myself for being blind and choosing the wrong person. I shouldn't have married into this Marquis of Jinbei's residence. Yi Lioli sighed deeply, then hugged the chubby Yi Wuchen tightly, kissing him several times on his little face. Fortunately, Chen'er gave Mommy a good vent today. You are truly Mommy's lucky star. Yes, Mr. Lee said that Chen'er is born with intelligence and will surely achieve great things in the future. With the assistance of a Chinquan pendant, I believe he can stand out. Yi Rongfeng smiled and nodded from the side. She particularly liked this nephew. As autumn passed and winter came, 3 years had flown by. Yi Wuchen was already 3 years old and had grown rapidly, reaching the height of a 6 or 7-year-old child, lively and able to run and jump. One day, Yi Tianyu's youngest son, Yi Yingxiong, came to the back mountain of the west courtyard, 9 years old, holding a wooden sword. Cousin Wuchen, today brother will show you what real swordsmanship is. Watch closely. Yi Yingxiong's youthful face was serious, with a solemn expression. This is the killing sword technique of the Yi family on the battlefield, called the snow-cutting sword technique. When I practice it to a small achievement, I can go to battle and kill enemies. Yi Yingxiong swung the sword, stepping on the 7 stars, showcasing the sword technique with vigor and formidable presence. Wow, so amazing, cousin. Can I play with this one sword too? Yi Yuchen could repeatedly. He had now reached the age where he could cultivate, and his hands were itching to try. You can play with it, but be careful not to hurt yourself. Yi Yingxiong tossed the wooden sword to Yi Wuchen. The snow-cutting sword technique, although not a high-level sword technique, still poses a certain practice difficulty for a 9-year-old child. Today, I will give him some modifications. Yi Wuchen thought deeply and suddenly had an inspiration, immediately dashing out, the sword cutting the slanting sun, producing a whistling wind, incredibly smooth. After a round of practice, he had already copied the snow-cutting sword technique about 70 to 80%. Meanwhile, Yi Liuli and Yi Rongfeng were already dumbfounded watching from the side. Chen'er, this is your first time seeing the snow-cutting sword technique. Yet you can remember it all at a glance and perform all the moves. It's unbelievable. Yi Rongfeng picked up Yi Wuchen, showering him with kisses and affection, overwhelmed with love. What is a genius? This is a genius. My son is indeed extraordinary. It's just too good. Yi Liuli cried tears of joy. She had always believed her child was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, why had her cultivation progressed rapidly after becoming pregnant? Now, 3 years later, she had reached the 8th level of spirit gathering. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation had indeed shocked the entire Marquis residence. Even Zhou Lighting was scared and dared not come to the back mountain to cause trouble anymore. Yi Wuchen said in a baby voice, Mommy, Annie, I want to practice more. Can I? Yes, of course. Yi Rongfeng immediately placed Yi Wuchen on the ground. Clang! Thus, the sound of swords ringing continuously echoed in the back mountain. Cousin, you are too monstrous. Just practicing for a while. But I feel like you are even better than me. Yi Yingxiong scratched his head, wide-eyed, feeling amazed. Yi Rongfeng noticed something unusual and exclaimed, No, this is not the snow-cutting sword technique. Though simplified, its power is stronger than the snow-cutting sword. The snow-cutting sword technique has been passed down for hundreds of years and has been refined to its best state. Chen'er just casually practiced, and yet he managed to elevate the snow-cutting sword to a new level. This is simply incredible. Yi Liuli's heart shook violently, a wave of turmoil rising within her. Even a genius would find it hard to reach such a level. Yi Rongfeng was so excited that her whole body trembled, exchanging glances with Yi Liuli. And they said in unison, Could it be that he is a naturally born sword spirit body? Only a naturally born sword spirit body can achieve such sensitivity to sword techniques, even able to deduce and subconsciously improve sword moves. Wow, cousin, you're bullying people. Yi Yingxiong actually cried on the spot. After practicing swordsmanship for 3 years, he couldn't even compare to a 3-year-old child, which was a significant blow to his self-esteem. Yi Rongfeng quickly comforted him, saying, Hero, your cousin has improved the swordsmanship, which is perfect for you to practice. This is a good thing. A good thing? Yi Yingxiong stopped crying, feeling that his aunt might have a point. The matter of being a natural sword spirit body was significant and instantly ignited the entire Marquis residence. What? Yi Wuchen is actually a natural sword spirit body? Did we all misjudge him? Absolutely right. At just 3 years old, Yi Wuchen holds the sword like a dragon, exuding great energy. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he has already mastered the snow-cutting sword and on his second practice, he even reached the level of being able to improve the sword technique. Let us go, everyone, hurry to the back mountain of the west courtyard to take a look. If he is truly a natural sword spirit body, his future achievements won't be any less than Jiang Mai's. Many high-ranking officials of the Marca residence were stirred and rushed to the back mountain. A sword spirit body? How is that possible? When Zhou Lighting heard the news, she knocked over several bowls and chopsticks, furious. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Jiang Mai looked indifferent and said, "That kid just has a unique accomplishment in swordsmanship, humph. A sword spirit body with a third-grade spiritual root has never appeared in this world. Let us go, we'll see what tricks Yuli is playing." Zhou Lighting pulled Jiang Mai to the back mountain of the west courtyard. When a mother and son arrived at the thatched cottage in the back mountain, it was already crowded. Several elders from the Jiang family were present, their eyes sharp, all focused on Yi Wuchen, who was practicing the snow-cutting sword. The Marquis of Zhunbei, Jiang Yuanwu, nearly 70 years old, clad in black armor, exuding an unyielding aura, looked at Yi Wuchen practicing swordsmanship in astonishment and said, "Yuli, are you sure this is Chen'er's first time practicing swordsmanship?" "I'm sure," Yuli nodded. The old lady widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "To reach such a level on the first practice of the snow-cutting sword is impossible. Yuli, be honest, did you secretly teach Yi Wuchen to practice sword?" Yuli sneered, "I have no need to deceive you." At that moment, the old lady wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Jiang Yuanwu. He said seriously, "Even if Chen'er practiced swordsmanship secretly, he is only just 3 years old. To interpret the snow-cutting sword to such an extent is already a miracle." An elder from the Jiang family said, "Indeed, I have roamed Qingzhou for hundreds of years and have never seen such a monstrous swordsmanship genius. He must be a natural sword spirit body." A sword spirit body? Could it really be a sword spirit body? Zhou Lighting's face turned ugly. If Yi Wuchen truly had exceptional talent, then Jiang Mai's status in the residence would surely be affected. Did I misjudge him back then? He only has a third-grade spiritual root. Logically, he should be a mediocre waste. The old lady also looked flustered. If the sword spirit body was confirmed, it would mean that her previous decision was wrong, completely wrong. Ha ha, I said long ago that Chen'er is exceptionally talented and destined to rise. A sword spirit body. This is a natural sword spirit body, rarer and more powerful than a 7th-grade spiritual root. Almost simultaneously, Yi family head Yi Jiaming, his eldest son Yi Tianyu, and others also arrived at the scene. Yi Jiaming laughed heartily, feeling relieved. The child Yu Jiang family discarded like an old shoe is actually a natural sword spirit body, buried for 3 years. Today, we can finally give Chen'er an explanation. Jiang Mai's expression darkened, and a murderous intent arose in his heart. He stepped forward and shouted, "If Yi Wuchen is truly a natural sword spirit body, would he dare to compete with me? He is the future of the Zhunbei Marquis residence." Why is everyone's attention focused on Yi Wuchen? Although Jiang Mai is only 6 years old, his cultivation level is not low, having reached the 4th level of the mortal realm. This is the power of a 7th-grade spiritual root, allowing him to advance in cultivation far ahead of his peers. If Yi Wuchen is truly a natural sword spirit body, would he dare to compete with me? The childish voice, with a hint of fierceness, echoed in the sky above the back mountain of the west courtyard. Everyone was momentarily stunned, looking at Jiang Mai with strange eyes. Who would have thought a 6-year-old child could have such a competitive spirit? It seems that the 3 treasures on Yi Wuchen stirred Jiang Mai. Who could deny it? The Yi family really spoiled Yi Wuchen. The fire moon gold bracelet, the colorful sea ribbon, and the Qingquan pendant should have been worn by Jiang Mai instead. People discussed among themselves. One is the favored grandson of the Marca residence, and the other is the mediocre child spoiled by the Yi family. The contrast between the two is stark. However, if Yi Wuchen truly possesses the innate sword spirit body, the situation would be different. It would severely threaten Jiang Mai's status in the Marquis residence. No wonder Jiang Mai harbors such hostility towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Rongfeng frowned and said, "Jiang Mai's cultivation has already reached the 4th level of the mortal realm, while our Chen'er has not yet started cultivating. It might not be appropriate for the two to compete in swordsmanship." Yi Jiaming, protective of his own, immediately rejected. That's right. Chinner has no cultivation. There's no need to accept an unfair competition. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then you shouldn't show off and try to attract attention, claiming that Yi Wuchen is a natural sword spirit body. Such a clumsy trick is really not worth mentioning. Zhou Lighting sneered. In her view, Yi Liuli was clearly unwilling to accept this, which is why she hurried to label Yi Wuchen as a genius. After all, her child has a natural 7th grade spiritual root. The brilliance is too dazzling, inevitably arousing jealousy and comparison. Yi Rongfeng, with a fiery temper, immediately pointed her finger at Zhou Lighting and scolded, "Wicked woman, you'd better watch your mouth, or I'll tear it apart." Hee. When you can't match up, you start with verbal threats? Zhou Lighting said smugly, constantly speaking sarcastically. "Mama can crush Yi Wuchen with sword techniques without using spiritual power. Do you still have any reason to refuse the challenge?" The old lady also nodded. "Suppressing spiritual power and only competing with sword techniques? I see no problem." At this time, the Yi family was in a dilemma. It should be noted that Yi Wuchen is only 3 years old and is practicing sword for the first time, while Jiangmai has practiced sword for 3 years under a famous teacher. If the two simply compete in swordsmanship, Yi Wuchen has no chance of winning. Just as the Yi family was thinking of reasons to refuse, Yi Wuchen stood up with a determined expression and said, "Okay, I accept Jiangmai's challenge." Chenia. Yi Liuli felt a pang of heartache. She could tell that Yi Wuchen, who had been wise since childhood, was stepping forward this time to save face for the Yi family. Yi Wuchen said in a childlike voice, "Mother, don't worry. I will definitely not embarrass the Yi family." Good. At such a young age, already having the mindset of not fearing wins or losses. Good character. A great seed for cultivation. Yes, a resolute character is one of the most important qualities in cultivation. It's just a pity that his talent is weak. Only a 3rd grade spiritual root, so his achievement limit is too low. The elders of the Jiang family showed appreciation in their eyes, but they couldn't help but sigh. If Yi Wuchen's spiritual root reached the 4th grade, there might be a chance to cultivate him into a talent. But with a 3rd grade spiritual root, he would probably struggle to reach the 3rd realm in his lifetime. The 4 realms of cultivation are the mortal realm, the spirit-gathering realm, the law-building realm, and the path-condensation realm, each major realm divided into 9 minor realms. The 3rd realm refers to the cultivation level of the law-building realm. The competition begins. Jiang Yuanwu personally presided over this competition. In an instant, everyone stepped back to create a circular clearing. Yi Wuchen and Jiangmai each held a wooden sword, 3 meters apart, facing off. "Go, cousin! Go, cousin!" Yi Yingxiong shouted excitedly from the side. "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely win this match." Yi Wuchen showed a silly smile, looking adorable and lively. The ignorant are fearless. Yi Yuchen. The sword technique I'm about to unleash is the tiger-subduing sword technique, so you better be careful. Jiangmai, being just a child at heart, was instantly provoked. The wooden sword in his hand hummed, and a sound like a tiger's roar echoed through the back mountain. Tiger subduing sword. Suddenly, Jiangmai dashed forward, his sword glinting coldly, accompanied by a wave of air, his momentum not weaker than that of an adult man. Snow-cutting sword. Yi Wuchen was not to be outdone. Stepping on the 9th month, sword pointed at the stars, as if a heavy snowfall was drifting down, beautiful yet desolate. Clang! The 2 swords met, neither side gaining the upper hand, and each retreated a few steps. The 7th grade spiritual root Qilin child was indeed formidable. That initial strike was already comparable to a practitioner who had trained for 10 years in swordplay. Truly a prodigy. The members of the Marquis's residence were all in awe, looking forward to Jiangmai's future growth. Mai hasn't even used his full strength yet. This is just the beginning. Zhou Lighting's face was full of pride, raising her head like a proud hen, simultaneously casting a provocative glance at Yi Liuli, as if to say, "You are bound to lose." However, the real experts, such as Jiang Yuanwu, Yi Jianming, and several elders of the Jiang family, all wore serious expressions, because they saw a majestic aura in Yi Wuchen's sword. "This is getting interesting." Jiang Yuanwu stroked his beard, revealing a meaningful smile. Could it be that the Jiang family really underestimated him? And Yi Wuchen is indeed a natural sword spirit body? Clang! The wooden swords clashed, and the two small figures intertwined. The Jiang family's tiger subduing sword is indeed a level higher in quality than the snow-cutting sword. Thus, Zhou Lighting and the old lady were quite confident that even if Yi Wuchen had secretly practiced the snow-cutting sword, he had no chance of winning. This Jiangmai, at such a young age, has such a strong killing intent. It seems he has already gone astray. After dozens of exchanges with Jiangmai, Yi Wuchen had already figured out his opponent's details. This child strikes fiercely, every move aimed at vital points. Once he grows up, he will surely become someone who kills without blinking. It's time for me to counterattack. The sword falls without a trace, sweeping the snow on the northern mountain. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen's gaze became sharp. The wooden sword trembled, breaking through the air. This sword was incredibly fast, turning into an afterimage. So fast, Jiang Mai's expression changed instantly, retreating repeatedly, but the wooden sword in his hand was still flicked away in an instant, feeling a chill at his throat. He was already pinned by Yi Wuchen's sword edge against his neck. Silence. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly? Yi Wuchen suddenly altered his technique, sealing the throat with a sword. If the sword in his hand were not wooden, Jiang Mai would have already lost his head. He lost. Jiang Mai actually lost to Yi Wuchen. Hiss! This is truly unbelievable. The crowd was dumbfounded, unable to breathe, feeling as if time had frozen at this moment. In the sword duel, Yi Wuchen achieved a crushing victory. Jiang Yuanwu's eyes flashed with surprise, exchanging glances with several elders of the Jiang family, all of them recognizing the shock in each other's expressions. This victory was beyond doubt. Jiang Mai was completely defeated. Cousin won, haha, cousin won. Yi Yingxiong was overjoyed, rushing over to hug Yi Wuchen, spinning around several times in place. Cousin, stop spinning. I'm going to get dizzy. Yi Wuchen couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha, cousin, you're amazing, you're the best. Yi Yingxiong didn't listen at all, grabbing Yi Wuchen's tender little face and pecking it several times. Yi Liuli, Yi Rongfeng, Yi Jiaming, and others also snapped out of their shock, almost crying tears of joy, cheering loudly. Who would have thought that Yi Wuchen, at the age of 3, would actually defeat Jiang Mai? This was not just a competition between two children. It represented the victory of the Yi family's snow-cutting sword over the Jiang family's tiger subduing sword. Who said the snow-cutting sword was inferior? Now, Yi Wuchen achieved victory relying on the snow-cutting sword, compared to the joyful smiles on the faces of the Yi family members. Zhou Lighting and the old lady's expressions were naturally quite terrible, especially Zhou Lighting. Her entire face turned as dark as a pot bottom, filled with disbelief as she said, "Impossible! This cannot be. How can my Qilin child lose to a mere waste with a 3rd-grade spiritual root? There must be something fishy about this." Yes, Mai is a genius with a 7th-grade spiritual root with excellent comprehension. Why would he lose to Yi Wuchen? The old lady also refused to accept this fact, shaking her head continuously, believing there must be an unknown secret behind it. At this moment, Jiang Mai, full of discontent, let out an angry roar. "Mother, I didn't lose. What he performed just now was not the snow-cutting sword at all." What? Not the snow-cutting sword? The Jiang family cultivators were all bewildered. Jiang Mai stepped forward and glared fiercely at Yi Wuchen. "I have previously competed with Yi family disciples, and the snow-cutting sword is definitely not a match for our Jiang family's tiger subduing sword. The sword technique you just displayed, sharp as the wind like thunder rushing, is absolutely not the style of the snow-cutting sword." Not the snow-cutting sword? Zhou Lighting also came to her senses, immediately scolding. "Well, Yi Liuli, you really have deep schemes. You openly taught your son to cheat." Yi Liuli smiled playfully before the competition started. "You never said that Chun'er could only use the snow-cutting sword, right? As long as he wins in the realm of swordsmanship, there are no bad rules, and the outcome is already decided." Zhou Lighting, can't you accept defeat? You are simply being unreasonable. Zhou Lighting was so angry she was jumping up and down. Her son was a Qilin child with a 7th-grade spiritual root. Now that he lost to Yi Wuchen, how could he have the face to stay in the residence? He would surely become a joke. Seeing she couldn't refute Yi Liuli, Zhou Lighting immediately clung to the old lady's arm and said, "Mother, you must support my—" We agreed on a fair duel, yet Yi Wuchen secretly used other sword techniques to attack. How shameless. The old lady showed a troubled expression and could only thick-skinnedly say, "Yi Wuchen winning with other sword techniques is indeed not fair. I propose we consider today's competition a draw." A draw? The Jiang family members looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. They thought the old lady's bias was too extreme. Do they really think everyone is blind? At this moment, Yi Jiaming stepped forward and said, "Madam Jiang, your words are incorrect. Not to mention that before the competition, there were no regulations on the sword techniques used. Even if it was stipulated to only use the snow-cutting sword against the tiger subduing sword. My Chen'er still achieved victory because what he performed just now was indeed the snow-cutting sword." Jiang Yuanwu shook his head and said, "Jiaming, I have also seen the snow-cutting sword, and what Chen'er just displayed was not it. Since the Marquis doesn't believe it, then I will demonstrate it for everyone to see." Yi Jiaming stopped talking nonsense, directly took out his sword, and shouted. The sword falls without a trace, sweeping the snow on the northern mountain. Clang! In an instant, sword intent filled the sky. Light waves flowed. Yi Jiaming executed the move in one go, and the sword wave pierced the clouds. What a beautiful sword! It really resembled the sword technique Chen'er just displayed. Jiang Yuanwu nodded slightly, pondering, yet feeling something was off. At this moment, an elderly Jiang family elder exclaimed, "Wonderful! Truly wonderful! What Chen'er just displayed was indeed the snow-cutting sword. But it was an improved version of the snow-cutting sword, making it simpler and more direct, yet its power increased by 30%. Indeed, it is an improved snow-cutting sword technique." The other elders also saw the clues, and when they looked at Yi Wuchen again, their eyes shone with brilliance. This is a true swordsmanship genius, an absolute natural sword spirit body. Otherwise, there is no way to explain all this. An improved version of the snow-cutting sword technique. How could this be? Could it be that this boy really is a natural sword spirit body? Zhou Lighting immediately panicked, a fierce killing intent flashing in her eyes. If Yi Wuchen is confirmed to be a sword spirit body, then the cultivation resources Jiang Mai obtained in the Marquis' residence would definitely be partially taken away. This was something she absolutely could not accept. Jiang Mai also understood the seriousness of the situation. He must achieve victory to regain the attention of the Hofu. In contemplation, Jiang Mai stepped forward again, cupped his hands, and looked at Jiang Yuanwu, saying, "Grandfather, the sword technique that Yi Wuchen just displayed was too sudden. I was caught off guard and lost. May I have another chance to duel with Yi Wuchen? This time, I will definitely win." Now, Yi Wuchen was merely suspected to be a natural sword spirit body, while Jiang Mai was confirmed to have a 7th grade spiritual root. Naturally, Jiang Yuanwu still valued Jiang Mai more and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, you can compete again. We will see if Chen'er won by luck or if he really has the ability." Yi Liuli immediately objected. "This is unfair. Chen'er is still young. If we compete again, he will surely run out of stamina." "That's right, the outcome has been decided. Jiang Mai lost, and that's that. If this were a real battlefield, would the enemy give you another chance?" Yi Rongfeng crossed her arms, delivering a statement that left the other party speechless. Zhou Lighting, however, continued to make a scene, saying, Winning by sneak attack doesn't count as being a hero. The children of the Jinbei Hofu have always been straightforward, winning openly. You're simply unreasonable." Yi Liuli was immediately angered. This person was becoming increasingly arrogant, relying on having a 7th grade spiritual root child. Since you want to throw yourself onto the spear, I'll grant you that." Yi Wuchen sneered inwardly and immediately bowed to Yi Liuli, saying, "Mother, I still have plenty of stamina and can fight Jiang Mai again." Yi Liuli frowned and said, "Chen'er, don't overexert yourself. Don't worry, Mother, I am confident." Yi Wuchen then took a wooden sword. This time you will definitely lose." Jiang Mai also picked up a wooden sword, preparing for battle. "Watch closely, this time it's the unmodified snow/sword, but I will still win against you." Yi Wuchen's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his entire body exuded a sword intent that surged like a giant wave, striking the heavens, exuding a terrifying might. Clang! He charged forward. the sword slicing through the air. This strike was even faster than before, arriving in an instant. How is this possible? Jiang Mai was so frightened by this overwhelming sword intent that his legs turned weak, and he actually wet his pants on the spot. The wooden sword in his hand was once again knocked away, and his neck was already pressed against Yi Wuchen's sword edge. The match hadn't even truly begun, and he was directly defeated in one move. Anyone could see that Jiang Mai had lost completely, leaving no room for any excuses. My Qilin son. How can my Qilin son lose, and lose so miserably? Zhou Lighting was struck as if by lightning, heartbroken, as if the sky had fallen. Her head hung low, feeling like a thorn in her back. At this moment, she could no longer hold her head up in front of Yi Liuli. In the back mountain of the western courtyard, leaves fell all around. Yi Wuchen's sword strike was earth-shattering, stunning the entire scene. Who would have thought that a mediocre child with a third-grade spiritual root could be so extraordinary, defeating the 7th-grade spiritual root genius twice? The second time was even a one-hit kill, without any suspense. This scene left most people in the Hofu dumbfounded. The old lady felt a wave of darkness before her eyes and nearly fainted from anger on the spot. The Qilin grandson she had high hopes for was actually crushed by a useless boy she despised. Emotionally, it was truly hard to accept. Jiang Mai stood there like a wooden chicken, his face flushed, fists clenched, feeling humiliated and unwilling. He had grown up amidst praise, favored by everyone, and the Hofu had poured resources into him, placing high hopes on him. Therefore, Jiang Mai was inherently proud, with a strong sense of self-esteem. But now he had actually lost to Yi Wuchen twice in a row. This enormous blow made Jiang Mai somewhat deranged, and he shouted hysterically, "Why? Why is this happening? I am a 7th-grade spiritual root, a child of destiny. How could I lose to a useless person?" Zhou Lighting hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Mu'er, calm down a bit. You haven't lost. You have a 7th-grade spiritual root, and your future achievements will surely far exceed Yi Wuchen. You just had a stroke of luck today. A momentary win or loss doesn't mean anything." Talking about luck again? Yi Rongfen couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Qin'er won the first time. Maybe it was luck, but winning the second time, how can that be luck again? Everyone can see it clearly. Qin'er delivered a fatal blow. Jiang Mai didn't even have the strength to fight back. It was a complete victory in swordsmanship." Zhou Lighting, do you still want to argue? Yi Wuchen then stepped forward and said, "I can give Jiang Mai another chance to compete in sword techniques until he is convinced." This statement was truly a heart-wrenching remark. As expected, Jiang Mai was instantly enraged, his expression twisted, saying, "Let's compete then. Who's afraid of whom? Mu'er, don't be reckless." Zhou Lighting hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. She could see clearly that Yi Wuchen's swordsmanship had already far surpassed Jiang Mai's. Continuing to compete would undoubtedly result in Jiang Mai's crushing defeat. For a genius, losing twice in a row was already a huge blow. If Jiang Mai lost a third time, it could leave a significant childhood shadow, affecting his mindset. This matter concerned her son's future growth. Therefore, Zhou Lighting immediately refused, saying, "Mu'er is not in good condition today. It's not suitable for a competition. Just let Yi Wuchen win. After all, no matter how powerful his swordsmanship is, without a spiritual root, his future growth limit won't be high." Yi Rongfen mokit. What do you mean by saying Qin'er won? Qin'er originally won, hee. If your son's 7th-grade spiritual root is really that powerful, why did he lose in the swordsmanship competition? Zhou Lighting was furious, but had no way to argue back. This humiliation today, she could only endure. Meanwhile, the old lady looked awkwardly at Yi Liuli and said, "Liuli, I didn't expect you to teach Qin'er so well. The Hofu will definitely give you credit for it." Yi Liuli said expressionlessly, "Old madam, that's not the case. Qin'er is my child. It is only right for me to teach him. As for the Hofu giving me credit, I don't think that's necessary. First, Qin'er is a Yi, not a Jiang. Second, Qin'er hasn't spent a single penny of the Hofu's money in the past 3 years. Third, didn't you say that it is not allowed to mention Qin'er has any relationship with the Hofu?" The old lady had beads of sweat popping up on her forehead, her expression ugly as she said, "Back then, it was said in a moment of anger. We are still family after all." Today, Yi Wuchen displayed extraordinary sword talent, likely being a natural sword spirit body. Once the matter of the sword spirit body is confirmed, Yi Wuchen would undoubtedly be heavily cultivated by the Houfu. Therefore, the old lady naturally began trying to repair her relationship with Yi Liuli. Jiang Yuanwu, as the head of the family, made a decisive statement, saying, Liuli, I know you are angry, but regarding Chener's future, you need to consider the bigger picture. Chener is undoubtedly a bloodline of the Houfu. Now you start to say Chener is a bloodline of the Houfu? Why didn't you care before? Yi Liuli found it ridiculous, but she did not refute anything, choosing to remain silent. She didn't mind a bit of grievance. But if Chener could gain the Houfu's attention, that would naturally be a good thing. Are you starting to curry favor with me now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Yi Wuchen sneered inwardly. He would never forget the tragic scene of his mother kneeling in the snow 3 years ago, nor would he ever forget the actions of the old witch. If it weren't for his mother risking her life to protect him, suffering countless grievances, and willingly being demoted to a concubine, Yi Wuchen would have long since died in the womb. Father, look, Mr. Li has arrived. Jiang Wenkong had a joyful and tense expression. Now, they were just waiting for Mr. Li to conduct the test. Once Yi Wuchen's sword spirit body talent was confirmed, Jiang Wenkong would be the most powerful father in the entire Beiyuan city. One child had a 7th grade spiritual root, a child of destiny. Another child was a natural sword spirit body, invincible in swordsmanship. A pair of outstanding children, what an honor, dreaming of a bright future. Jiang Wenkong couldn't help but feel a bit elated. Ho Yi, may I ask why you summoned me? Mr. Li was sweating profusely as he hurried to the back mountain of the western courtyard. Jiang Yuanwu quickly pointed at Yi Wuchen and said, Mr. Li, you are a highly regarded pulse master in Beiyuan City. Please help this child check his pulse and see if his physique is the sword spirit body. Mr. Li looked doubtful and replied, 3 years ago, I already checked this child's pulse. He has a 3rd grade spiritual root and is of average talent. How could he possibly be born with the sword spirit body? Jiang Wenkong immediately widened his eyes anxiously and said, Mr. Li, maybe you made an error in your last diagnosis. Although Yi Wuchen's talent is average, he is naturally intelligent and indeed possesses something extraordinary. Mr. Li nodded and walked over to Yi Wuchen, saying, then I will check his pulse again. In an instant, everyone's expectations were high, and all eyes were focused on Yi Wuchen. Even the old lady and Zhou Lighting couldn't help but hold their breath. After a moment, Mr. Li shook his head and said, there is no sword energy circulating within Yi Wuchen's body. His pulse is ordinary, and there is absolutely no possibility of him being born with the sword spirit body. Impossible. Mr. Li, my Chener mastered sword techniques at the age of 3 and could even improve sword manuals. If he is not the sword spirit body, how do you explain all of this? Jiang Wenkong was anxious, fiercely defending Yi Wuchen for the first time. I am certain he is not the sword spirit body. After another diagnosis, Mr. Li firmly shook his head and said seriously, Yi Wuchen indeed has extraordinary qualities. He opened his spiritual intelligence as an infant. Such a child is naturally wise and has a high comprehension ability. It is reasonable for him to master a basic sword technique proficiently and improve sword manuals. Then Mr. Li sighed and added, it's just a pity that if Yi Wuchen's spiritual root reached the 4th grade, he would have a chance to enter the 3rd realm and become a strong figure. However, with a 3rd grade spiritual root, his potential is too limited, and it will be very difficult for him to break into the 3rd realm throughout his life. Just because of high comprehension, not the sword spirit body. In an instant, disappointment spread throughout the Jiang family. Zhou Lighting immediately became smug and said, if intelligence is useful, then what do we need talent for? No matter how smart one is, they are still no match for absolute strength. The old lady had mixed feelings but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Since Yi Wuchen was not the sword spirit body, it meant that her previous decision was correct. However, although Yi Wuchen's potential was not high, because he was born with spiritual intelligence, his cultivation speed would far exceed that of his peers. If the whole family were willing to nurture him carefully, there was still a possibility for him to soar. Mr. Li did not want to discourage Yi Wuchen too much, so he added a remark. Jiang Yuanwu frowned and said, if nurtured carefully, there is still a possibility for him to soar, but it's merely a possibility, and it is extremely slim. Right? That's right, Mr. Li nodded. At this point, everyone understood that the Ho family would not allocate a large amount of resources to Yi Wuchen for such a slim possibility. What uses a fast cultivation speed in the early stages. His achievements would only be limited to the second realm, which would not benefit the Ho family much. Some people just a moment ago were saying Chen'er is a bloodline of the Ho family. Now why is everyone suddenly acting distant? Yi Rongfeng suddenly spoke up, unable to tolerate the fickle attitude of the Ho family. Rongfeng, be quiet. Do not be disrespectful to the Ho Yi. Yi Jianming immediately glared at his second daughter. However, he was also quite displeased and publicly stated to Jiang Yuanwu, Ho Yi, regardless of Chen'er's talent, our Yi family will spare no effort to cultivate him. At once, everyone in the Jiang family showed awkward expressions. Jiang Yuanwu also smiled bitterly and said, Jianming, I know you have grievances in your heart, but the cultivation world is cruel and ruthless, and the Ho family can only provide limited resources to those who need them more. Only by doing so can the Ho family prosper and continue. The words of the Ho Yi, of course, made sense, and no one dared to refute them. Yi Jianming nodded expressionlessly, but in his heart, he naturally did not agree. Does the entire Jinbei Ho family lack even the basic ability to support Chen'er's living expenses? Surely not. Ultimately, it still comes down to the Ho family's bias. They can only accommodate one Kirin grandson in their hearts. Now that the hope of Yi Wuchen being the sword spirit body had been dashed, Jiang Yuanwu could only shift his gaze back to Jiang Mai. He saw the Kirin grandson's unwilling expression and immediately cleared his throat, saying, regarding today's sword technique competition, everyone must keep it to themselves. No one can speak of it. Understood? Understood. Everyone in the Jiang family nodded. Jiang Mai was the future hope of the Ho family, and he was not allowed to have any failures or blemishes. Soon, everyone dispersed one by one. Jiang Wenkong looked lost and hurriedly said a few polite words before leaving. The back mountain of the western courtyard became quiet once again. Yi Wuchen took the initiative to grab Yi Liuli's hand, revealing a naive smile, and said, Mother, don't worry, a third-grade spiritual root doesn't mean anything. As long as I train hard, I can still change my destiny. Yi Liuli was deeply moved, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, Chen'er, my good Chen'er, I believe you will achieve great things in the future. Ha ha ha. Chen'er is right. Talent does not represent everything. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. Chen'er, you will definitely be the best. Yi Jianming also laughed heartily, sweeping away the gloom, and publicly promised that from today onwards, the Yi family would provide a large amount of cultivation resources to Yi Wuchen. That day, the Yi family indeed sent a lot of cultivation resources, such as 10 high-grade transformation pills, which could help ordinary realm cultivators quickly advance. There are also blood-gathering pills, which could strengthen the body and refine the essence and marrow, as well as many medicinal materials needed for medicinal baths. These things were excellent and were exactly what I needed at this stage. Yi Wuchen was very grateful for his grandfather's generosity. Despite only having a third-grade spiritual root, the Yi family stood by him and pampered him. That night, while Yi Liuli was sound asleep, Yi Wuchen went to an uninhabited area in the back mountain, sat cross-legged, and began to break through to the ordinary realm. The first step to becoming a cultivator is to open the Dan Si and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. The Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique allows a person to reincarnate 9 times, each time becoming more complete, ultimately forging a flawless body that is invulnerable to all laws. This is already my 9th life. Yi Wuchen radiated with 9-colored divine light, his appearance solemn, like a deity. Dan Si opened. He took a transformation pill and immediately operated the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique. In an instant, his Dan Si was successfully opened. It was a vast golden ocean, magnificent and boundless. Such a large Dan Si, perhaps in the entire Qingzhou, no one could match it. This was the might of the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique. With each reincarnation, it could be immensely sublimated, excavating innate potential to the extreme. This Dan Si was even 10 times larger than when I first opened my Dan Si in my previous life. Yi Wuchen's mood became excited. At the same time, he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and discovered that although the spiritual energy in Qingzhou was thin, the power of the lightning laws was quite thick. The Vermilion Bird Star, a mysterious planet sealed away, is the place where the Thunder Emperor attained the Tao. Yi Wuchen murmured to himself, thinking that heaven truly assists me. In this ninth life, I will cultivate with the power of lightning laws. When my cultivation reaches completion, I will merge with the powers left by the other 8 lives in the world, achieving true reincarnation and completion. Power of lightning laws, come to me. Yi Wuchen immediately controlled the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, instantly gathering the power of lightning laws from a radius of several dozen miles. The blue electric currents crackled and all poured into his body. I've broken through. I've entered the first layer of the ordinary realm. After a stick of incense, Yi Wuchen stood up, feeling refreshed and invigorated. His strength had doubled, and with a single punch, he could unleash 300 pounds of brute force. It must be noted that he was only a 3-year-old child. To be able to unleash 300 pounds of strength was already quite terrifying. Lightning Law. Furthermore, Yi Wuchen extended his finger like a sword and pointed forward. A blue arc of electricity erupted from the tip of his finger, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through a fruit tree ahead. Not bad, not bad. Just after absorbing the Thunder Law for the first time, I can already cause significant damage with my attacks. Yi Wuchen smiled and nodded, very satisfied with today's training results. In the following days, Yi Wuchen practiced swordsmanship with Yi Ingxiong during the day and secretly absorbed the power of thunder on the back mountain at night. Only 3 months had passed, and Yi Wuchen had already reached the second realm of the mortal level. This caused quite a stir in the Ho residence once again. A 3-year-old child practicing on his own, not only opening up his danci, but also progressing at such a rapid pace, was simply a rare occurrence in history. After learning of this, Yi Jianming was overjoyed and felt a sense of relief. Let the Jiang family look down on my grandson. And now they're being slapped in the face again. In the main hall of the western courtyard, Zhou Lighting was restless about this matter, her eyes revealing a murderous intent as she said, "No, I absolutely cannot let Yi Wuchen steal Mu'er as spotlight." The result of the last swordsmanship competition. I don't know who leaked the news, but it spread out, making my Mu'er the laughingstock of everyone. Now, with Yi Wuchen's rapid advancement in cultivation, having opened his danci right after turning 3 and breaking through again after 3 months, if this continues, Mu'er will probably become twisted in mentality and even more unconfident. As Zhou Lighting pondered, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Then, she thought a good idea and headed straight to the Wanfo Hall. When the old lady learned of Zhou Lighting's intentions, she frowned and said, "I've already sent Yi Lioli and her son to live in the back mountain of the western courtyard. What more do you want? Mother, I have no other choice now. I can only seek your help." Zhou Lighting said helplessly, "Yesterday, the fortune teller said that my Mu'er and Yi Wuchen are naturally in conflict and cannot be together. For the sake of Mu'er's future, you must think of a way." You believe what a fortune teller says? The old lady felt a headache coming on. It's better to believe it than not. What if Mu'er really encounters some misfortune because of that calamity, Yi Wuchen? How will I live? Who will bear the future responsibilities of the Ho residence? As Zhou Lighting spoke, tears fell. Concerning the future of the Qilin grandson, the old lady was momentarily undecided, and then called Jiang Wenkong over. Upon learning the whole story, Jiang Wenkong angrily said, "Mother, you are too indulgent of Lighting. Just because of what a fortune teller said, I should send Lioli away from the Ho residence? Lioli has already suffered enough grievances over the years. Why must you push her to the limit?" The old lady patiently advised, "Wenkong, calm down. I never said I would drive Yi Lioli out of the Ho residence. What I mean is, let Lioli take Chin'er to live in the Yi family for a while. When Chin'er and Mu'er grow up and are not in conflict, we can bring him back. How can I bring this up?" Jiang Wenkong found it difficult. "If you can't bring it up, then let me do it." The old lady was quite decisive, and after saying that, she stood up and headed towards the back mountain of the western courtyard. When the group arrived at the back mountain, Yi Wuchen was practicing swordsmanship with Yi Ingxiong. After a few months of practice, under Yi Wuchen's guidance, Yi Ingxiong's sword skills had rapidly grown, and his swordsmanship was no weaker than that of a cultivator in the second realm of the Yi family. "Oh, the old witch is here." Yi Ingxiong turned around and felt unlucky. The old witch is here? Yi Wuchen pretended not to know and quickly turned around. In an instant, the two sides collided head-on. The old lady's face was black as the bottom of a pot. What old witch? These two brats are actually gossiping behind my back. You two brats dare to disrespect your elder? Guards, punish them with family law. Zhou Lighting had a fierce look on her face. She was just worried about finding a reason to teach Yi Wuchen a lesson. Now, this kid has run into a gun barrel. Yi Yingxiong immediately shielded Yi Wuchen behind him, bravely saying, "Cousin is only 3 years old. He doesn't understand. If anyone should be punished, it should be me alone." Naturally, Yi Wuchen wouldn't let Yi Yingxiong suffer alone, and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Zhou Lighting, I think the one disrespecting elders is you, right? We never said the old which referred to the old lady. We were clearly cursing you behind your back. Cousin is really smart. This diversion is beautifully executed." Yi Yingxiong secretly gave Yi Wuchen a thumbs up and immediately chimed in. "That's right. We always respect the old lady. How can we speak ill of her behind her back? On the contrary, you seem to respect the old lady on the surface, but in reality, you think of her as an old witch." Zhou Lighting was instantly dumbfounded, sweating profusely as she explained, I didn't Mother, I absolutely do not think you are an old witch. These two children are clearly being eloquent and arguing here. Enough, shut up." The old lady shouted in anger, thinking that Zhou Lighting was truly foolish to be fooled by a child. At this moment, Yi Liuli heard the commotion and walked out of the thatched cottage, looking at the old lady and asking, "I wonder why the old lady has come to this desolate back mountain?" The old lady was also a person of status and liked to save face, and at this moment, upon seeing Yi Liuli in person, she didn't quite know how to start. However, thinking of the future of the Canglan grandson, she steeled her heart and said, "Liuli, I came here today to discuss something with you." "Discuss what?" Yi Liuli glanced at Zhou Lighting, thinking that these two coming together must be for no good. Sure enough, the old lady cautiously said, "Liuli, you have always been magnanimous and reasonable. It has indeed been a bit difficult living in this back mountain of the western courtyard for these years. How about you take Chin'er to your family's home for a while?" Yi Liuli immediately sneered. "Is this to drive me out of the whole residence?" Zhou Lighting adopted a tone of heartfelt persuasion. "Sister Liuli, don't say it so harshly. It's just letting you stay at your family's home for a while. How can that be considered driving you out of the whole residence? It seems today you have revealed your true intentions. Does my staying in this back mountain of the western courtyard bother you?" Yi Liuli kept shaking her head, feeling that the faces of these two had become extremely ugly. Yi Yingxiong, with a flushed face, angrily said, "Exactly. Annie has been uncontentious and accommodating over the years, and yet you want to take advantage of her. Isn't that too much?" The old lady felt embarrassed and said, "Liuli, don't be so angry. Yesterday, a fortune teller made a prediction, saying that Chun'er and Mu'er are naturally in conflict and should not grow up together. Otherwise, misfortune will come. Therefore, what I mean is, you take Chun'er to live in the Yi family for a while. This would be good for both Chun'er and Mu'er." "What do you mean by good for Chun'er? I see that in your eyes. You clearly only care about Mu'er." Yi Liuli had long seen through the old lady's true face. She knew exactly what the other party was thinking. Seeing her little scheme exposed, the old lady couldn't help but become angry and embarrassed. "Yi Liuli, I'm currently negotiating with you. What is your attitude? You're clearly forcing me, and now you're asking me about my attitude?" Yi Liuli, extremely angry, laughed instead. "If you want to drive me out of the whole residence, you can, but you must give a suitable reason, right? Just because of what a fortune teller said, you could decide my fate. Am I not too worthless?" The old lady immediately emphasized, "There is no intention to drive you out of the whole residence. It's just letting you take Chun'er to the Yi family to stay for a while. Whenever you want to return, you can come back." Yi Liuli actually had long wanted to leave the whole residence. Her only concern was her child Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen seemed to have seen through his mother's worries and immediately said, "Mother, this whole residence no longer has a place for us. If we leave, we won't suffer this grievance anymore." "Chun'er." Yi Liuli's eyes blurred with tears as she hugged Yi Wuchen tightly and said, "All right, Chun'er, since the whole residence doesn't keep us, we'll just leave. However, I have one condition." Suddenly, Yi Liuli added, The old lady felt guilty and immediately nodded. Lioli, you say it. As long as the condition is not excessive, I will compensate you. Yi Lioli wiped away her tears, her expression resolute, as she said, Let Jiang Wuchen come in person. As long as he speaks, I will never turn back. The old lady immediately felt a bit troubled. If Yi Lioli had asked for some financial compensation, she would not have hesitated. But having Jiang Wuchen come in person changed the nature of the situation. After all, he was Yi Lioli's husband and Yi Wuchen's father. Once Jiang Wuchen spoke, it could likely lead to an irreparable situation. Deep down, the old lady did not want to see such a thing happen. After all, she and Yi Lioli no longer had any core conflicts. Considering Yi Lioli's years of hard work in the Marquis' residence, the old lady did not want to take things too far. So, let her husband come to judge the matter. Zhou Lighting, however, was afraid that the situation wasn't dramatic enough. After a stick of incense, Jiang Wuchen arrived late. Looking embarrassed and unable to lift his head, not knowing how to face Yi Lioli and Yi Wuchen. However, thinking about his son Jiang Mai's future, he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, it's better to believe than not to believe. Yi Lioli's gaze was fixed on Jiang Wuchen, wanting to see if he could truly make a decision today. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Wuchen finally said harshly, Lioli, just move out for 3 years. After 3 years, when Mai's calamity is past, I will definitely bring you back. Bring me back for what? To continue living in this desolate place behind the western courtyard? To suffer from dampness and cold? Yi Lioli was completely disheartened. The moment Jiang Wuchen spoke, she no longer held any hope for this man. Chinner, let's go. Mother guarantees you won't suffer any grievances. Yi Lioli did not hesitate at all, holding Yi Yingxiong with her left hand and Yi Wuchen with her right, leaving everyone with a resolute back as she did not stop for a moment. It had been 9 years. She had stayed in the town North Marquis residence for 9 years, leaving her most beautiful youth in this place. But ultimately, it was time to leave. Yi Lioli actually felt a sense of relief and clarity in her heart. The old lady wanted to say something, but stopped, just watching Yi Lioli leave. Feeling a bit of pain, but also some relief. At least her Qilin grandson's misfortune was gone. Zhou Lighting naturally wore a proud expression and comforted the old lady, saying, Yi Wuchen is just a mediocre third-grade spiritual root. Sacrificing him for Mai's future is not wrong. The old lady did not want to say more. Only Yi Wuchen knew that leaving the town North Marquis residence was the beginning of his rise. In Beiyuan City, Yi Mansion, Yi Jiaming received Yi Lioli and her son. And after learning the reason, he was extremely angry, saying, Jiang Wuchen is such a bastard. Just because of what a fortune teller said, he drove you two out? Father, the people in the Marquis' residence have been cold-hearted for a long time. Rather than living there and letting Chun'er suffer, it's better to leave early. It's a kind of relief, Yi Lioli said, having come to terms with it and shaking her head. That's reasonable. Yi Jiaming nodded, then picked up Yi Wuchen and said, He, my good grandson, from now on you will live with Grandpa, and Grandpa will make good food for you every day. Thank you, Grandpa, Yi Wuchen said in a childish voice. Compared to the indifference of his grandfather and grandmother in the Marquis' residence, staying in the Yi family was obviously much more comfortable. Including Yi Rongfeng and Yi Tianyu. After hearing the news, they were also very happy and specially came to visit the mother and son. Sister, you will live in the Wutong courtyard where you used to live, Yi Rongfeng said excitedly, snatching Yi Wuchen from Yi Jiaming, hugging and kissing him, leaving several lipstick marks on his face. Sigh, back in the day, I was at least a great emperor traversing the universe, and now I've become a toy. Yi Wuchen felt a bit helpless, having to play along with the adults. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Life in the Yi family was evidently much better than in the town North Marquis residence, whether in terms of clothing, food, housing, or status and treatment. There were stark differences. The only thing that made Yi Wuchen a bit depressed was that his cultivation progress had slowed down. The thunder and lightning laws within a radius of hundreds of miles had long been devoured by him, and to continue to cultivate quickly, he would likely need to leave Beiyuan City. However, he was only a little over 3 years old and was treated like a treasure by the Yi family, having no opportunity to go out at all. One day, Yi Wuchen was practicing swordsmanship in the Wutong courtyard. Cousin, come with me. Let's go see the beautiful lady. Yi Yingxiong suddenly rushed in, grabbing Yi Wuchen to take him somewhere else. I'm only 3 years old. What beautiful lady. Yi Wuchen looked confused. Yi Xiong said with a teasing smile, what's wrong with being 3 years old? As men, we should find a wife early, and this time, the beauty is one of the 4 great beauties of Qingzhou, incredibly beautiful. One of the 4 great beauties of Qingzhou? Yi Wuchen was a bit dazed. If she is really that beautiful, she must have already caught the eye of the royal family. How could she come to this small Beiyuan city? Sigh. One can only say this beauty has had a tragic fate. Beauty is often short-lived. Yi Xiong introduced. Su Qingyu's family was exterminated when she was young. But she has an exceptional talent for alchemy, so she was taken as a disciple by the legendary figure in the alchemy world, Bei Mu. At just 23 years old, she has already reached the level of a 5th-grade alchemist. A 23-year-old 5th-grade alchemist? Yi Wuchen was slightly surprised. Such talent in alchemy was indeed remarkable. Yes, all the major royal families and clans have tried to recruit Su Qingyu, but she has refused them all. It's because Su Qingyu is afflicted with a deadly poison. Even the legendary alchemist Bei Mu cannot save her. She will not live past 30, only a few years of lifespan left. Yi Wuchen said, even a 5th-grade alchemist with only a few years left to live must be the target of all the major families, right? Yi Xiong nodded, you're right. But Su Qingyu only wants to return to her homeland, Beiyuan City, to take on a talented disciple to pass on her skills. Now all the major families in Beiyuan City are going crazy, trying every means to win her over. So you're saying, whichever family Su Qingyu takes as her disciple will join that family. Yes, that's right. If I can become Miss Su's disciple, then the Yi family will strike it rich. A 5th-grade alchemist could change the fate of a family. Yi Xiong rubbed his hands excitedly, but then his expression dimmed. It's just a pity that none of the Yi family members have any talent for alchemy. Even if I go to join the fun, I definitely won't be noticed by Sister Su. That's not necessarily true. Yi Wuchen stroked his chin, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. If they could persuade this Su Qingyu to join the Yi family, it would greatly benefit the family strength. Let's go, we'll go see the excitement. Yi Wuchen decided to meet Miss Su in Beiyuan City at the Gathering Immortals building. Today, the entire Gathering Immortals building was booked by Su Qingyu. Practitioners from various clans all brought their talented disciples, hoping to try their luck. Yi Liuli brought Yi Wuchen and Yi Xiong, and after presenting the Yi family token, they smoothly entered the Gathering Immortals building. At this moment, the Gathering Immortals building was already filled with people, but Su Qingyu was nowhere to be seen. However, Yi Wuchen quickly spotted 4 familiar faces. Not far away, the old lady Jiang, Zhou Lighting, Jiang Wenkong, and Jiang Mai were all present. Upon seeing Yi Liuli appear, Jiang Wenkong's expression became complicated. He lowered his head in guilt and did not dare to make eye contact. Zhou Lighting, on the other hand, wore a completely different expression, proudly raising her head and looking at Yi Liuli, saying, Sister Liuli, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come to the Gathering Immortals building today to have a look. Yi Wuchen frowned and said, Mother, there's no need to pay attention to this bad woman. Yi Liuli smiled and nodded. However, Zhou Lighting showed no awareness, boasting, Sister Liuli, although you came to watch the excitement, I brought my here today to pay respects to a master. In an instant, everyone around turned their gazes toward them. Isn't this Jiang Mai? The Qilin grandson of the town North Marquis has come too. My goodness, this is a natural prodigy with a 7th-grade spirit root. If he is competing as well, we might not have any chance at all. It seems we are out of the picture. Miss Su Qingyu will be joining the town North Marquis' residence. In the Gathering Immortals building, people began to discuss. Everyone believes that Jiang Mai will be the biggest competitor today. After all, with a 7th-grade spirit root, his talent is definitely not lacking. As long as Jiang Mai performs normally today, he will surely be favored by Su Qingyu and taken as a disciple. Zhou Lighting, listening to the flattery around her, couldn't hide her smugness and said without modesty, It really is a trouble for everyone to come here for nothing. Miss Su joining the town North Marquis' residence is the truly wise decision. This disciple-taking matter is not settled yet. Zhou Lighting, you are too early to be pleased. Suddenly, Yi Rongfeng appeared. Yi Jiaming and Yi Tianyu also came, bringing several young disciples from the Yi family. They came here for Su Qingyu's disciple-taking as well. Although there are no outstanding alchemy talents among the Yi family's young disciples, one must try their luck. Zhou Lighting sneered. With those few disciples from your Yi family, they are nothing but oddities. What can they compare to my Mu'er? It's like comparing clouds and mud, just a mantis trying to stop a cart. Yi Rongfeng was immediately furious, her chest heaving violently, wanting to say something. Ani, let it go. There is no need to argue with such an ignorant woman. Yi Wuchen pulled Yi Rongfeng's hand, shaking his head repeatedly. Yi Rongfeng sighed helplessly, pinching Yi Wuchen's little face, and said, alas, you are too sensible since childhood. That is why you always let others take advantage. Ani, trust me, the Zhou family won't be proud for long. Oh, Chung, do you have a way to deal with her? Yi Wuchen smiled and said, the arrogance of the Zhou family comes from Jiangmai's support. The more she hopes, the more devastated she will be when Jiangmai fails. Yi Rongfeng was surprised, but Jiangmai has a 7th grade spirit root. Do you think he will fail? Ani, just wait and see the fun. Yi Wuchen smiled mysteriously, full of confidence. Yi Rongfeng nodded, although her little nephew is only 3 years old. He is clever and full of ideas. Perhaps he can really make Zhou Lighting suffer a bit. Look, Miss Su is coming out. Wow, so beautiful. She truly is as graceful as a startled swan and as charming as a swimming dragon, worthy of being one of the 4 beauties of Qingzhou. The scene suddenly erupted in excitement, countless men showing infatuation in their eyes, sincerely admiring. On the 2nd floor of the Gathering Immortals building, a woman dressed in a water blue skirt appeared, her figure tall and graceful, slowly walking down the steps. She looked to be in her teens, with hair like a waterfall, possessing an exquisitely beautiful oval face, bright eyes and white teeth, gently curved willow eyebrows, and eyes like a clear spring. She was like an otherworldly being, isolated from the world. A sense of coolness and detachment made people feel inferior and hesitant to approach. Su Qingyu is truly stunning, her skin like sheep-fat white jade, delicate and translucent, radiating light. Under the thin blue skirt, a pair of long, round, beautiful legs were faintly visible, exuding a hazy and alluring beauty. Fellow friends, the disciple-taking ceremony has begun. Please step back 10 paces if you are 12 years old or older and maintain silence during this time. Her voice was like pearls dropping on a plate, crisp and melodious, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. In an instant, all unrelated personnel followed the rules and stepped back 10 paces, leaving a large open space. Su Qingyu nodded, then looked at the children under 12 present and said, you step forward 10 paces and the assessment begins now. Cousin, this Miss Su is really beautiful, like a fairy sister from the heavens. Ying Xiong was mesmerized, his eyes wide open. Yi Wuqing nudged him with his elbow and said, stop daydreaming. The assessment has already begun. Among the children present, Jiang Mai was the most confident, standing out like a crane among chickens, and was the first to take 10 steps forward, coming before Su Qingyu, clasping his hands and bowing. Junior Jiang Mai greets teacher Su. Su Qingyu glanced at Jiang Mai, a spark of interest flashing in her beautiful eyes. You are the Qilin grandson with a 7th grade spirit root from the town North Marquis residence? Indeed. Jiang Mai nodded. Junior Zhou Yuetu greets teacher Su. At this moment, a girl with a round face and red lips stepped forward. Zhu Yue, the legitimate granddaughter of the Zhou family's head, with a 6th grade spirit root? Indeed. Su Qingyu nodded, smiling. You too have decent talents. If your comprehension is sufficient, becoming an alchemist is not a problem. For a moment, the pride on Zhou Lighting's face grew even more, and she stepped forward. Miss Su, Jiang Mai is my son, and Zhou Yue is my brother's daughter. Why not accept both of them as disciples? Su Qingyu frowned slightly, displeased with this woman's demeanor, and said in a slightly heavy voice, was it you who made a fuss in the hall earlier? I have already said, I will only take one direct disciple. Please do not make more noise. Zhou Lighting's face immediately turned ugly, but facing a 5th grade alchemist, she really had no courage to retort and could only retreat in embarrassment, saying, Miss Su is right, I was rude and presumptuous. The other children participating in the assessment also stepped forward 10 paces and sat down on the ground. Su Qingyu paced back and forth in the hall, thoroughly assessing the talents of the 100 children. Among them, a 3-year-old child surprised her slightly. Only a 3rd-grade spirit root? Ha ha ha. A mere 3rd-grade spirit root dares to come to participate in Miss Sue's disciple assessment. ISNT, this just adding to the joke. Whose child is this? For a time, the surrounding spectators burst into laughter. In the face of the mockery, Yi Wuchen remained unperturbed, calmly standing up and saying, Teacher Sue, alchemy is like refining the heart. It emphasizes having a heart for the world and compassion for saving lives. An alchemist never asks about origins, and the strength of one's spirit root does not represent the strength of an alchemist. Alchemy is like refining the heart. Su Qingyu was slightly surprised, not expecting to hear such profound understanding of alchemy from a 3-year-old child today. This child shows good comprehension and character, facing the ridicule of the crowd. He was not shaken at all. She thought to herself, then nodded in approval. This child, named Yi Wuchen, speaks very well. To become an excellent alchemist, one must first have a heart for saving the world. If one's intentions are not right, even if one becomes an alchemist, they will ultimately walk the evil path and be irretrievable. Yi Rongfeng felt proud and hurriedly pulled Yi Liuli's hand and said, Sister, look, Miss Su actually praised our Cheng. I heard it. Yi Liuli nodded with satisfaction. Originally, she just brought Yi Wuchen here to play. Who would have thought that after her son said just one sentence, he would catch Miss Su's attention? Seeing Yi Wuchen being praised, Jiangmai immediately became unconvinced and said, Teacher Su, I have a different opinion. Yi Wuchen doesn't even have the talent to become an alchemist. How can he have the heart to save the world? Do not neglect small good deeds and do not commit small evils. Even if one cannot become an alchemist, having such a heart is still good. Su Qingyu responded, then said, The disciple assessment officially begins now. I will present 3 questions, and you can raise your hand to answer. The first question, a mortal is lost in the 1,000-flower valley, thirsty and hungry, dehydrated and weak. How should he save himself? After a moment of thought, Zhou Yuer's eyes shone brightly, and she confidently raised her hand and stood up. In the 1,000-flower valley, there are many poisonous plants, but there is a fruit called the monkey fruit, which can quench hunger and thirst and is non-toxic. Good, sit down. Suing Yunadith. At this moment, Jiangmai hurriedly stood up to refute. Although the monkey fruit is non-toxic, a mortal in a weak state cannot climb the fruit tree to pick the fruit. Therefore, I believe that finding the pear flower root in the 1,000-flower valley, which is the easiest to obtain, is the correct way to satisfy hunger. Well, you make a good point, Su Qingyu said with a slight smile, but she still hadn't heard the answer she wanted. At that moment, Yi Wuchen stood up and said, There is no shortage of water sources or edible fruits in Wanhua Valley. This person is both thirsty and hungry. Without a doubt, he must be poisoned. As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Qingyu's eyes as she looked at Yi Wuchen with anticipation. Chapter 16. Su Qingyu joins the Yi family. He is both thirsty and hungry, severely dehydrated and extremely weak. These symptoms should be caused by accidentally inhaling the pollen of the mandala flower in Wanhua Valley. Yi Wuchen maintained his composure and continued, If you want to detoxify, you can look for a plant called Sanking near the water source and chew it together with Elan fruit to detoxify. Very well said. That's the correct answer. Su Qingyu nodded in approval, becoming even more curious about this child with a 3rd-grade spiritual root. A 3rd-grade spiritual root, yet with aspirations as high as a swan. Remarkable temperament and sufficient wisdom. How can a mere 3-year-old like Yi Wuchen understand such complex knowledge? Truly a prodigy. Is there really someone in this world who is born with knowledge? Those who had looked down on Yi Wuchen earlier were now dumbfounded. It must be luck. He only got lucky. The next 2 questions, Mu-Er will definitely regain her advantage. Zhou Lighting's eyes were filled with resentment. This Yi Wuchen, clearly a waste, had repeatedly stolen the spotlight from Mu-Er on significant occasions. The first time was at the blessing ceremony. The second time was during the swordsmanship competition. This third time, during Su Qingyu's disciple assessment. Jiangmai absolutely cannot lose. After all, things do not go well 3 times in a row. Jiangmai shot a fierce glare at Yi Wuchen, clearly feeling very unconvinced. He, Jiangmai, is the future of the Northtown Marquis residence. Yi Wuchen is just a waste abandoned by his family, not even allowed to carry the Jiang surname. Next came the second question. So everyone listen carefully. A alchemist was in a misty forest searching for the Wanyu fruit. After 3 days and 3 nights, she finally found the Wanyu fruit under a large tree 10 meters away. So, may I ask, what should the alchemist choose at this moment? The second question was obviously more difficult than the first, involving more specialized knowledge. After pondering for a moment, Zhou raised her hand and said, I know. The Wanyu fruit is a very special fruit. If picked at the wrong time, its medicinal effect will be greatly reduced. So the best choice is to wait until dawn to pick it. At this moment, Jiang Mai confidently added, to pick the Wanyu fruit. Not only does the timing need to be precise, but the tools must also not contain any metal. Otherwise, it will damage the medicinal properties. Moreover, the container must be wooden. My Mu'er is truly amazing. For this question, Mu'er will definitely score the highest. Zhou Lighting and old Madame Jiang were proud and excited, applauding and starting to celebrate in advance, because the answer Jiang Mai provided was already the most perfect way to solve the problem. Over the years, the residents had invited old Zhou to personally guide Mu'er, and Mu'er had indeed made significant progress. Jiang Wenkong was also very satisfied with his son's performance today, but when his gaze swept over Yi Wuchen, it was somewhat complex. To be honest, Yi Wuchen's performance today was indeed stunning. At just 3 years old, he perfectly answered the Wanhua Valley question. However, unfortunately, he only had a 3rd-grade spiritual root. Otherwise, a son so intelligent, Jiang Wenkong would naturally be delighted. However, compared to Jiang Mai, he was indeed too outstanding. No wonder he was biased. Chinner, I hope you can understand your father's difficulties when you grow up. Being born in the Northtown Marquis residence, many things are beyond your control. At that moment, Yi Wuchen suddenly stood up and said, both of their answers are completely wrong. What? Jiang Mai's answer was already so detailed. How could it be completely wrong? The cultivators present were all stunned, because even from their perspective, Jiang Mai's answer was already perfect. Zhou Lighting was even more furious. Yi Wuchen, what nonsense are you spouting? Where's my Mooner's answer wrong? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation today, I will immediately throw you out of the gathering of Immortal's Tower. Oomph. This gathering of Immortal's Tower was booked by Teacher Su. Why do you have to throw me out? Yi Wuchen sneered, and his words made Zhou Lighting furious but helpless. He then looked at Su Qingyu seriously and said, in a misty forest, the Wanyu fruit and the Wanyu beast often coexist. The Wanyu beast is an illusionary beast that can trap people in a fantasy. The alchemist is 10 meters away from the Wanyu fruit, yet has not discovered the existence of the Wanyu beast. This can only mean that the alchemist has already fallen into a fantasy and could be killed by the illusionary beast at any moment. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent. Even Su Qingyu was surprised. She thought this question was too difficult and that perhaps no one could answer it. But unexpectedly, this 3-year-old child once again provided a perfect answer. It was too unexpected. Cousin, you are really amazing. You can even answer such a difficult question. Yi Ingxiong, standing beside him, was starry-eyed with admiration. Zhou Lighting's expression, however, was unpredictable, and she couldn't believe it. Miss Su, is Yi Wuchen's answer correct? That's the correct answer. In the misty forest, the Wanyu fruit indeed coexists with the Wanyu beast. It is an extremely difficult medicinal material to harvest. Su Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Why is this happening? Old Madame Jiang and Zhou Lighting suddenly appeared dejected, emotionally unable to accept it. How could the Qilin grandchild they had painstakingly cultivated not be able to compare to a mediocre descendant abandoned by the Marquis residence? Why? Moreover, this was not the first time. Jiang Mai's face turned red with anger, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. He was naturally competitive and cared about his reputation, and now he was publicly crushed by Yi Wuchen. That feeling was worse than death. No, there's still a third question. Teacher Su, please give me another chance. I will perform well on the third question. Jiang Mai was still unwilling to give up. For the past 3 years, the Marquis residents had exhausted all resources to cultivate him. Jiang Mai had to achieve results. He could not afford to lose again. There is no third question. At this moment, Su Qingyu shook her head, walked directly to Yi Wuchen, and took his small hand, saying from now on, Yi Wuchen will be my disciple, and I will also join the Yi family. Yay, that's great. Our Yi family has won. The cultivators of the Yi family were all overjoyed. Yi Jiaming was even more excited, his face flushed, saying, Miss Su, welcome to the Yi family. From now on, you will be the honorary elder of the Yi family. Su Qingyu nodded slightly. She didn't care about the title of elder. She simply wanted to pass on her lifelong learning. At this moment, Zhou Lighting was still unwilling to give up and rushed over, saying, Miss Su, can't you reconsider? My son has a 7th grade spiritual root, a demeanor of an emperor. Taking him as your disciple would be the best choice. While Yi Wuchen only has a 3rd grade spiritual root and is of no great use. Slap. Su Qingyu immediately slapped Zhou Lighting hard across the face. What right do you have to question the decision I made? This woman had been nagging repeatedly, which made her unable to tolerate it any longer. Zhou Lighting was instantly stunned. She had always cared about her reputation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured for 3 years, marrying into the Marquis's residence only after obtaining the title of the main wife. Now, in front of everyone, she was slapped and lost all face. How could Zhou Lighting endure this? She tightly covered the fiery red palm print on her face, with an expression of disbelief, saying, You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Who are you? What can you be? Su Qingyu looked at her disdainfully and said, A mere third party who relies on seducing other people's husbands to climb up? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall became solidified. Zhou Lighting was so angry that she was about to explode, unable to say a word for a long time, and unexpectedly started crying, hugging Jiang Wenkang's arm, saying, Husband, she is slandering me. Ultimately, it was still Su Qingyu's powerful background. After all, behind her stands the legendary alchemist Bei Mu, a towering figure with disciples spread across the world. Even the royal family must give him respect. In comparison, the North Town Marquis mansion in Beiyuan City seems insignificant. Jiang Wenkang's face turned ugly as he said, Miss Su, your words are a bit too excessive, aren't they? Excessive? Suin replied indifferently. Others may not know your family's affairs, but I am very clear. A person who favors a concubine over a wife will not have a good ending. After saying this, Su Qingyu said no more, taking Yi Wuchen's hand and saying, Disciple, let's go. In an instant, the Yi family members left joyfully. The people from Jushin Tower dispersed one by one. Only the group from the North Town Marquis mansion remained frozen in place, still unable to accept this reality. This was the 3rd time. This was already the 3rd time Jiangmai had lost to Yi Wuchen. It seemed that since the two had clashed directly, Jiangmai had always been at a disadvantage and had never won. This shouldn't be happening. Why was my 7th grade spiritual root, the Qilin grandson, not favored by Miss Su, while that trash with the 3rd grade spiritual root was? The old lady Jiang was in despair, deep in thought, even beginning to doubt. Was my decision back then wrong? If I hadn't driven away Yuli a month ago, then Su Qingyu would have joined the North Town Marquis mansion now. Thinking of this, the old lady couldn't help but feel regret. That was a 5th grade alchemist. Before this, the most powerful alchemist in Beiyuan City was only at the 4th grade. Moreover, this was not just any 5th grade alchemist. Behind her was a big shot like Bei Mu. If we could befriend even 1 or 2, it would be a great opportunity. With all this in mind, the old lady couldn't help but pound her chest and stomp her feet, feeling regretful. Seeing the old lady's condition, Zhou Lighting sensed something was wrong and quickly stood up to comfort her. Mother, she's just a 5th grade alchemist. Mai has the potential of an emperor and will surely reach the pinnacle in the future. By then, let Su Qingyu regret it. Jiang Wenkang nodded, saying, I believe I will find an even better master. That's right, I won't lose to Yi Wuchen, definitely not. Jiang Mai tightly clenched his fists, silently swearing in his heart. The humiliation of today he would surely repay 100-fold in the future. At the Yi residence, lanterns were hung, and it was a scene of celebration. Su Qingyu joining the Yi family was naturally a major event, necessitating a grand banquet. Great! Now that Wuchen has Miss Su's guidance, even if his cultivation path is blocked in the future, he can still become an excellent alchemist. Yi Rongfeng had been worried about Yi Wuchen's future these past few days. After all, with a 3rd grade spiritual root, it was almost impossible to step into the 3rd realm. But now, with the profession of an alchemist as a guarantee. He wouldn't be bullied in the future. Miss Su, now that you've joined the Yi family, we are family, so no need to be polite. If there are any difficulties, we will discuss and handle them together. Yi Jiaming was naturally beaming today, having drunk a lot. From now on, the Yi family would have the strong support of a fifth-grade alchemist, which was a tremendous boost. As the head of the family, Yi Jiaming was naturally happy and also held Yi Wuchen in his arms, rubbing his beard against the little boy's face, saying, "Wuchen, you are truly our family's lucky star." Spring arrived and everything revived. Yi Wuchen was already 3.5 years old, closer to the height of a 7-year-old child. One day, Su Qingyu held Yi Wuchen's hand and walked out of the Yi residence, planning to take him to the street to buy some candied hawthorns. After 2 months of getting along, Su Qingyu liked this clever and adorable disciple more and more. Many things he understood with just a little hint, showing excellent comprehension. Just as the master and disciple were about to step out of the courtyard gate, a strong smell of blood suddenly wafted from outside the mansion. Kill me, please. It's too painful, just kill me." Outside the mansion, someone was howling in agony, begging to end their life with a single blow. Yi Wuchen frowned slightly, feeling very familiar with this voice. "Sister Su, let's go outside and take a look." Yi Wuchen immediately quickened his pace, and as he stepped outside, he saw a group of defeated soldiers standing there, their armor battered, covered in blood, and many were missing limbs. The severely injured were lying on stretchers, their bodies rotting and emitting black, malevolent energy. The front line in the northern border was constantly at war, and these people were the Yi family's army just returning from the front. Among them, a man in his 40s lay on a stretcher. It was his uncle Yi Tianyu. He was gravely injured, with his chest pierced by a sharp weapon, flesh and blood in a mess, and his skin turned black, clearly infected by malevolent energy. "Uncle!" Yi Wuchen was shocked and hurried forward to check. "Wuchen, don't come over. I've been infected by the demonic energy of a demon cultivator. I'm running out of time." Yi Tianyu's face was twisted in pain, quickly raising his hand to stop Yi Wuchen from getting closer. Yi Wuchen said sternly, "Uncle, you must hold on. You'll be fine. I can save you." Su Qingyu pulled Yi Wuchen behind her and took out a pill from her storage ring to give to Yi Tianyu. In a moment, the black malevolent energy on Yi Tianyu was suppressed. He felt a bit better and gratefully said, "Thank you, Miss Su, for the pill. However, in my current condition, it's too late for any medicine." His injuries were too severe. Su Qingyu's pill could only temporarily ease his pain. Father." At this moment, Yi Ingxiong rushed to the mansion's entrance upon hearing the news, kneeling before the stretcher and crying, "Father, what happened to you? You must be all right, father." Seeing his child, Yi Tianyu could only pretend to be strong, saying, "Don't worry, child, I'm fine. I can hold on." Yi Yuchen murmured. "Uncle has been infected by the demonic energy of a demon cultivator. To cure it, we must refine a purple spirit pill." Su Qingyu nodded, but then frowned. "Yes. The purple spirit pill can resolve the demonic energy, but the medicinal materials needed to refine it are too rare, and I don't have any on hand." To refine a purple spirit pill, 7 medicinal materials were required. 4 of them could be bought in the market, but the other 3 were extremely rare, especially the Wanyu fruit, which was very difficult to collect. Yi Wuchen was also troubled. He could not bear to watch his uncle die. "You even know the medicinal material ratios for refining the purple spirit pill, but I never taught you that?" Su Qingyu was surprised, but the situation was urgent, and she couldn't afford to dig deeper. Yi Wuchen decisively said, "It's spring now. If we go to the misty forest, we should have a chance to find the Wanyu fruit. As for the other 2 precious medicinal materials, we can only seek help from outside and buy them at a high price. Yes, for now, I have suppressed the demonic poison in your uncle's body with the pill, but it can only ensure safety for 7 days. Within 7 days, we must refine the purple spirit pill to detoxify your uncle. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Su Qingyu estimated Yi Tianyu's injuries. The time they had left was running out. "I will set off for the misty forest immediately." She did not hesitate and planned to leave directly. However, at this moment, Yi Wuchen insisted, "Sister Su, take me with you." "You? The misty forest is fraught with danger. You're only 3 years old now. It's too risky to go to such a place." "Absolutely not." Su Qingyu shook her head firmly. Yi Yuchen insisted, "Sister Su, I will also become an alchemist in the future. I will have to learn to stand on my own sooner or later. I can't always grow under the protection of adults. After 3 months of cultivation, he had reached the peak of the second layer of the mortal realm, just one step away from entering the third layer. However, the lightning elements in Bayuan City had already been completely devoured by him. Going to another place for training was also a good way to improve his cultivation. At that moment, Yi Liuli walked out of the mansion, took a look at her brother's injuries, and said resolutely, "Miss Su, please let Wuchen go. He has always been smart since childhood and won't hold you back." For some reason, Yi Liuli always felt that her child was not an ordinary person. As long as Yi Wuchen was around, he could bring good luck and turn danger into safety every time. Therefore, she subconsciously believed that as long as Su Qingyu brought Yi Wuchen along, they would surely return safely. "All right, then I'll take Chinner with me." Seeing that Yi Liuli had no objections, Su Qingyu immediately nodded in agreement. After all, she was a powerful cultivator who had entered the third realm, and bringing a child along was not a big problem. Anyway, Yi Wuchen would have to go out and train on his own sooner or later. Su Qingyu directly summoned a flying carpet, which hovered in the air and could accommodate 10 people. Yi Wuchen leaped onto the flying carpet, finally able to see the outside world after being cooped up for more than 3 years. Su Qingyu stepped lightly, her long skirt swaying gracefully, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. She stood on the flying carpet, her long hair flowing, and her fair, jade-like hand holding Yi Wuchen's small hand, looking at everyone and saying, "Then we shall set off," wishing us a safe journey. Yi Liuli nodded seriously, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. After all, this was her child's first time going out to train. Outside Bayuan City, there was an endless plain, lush with water and grass, with rivers crisscrossing. Yi Wuchen sat on the flying carpet, watching the ground and mountains fly by, the scenery constantly changing. In just an hour, the flying carpet slowly descended. Ahead was a dense jungle, exuding a chilling aura, shrouded in mist, making it hard to see clearly. Ahem, this is the misty forest, which is covered in fog all year round, filled with demonic beasts, and often has exotic fruits appearing. It is both a paradise for cultivators to get rich and a hell where they may perish. Su Qingyu introduced, her face slightly pale as she coughed lightly. "Sister Su, are you all right?" Yi Wuchen looked at her with concern. "It's nothing, just an old problem, no big deal." Su Qingyu shook her head. The deadly cold poison in her body would flare up every so often causing unbearable pain, like thousands of ants gnawing at her heart. But fortunately, this was just a mild, early symptom and had not fully flared up. It seems we need to hurry and find the forgetting worry fruit. Su Qingyu knew that once the mild symptoms of the cold poison appeared, it wouldn't be long before the deadly cold poison fully erupted. She had to leave the misty forest before the cold poison flared up. Yi Wuchen looked serious. He understood the cold poison issue on Su Qingyu's body as well. Once it fully erupted, she would fall into an extremely weak state. But now the situation was urgent, and they had to enter the misty forest to search for the forgetting worry fruit. Sister Su, let's go." Yi Wuchen was confident that, with his experience, finding a small forgetting worry fruit wouldn't be a problem. In the misty forest, there was a bone-chilling coldness, and it was shrouded in white mist, with no sunlight to be seen. Yi Wuchen had now reached the second level of the mortal realm, capable of exerting 1,000 pounds of brute strength, and his movements were agile and graceful, allowing him to navigate freely through the jungle. "Chinner, don't run too fast. Stay close to me." Su Qingyu watched Yi Wuchen darting around in front of her and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, thinking that this kid was still just a child, curious about the new things in the outside world. But in reality, Yi Wuchen was just searching for clues about the forgetting worry fruit. The forgetting worry beast had a characteristic of leaving special marks in its territory. He was weaving back and forth in search of these marks. Roar! Suddenly, from the bushes to Yi Wuchen's left, a furious roar echoed, the sound wave piercing and accompanied by a gust of wind that blew the bushes to one side. "Chenya, be careful." Su Qingyu was shocked and rushed toward Yi Wuchen. But everything happened too quickly. From the bushes on Yi Wuchen's left, a red-eyed demon pig weighing about 300 pounds suddenly charged out, its tusks gleaming and its eyes blood-red. Boom! The red-eyed demon pig charged forward. Instante pounsin on Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen was not panicked. He unleashed an astonishing blue electric current from his body, and with a punch, he collided with the demon pig's head. Boom! The red-eyed demon pig let out a painful roar. Yi Wuchen was also sent flying back several dozen meters. But he stabilized himself, the Li Hua Yu Jin bracelet in his hand shining brightly, condensing into a fiery phoenix flame that shot out. Boom! The phoenix flame burned fiercely, illuminating the forest. A large fireball crashed down on the wild pig. Oh woo! The wild pig was charred all over, struggling in pain, and soon fell to the ground. Barely alive. Hiss, is he really just a 3-year-old child? He actually took down a demon beast of the 3rd level of the mortal realm with his bare hands. Suin Yugast, Filinestanist. She had wanted to help, but after seeing Yi Wuchen calmly handle everything, she stood aside to watch the battle. From the moment the wild pig ambushed to the moment it was killed, Yi Wuchen took only 3 breaths of time. The entire process was quick, accurate, and fierce, responding effortlessly, with no mistakes. Shinner, are you alright? After the battle ended, Su Qingyu carefully checked Yi Wuchen all over and, finding no injuries, finally relaxed. I'm fine. Sister Su, I'm tough. Yi Wuchen grinned, looking quite adorable. Su Qingyu gently patted his little head, her eyes filled with affection, but with a hint of reproach, she said, Shinner, this is the misty forest, full of dangers. You must not run off on your own again. You need to stay by my side at all times, understand? Sister Su, I understand. Yi Wuchen nodded. Also, didn't I tell you to call me master? Sister Su is so young and beautiful. Calling you master makes you sound old. I still prefer to call you Sister Su. You already know how to be slick with your words at such a young age. Su Qingyu shook her head helplessly. Her long hair, cascading down like a waterfall, exuding an unparalleled grace and ethereal quality. This red-eyed demon pig has the most delicious meat. We were in such a rush when we left that we didn't prepare enough food. For the next few days, we'll rely on it to fill our stomachs. Yi Wuchen took out a dagger from the storage space of the Canglan pendant, skillfully cutting the demon pig into pieces, then skewering them to start roasting, sprinkling spices. And soon the meat turned golden and shiny, with a mouth-watering aroma. The whole process was incredibly proficient, so fragrant. Su Qingyu took a skewer of roasted meat and couldn't help but feel her appetite increase. After tasting a bite, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, where did you learn to roast meat so well? It's really impressive. Yi Wuchen enjoyed the roasted meat, his expression one of delight. Before, my mother and I lived in the back mountain of a marquis's residence. Someone deliberately withheld our rations, causing us to always be hungry. So my mother would hunt in the back mountain and make barbecue for me to eat. Over time, I became skilled at it. That's too much. They even withheld your food. Su Qingyu felt a surge of anger. However, Yi Wuchen said calmly, it's nothing. If my mother hadn't endured humiliation and agreed to be demoted to a concubine, I would have died in my mother's womb and never had the chance to come to this world. Shinner, you've been wronged. Su Qingyu's expression softened, and she couldn't help but stroke his head. I'm not wronged. At least I have my mother who loves me, and the love of my family, Yi Wuchen said, looking at Su Qingyu and adding, speaking of grievances, Sister Su, you are the one who has truly been wronged. You've been alone and helpless since childhood, facing this treacherous world all by yourself. For a moment, Su Qingyu felt a pang in her heart, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, yes. My Su family was exterminated when I was young, and I still haven't been able to find out who the real culprit is. Yi Wuchen comforted her, you'll find out. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. The truth will eventually come to light. I have little time left, and I'm afraid that even if we find the truth, I won't be able to avenge my family. As Su Qingyu said this, she couldn't help but cough a few times, feeling cold all over as the early symptoms of the cold poison reappeared. She immediately searched her storage ring, wanting to find something. Sister, is this what you need? At this moment, Yi Wuchen took out a red wine gourd from the Canglan pendant. Is this fire wine, China? Did you prepare this specially for me? Su Qingyu took the wine gourd and couldn't help but lose her senses for a moment, feeling a wave of emotion and warmth in her heart. When her cold poison acted up before, she relied on this kind of wine to alleviate the symptoms, but unfortunately, She hadn't prepared any in her haste to leave today. I saw Sister Sue drink this kind of wine before. Yi Wuchen nodded. You really don't seem like a 3-year-old child. You're so sensible and thoughtful. Like a close friend who has experienced the hardships of the world and knows the ways of the world without being worldly. Su Qingyu praised him, and as she spoke, she hugged Yi Wuchen and gave him a kiss on the cheek. This little child, how can he be so lovable? Blushing and shy? Su Qingyu looked at Yi Wuchen in her arms and couldn't help but find it amusing. A 3.5-year-old kid. Where did he get so many adult emotions? The night in the misty forest was cold and damp. Especially in the latter half of the night, the wind howled and the roars of demon beasts echoed. Wanted to tear the sky apart, the sound waves rolling. Fortunately, Su Qingyu was a strong practitioner of the third realm. After setting up a barrier, she isolated everything. And ordinary demon beasts did not dare to approach. The next day at noon, Yi Wuchen finally discovered a mark left by the forgetting worry beast under a tree stump. It was a triangular black mark. Sister Sue, there must be a forgetting worry beast within 10 miles of this area. We need to be careful. Su Qingyu's expression became serious. Although the forgetting worry beast is a second realm demon beast, it possesses extremely strong illusionary powers. Once caught in illusion, even I would find it hard to battle the forgetting worry beast. Therefore, we cannot fall into the illusion. We must find the true body of the forgetting worry beast hidden in the dark. The forgetting worry beast was cunning and unpredictable, and its true body was often hidden in a very concealed place, making it extremely difficult to find. Shinner, do you perhaps have a way to find its true body? Su Qingyu instinctively asked. Then she shook her head, feeling she had misspoken. Shinner is just a 3.5-year-old child. How could he know something that even I don't understand? Yi Wuchen said, Sister Sue, I have loved reading the records of all demons since I was young. In one of the texts, it is recorded that the forgetting worry beast hides its true body through formations. As long as we can crack the formation it has set up, we can find its true body. Formation. But I don't understand formations. Su Qingyu felt troubled. She was an alchemist, not a formation master. My second aunt taught me formations before and said I have exceptional talent. Why don't I give it a try? Yi Wuchen rubbed his fists together, eager to give it a go. In fact, the formations that Yi Rongfeng taught him were all very basic, and how could they deal with the forgetting worry beast? However, for Yi Wuchen, who had once stepped into the Emperor realm, cracking the forgetting worry beast formation was merely a matter of course based on his past memories. You? Su Qingyu was half convinced, then said, Then let's give it a try. Let's try. Yi Wuchen followed the mark left by the forgetting worry beast on the tree stump. Searching for it while chanting, Sister Sue, step on the marks I left, tread the 9 spirits, and look north at the slanting sun. He led Su Qingyu deeper into the forgetting worry beast's lair. After a stick of incense as time passed, the surrounding vegetation became increasingly lush. Yi Wuchen suddenly made a shushing gesture, pointing to a not-so-distant spot ahead, and silently mouthed, Sister Sue, look quickly, that sleeping white spirit fox. Could it be the true body of the forgetting worry beast? The white spirit fox, yes, this is the true body of the forgetting worry beast. Su Qingyu was overjoyed, exclaiming in astonishment, this is a formation set up by a second realm forgetting worry beast. Even a 4th realm formation master would struggle to crack it. Shinner, you actually succeeded. A once-in-a-thousand genius formation master is no less. Roar. Before they could rejoice, the noise caused by Su Qingyu startled the sleeping forgetting worry beast awake. Its eyes turned red, revealing a fierce expression. Whoosh! The spirit fox moved with incredible speed, pouncing instantly, transforming into a white blur, its sharp claws glistening with cold light. Clang! Su Qingyu's dress swayed, bursting forth with a blazing blue spiritual power. A sword flew out from her sleeve, instantly piercing the spirit fox's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Oh! The spirit fox cried out in pain, its expression terrified, not expecting that the opponent was actually a practitioner of the formation realm. It turned and fled, instantly diving into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Where do you think you're going? Su Qingyu regained her senses in an instant, her eyes flashing like lightning, holding her sword and transforming into a blue light that shot into the sky. Immediately, a sharp sword light illuminated the sky, shining like stars, and fell into the forest. Woo! The spirit fox let out a whimper, its body collapsing to the ground, no longer breathing. In an instant, the surrounding scenery and things changed, returning to the original appearance of the misty forest. Not far away, a fruit the size of an apple glimmered with radiance. Great! It's the forgetting worry fruit, and it's already ripe. Su Qingyu didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. She immediately took out a special tool and carefully picked the forgetting worry fruit, placing it into a bamboo basket. Cough, cough. At this moment, Su Qingyu let out a violent cough, her whole body cold, and she weakly collapsed to the ground. Sister Su, what's wrong? Yi Wuchen's expression changed, and he hurried forward to check. Just as his fingertips touched Su Qingyu's arm, he instinctively pulled back. In just that brief touch, Yi Wuchen felt a sharp pain in his fingertip. Her body was as cold as ice from 10,000 years. One could imagine the terrifying pain Su Qingyu was enduring at this moment. This was the deadly cold poison, 10 to 100 times more terrifying than the sacred mountain curse that Yi Liuli had suffered. Once it erupted, the pain was unbearable, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at the heart. Otherwise, even the legendary alchemist Bei Mu would be at a loss. Su Qingyu trembled, her lips turning blue, her expression full of pain as she said, "Sure, my cold poison has completely erupted. You don't need to worry about me. You should take the forgetting worry fruit back to the Yi family first." Yi Wuchen shook his head repeatedly. "No, this is the misty forest. Sister Su, you're weak from the cold poison. What will you do if you encounter a demon beast? I have to take you with me." "No, Chinner, listen to me. I have had the cold poison erupt many times. I won't die for now. Your uncle's condition is very urgent. We can't delay." Su Qingyu was very firm. Moreover, she was now weak and had no ability to protect herself, so it was even less likely that she could protect Yi Wuchen. In this misty forest, dangers lurked everywhere. If they encountered any demon beasts, not only would she die, but Yi Wuchen would definitely not escape either. "Sister, don't say anything. I will not leave you behind." Yi Wuchen's eyes were resolute. "Chinner, be obedient." Su Qingyu wanted to continue persuading, but her brows suddenly tightened, her expression extremely serious, because she sensed that someone was approaching this area. In the misty forest, the most dangerous thing wasn't encountering demon beasts, but meeting cultivators. Because in this lawless region, it was common for cultivators to kill and rob each other. The forgetting worry fruit. It really is the forgetting worry fruit. Ha ha. Zhou Xiao. We're going to get rich this time. The other party could slay a second realm illusion beast. They probably weren't simple. What a beautiful young lady. So lovely. Soon, a group of 4 arrived at the scene. They looked at the fruit glowing in the bamboo basket, their eyes burning with desire, going crazy over it. Then, upon discovering the corpse of the forgetting worry beast, their expressions turned wary. That was a gathering spirit realm demon beast. Definitely not something this group of ordinary realm cultivators could contend with. This meant that the other party was probably not simple. Among them, a tall and sturdy man carefully scrutinized Yi Wuchen and Su Qingyu for a moment, then exclaimed, "This stunning woman is none other than the #1 beauty of Qingzhou." Su Yingyu, the #1 beauty of Qingzhou, Su Qingyu? The leader, a 16-year-old boy named Zhou Zuan, was slightly surprised. Then, looking at Su Qingyu's graceful figure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of lust. This was a top-notch beauty. How many men in Qingzhou were madly in love with her? If I could bow down under Miss Su's pomegranate skirt, I would be a playful ghost. Another tall man with a ruthless look in his eyes said, "Zhou Xiao, this Miss Su seems to be suffering from cold poison in her weakest state. Why don't we take this chance to snatch the forgetting worry fruit?" "No way. Behind Su Qingyu is the legendary alchemist Bei Mu. We can't afford to offend her." The third Zhou family cultivator, who was more timid and cautious, was afraid of a trick. "You must know that Su Qingyu is a 3-realm powerhouse. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. If she gets angry, she can easily kill us few cultivators." Seeing that the 4 Zhou family cultivators had malicious intentions, Su Qingyu immediately shouted angrily, "If it weren't for the fact that you 4 are from the Zhou family, you would have already lost your heads. Get lost now. W will leave right now." The timid one was so scared he fell silent and hurriedly tried to pull his companions away. However, Zhou Zuan shook his head and said, "Something's not right. With Su Qingyu's background and strength, she doesn't need to give face to our Zhou family. She must be extremely weak right now, trying to trick us into leaving. The burly man said with a sinister face, "That's right, Su Qingyu has been poisoned by the deadly cold poison and won't live long. We might as well take this chance to kill her and seize the forgetting worry fruit." Smack! Zhou Zun immediately slapped the burly man's back of the head hard and said, "Fool, how can we kill such a stunning beauty as Su Qingyu? We must enjoy her properly. Such a gifted beauty cannot be wasted." Hee, Zhou Xiao is right. She is the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou. My goodness. The other Zhou family cultivators had fiery eyes, rubbing their hands with excitement, revealing lewd smiles. Su Qingyu's face was filled with disgust, and she resolutely said, "I will fight to the death to block them. Chinner, you must run quickly and tell the Yi family everything that happened here, and avenge me." "Oh, isn't that the little bastard from the Yi family?" At this moment, the Zhou family members finally turned their attention to Yi Wuchen. It was just that this 3-year-old child had such a low presence that he posed no threat at all and was not worth noting. Zhou Zuin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Humph. It's this waste Yi Wuchen who caused my cousin Jiangmai to fail the assessment and not become Su Qingyu's disciple. Today I will kill you, and my aunt will definitely reward me handsomely." Yi Wuchen remained calm and was thinking of countermeasures, his voice cold. "Your aunt is that cheap woman Zhou Lighting? How dare you mention my aunt's name? You're looking for death." Zhou Zun immediately waved his hand, ordering the burly man to attack. "Zhou Xiao, I will take care of this wild child." The burly man laughed excitedly and charged forward, throwing a punch. The burly man had reached the late stage of, and he was quite confident, thinking it would be easy to deal with a 3-year-old child. Yi Wuchen was furious, his body swirling with thunderous power, blue arcs of electricity crackling. Boom! He also swung out a punch, the lightning blazing with incredible strength. At the moment their fists collided, the burly man let out a terrible scream, his face twisted in agony. Crack! He was sent flying, his entire right arm scorched to charcoal by the lightning, clearly rendered useless. Yi Wuchen showed no hesitation and raised his hand again to unleash another arc of lightning, striking the burly man, causing his body to explode. Flesh and blood flying, dead beyond help. Hiss, what kind of monster is this? Watching their companion being instantly killed, the other 3 felt a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling. At just 3 years old, he had actually reached the perfect stage of. Zhou Zuin's pupils slightly contracted. He was already 16 years old, and his cultivation was only at. If this monster continued to grow, he would surely become a great threat in the future. He must be killed. "All of you, attack together," Zhou Zuin shouted, commanding the 2 subordinates beside him to act simultaneously. Both of these were Zhou family servants, with low cultivation, but they had also reached the 4th level of kill. The tall man wielded a large knife, slashing with a cold gleam, the wind howling. The other held a spear, wildly swinging it, flames burning. Seeing this, Su Qingyu couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Chinarun, their cultivation is 2 small realms higher than yours. You are definitely not their match. Sister Su, believe me, I can handle it." Yi Wuchen raised his hand, the Li Hua Yu Jinzhua shimmering and glowing, the sound of a phoenix crying out. Boom! In an instant, the flames gathered in his palm, then burst forth, the firelight filling the sky, surging forward to attack. The 2 men hadn't even approached before they were instantly engulfed by a rain of firelight, immediately letting out cries of agony. Large patches of skin burned to charcoal. Their expressions twisted with rage, they charged forward again. Right now my cultivation is too low. Even if I activate the Li Hua Yu Jinzhua, my lethality is still insufficient to overcome 2 small realms and defeat the enemy. Ye Vank Fronit. He immediately took out a long sword from the Qinquan Jue and directly executed the snow-slashing sword technique. Clang! The sword tip trembled, resembling snow falling from the sky, a fierce killing intent concealed within. Puff! The tall man had just crossed paths with Yi Wuchen when a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Ugh! He clutched his neck tightly with both hands, his face filled with horror. This sword technique was too strange, sealing his throat in an instant, completely invisible. What a terrifying sword intent. The other man felt a chill in his heart, his expression serious, not daring to underestimate Yi Wuchen anymore. Are you afraid now? Yi Wuchen smiled coldly. His youthful face held an incredibly sharp gaze as he wielded his sword, charging forward, his steps flickering, turning into afterimages. Puff! Once again, it was a simple and direct sword strike, fast, accurate, and ruthless, aimed at the vitals, a true killing technique without any flashy moves. Why, you're not even child. This Zhou family cultivator had his chest pierced directly, blood staining his clothes, looking at Yi Wuchen in shock. To him, this 3-year-old child was far scarier than a devil. The killing was decisive and straightforward, without any hesitation. Facing enemies 2 small realms higher than himself, he remained calm and composed, completely unflustered. The way he handled the situation was almost perfect. How could this be something a 3-year-old child can do? In the blink of an eye, all 3 Zhou family servants were killed. The scene fell into silence. Even Su Qingyu was deeply shocked. These were 3 adult men, and their cultivation levels were all higher than Yi Wuchen's. And just like that, they were easily dealt with? Monster, you truly are a freak. A hint of panic flashed across Zhou Zuin's face. Although he had the cultivation of, the other party's methods were too strange. He had to be cautious and careful. In deep thought, Zhou Zuin immediately took out a bamboo tube, from which flames burst forth, blooming like fireworks in the sky. Su Qingyu was suddenly alarmed and said, "Not good. This guy has companions in the misty forest." Soon, dozens of strong auras approached from the vicinity of the forest. There were too many, at least a dozen. Yi Wuchen used his spiritual sense to perceive, his gaze becoming serious. He had a motto in the cultivation world. If you can't win, run. Never be reckless. Sistersu. I'll take you away. Yi Wuchen did not hesitate, turned around, and ran, simultaneously raising his hand to shoot out a lightning rope that wrapped around Su Qingyu's body. This way, Yi Wuchen could control the lightning rope connected to her wrist, suspending her in the air, tightly dragging her beside him. Of course, he was very delicate in controlling the lightning, ensuring it would not harm Su Qingyu herself. Su Qingyu was very touched. She didn't expect that in such a situation. Yi Wuchen was still determined to take her away. "Chinner, I really don't want to drag you down. Don't say such things. You and I are master and disciple. We are family." Yi Wuchen ran at high speed, his movements strange, quickly leaping and weaving through the branches of the towering trees. This movement technique was called Ghost Shadow Mysterious Step, and when cultivated to perfection, one could leap across mountains and rivers. But with Yi Wuchen's current cultivation, he naturally couldn't do that. Think you can escape? It's not that simple. Zhou Zuin immediately took out a flying artifact to chase after them. While addressing the newly arrived reinforcements from the Zhou family, "We must not let Su Qingyu and Yi Wuchen escape, or we'll all be finished." Upon learning the background of the situation, the arriving Zhou family cultivators understood the severity of the matter. Yi Wuchen was nothing but a discarded pawn of the Marquis's residence. However, behind Su Qingyu stood the legendary alchemist Bei Mu, a big shot they absolutely could not afford to offend. "Chase!" A group of fierce Zhou family cultivators shouted. They had long been lurking in the misty forest, and their kill count was not less than 100, at least 80. They were all ruthless criminals, the thugs raised by the Zhou family. Boom! During the pursuit, daggers and sharp bones brushed past Yi Wuchen dangerously, each time narrowly missing him. Yet, Yi Wuchen skillfully dodged them, casting an angry glance back. The opponents were not very powerful. The highest among them was only at the 5th level of the mortal realm. However, it was too difficult for Yi Wuchen, who needed to cross 3 minor realms to fight back, especially when facing enemies that outnumbered him by tenfold. Unless he could reach the 3rd level of the mortal realm. By then, the gap in cultivation would shrink to 2 minor realms. And with the combat experience accumulated over his previous 8 lives, he would have the ability to fight back. But for now, he could only avoid their attacks. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen was caught off guard as a poison dart struck his back, oozing black blood. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his expression turning colder. Killing intent. A terrifying killing intent surged uncontrollably within him. "No, I can't go mad. Yi Wuchen used his strong willpower to suppress the killing intent within him, enduring the pain and quickening his pace. Chinner, you're injured, and this dart is poisonous. Su Qingyu looked worried. She was genuinely afraid that Yi Wuchen wouldn't be able to hold on, and they would both die. Rather than that, it would be better to let herself be captured and escape alone. This injury is nothing. Yi Wuchen's expression was very cold. If the heavenly level big shots from his last life were here, they would understand that Yi Wuchen was truly enraged, and the consequences would be severe. Unfortunately, the Zhou family cultivators chasing from behind did not comprehend the repercussions of provoking Yi Wuchen. The two parties were in close pursuit. Yi Wuchen had been struck by the poison dart and had to carry Su Qingyu, making it impossible to shake off his pursuers. His physical and spiritual energy were rapidly depleting. After all, he was only 3 years old, and his abilities were not sufficient to support prolonged high-speed running. Oof. This kid's speed is slowing down. It seems his stamina is almost exhausted. He's doomed. The Zhou family cultivators sneered, especially the middle-aged man in black who had released the poison dart, wearing a smug expression. At that moment, Yi Wuchen suddenly stopped while running, noticing a mysterious thunder domain ahead. In the thunder domain, the mist was hazy, accompanied by lightning, and the aura of thunder laws was extremely dense. He was panting, stopping to observe. Meanwhile, the Zhou family cultivators caught up and stopped several dozen meters away, surrounding the two. Zhou Zian, chakit mokingli. Yi Wuchen. You like to run so much. Let's see where you can escape this time. You've been hit by my poison dart, and ahead lies the deadly thunder domain. Little brat, you might as well give up struggling. Perhaps kneeling and calling me grandpa will spare you a whole corpse. The man in black spoke derisively, exuding confidence as if everything was under control. Seeing the other side's assured demeanor, Yi Wuchen smiled. The thunder domain ahead was a dead zone for others, but for him, it was a tremendous opportunity. Because Yi Wuchen practiced the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, which could absorb various elemental law powers. He had previously been troubled by the lack of thunder law to absorb in Beiyuan City, which had kept his cultivation stuck at the second level of the mortal realm. But now, with his thunder domain, it was like someone offering a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Heaven is helping me. Yi Wuchen's gaze sharpened as he memorized the faces of the dozen or so Zhou family cultivators clearly. His voice low. Zhou family cultivators, wait for me. When I emerge from the thunder domain, it will be your death day. Oh. The little brat dares to boast even when death is imminent. Stop the nonsense. Just kill him. The Zhou family cultivators had lost their patience, and several of them immediately rushed forward to deal with Yi Wuchen once and for all. Unexpectedly, Yi Wuchen's eyes turned resolute as he dashed into the hazy, lightning-woven mysterious area ahead. Oh no, that kid rushed into the thunder domain. In an instant, everyone stopped, their expressions frustrated. The man in black said, the thunder domain is fraught with danger and unpredictable. Anyone entering it has a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Yi Wuchen could never survive. Yi Wuchen was naturally not worth mourning, but he had 3 treasures on him, especially the Qiankuan pendant, a family heirloom of the Yi family. What a pity, what a pity. Zhou Zuan's face was dark, his eyes filled with reluctance. Moreover, Su Qingyu was an extraordinary beauty. To think she was also dragged into the thunder domain by Yi Wuchen, her fragrant essence extinguished. He hadn't even enjoyed her yet. One Zhou family cultivator cautiously said, Yi Wuchen is quite the monster. He doesn't act like a 3-year-old child at all. He is decisive and experienced in his actions. To be safe, we should stay near this thunder domain for a while, in case he really escapes. That's reasonable. Yi Wuchen's mere second level of the mortal realm definitely can't last long in the thunder domain. But Su Qingyu is different. Even though she is poisoned, she is still a strong cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, and it's not so easy for her to die. The Zhou family cultivators considered this and decided to remain in the area, waiting for the rabbit to come out of its hole. Inside the thunder domain, the mist was thick and everything around was indistinct. Boom! Occasionally, there would be flashes of lightning and thunder, illuminating the surroundings with a deafening roar. At the same time, erratic arcs of electricity existed in the void, possessing immense power capable of instantly reducing stones to dust. Chinner, I can't hold on much longer. I will fall into a faint for a while in this thunder domain. You must be careful. Su Qingyu's cold poison flared up, causing her unbearable pain. At this moment, she was exhausted, and with her eyes closed, she fell into a deep sleep. Yi Wuchen glanced at Su Qingyu and saw her weakened breath. He immediately took out a dagger, cut his fingertip, and fed her a drop of golden blood from his body. I've spent 3 years accumulating this. It's not easy to condense 3 drops of divine blood. If I give you 1 drop today, only 2 will remain. Reconstituting the divine blood won't be easy. Yi Wuchen smiled bitterly, but to save Su Qingyu's life, he had no other choice. Divine blood can be reconstituted. Life cannot be relived. Gently laying Su Qingyu down on the ground, Yi Wuchen immediately placed the Bai Hai Bianlan belt on her. In an instant, the colorful jade belt shimmered, forming a defensive barrier that protected Su Qingyu within. With this barrier, she could at least defend herself in the peripheral region of the thunder domain. Hiss! The sharp pain from a wound on his back caused Yi Wuchen to break out in a cold sweat, unable to suppress a gasp. This body was simply too weak, innately insufficient. If he hadn't previously absorbed lightning to strengthen his physical body, just this small toxin would have been enough to be fatal. Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique. Yi Wuchen immediately sat cross-legged and began to activate his imperial technique. In an instant, his whole body shimmered with 9-color divine light, brilliant and resplendent, like a celestial flower. Give it to me, swallow. The moment Yi Wuchen opened his eyes, they were unfathomably deep, as if he could see through 100,000 galaxies, ancient and future. Boom! In that instant, all the arcs of electricity in the thunder domain converged towards Yi Wuchen. He seemed like an abyss, greedily devouring everything, fully absorbing it. Boom! The first arc of electricity struck Yi Wuchen, causing his entire body to be torn and bleeding, immense pain surging through him. However, he remained unfazed, fully focusing on activating the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, absorbing the violent thunder energy into his body. In an instant, the wounds on Yi Wuchen's body began to heal rapidly. Boom! Immediately afterward, a second arc of lightning followed, its power even more terrifying. It pierced through his chest, leaving a bloody gash, blood gushing out, and the pain was unbearable. However, after absorbing the power of the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, his injuries began to heal miraculously again. This was a process of repeatedly tearing and healing. But during this time, the pain was excruciating, and those with weak willpower would definitely not be able to endure it. But for Yi Wuchen, his cultivation in the previous 8 lifetimes was just like this. He had long since hardened his heart like a rock, remaining unmoved. Boom! Following that, even more terrifying arcs of lightning surged forth, tearing apart the void, containing astonishing destructive power. Yi Wuchen let out a muffled groan, and his whole body was sent flying, coughing up blood. He remained calm, continuing to sit cross-legged on the ground, urging the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique to absorb the power. This continued throughout the night, a repetitive cycle of tearing and healing. Until dawn, the entire thunder domain finally fell silent. In contrast, Yi Wuchen was covered in wounds, his clothes stained red with blood. However, the aura emanating from him was exceptionally powerful, as if he had been reborn. Breakthrough. In an instant, Yi Wuchen erupted with brilliant 9-color divine light, and the wounds on his body healed instantly, his body becoming radiant and as pure as a baby's. Even the wound on his back, pierced by a poisoned dart, had disappeared. The toxin had long been expelled during his cultivation process. Boom! Yi Wuchen's Danci expanded, and his spiritual power surged. His cultivation broke through. He officially stepped into the 3rd layer of the mortal realm. Bang! Yi Wuchen stood up and threw a punch with his bare hands, producing a sonic boom. This punch reached an incredible force of 2,000 pounds. A 3.5-year-old child could unleash 2,000 pounds of strength, which was unprecedented in the entire Qingzhou. Very good. Now this body has been tempered by the thunder domain. Though not to the extent of being tempered 1,000 times, it is undoubtedly much stronger than before, a complete qualitative change. Yi Wuchen's spirit was radiant, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. He looked towards the outside of the thunder domain, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhou family's cultivators. Your time of death has come. Chapter 23. Everyone present must die. The misty forest was cold and damp. The Zhou family's cultivators waited outside the Thunder Domain for a full day and night, and they were beginning to lose patience. One Zhou family cultivator, drowsy, said, 12 hours have passed, and Yi Wuchen still hasn't come out of the Thunder Domain. It seems he has been struck to ashes by the Thunder Tribulation. We don't need to keep waiting, right? No cultivator in the mortal realm could endure for more than an hour in the Thunder Domain. Yi Wuchen had no chance of survival. The man in black nodded, his narrow eyes flashing with a cold light. Then he shifted his tone and said, however, Su Qingyu is a strong practitioner of the Foundation Establishment realm. It is unlikely she will die so easily. We should be cautious. We need to wait a few more days. You all stay at the exit of the Thunder Domain. I will go explore elsewhere. Zhou Zuan, feeling bored, had exhausted his patience. This group of Zhou family cultivators were his servants, and outsiders naturally did not dare to voice any opinions. Zhou shall wait. Suddenly, the man in black's eyelids twitched violently, and he saw a small figure emerging from the mist of the Thunder Domain, appearing to be about the height of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Zhou Zuan stopped in his tracks, staring at the figure in the mist, his pupils constricting violently. Unable to believe. That monster is actually still alive? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be an illusion? The other Zhou family cultivators also rubbed their eyes, fearing they were mistaken. In the misty forest, there was a complete silence. Only the sound of footsteps gradually approached, bringing an immense sense of pressure. Finally, the mist partially dissipated, revealing the small figure, a tender face becoming vaguely visible. It really was him. The Zhou family cultivators immediately erupted in panic, their scalps tingling, hair standing on end. How could this be possible? A 3.5-year-old child, entering the life-and-death Thunder Domain, enduring for 12 hours, actually still walked out alive. It was utterly absurd. Moreover, he had been struck by my poison dart. A cultivator in the mortal realm should have succumbed to the poison within 3 hours. The man in black gasped, feeling a surge of fear of the unknown within him. Soon, Yi Wuchen walked out of the Thunder Domain. He had changed into a new outfit, and his body had grown significantly taller, giving the illusion that a long year had passed and he had grown a year older. So you're all here, good, to spare me the trouble of searching for you. After Yi Wuchen exited the Thunder Domain, he glanced at the Zhou family cultivators standing several meters away, and seeing that they were all intact, he nodded in satisfaction. You actually didn't die? Zhou Zuan's voice trembled, incredulous. Today, everyone present must die. Yi Wuchen lowered his voice, his eyes suddenly sharp, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. In an instant, the Zhou family members were all filled with dread. The murderous aura erupting from this 3-year-old child was not in the least inferior to that of seasoned warriors who had faced thousands on the battlefield. It's just an illusion. Don't panic. The man in black spoke, maintaining his composure. This kid is just putting on a show. As long as Su Qingyu hasn't recovered her cultivation, we have nothing to fear. Indeed, we still haven't seen Su Qingyu. It seems she has succumbed to the poison and died. Ha, what a false alarm. After receiving the man in black's reminder, all the Zhou family cultivators returned to their senses. That's right, what they feared was only Su Qingyu, not Yi Wuchen. Just a 3-year-old brat. Even if you walked out alive from the Thunder Domain, you can't escape our grasp. That's right, you're delivering yourself to your own death. How foolish. The Zhou family cultivators erupted into laughter. Among them, a tall and muscular man, like a towering iron tower, exuded explosive strength. He had reached the late stage of the 4th layer of the mortal realm, with the strength of an ox, capable of unleashing nearly 1,600 pounds of force. He immediately expressed his loyalty to Zhou Zuan. Zhou Xiao, let me, Iron Bull, tear this little beast's head off and use it as a ball for you. Saying this, Iron Bull charged forward, his footsteps quick, his entire body shimmering with earthy yellow spiritual power, and he slammed a punch down. Yi Wuchen said no more. Directly unleashing a brilliant blue lightning aura, arcs of electricity intertwining, possessing tremendous destructive power, causing the surrounding void to slightly distort. Boom! He gathered the thunderous power into his right arm and swung a punch, the force breaking through 2,000 pounds, combined with the lethality of the thunder element. The impact was no less than 4,000 pounds. At the moment of their clash, Iron Bull's right arm exploded into a mist of blood. His face contorted in agony, letting out a wretched scream as his iron tower-like body was sent flying, crashing through several trees. Shortly after, his neck twisted, and he died on the spot, black smoke rising from his body, his internal organs already charred by the power of thunder. Hiss! Instant kill. The Zhou family members all gasped in shock, their faces pale, their scalps tingling. This monster actually broke through his cultivation in a desperate situation. Stepping into the third layer of the mortal realm, the man in black felt a storm of emotions within him, even if he practiced the devouring technique. It was impossible to devour the power of the laws within the thunder domain, right? Zhou Zuan's forehead beaded with sweat. The devouring technique is a method of demonic cultivation, only able to devour the blood and essence of cultivators. But the power of laws is ethereal and cannot be devoured. This is too strange. Did he encounter some opportunity in the thunder domain? Today, none of you will survive. Yi Wuchen was surrounded by lightning, arcs crackling, his small body exuding an intimidating aura, giving the impression of being invincible. Arrogant. He is just one person. Everyone attack together. That's right, just be careful of his thunder power. The Zhou family cultivators were all enraged. They've been living on the edge in this misty forest for years. How could they be intimidated by a 3-year-old child? Kill. In an instant, the cultivators of the Zhou family united against a common enemy, drawing their swords and rushing forward. Snow-cutting sword. Yi Wuchen directly conjured a sword of thunder using the elements of lightning, arcs of electricity intertwining, dazzling to behold. His figure was slender and solitary, facing enemies that outnumbered him by dozens. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward briskly. The wind howled and the waters were cold. In the clash of blades, life and death often hung by a thread. Yi Wuchen stepped into the misty steps, his movement mysterious and ghostly as he surged into the crowd. A sort of cold light sweeping through, thunder flashing fiercely. Puff! A head flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. The snow-cutting sword technique intertwined with thunder. Its power was even greater. Clang, 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 clang. Yi Wuchen's sword light danced wildly, resembling falling snowflakes, exuding a sense of beauty. He fought alone against over a dozen Zhou family cultivators, showing no signs of panic, remaining calm and composed, advancing and retreating with precision. This kid's movements are too strange. I can't even touch him. What a domineering sword technique. Everyone be careful. In the misty forest, continuous screams pierced the sky, horrifyingly sharp. Several Zhou family members surrounded Yi Wuchen. Blades flashed and sparks flew. In just a few dozen exchanges, 3 from the Zhou family had died tragically, 2 had their heads cut open, and 1 had been bisected, their deaths gruesome and their eyes fierce. He is a devil. Shall we withdraw? Someone was scared out of their wits, their face pale, legs trembling. This 3-year-old is simply unnatural, his gaze as cold as an azura, decisive in killing, every move lethal. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even take down a 3-year-old? Zhou Zuan roared in anger. If we let Yi Wuchen escape, we're all dead. Not to mention whether the Yi family will let us go. Once the legendary alchemist Bei Mu learns of this, the entire Zhou family will be annihilated. That's right. Yi Wuchen must die today. If the news gets out, we won't have a way to live either. The man in black decisively shouted, "Don't hold back. Use your trump cards. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a 3-year-old. His spiritual energy will soon be exhausted." He had realized the seriousness of the situation. Yi Wuchen was simply a natural swordsman. His sword moves were plain and straightforward, every strike deadly. To deal with such a monster, they could only fight with all their might. Kill. At that moment, everyone grew fierce, their eyes filled with bloodshot veins, using their strongest techniques, each glowing with spiritual light. Their auras surging. An ant shaking a tree. Yi Wuchen looked at the 9 figures charging at him, coldly laughing, lifting a foot, and then stamping down fiercely. Boom! Instantly, the ground erupted with blazing thunder, rippling outwards, surging with violent killing intent. Puff, 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 puff. The 9 charging were all coughing blood, sent flying away. Even a man in black at the 5th level of the mortal realm had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Trembling as he said, "This monster must have absorbed the power of the laws in the thunder domain. Otherwise, after just one night, his thunderous might couldn't possibly have increased so many times. And so what? You are all merely a group of dead men." Yi Wuchen did not deny it, his gaze cold as he swept over the crowd, as if looking at a group of dead corpses. Clang! The next moment, Yi Wuchen struck again. His left hand formed a blue crescent, the thunder crescent cutting through the air, instantly piercing the abdomen of a Zhou family cultivator, blood splattering and dyeing the ground red. His right wrist adorned with the fire moon gold bracelet flickered with light, the power of fire elements coalescing, and with a thought, a fire phoenix formed in his palm, bursting forth as a sea of flames, engulfing everything ahead. The rain of fire covered the Zhou family members while they were still defending against the assault. Yi Wuchen had already moved. Holding the thunder sword, arcs of electricity crackled. Kill! Yi Wuchen became excited, as if he had returned to the scene of facing thousands in his past life. Navigating through the battlefield, pushing everything aside, he was the only one who stood supreme, looking down upon the world. Hiss! He charged, his gaze sharp, continuously unleashing thunderous strikes, dispersing the mist and illuminating the forest. A 5th-level mortal cultivator screamed as he was pierced through the chest by a bolt of thunder, without any power to resist. Another attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Yi Wuchen didn't even turn his head, striking back with his sword, blood splattering 3 feet. At this point, Yi Wuchen had perfected the snow-cutting sword to an unparalleled level, flawless and natural. Dealing with this group of nameless individuals was purely a dimensional suppression. As the Zhou family cultivators kept falling, fewer and fewer could stand on their legs. By the end, the corpses lay scattered, blood spreading across the ground like a spider's web. The man in black and Zhou Zuan looked around and found that of the original dozen companions, only the 2 of them remain alive. Everything had happened too suddenly, in just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. This monster had killed over a dozen people. Up to now, no one had even touched the hem of his clothes. Such terrifying combat skills. Even seasoned veterans on the battlefield couldn't compare. Yi Wuchen, who exactly are you? The man in black instinctively took a few steps back, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. He was genuinely afraid. He had never seen such an eerie child. Clearly only a 3rd-grade spiritual root. Clearly only 3 years old. How could Yi Wuchen be so powerful? You don't deserve to know. Yi Wuchen's eyes were extremely cold as the thunder sword transformed into a spear shape and was thrown. Puff! The speed of this thunder spear was too fast, vanishing in an instant. The man in black turned to flee, but was still pierced through the body, pinned against a large tree. The thunder power contained in the spear was extremely violent, scorching hot, instantly burning the man's limbs and internal organs. He grimaced, his body convulsing, letting out a hysterical scream in unbearable pain. Soon, the man in black was burned into a pile of charcoal powder by the thunder power. A gust of wind swept by, carrying the powder away, leaving not even a bone behind. At this moment, Zhou Zuan found himself alone. And when he had to face such a monster alone, he completely panicked, his mind collapsing. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm. If he fought Yi Wuchen, he would undoubtedly die. Yi Wuchen stepped closer, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smile as he said, "Zhou Zuan, I can give you a choice of how to die." Zhou Zuan's legs went weak in fear, his face full of terror as he said, Yi Wuchen, no, brother Yi, don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want." As a spoiled child of the Zhou family, he usually acted domineeringly, indulging in a luxurious life. This man was naturally extremely afraid of death. Since you won't choose, how about I personally give you a choice of a method of death? Yi Wuchen deliberately lowered his voice, speaking slowly. In the demon hall, there was a punishment for death row inmates called 10,000 Petals Blooming, which used extremely skilled knife techniques to cut the prisoner's skin inch by inch without letting blood flow. With thousands of precise cuts, a living person could be transformed into a heartbreakingly beautiful, shocking flower. 10,000 Petals Blooming. Just hearing that name, made Zhou Zuan feel a deep-seated fear. After hearing the details, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he urinated on the spot, collapsing to the ground. His face pale as he said, "Brother Yi, we are relatives. Please spare me this time." "Brother Yi, I really know I was wrong. I deserve to die. I didn't recognize the great mountain." In his words, Zhou Zuan was bowing and slapping himself, completely a coward. Relatives? Yi Wuchen thought of that wretched woman Zhou Lighting, his killing intent intensifying. "You think you are worthy to be my relative?" Yes, I'm unworthy. I deserve to die, but no matter what, I am still the legitimate son of the Zhou family. Just like the Yi family. The Zhou family is also a family that has sought refuge under the Northtown Marquis's house. Given our relationship, Brother Yi, just treat me like a fart and let me go, I beg you." Zhou Zun, who had been so arrogant before, was now excessively flattering, kneeling on the ground and constantly pleading for mercy. Yi Wuchen couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. A bolt of thunder shaped like a crescent moon gathered in his hand and directly beheaded Zhou Zuan. Chapter 25. Su Qingyu Awakens. After devouring the laws of the Thunder Domain, my thunder power has increased several times and is nearing the second stage. Yi Wuchen was very satisfied with today's results. Thunder power is divided into 7 stages. The first stage is green, the second stage is blue, the third stage is red, and so on. The ultimate form of thunder power is actually golden. Once it evolves to the ultimate form, it can shatter mountains and burn the heavens and boil the seas with a snap of the fingers. However, in this small and barren place of Qingzhou, it is very difficult to break through to the second stage of thunder power. One must have sufficient opportunities. Yi Wuchen knew that cultivation cannot be rushed. Although this body of his had greatly increased in strength after being tempered by the thunder domain, it was still far from being able to bear the thunder power of the second stage. He must rely on a large amount of cultivation resources to nourish his body, at least to reach the strength of the second stage. What is a second stage body? A punch must be able to unleash at least 10,000 pounds of brute force to meet the standard. Currently, Yi Wuchen could only explode with a maximum of 2,000 pounds of pure strength with one punch. There was still quite a distance from the second stage. At this moment, Yi Wuchen keenly sensed that there were powerful auras approaching nearby, and there were many of them. Better hide. He immediately dashed into the thunder domain and concealed himself. Shortly after, a group of cultivators from the Northtown Marquis's house appeared. Among them were Jiangmai and Zhou Lighting. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhou Lighting looked at the corpses of the Zhou family cultivators scattered on the ground and was instantly filled with shock and anger, especially when she discovered Zhou Zuan's corpse. And she let out a piercing scream. Who killed my nephew? Young madam, these 10 or so corpses still have residual warmth. They must have just died not long ago. The murderer is likely nearby. A cultivator from a Northtown Marquis's house examined the corpses and made a judgment, then scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. This person was a gathering spirit realm cultivator. Yi Wuchen's gaze became serious, and he dared not be careless. He retreated a few steps and hid in the thick fog. The laws of thunder in the thunder domain had been completely devoured by him, posing no threat to outsiders. He hoped these people wouldn't discover anything unusual. He remained on high alert. With his current means, if he wanted to contend with a gathering spirit realm cultivator, he could only use some extreme methods, which would greatly harm his body. Fortunately, the group of cultivators from the Northtown Marquis's house did not discover anything unusual. Upon seeing the existence of the thunder domain, they all showed wary expressions, clearly afraid to step into this forbidden area. Well, my nephew. Who is it? You must find a true murderer for me. Zhou Lighting's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Her expression twisted, and her crying was incredibly mournful. At this moment, Jiangmai spoke. Mother, my cousin was killed by someone using thunder power. There are only a handful of cultivators who practice thunder power near Beiyuan City. Perhaps we can investigate from this angle. Thunder power? Zhou Lighting pondered, her eyes flashing with cold light. That wretched girl Yuli is a cultivator of the thunder technique. Could it be her cruelly seeking revenge on my Zhou family? A middle-aged man in armor shook his head and said, Yuli is a gathering spirit realm expert. If the murderer were her, she could have instantly wiped out these 10 or so Zhou family members. The scene clearly experienced a fierce battle, and judging from the wounds on the deceased, the killer is undoubtedly a ruthless character seasoned in battle, striking to kill, extremely brutal. If it's not Yilioli, then who could it be? My Zhou family is backed by the Northtown Marquis house. Who would dare to be so arrogant? Zhou Lighting was very agitated. She usually doted on this nephew. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought Zhou Zuan along with Jiang Mai to the Misty Forest for training. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned. From the fluctuations of spiritual power at the scene, it seems the person who acted only has the cultivation of the third layer of the mortal realm, yet they managed to kill dozens of Zhou family cultivators across levels. They must be a top genius from some family. Their identity must be extraordinary. Only the third layer of the mortal realm? Zhou Lighting showed an expression of disbelief. Fighting across two small cultivation realms and being able to take on 10 at once is indeed a testament to extraordinary talent. It's strange. Logically, this murderer should be quite young, yet their killing methods are more ruthless than many seasoned veterans, which is truly bizarre and hard to comprehend. Another old general from the Marquis' house shook his head, a look of confusion crossing his eyes. Jiang Mai stared at the corpses on the scene for a long time, suddenly recalling a small figure. Ye Yuchen. That sharp and intimidating sword intent felt familiar. Half a year ago, Jiang Mai had personally experienced it. The despairing power was simply unmatched. Impossible, it can't be him. Jiang Mai's face turned somewhat grim. He didn't care much about the tragic death of a debauched cousin. But if the murderer was Yi Wuchen, he would have to be cautious. A waste with a third-grade spiritual root. How could he grow so fast? This made Jiang Mai feel pressured. Mu'er, who is that person you just mentioned? Zhou Lighting looked at her son in surprise, rarely seeing him so flustered. Mother, it's nothing. I might just be overthinking it. Jiang Mai shook his head. He didn't have enough evidence to prove that this incident was caused by Yi Wuchen. For now, it was just a suspicion. Because the sword intent lingering on several Zhou family cultivators was too similar to the sword intent he had faced when he lost to Yi Wuchen. It was as if it had been carved from the same mold. How am I going to explain this to third brother? I shouldn't have brought him to the Misty Forest. Now, I've caused such a disaster. Zhou Lighting's hair was disheveled, and she seemed to have lost all her previous vigor. Zhou Lighting, Yi Wuchen will not let this go. In the midst of the Thunder Domain, a cold light flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. He always repays enmity, even from afar. After waiting for a full hour, Zhou Lighting and the others finally cleaned up the corpses and left the scene. However, Yi Wuchen did not move. He discovered that a storage bag had been left behind at the scene, containing some valuable items. Such small tricks, do they think they can lure me out? Yi Wuchen remained patient, hiding in the fog without moving. Sure enough, after another half an hour, Zhou Lighting and her group returned, looking at the storage bag on the ground with disappointment. It seems the murderer really has left. The old general of the Marquis' house collected the storage bag, shaking his head helplessly. This time, they really left and would not return. But Yi Wuchen still did not move. Better safe than sorry. It wasn't until half a day later that Yi Wuchen finally emerged from the mist of the Thunder Domain, personally testing the area to confirm there was no danger before he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally gone, Yi Wuchen immediately returned to the Thunder Domain, reached out and touched Su Qingyu's skin, finding that it was no longer so cold. It seemed the cold poison had been completely suppressed by his golden divine blood. At this moment, Su Qingyu's long eyelashes trembled, slowly waking up, her stunning face filled with confusion as she glanced at Yi Wuchen and said, "Chinner, where are we?" Chapter 26, Tianqing Pavilion. Sister Su, you don't need to be afraid. We are in a very safe place now. Yi Wuchen quickly helped her sit up. This is in the Thunder Domain? Su Qingyu looked around at the nearby environment, surprised. However, the thunder power in this Thunder Domain was very weak and had no offensive capability, which was really strange. Then, Su Qingyu looked at Yi Wuchen again, feeling as if she had just woken from a dream. She noticed that this little guy had grown quite a bit, and his height was already close to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Even the breath felt quite unfamiliar, as if the whole person had been completely reborn. Chinner, you actually broke through your cultivation and reached the third layer of the mortal realm? Su Qingyu, who was a powerful figure in the Foundation establishment realm, immediately noticed something was off. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, both surprised and astonished. Yi Wuchen awkwardly scratched his head and said, Sister Su, we were chased by the Zhou family's cultivators before, and I had no choice but to enter the Thunder Domain. I suddenly discovered that the power in the Thunder Domain could actually be absorbed. So you absorbed the power of the laws in the Thunder Domain and took the opportunity to break through your cultivation? That's right. This is the power of the laws. Ethereal and elusive, only comprehensible but not perceptible. You can actually devour the power of the Thunder Law and transform it into your own cultivation. Su Qingyu felt as if her worldview had been shattered. She had seen many talented young people, each with extraordinary talents and remarkable achievements. But to hear of a prodigy who could absorb the laws of thunder at just 3 years old was unheard of. Su Qingyu immediately said seriously, "Your ability is too powerful and must be kept a secret. It's best not to tell anyone." I understand, Sister Su. Yi Wuchen nodded. What about the Zhou family cultivators? Su Qingyu recalled their previous encounter and couldn't help but feel angry. Those Zhou family scoundrels actually took advantage of her cold poison outbreak to attack her when she was vulnerable. It was truly despicable. Yi Wuchen stated truthfully, "I killed them all." He knew this matter couldn't be hidden from Su Qingyu, so it was better to be honest. "You single-handedly exterminated them all?" Su Qingyu felt a surge of disbelief. Previously, she had some doubts about Yi Wuchen being a genius in swordsmanship, but now she had no choice but to believe it. Yi Wuchen said seriously, Sister Su, I hope you can keep this matter secret and not tell my family, lest they not allow me to go out for training in the future. Such a big matter. Not telling them seems inappropriate, right? Su Qingyu frowned slightly. Yi Wuchen was just a child after all. Adults should have the right to know. No, if my grandfather finds out about this, he will definitely fall out with the Zhou family, and trouble will inevitably arise. Besides, I might also be resented by the Zhou family. Well, that's okay. Anyway, Zhou Zuan and the others are already dead. Suinyu ultimately agreed. Then she took out a flying carpet, holding Yi Wuchen in her arms, and they headed back to Beiyuan City. During this time, Yi Wuchen wanted to struggle. After all, he was also a man, facing such a stunning beauty as Su Qingyu. He couldn't help but feel a little moved. Are you shy? Su Qingyu found it amusing and, during the moment, kissed him on the cheek, saying, "What a cute little boy." She knew that if it weren't for Yi Wuchen risking his life to save her this time, she would have had no chance of survival. Therefore, Su Qingyu had already regarded him as family, doting on him like a younger brother. Sister Su, men and women should not be too close. Please put me down. Yi Wuchen shyly wiped the lipstick mark off his face, the warmth lingering, with a faint fragrance of gardenia. When they returned to Beiyuan City, a large number of troops retreating from the front lines appeared outside the city. Among them were many wounded soldiers, some missing limbs with horrific wounds, and even some severely injured who had been cut in half, clearly not long for this world. Su Qingyu looked at such a scene and couldn't bear it, saying, "Alas, the front lines in the northern border are in constant turmoil, causing the people to suffer, with corpses everywhere. Sister Su, why is there continuous warfare at the northern border of Qingzhou?" Yi Wuchen asked curiously. Qingzhou and Shizhou have always been at odds. It's an old grudge. Ultimately, it's a struggle for territory and interests. Shizhou's methods are despicable. They secretly collude with demonic cultivators, inciting them to attack our Qingzhou's northern border defense, which has led to a surge in casualties. Your uncle, Yi Tianyu, is one of the victims. Colluding with demonic cultivators? Yi Wuchen's eyes narrowed slightly. Demonic cultivators are brutal, cultivating by devouring the blood and essence of living beings, committing atrocities, and are deserving of heavenly punishment. He didn't expect that a nation like Shizhou would stoop to colluding with demonic cultivators to attack Qingzhou. Let's not talk about this for now. We need to treat your uncle's illness first. Su Qingyu quickened her pace, returning to the Yi family. Chinner, you're finally back. Yi Liuli had been restless for the past few days, even regretting her previous decision. At this moment, seeing Yi Wuchen return safely, her eyes turned red with tears as she tightly hugged him. Su Qingyu hurriedly comforted her from the side. Sister Liuli, Chinner has been very sensible on the way, helping me a lot. Although he's only a little over 3 years old, he is already more reliable than many adult men. This was indeed the truth. If Yi Liuli hadn't previously agreed to let Yi Wuchen accompany her when the deadly, cold poison broke out. Su Qingyu might not have been able to walk out of the misty forest alive. It's good that you didn't cause trouble for Miss Su. Yi Yuli felt relieved and, upon discovering her son's cultivation had advanced, joyfully said, "Chinner, you broke through your cultivation?" "Yes, mother. I encountered many opportunities in the misty forest and took the chance to break through." Yi Wuchen nodded, looking very obedient and lively. "What is Uncle Yi Tianyu's current condition?" Su Qingyu asked directly. Yi Yuli shook her head, her face full of worry. "My brother's condition is not optimistic, and furthermore, the other two medicinal materials that Miss Su needs, we haven't been able to buy at all, simply because the situation at the northern border is tense, and a large amount of medicinal materials has already been purchased by other families." Su Qingyu frowned immediately. "What about the Tianqing Pavilion?" The Tianqing Pavilion is the largest merchant association in Qingzhou. They shouldn't be lacking in medicinal materials. The Tianqing Pavilion does have these medicinal materials, but they have already been booked in advance by a mysterious figure and are unwilling to sell them to us, Yi Yuli said with a worried expression. Mysterious figure? It can't be Zhou Lighting causing trouble behind the scenes, right? Su Qingyu immediately thought of the Zhou family. At this time, Yi Jiaming walked over from a distance, saying, "Our Yi family hasn't been able to find out who the person behind this is, but the Tianqing Pavilion has always valued integrity in business. Once the medicinal materials are booked by customers, they are unwilling to sell them again, no matter how high a price you offer. The Tianqing Pavilion is quite mysterious in Qingzhou, with complicated forces. Even the royal family has to give them face. Such a colossal entity, the Yi family simply cannot provoke. No, we must buy those two medicinal materials. Otherwise, Uncle Yi Tianyu might not last much longer." Su Qingyu's expression was serious, feeling anxious. At this moment, Yi Wuchen was stroking his chin, lost in thought, with a glimmer of recollection in his eyes. Tianqing Pavilion? In my previous life, one of my disciples, named Gu Tianqing, was the founder of the Tianqing Pavilion. Gu Tianqing had considerable talent for business, and he opened the Tianqing Pavilion in many regions. I didn't expect that there would be traces of him left on this small Zhuke star. However, this Zhuke star should be a sealed planet, right? Logically speaking, external forces shouldn't be able to penetrate here. Yi Wuchen narrowed his eyes, pondering the origins of this Tianqing Pavilion. If this Tianqing Pavilion was indeed founded by his disciple Gu Tianqing from his previous life, it would mean that Zhuke star is not entirely sealed off. External forces can still enter here. In that case, he would have to be cautious. After all, after being betrayed by Mu Yunxi, most of his original subordinates had already been incorporated by Empress Yunxi. Gu Tianqing's loyalty might not be able to withstand the test. Once his whereabouts are exposed, it will be very dangerous. But in this small place of Beiyuan City, using the lowest level secret key privileges of the Tianqing Pavilion should be fine. Now that the situation is urgent, Yi Wuchen could only take the risk. After thinking about it, Yi Wuchen immediately tugged at Su Qingyu's hand and said, "Sister Su, how about we go to the Tianqing Pavilion and try our luck? My master Baimu has cooperated with the Tianqing Pavilion before. Maybe they will give us some face." Su Qingyu nodded, then pinched Yi Wuchen's cheek and said, "Chainer, your words can stay with your mother. I can go by myself. No, I also want to go to Tianqing Pavilion to see the world. Maybe I can help." Yi Wuchen pouted and acted cute, feeling quite helpless. The downside of being a 3-year-old was that others often didn't let you join in on things. Recalling the experiences in the misty forest, Su Qingyu acknowledged that Yi Wuchen was indeed an indispensable assistant. She immediately nodded and said, "Head of the Yi family, please think of other ways to find linglong flower and yueyao root. I'll take Chainer to Tianqing Pavilion right now. Then I trouble you, Su Gongfeng." Yi Jiaming immediately cupped his hands seriously. In an instant, Yi Wuchen and Su Qingyu hurried towards Tianqing Pavilion. Beiyuan City was bustling with activity, with traffic flowing like a river and the sounds of vendors calling out filling the streets, showcasing a thriving trade. In the most prosperous central area of the city, a 7-story pagoda-like building stood tall and majestic. Those who could enter and exit were all prominent nobles, while ordinary people could only look on in awe, as they simply couldn't afford to consume here. As the saying goes, cultivation is an art of burning money. Without money, It is as difficult to step onto the path of cultivators as ascending to the heavens. Inside Tianqing Pavilion, this saying was vividly displayed, with precious herbs and rare treasures available in abundance. The prices of the goods exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. All transactions were conducted with spirit stones. Suingyu, at the age of 20, had an exceptionally beautiful oval face with elegantly arched eyebrows and charming water-like eyes, stunningly beautiful. She wore a light blue dress, the hem light and airy like the wings of a dream, gently swaying and outlining her long and graceful figure, her skin as white as jade, shining brilliantly. When Su Qingyu appeared outside Tianqing Pavilion, she immediately attracted people's attention. Look, the number one beauty of Qingzhou has appeared. So beautiful, emerging from the mud, yet untainted. Washing in clear waters, yet not seductive. That figure, those snow-white long legs. In the bustling market, it immediately caused a stir, with countless men gazing at her with burning eyes, enchanted and deeply captivated. I also want to become that child, held by the beautiful Su. TSK, the ice-cold beauty. Absolutely stunning. Hearing the voices around her, Su Qingyu felt somewhat displeased. If it weren't necessary, she would least like to appear in such a crowded and noisy environment. She quickened her pace, holding Yi Wuchen's hand as they entered Tianqing Pavilion. The first floor of Tianqing Pavilion was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, resplendent and imposing, as if one were in a royal palace. Tianqing Pavilion is indeed wealthy. Even the decoration in this small branch in Beiyuan City is so luxurious. When customers stepped into Tianqing Pavilion, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With Su Qingyu's captivating beauty and exceptional temperament, the female manager of Tianqing Pavilion naturally noticed her at first glance. This is clearly a big customer. The female manager, with a pleasant demeanor, approached with a smile and asked, "Miss Su, have you come to Tianqing Pavilion today to purchase any herbs?" Su Qingyu nodded and said, "I urgently need linglong flower and yuya root. Please lead the way, manager." Linglong flower, yuya root? The manager's expression immediately showed difficulty as she said, "Miss Su, you may not know, but these two herbs have already been bought out by young Master Zhou from the Zhou family, and he is currently picking them up on the third floor. If you're in urgent need, you can buy some from young Master Zhou." Young Master Zhou? Which Zhou? Su Qingyu's face showed displeasure. Which young Master Zhou could it be? It is naturally young Master Zhou Zian, the most talented member of the younger generation of the Zhou family, who has entered the Tianjian sect. Tianjian sect, Zhou Ziyuan. Yi Wuchen had heard this name slightly. Zhou Zian was the direct grandson of the head of the Zhou family in Beiyuan City, who awakened a 6th-grade spirit root, with outstanding talent, surpassing his peers. At just 20 years old, he had already reached the 5th level of spirit gathering. He was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Zhou family and had a good chance of inheriting the position of head of the family in the future. Why did Zhou Ziyuan buy out all the linglong flower and yuya root? It was clearly aimed at targeting the Yi family. Su Qingyu was furious. The Zhou family members repeatedly caused trouble, which was simply unbearable. "Let's go, we'll check on the third floor." She immediately took Yi Wuchen to the third floor. The manager could only follow helplessly behind. Now that I bought all the linglong flower and yuya root in advance, I want to see how the Yi family will kneel and beg for mercy later. On the third floor of Tianqing Pavilion, Zhou Ziyuan was chatting and laughing with several fellow disciples of the Xianjin sect, looking quite happy. He was very pleased with his actions today. In free trade, no one could find fault with it. As soon as Su Qingyu arrived on the third floor, she heard Zhou Ziyuan bragging with his fellow disciples of the Tianjin sect. This guy was indeed intentional, coming specifically to target the Yi family. At that moment, Su Qingyu could no longer contain her anger and said, "Zhou Ziyuan, how did you know that our Yi family urgently needed these two herbs?" Zhou Ziyan, seeing the main character come to him, was first slightly surprised. Then, upon realizing that the other party was the number one beauty of Qingzhou, his eyes instantly became heated. It was actually Su Qingyu who came in person. Such an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Although she was sickly and had little time left, if he could get close to her, it would be an exceptional opportunity. In an instant, Zhou Ziyuan's thoughts became more active. He had previously just wanted to extort the Yi family. Now, however, the situation was different. If he could grasp Su Qingyu, their relationship could even grow closer. Just thinking about it made Zhou Ziyuan feel a surge of excitement. He cleared his throat and said, Miss Su, I don't understand what you're talking about. Acquiring these Linglong flower and your root is necessary for war reserves, and I'm just acting on behalf of the Tianjin sect. What does it have to do with your Yi family? You still want to argue? Su Qingyu's gaze turned cold as she said, I clearly heard that you bought these 2 herbs just to target the Yi family. Don't you know that Yi Tianyu was injured while guarding the border? He protects the peace of the Qingzhou people, and you actually commit such despicable and immoral acts out of your personal grievances. Don't you feel the slightest bit of shame? Seeing that Su Qingyu's words were so harsh, Zhou Ziyuan simply stopped pretending and sneered, he protects the Qingzhou people. What does that have to do with me? My purchase of herbs is in accordance with the orders of the Tianjin sect to accumulate herbs for war reserves. Isn't that the right thing to do? Several disciples of the Tianjin sect nearby immediately chimed in. Exactly. Tianqing Pavilion isn't owned by Miss Su, so is it not allowed for Tianqing Pavilion to open for business? Yes, first come, first served. We reserve the herbs in advance, so they should belong to us. With the support of his companions, Zhou Ziyan became even more smug and revealed a playful expression as he said, Miss Su, these Linglong flower and Yue root aren't that important to me. But for your Yi family, they can determine Yi Tianyu's life and death. If Miss Su can agree to one of my conditions, I will hand over these 2 herbs to you. At this point, Zhou Ziyan looked at Su Qingyu with increasingly bold and fiery eyes, his inner desires reaching their peak. Su Qingyu was as cold as frost, and a hint of killing intent rose in her heart as she said, You better keep your filthy eyes to yourself, or I'll blind them immediately. All right, Miss Su is quite the temper. I can't afford to offend you. However, you can forget about getting the Linglong flower and Yue root. As far as I know, not only in Beiyuan City, but in other cities, these important herbs have also been completely bought out. As Zhou Ziyuan spoke, he became even more arrogant. Chapter 28. The highest level of hospitality. Su Qingyu was so angry that her fists were clenched tightly, and she immediately looked at the female manager and said, Whatever price Zhou Ziyuan offers, I am willing to add 10 times on top. The female manager's expression was difficult as she said, Tianqing Pavilion has always operated with integrity. First come, first served. Miss Su, please don't make things difficult for us. This rule was set by old ancestor Gu, and no one can change it. For a moment, Su Qingyu was at a loss for what to do about Zhou Ziyuan. The Tianqing Pavilion has achieved such a large scale, with branches all over the Zhuke star. Indeed, emphasizing integrity as its foundation. Anyone who dares to break the rules of Tianqing Pavilion is going against it. Although Tianqing Pavilion is just a business association, the powerful beings it serves are among the top in the cultivation world. Even the royal family of Qingzhou would not dare to engage in coercive trading here. Therefore, Su Qingyu knew clearly that even if she spent 100 times the price, it would be difficult to change Tianqing Pavilion's mind. After all, they really didn't lack money. Thinking of this, Su Qingyu bit her lip, her expression conflicted. Was Zhou Ziyuan the only path left for her now? Seeing that Su Qingyu seemed to be considering changing her mind, Zhou Ziyuan immediately smiled and said, Miss Su, I won't make any excessive demands. As long as you can have a drink with me and spend a pleasant evening. Yi Wuchen interrupted immediately. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you deserve it? Being publicly mocked by a 3-year-old child, Zhou Ziyuan's face turned somewhat ugly, his gaze cold as he said, Little brat, you have no say here. If you want your uncle to live, there's only one way now. Kneel down and beg me. Zhou Ziyuan, isn't it just Linglong, flower, and crescent root? Manager sister, please bring me a portion. Yi Wuchen, uninterested in Zhou Ziyuan, held a red paper talisman and looked at the female manager. Little brother, we don't have those 2 herbs anymore. This is? The female manager revealed a sweet smile. But when she saw the red paper talisman in Yi Wuchen's hand, her expression froze, and she gasped. That was a key, the highest level key of Tianqing Pavilion. If it was genuine, it would mean this child had a close relationship with several high-ranking figures in Tianqing Pavilion. For a moment, the female manager didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said to Yi Wuchen, Young Master Yi, May I take the talisman in your hand to show it to Pavilion Master's son? Yi Wuchen nodded and said, sure. Just a paper talisman drawn by a child. What is so remarkable about it to warrant such a fuss? Zhou Ziyuan scoffed, then took out an orange token from his waist to show off. This token in my hand is a second-tier token of Tianqing Pavilion. Not only can I enjoy discounts when purchasing here, but I can also enjoy certain privileges. It's actually a second-tier token. Zhou Xiao really has a distinguished background. Of course, the Zhou family, where Zhou Xiao is from, has a close partnership with Tianqing Pavilion and often does business with them. The disciples of the Tianjin sect began to flatter him. Su Qingyu curiously looked at Yi Wuchen and asked, Chen'er, what was the paper talisman you took out just now? Sister Su, just wait and see. Soon, they will naturally present the herbs to us. Yi Wuchen said confidently, ha ha ha, this little brat is truly ignorant. A giant like Tianqing Pavilion doesn't need to give anyone face. How could they possibly break their rules because of you? Wishful thinking. Zhou Ziyuan and his companions laughed mockingly. At this moment, an old man with gray hair hurriedly walked down from upstairs, looking very nervous. It's Pavilion Master's son. I've met Pavilion Master's son. Zhou Ziyan and the others quickly retracted their smiles, respectfully cupping their hands to salute Pavilion Master Sunday. However, Pavilion Master's son completely ignored Zhou Ziyuan and the others, quickly approaching Yi Wuchen and asking, young master, where did you get the paper talisman in your hand? Yi Wuchen casually replied, from a particularly mysterious senior. He said, we are fated, so he gave me the talisman. In fact, this key of Tianqing Pavilion was something Yi Wuchen had designed casually back in the day and had given to Gu Tianqing. The red paper talisman in front of him was just the lowest level key. However, in this small Zhuke star, only the top elders of Tianqing Pavilion could replicate it. According to Tianqing Pavilion's rules, seeing the key is like seeing the elder of the main pavilion in person. Young master, you must receive 3 bows from me. Pavilion Master's son said, a serious expression on his face, as he respectfully bent down and cupped his hands in a bow 3 times to Yi Wuchen. Such a grand gesture from Pavilion Master's son was something no one in the entire Beiyuan city could withstand. Yet now, he was doing it to a 3-year-old child. Suddenly, the entire Tianqing Pavilion fell into a terrifying silence. Zhou Ziyuan's jaw dropped, his eyes widened as he said, Pavilion Master's son, this little brat can't possibly be just scribbling. You must have recognized him wrong? Slap. Pavilion Master's son immediately backhanded Zhou Ziyuan across the face, furiously saying, you mean to say I'm getting old and my eyesight is failing if I can't even recognize the highest level key of Tianqing Pavilion? No, that's not what I meant. Zhou Ziyuan's face was marked with a bright red handprint, and he covered his face in pain, feeling wronged. Yi Wuchen is just a waste with a 3rd-grade spirit root. How could he possibly be valued by the highest elders of Tianqing Pavilion? There must be something fishy about this. Pavilion Master's son angrily retorted, humph, daring to disrespect our esteemed guest of Tianqing Pavilion. You must be tired of living. No, no. Pavilion Master's son, I was presumptuous and rude. I was wrong. Zhou Ziyuan quickly begged for mercy. The power of Tianqing Pavilion was too great. His small Zhou family could not bear its wrath. Yi Wuchen, anxious to save him, turned to Pavilion Master's son and asked, Pavilion Master's son, can I have those 2 herbs I wanted? Of course, it's convenient. Pavilion Master's son nodded respectfully, not daring to act out of line. Right now, let alone a 3-year-old child, even a pig holding the highest level key would be treated with utmost respect. Yi Wuchen immediately said, I want all the linglong flowers and crescent roots in Tianqing Pavilion. No problem. Pavilion Master's son replied without hesitation. Wait, really no problem? Su Qingyu was dumbfounded, still unable to believe this was true. Tianqing Pavilion didn't even give her teacher, Baimu, any face. Now, actually changed their attitude drastically because of a key? It was truly magical. Yi Wuchen then asked, what level of Tianqing Pavilion token can I get with this key? A 5th-tier token. The holder of this token will be one of the most important clients of Tianqing Pavilion. Pavilion Master's son directly took out a purple golden token and handed it to Yi Wuchen. A 5th-tier token? Although it's not that impressive, it'll do. Yi Wuchen took the token and deliberately glanced at Zhou Ziyuan. 5th-tier token? Zhou Ziyuan's face turned extremely ugly. His Zhou family had cooperated with Tianqing Pavilion for hundreds of years and had only obtained a mere second-tier token. This little brat, by presenting a so-called red paper talisman, could actually obtain the coveted fifth-tier token that all families envied. Obtaining a fifth-tier token meant that the Yi family could conduct much more business with Tianqing Pavilion in the future, and the profits from just 1 year would be immeasurable. Therefore, the value of this token was priceless. Just thinking about how he had just flaunted his second-tier token, Zhou Ziyuan felt his face burn with embarrassment, as if he were just an ignorant clown. Moreover, a more serious problem was that Yi Wuchen wanted to buy all the linglong flowers and crescent roots. Zhou Ziyuan anxiously pleaded with Pavilion Master's son. Pavilion Master's son, Tianqing Pavilion has always operated with integrity. You can't do this. If this continues, I won't be able to complete the acquisition task assigned by the Tianjin sect, and I will face punishment. Pavilion Master's son coldly replied, "Umph. You dared to disrespect our esteemed guest of Tianqing Pavilion. How foolish. Now, not only will you fail your sect's task, but your second-tier token must also be revoked. From now on, your Zhou family will never be able to do business with Tianqing Pavilion again." What? You want to blacklist my Zhou family? Zhou Ziyuan was struck by lightning, completely panicking. Even his legs felt weak, almost kneeling on the ground. Failing to complete the sect's task would only lead to some punishment. Once the Zhou family's business cooperation with the Tianqing Pavilion is terminated, their financial resources will be cut off, leading to bankruptcy. A consequence far beyond what he can bear. Chapter 29. The Northern Marquis' residence begins to regret. Reflecting on the various causes and effects, Zhou Ziyuan couldn't help but feel regret. His face turned pale, and he looked wilted, no longer displaying the previous spirited demeanor. One reaps what one sows. Su Qingyu glanced indifferently at Zhou Ziyuan, then took Yi Wuchan's hand and turned to leave. Wait! At that moment, Zhou Ziyuan suddenly shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth and saying, "Su Qingyu, if you take those 2 medicinal herbs away today, you will have made a deadly enemy of the Zhou family and the Tianjin sect. You may not care about your lifespan, but what about the Yi family? What about Yi Wuchan?" At this point, it was a blatant threat. Su Qingyu hesitated slightly. Yes, she could disregard the Zhou family and the Tianjin sect, but not the Yi family. No, Yi Wuchan shook his head, turning to Zhou Ziyuan and saying, "You are just a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Can you represent the entire sect? In fact, you can't even represent the Zhou family because from now on, your days in the Zhou family probably won't be that good. Right?" This statement immediately pierced Zhou Ziyuan's heart. Zhou Ziyuan's expression became even more unsightly. But he had no rebuttal because he had indeed done something foolish that led to the Zhou family being expelled from the Tianqing Pavilion's collaboration. "Let us go. Sister Su, there's no need to continue entangling with someone so self-righteous." Yi Wuchan tightly held Su Qingyu's slender hand and led her directly downstairs. Elder son, with his white hair and nearing 80, was quite hunched over but still personally saw Yi Wuchan and Su Qingyu out, earnestly saying, "Young Master Yi, if you ever need help, just let me know." Logically speaking, the key to the Tianqing Pavilion is a consumable item and should be burned after use. However, Elder Son wanted to make progress too much. This young child was favored by the highest level of the Zhuke Star Tianqing Pavilion, so he must have something extraordinary about him, making it worthwhile to form a good relationship. While pondering, Yi Wuchan went along with it and said, "Elder Son, if I encounter that mysterious old man again, I will certainly speak well of you in front of him." Elder Son hadn't expected that despite Yi Wuchan's young age, he could be so insightful, and he immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you so much, young master." "All right, then Elder Son, please stay." Suinu smiled lightly, bright as a flower, as if the warm sun of spring had bloomed, intoxicating those around her. On the way back, Su Qingyu was in an extremely good mood and occasionally looked curiously at Yi Wuchan, asking, "Chaner, did you really meet a mysterious old man before? Did he give you the key to the Tianqing Pavilion?" "Yes," the mysterious old man said, "I have exceptional talent and will achieve great success in the future. Wanted to form a good relationship with me." Yi Wuchan nodded repeatedly, looking innocent and harmless. It's hard to believe that such adventures exist in the world. Su Qingyu couldn't help but sigh, suddenly realizing that whenever she was with Yi Wuchen, they always seemed to resolve various problems through coincidence. Just as Yi Liuli often said, "My son is a person of great fortune. Ever since I became pregnant with Chon'er, good luck has been continuous. Like the inexplicable elimination of the Sacred Mountain's curse. Like Yi Liuli gaining enlightenment one day, obtaining thunder techniques, and rapidly increasing her cultivation. All these miraculous events seemed to be heavenly fortune, but upon closer inspection, they were all related to Yi Wuchen. For a moment, Su Qingyu became even more curious about this little fellow. Could it be that he truly is the child of destiny? Or was there some other reason? With her brows slightly furrowed in thought, Su Qingyu had already returned to the Yi residence. When Yi Jiaming, Yi Rongfeng, and Yi Liuli learned about the ins and outs of the Tianqing Pavilion, they were all shocked. "Chon'er, not only did you obtain those 2 medicinal herbs, but you also made Zhou Ziyuan suffer greatly. Ha! That is so satisfying." Yi Rongfeng felt a sense of relief. The Zhou family and the Yi family are both families affiliated with the Northern Marquis residence. The conflict between the two families has become increasingly fierce in recent years, especially with the Zhou family secretly employing underhanded tactics, causing the Yi family to suffer numerous hidden losses. Now seeing Zhou Ziyuan suffer, Yi Rongfeng was naturally happy and rewarded Yi Wuchen with a kiss, leaving a bright red mark on his little face. "Why do people around me always want to kiss me?" Yi Wuchen felt helpless. He was really a 3-year-old child. Yi Jiaming was even more delighted, saying, "Great, Tianyu is finally saved," upon learning that they couldn't purchase the 2 most important medicinal herbs. Yi Jiaming was so worried he couldn't eat or sleep. Now that his eldest son finally had hope, he was naturally overjoyed. By the way, there is also a 5th level token here. From now on, the Yi family will be the most important partner of the Tianqing Pavilion in Beiyuan City. Yi Wuchen directly handed the token to Yi Jiaming, as this token could only be fully effective when given to the head of the family. A 5th level token. It's actually a 5th level token. Yi Jiaming trembled as he received the token, showing an expression of disbelief. He knew very well how precious this token was. To know, even the cooperation level between the Northern Marquis residence and the Tianqing Pavilion was only a 3rd level partner. Now, the Yi family jumped 3 levels from a 2nd level to a 5th level partner, which was like soaring to the skies, gaining numerous first mover advantages. "Sonia, you are truly our Yi family's lucky star." Grandpa Yi Jiaming was so happy he was in tears. Who said my grandson, with a 3rd grade spirit root, was useless? Now the entire Yi family is going to prosper because of him. First, with Miss Su's addition, they cleverly obtained the precious medicinal herbs that could save Yi Tianyu's life. And now they have the favor of the Tianqing Pavilion, greatly enhancing the Yi family's status. One after another, it's all a tremendous contribution. Yi Jiaming couldn't help but be in a daze. Could this be the result of good karma, leading to good fortune? Initially, he pampered Yi Wuchen partly to support his daughter and partly because he genuinely liked this chubby grandson. He never thought of wanting anything in return. But now, looking back, the decision he made back then was indeed incredibly wise. Su Qingyu looked at Yi Jiaming, so happy, and couldn't help but recall another matter at this moment. That is the deadly cold poison in her body. Logically, it should last for at least 5 days after it flares up. This time it only took 1 day to return to normal, making her suspect that Yi Wuchen secretly helped her in some way. But she had no evidence. Forget it. For now, I'll focus on alchemy. Saving Yi Tianyu is the most important thing. Su Qingyu immediately returned to her room alone, gathered all the medicinal materials, and began to refine pills. Meanwhile, the entire Zhou residence was under extreme pressure. What? The matter was messed up? Zhou Ziyuan, you can't even defeat a 3-year-old child? The head of the Zhou family was enraged, smashing several rare antiques on the spot and scolding Zhou Ziyuan until he was covered in blood. Zhou Ziyuan looked dejected and said, "I don't know how Yi Wuchen suddenly appeared with a talisman that made the Tianqing Pavilion so accommodating, even willing to sever cooperation with our Zhou family. The Tianqing Pavilion actually wants to sever cooperation with our Zhou family?" Upon learning the truth, the head of the Zhou family nearly fainted from anger. Zhou Ziyuan, of course, felt like he had lost his soul, lowering his head and not daring to speak. Meanwhile, not far from the Zhou residence. The Northern Marquis residence was also filled with quarrels. Inside the 10,000 Buddha Hall, Zhou Lighting was emotionally agitated, firmly stating, "Mother, we absolutely cannot bring Yi Wuchen back to the Marquis residence. This calamity star is destined to clash with my Mu'er, which will affect his future." In the Great Hall, there were Elder Jiang, Jiang Wenkong, Jiang Mai, and the eldest daughter-in-law present. Elder Jiang had a troubled expression, but now that Yi Wuchen has obtained the 5th level token from the Tianqing Pavilion, that is a 5th level token, which is very useful for our Northern Marquis residence. If we don't bring him back, how can I have the face to ask for that token? In recent years, the Northern Marquis residence has been trying to elevate its cooperation with the Tianqing Pavilion, attempting to become a 4th level partner. After all, every level up brings tremendous benefits, allowing access to resources that others cannot obtain, and the prices can also be quite favorable. Now, Yi Wuchen has obtained a 5th tier token, making the families in Beiyuan City envious. The Northtown Marquis House naturally has its thoughts in this regard. As long as they can get Yi Wuchen, it would be equivalent to obtaining a partnership with Tianqing Pavilion at the 5th tier, which is invaluable. Jiang Wenkong immediately frowned and said, "Sigh. We shouldn't have listened to that fortune teller back then and driven Shun and her son out of the Marquis House. Now that there's a benefit, we want to bring them back. Isn't that just making a fool of ourselves? How could they have foreseen the events of that time?" Old Madame Jiang also felt a headache. Given Yi Liuli's temperament, bringing her back to the Marquis House would not be so simple. Did I really make a mistake? No, I was right. Everything I did back then was for the good of the Marquis House, with no selfish motives. Old Madame Jiang struggled internally, but she did not believe she was wrong. However, the events that occurred over the past few years exceeded expectations. In the swordsmanship competition, Jiang Mai lost. In the alchemy assessment, Jiang Mai still lost. So far, the Qilin grandson has devoured countless heavenly materials and resources from the Marquis House without any return. In contrast, Yi Wuchen, after returning to her family, first gained the favor of Miss Su, allowing the Yi family to have a 5th-grade alchemist, greatly elevating their status in Beiyuan City. Now, he has even obtained a 5th-tier token from Tianqing Pavilion. Amidst this repeated contemplation and struggle, old Madame Jiang became increasingly confused. She glanced at Jiang Wenkong, inexplicably angry, and said, "You're also Qin's biological father. Why didn't you stop me back then?" "Me?" Jiang Wenkong lowered his head, speechless. Ultimately, he had weighed the pros and cons and simply chose the more advantageous side. "Yi Wuchen, I will definitely defeat him." Jiang Mai clenched his fists tightly. This name felt like a nightmare, lingering in his life. Clearly, he only had a 3rd-grade spiritual root, yet he repeatedly performed astonishing feats. The previous death of Zhou Zuan was likely caused by this guy. Now, he has even caused his maternal family to suffer heavy losses, losing the qualification to cooperate with Tianqing Pavilion. Zhou Lighting was quite unconvinced, her eyes slightly red as she said, "Isn't it just a 5th-level token for cooperation with Tianqing Pavilion? My son Mai has now been favored by the sect master of Tianjin sect and will soon be accepted as a direct disciple. In a few years, he will surely soar to great heights, and then Tianqing Pavilion will regret it and come to seek cooperation." Thinking of the sect master's promise, old Madame Jiang and Jiang Wenkong felt somewhat balanced. At least their investment in Mai wasn't wasted, as they had connected with such a powerful entity as Tianjin sect. The Tianjin sect is renowned throughout the northern border, one of the 4 major sects. The sect master of Tianjin sect is an extraordinary powerhouse of a transcendent level, and once Mai enters Tianjin sect, he will surely grow rapidly. Perhaps in just a few years, he will achieve great success and gain fame in the northern border. Well, although the 5th-tier token is important, it pales in comparison to Mai's future. Weighing this, old Madame Jiang made her choice again. Zhou Lighting felt proud and finally smiled, saying, "Mother, your choice is indeed the wisest. Yi Wuchen has indeed gained quite a bit of fame now, but after all, he only has a 3rd-grade spiritual root, and his future achievements will be limited. He will eventually be drowned out among the masses. My son Mai is different, with a 7th-grade spiritual root and extraordinary talent. His future stage will not be limited to this small northern border. He will even rise beyond Qingzhou and stand at the pinnacle of this continent. At that time, our North Town marquee house will be treated with respect even by the royal family. At the Yi residence, Su Qingyu took half a day to hastily refine the purple spirit pill, and the process went smoothly. Yi Qianyu took the pill, and the poison from the corpse was cured. In just a few days, he was lively and vigorous. The entire Yi residence was filled with joy, with lights and decorations, hosting a celebratory feast. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's status in the family became increasingly important, earning the recognition of all the clansmen. However, due to the Zhou family suffering a heavy loss this time, the clansmen were worried that they would retaliate against Yi Wuchen, so they advised him to stay at home for a while and avoid going out. This was also a good opportunity to calm down, temper his body, and solidify his cultivation foundation. Yi Wuchen was not in a hurry to go out for training. He spent every day in the Wuton courtyard practicing martial arts and swordplay, engaging in battles and exchanges with Yingxiong. Every so often, Su Qingyu would deliver various high-quality pills, such as cleansing marrow pills, blood-condensing pills, and qi-gathering pills for Yi Wuchen to take, thereby strengthening his body and refining his muscles and bones. As spring turned to autumn, time flew by. More than 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Wuchen was now 6 years old, his height equivalent to that of a 12-year-old boy. Boom! He was training in the Wuton courtyard, his movements swift and powerful. With a punch, his strength broke through the 9,000 gene barrier, establishing a solid foundation. His cultivation also reached the 6th level of the mortal realm, showcasing an exceptional talent far surpassing his peers. There is still some distance to go to refine his body to the 2nd stage. Only through real combat could he maximize his body's potential and progress rapidly. Yi Wuchen understood that merely closing himself off for cultivation was not advisable. The potential burst during actual combat was also very important. Shenya, mother needs to go to the northern border for a while. You stay at home and behave. Don't run around. Yi Liuli came to Yi Wuchen's side, using a white handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, showing a doting smile. Yi Wuchen said seriously, Mother, the front line in the northern border is full of battles. You must be careful. Don't worry. Mother is now a strong practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. I can take care of myself. Yi Liuli patted his head, her spirits high, her beautiful eyes filled with confidence. After 6 years of cultivating the Tai Xian Sutra, she had successfully advanced from the 3rd level of Qi gathering to the foundation establishment stage, breaking through 6 minor realms at just 34 years old, reaching the foundation establishment realm. This amazed the entire Beiyuan city. Who would have thought that the previously unknown Yi Liuli could rise so rapidly against the odds? Joining the ranks of the foundation establishment realm and becoming a standout in Beiyuan city, cursed and exiled while pregnant and driven out of the marquee house. Yet, she defied all odds, becoming a stunning beauty and a remarkable female general, commanding an army of 30,000, slapping the faces of all who doubted her, leaving the North Town marquee house unable to hold its head high. At the same time, the entire Yi family's development also flourished. After obtaining the 5th-tier token for cooperation with Qinxing Pavilion, their growth accelerated and their financial resources multiplied. The Yi army has now expanded to a formidable force of 200,000. They have become the fastest-growing family in Beiyuan City. Yi Liuli went to the battlefield to oversee the military, while Su Qingyu, busy refining pills in seclusion, handed the responsibility of taking care of Yi Wuchen to Yingxiong. Wuchen, I have to participate in the demon hunting competition. At the same time, Yingxiong was also about to leave, his face filled with reluctance. Demon hunting competition? Yi Wuchen was somewhat interested. That's right, it's a competition held once every 3 years in Beiyuan City, only allowing the younger generation of cultivators to participate. The rewards are quite generous. I've heard that this time the first prize alone is worth up to 100,000 light spirit stones, not to mention various rare materials like thunderstrike wood and scarlet flame fruit. Yingxiong was now 6 feet tall, muscular, and full of energy, rubbing his fists together, eager to showcase his skills in the competition. Thunderstrike wood? Yi Wuchen's eyes narrowed slightly. Over the past 2 years, he had devoured almost all the lightning laws of Beiyuan City and had been searching for new Thunderpath laws. Thunderstrike wood was indeed a rare item, extremely beneficial for Thunder Path cultivators. As for Scarlet Flame Fruit, it was a key medicinal ingredient for treating Su Qingyu's deadly cold poison. In an instant, Yi Wuchen was almost certain that he had to participate in the demon hunting competition and immediately looked at Ying Xiong and said, "I want to compete too." Dustless, you are too young. I'm afraid your grandfather won't agree to let you participate in the competition. After all, there are demonic cultivators in the demon hunting competition, and the danger is not low. Yi Xiong shook his head and then lowered his voice, saying, "This time, Jiang Mai from the Tianjin sect will also participate and has declared that he will definitely take first place in the competition rankings." It is said that after Jiang Mai joined the Tianjin sect, his cultivation has progressed rapidly, and he is likely about to break through to the spirit gathering realm, making him very strong. Yi Xiong knows very well about the antagonistic relationship between Yi Wuchen and Jiang Mai. If Yi Wuchen loses to Jiang Mai in the competition, it will be a huge blow to his confidence. Jiang Mai is participating and has declared he wants to take first. Yi Wuchen just smiled. If he casually takes first place in this competition, Jiang Laofu, Zhou Lighting, and Jiang Mai are likely to have their hearts shattered. It must be said, this is quite an interesting matter. In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Wuchen said seriously, "Brother Xiong, take me with you to persuade Grandpa. He will definitely agree to let me participate." Yi Wuchen already had a plan in mind, so the two went to Grandpa Yi Jiaming's study to explain their intentions. "What? Wuchen, you want to participate in the demon hunting competition?" Yi Jiaming was taken aback. "What? Wuchen, you want to participate in the demon hunting competition?" Yi Jiaming was quite surprised. Although his grandson looked no different from a 12-year-old boy, standing tall and not weaker than an average adult male, his age was only 6. Even though the demon hunting competition is a low-intensity battlefield, casualties can still occur. If something were to happen, how would he explain it to his daughter? Yi Wuchen said, "The rewards for this demon hunting competition are very important. There is a rare medicinal herb that would greatly help Sister Su with her cold poison. I must participate. Wuchen, you must think this through. The battlefield of the demon hunting competition is fraught with danger. It is not a joke." Yi Jiaming's expression was serious. "Yes, Grandpa, I've thought it through." Yi Wuchen nodded earnestly. "Well, the young eagle must grow. Wuchen, you have always been wise and sensible since childhood, and you have comprehended the Thunder Law. Although you're only 6 years old now, your cultivation is not weaker than that of adult men. If you want to participate in this demon hunting competition, then go ahead, but remember not to be reckless and to avoid danger." Yi Jiaming ultimately agreed, giving a round of heartfelt advice. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will act according to the situation. When I encounter danger, I will definitely run faster than anyone." Yi Wuchen nodded. "Yes." Yi Jiaming took a sip of tea and put down his cup, saying, "This time, the Yi family is sending a total of 9 people to participate in the training, plus you, Wuchen, that makes 10. Our Yi family does not seek to achieve a high ranking, as long as everyone can return safely. Xiong, you will be the team leader this time." "Ah, I'm the team leader? Grandpa, I'm afraid I might not do well enough." Yi Xiong was somewhat surprised, not expecting to take on such an important role. Showing a lack of confidence, Yi Jiaming gave him an encouraging look and said, "In previous demon hunting competitions, only youths age 16 and below are allowed to participate. And although you are only 12, you are outstanding among the younger generation of the Yi family, with exceptional swordsmanship. You will have no problem being the leader of this small team." The next day, outside Beiyuan City, disciples from various clans gathered with hundreds of participating teams, creating a bustling scene. In the Yi family team, there were 7 boys and 3 girls, all very nervous, glancing around, filled with curiosity about the competition opponents. Yi Wuchen, however, felt nothing and remained calm throughout. The girl Yi Shiner, like a curious little baby, asked Yi Xiong, "Brother Xiong, which clan has the strongest strength in this demon hunting competition?" The strongest ones are undoubtedly the 4 major families of Beiyuan City: the Nangong family, the Shangwan family, the Jiang family, and the Wu family. Yi Xiong began to introduce them, then discreetly pointed to the Nangong family's lineup, looking at the leading blue-clothed youth, and said, "This person is the prodigy of the Nangong family, named Nangong Yi, with a fire element 6th grade spiritual root. At 14 years old, his cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm and has a glorious record of defeating experts in the spirit-gathering realm at a higher level. He is undoubtedly one of the strongest opponents in this demon hunting competition. Then, Yingxiong looked at the purple skirt girl in the Shangguan family S lineup. Shangguan Yu is also remarkable, with a water element 6th grade spiritual root, only 13 years old. And her cultivation is equally powerful, far surpassing her peers. There is also that Wu Jun Xiao from the Wu family. Although he only has a 5th grade spiritual root, he was born with and has great talent. As for the Jiang family of the northern border marquis, they are led by Jiang Mai, who has been diligently cultivating in the Tianjin sect for over 2 years and has made great progress. Yi Yingxiong explained carefully, believing that the champion of this demon hunting competition would likely emerge from these families. As for the other clans, they have always been mere supporting roles and cannot compete with these four major families. After all, cultivation relies not only on talent, but also on cultivation resources. The larger the family, the easier it is to cultivate monsters that their peers can only look up to. What about our Yi family? Have we ever placed in the top 3 in the demon hunting competition? Yi Wuchen asked this question. No, we have never. Our Yi family has developed rapidly in recent years, but it is still difficult to compare with the foundation of the 4 major families. The gap is too large. Yi Yingxiong shook his head, recalling that the top 3 positions in the demon hunting competition have always been occupied by the 4 major families. And there has never been an exception. Perhaps this time we can make it to the top 3. Yi Wuchen spoke with a transcendent confidence. Of course, we can strive for it. As long as we can enter the top 10, we can receive generous rewards. Yi Yingyong nodded seriously. He is also a 12-year-old boy and naturally longs for fame overnight, basking in glory and admiration. Ridiculous. How dare you? A bunch of useless eaters from the Yi family. Claim you can take the top 3? A 15-year-old boy from the Zhou family stepped forward, his face full of mockery. His name is Zhou Ziyu, 15 years old, and his cultivation has also reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, making him the team leader of Zhou family's 10-member squad. Yi Wuchen calmly responded. You Zhou family members are indeed not useless eaters, after all. The Zhou family has been so poor in the past 2 years that you can hardly make ends meet. It's quite difficult for you to have enough to eat. Upon hearing this, it was a killing blow. Ha ha ha. Exactly. Your Zhou family doesn't even have the qualifications to be useless eaters. Yi Yingxiong and others burst into laughter. Who doesn't know that after the Zhou family lost their cooperation with the Tianqing Pavilion, they have faced significant financial problems, with many shops closing down and struggling to get by, living frugally. The faces of the Zhou family disciples instantly turned extremely dark, filled with resentment. Zhou Ziyu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as he said, Humph, Yi Wuchen, don't be too proud yet. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The overall strength of my Zhou family's competition team far exceeds yours. Once we enter the Wuchen, I'll make sure you can't handle it. Yi Wuchen couldn't be bothered to respond any further. The small Zhou family was hardly worth his attention. At this moment, the head of the Nangong family stepped forward as the host of this competition. He scanned the participating teams and said solemnly, the competition range for this demon hunting competition will be the Wuchen Mountain east of Beiyuan City. We have already driven the demonic cultivators out of that area, and you will personally hunt them down. Each of you will receive a demon-devouring pearl. After hunting the demonic cultivators, you will store their evil energy in the demon-devouring pearl. The higher the level of the demonic cultivators you hunt, the more intense the evil energy, and the higher the points you will earn. The points of each team of 10 will be added together, and the family with the highest points will be crowned the champion of this Beiyuan City demon hunting competition and will receive generous rewards and the highest honor. Listening to this, the participating youths in the venue were all emotionally excited, their eyes filled with ambition. The champion of the demon hunting competition is a solid honor. The points ranking will be divided into an individual points ranking and a family points ranking, which will be updated in real time in Beiyuan City. Everyone hopes that their name can rank at the top, making their family proud and letting their name resonate throughout Beiyuan City. The demon-slaying orb? Yi Wuchen held the red orb, which was only the size of a walnut, in his hand. It felt cold and had a texture like jade. First, he needed to bind his name to the orb. He grasped the orb and began to infuse it with spiritual power. Soon, the three characters Yi Wuchen appeared inside the orb. This way, no matter how many points were stored in the demon-slaying orb, they would be associated with his name and displayed in real time on the points leaderboard of Beiyuan City. Yi Wuchen infused his spiritual power quickly, and immediately, his name appeared on the tall city wall of Beiyuan, prominently ranking first on the personal points leaderboard, although his points were 0. For a moment, the young people from various clans were quite dissatisfied and began to infuse their spiritual power into their own demon-slaying orbs. However, since Yi Wuchen was the first to activate the leaderboard, he remained in first place. Yi Yingxiong smiled wickedly and said, "Hee, cousin, you really act fast," taking the lead and directly securing the top spot on the leaderboard. "You've made the disciples of the Zhou family quite angry." Yi Wuchen remained silent. He actually didn't want to draw attention to himself. "Himepe, Yi Yuchen. This time I will definitely step on you and not give you even a chance to get close to my position." Jiangmai looked at the name ranked first on the leaderboard, feeling as if his heart was stabbed by a sharp thorn, silently making a vow. So he is Yi Wuchen? Meanwhile, among the Su family team, a beautiful girl with red lips and white teeth glanced curiously at Yi Wuchen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Yi Wuchen, only 6 years old, had already reached the 6th level of the mortal realm, which could be considered a monstrous talent in Beiyuan City. The only pity was that he only had a 3rd-grade spiritual root, which would limit his future achievements. Su Guanyue softly murmured to herself, filled with curiosity about this 6-year-old boy, and then walked towards the Yi family's team. This little girl, youthful and beautiful, though only 13, already possessed the graceful curves of a young woman. Her skin was fair, and her figure was slender, making her a definite beauty. She wore a purple dress, with blue hair cascading over her shoulders, and her large eyes sparkled like gemstones, full of vitality. "Look, Su Guanyue is coming. So beautiful." She actually approached voluntarily. "Could it be that she wants to be friends with me?" The young disciples of the Yi family became restless, as they were at the age of first love. And Su Guanyue was the jewel of the Su family, with extraordinary talent and charm, naturally a dream object for most boys. "Su Guanyue, have you considered forming an alliance with my Zhou family?" Zhou Ziyu hurriedly approached, believing that only he had the qualification to have Su Guanyue approach him. Unfortunately, Su Guanyue ignored Zhou Ziyu and walked straight past him, leaving him feeling embarrassed and at a loss. Eventually, Su Guanyue stood in front of Yi Wuchen, her petite and delicate figure even a bit shorter than Yi Wuchen. Her voice was clear, like the sound of spring water. "Brother Wuchen, I heard you're only 6 years old, yet you have grown so tall. Hello, fellow Taoist." Yi Wuchen nodded lightly, not understanding the little girl's sudden approach. "You're only 6 years old. You should call me sister." Su Guanyue pouted, feeling that Yi Wuchen's reaction was a bit too cold, and she was displeased. Yi Wuchen said, "Miss Su Guanyue, may I ask what you need from me? I heard you have great talent in swordsmanship and are practicing the rare Thunder Law. How about we have a contest when we reach Wumu Mountain?" Su Guanyue invited, her long neck graceful like a white swan, adorned with a dazzling red gemstone necklace. "I'm only at the 6th level of the mortal realm, while you have already reached the 9th level. I'm not your opponent." Yi Wuchen was too lazy to compete with this little girl. He participated in the demon-slaying competition for 2 reasons: to find a new Thunder domain and to secure a top 3 ranking to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources to break through to the 2nd stage of physical body cultivation. How boring. If you're afraid to compete, just say so. Su Guanyue pouted, as she had come to make friends, but this guy was resistant. The young lady immediately stomped her foot in anger, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake as she turned to leave. "Wuchen, do you think Su Guanyue might be interested in you?" Yi Yingxiong revealed an ambiguous look, feeling regretful. "It's a pity that you're too oblivious to romance. But then again, you're only 6 years old, so you definitely don't understand what love between men and women is." After the 4 major families of Beiyuan City gave their speeches, the demon-slaying competition officially began. During this time, Jiang Yunwu noticed that Yi Wuchen was among the participating team from the Yi family, and his brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything further. As Jiang Wenkong, Yi Wuchen's father, believed he still had a conscience. He immediately approached Yi Jianming and said, "Father-in-law, Wuchen is only 6 years old. Are you really going to let him go to the battlefield? Isn't that too dangerous?" Yi Jianming coldly snorted and retorted, "Humph. You're starting to pretend to be compassionate now. When you ruthlessly expelled his mother and him from the Marquis's residence, why didn't you consider his young age?" This remark immediately left Jiang Wenkong speechless, and he could only lower his head and walk away in frustration. Haha, daring to participate in the demon-slaying competition at just 6 years old and go to Wumu Mountain. I see Yi Jianming and Yi Liuli must be crazy with hopes for their son. With a mere third-grade spiritual root, what good is any amount of training? Zhou Lighting showed a look of disdain. Then she looked at her son, who was calm in the ranks, with a very satisfied expression. 9 years had passed, and Jiang was already 9 years old. Due to his 7th-grade spiritual root, his cultivation progressed rapidly, having reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, and he would soon step into the spirit-gathering realm. This impressive achievement swept away her previous gloom. This time, the demon-slaying competition would mark the beginning of Jiang Mai's fame. She believed her son would definitely take first place on the personal points leaderboard, a genuine, glorious honor. "Mother, you can rest assured. This time, I will not disappoint you. As for Yi Wuchen, he is no longer worthy of comparison with me." Jiang Mai was quite confident. After more than 2 years of training at the Tianjin sect, his mindset had matured significantly, and his horizons had expanded. His future journey was destined for the stars and the sea. As for stepping on Yi Wuchen, that was just a trivial matter. The demon-slaying competition officially began. As the copper gong was struck, the sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, and all the participating youths rushed toward Wumu Mountain. I have already secured first place on the personal points leaderboard. Nangong, E from the Nangong family, dressed in blue and riding on a star disc, took the lead and soared ahead. "Oomph, no one can steal my first place. Those who block me will die." Jiang Mai was full of ambition, unleashing a red gourd, which enlarged and could carry several people. It was also a flying treasure with decent speed, closely following behind. In an instant, young people from various clans scrambled forward, each showcasing their unique skills to see who could reach Wumu Mountain first. Only Yi Wuchen was not in a hurry. He strolled leisurely on the ground. Yi Xiong watched this and anxiously thought, "Wuchen, why are you walking so slowly like an old man? We should speed up." Norus, they're competing fiercely now, which will only waste their spiritual power. By the time we reach Wumu Mountain, their spiritual energy will likely be depleted by half, and they won't be able to maintain their peak state. How can they fight against the demon path cultivators then? Yi Wuchen's steps were steady. Wumu Mountain was less than 100 miles away, and there was no need to rush. That makes sense. Yi Xiong's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. He immediately turned to the young disciples of the Yi family and said, "Let's move at a steady pace. There is no need to fight to the death with them." As the 10 members of the Yi family fell far behind other teams, several family heads revealed unusual expressions. The head of the Nangong family stroked his snowy white beard and looked at Yi Jianming, saying, "Jianming, your grandson Yi Wuchen is indeed quite intelligent. At such a young age, he understands the importance of conserving strength and possesses remarkable temperament." Yes, it's true that young people often tend to be impulsive, especially in competitions like this, where they can't wait to unleash their full power. Little do they know that this demon hunting competition is about long-term strategy. One must know when to give up and when to avoid confrontation. The head of the Shangwan family nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration. Only Jiang Yuanwu remained silent, his mood quite complex. It was winter now, with heavy snow falling and the cold wind howling. The Wumu Mountain rose high into the clouds, with temperatures even lower, making the living conditions harsh. However, as Yi Wuchen and his group arrived at the foot of Wumu Mountain, they could hear the roars of beasts echoing through the mountains, piercing the blue sky. Why had the beasts in Wumu Mountain become so agitated? Yi Wuchen caught a whiff of something unusual, his brow furrowing as his expression turned serious. He had previously learned about Wumu Mountain, which mostly housed low-level beasts with relatively gentle temperaments. Today, however, the sudden loud roars clearly indicated something strange was happening. Not far away, Zhouziyu had arrived at Wumu Mountain first. due to the significant consumption of spiritual power from using a magical artifact to rush here. He was resting outside the mountain. Seeing the disciples of the Yi family stop upon hearing the roars, he couldn't help but mock. Humph, Yi Wuchen, if you're scared, just stay outside Wumu Mountain and don't go in. If you dare to enter, I, Zhou Ziyu, will make you regret it. With that, Zhou Ziyu stopped resting and turned to lead the other 9 members of the Zhou family into Wumu Mountain. Humph, entering the mountain is entering the mountain. Who is afraid of whom? Yi Yingxiong looked defiant and immediately intended to lead the Yi family disciples into the mountain to hunt a few beasts for points. The demon hunting competition stated that points were earned by hunting demon cultivators, but killing beasts could also yield some points, just not as many as killing demon cultivators. Hero brother, don't be in such a hurry. Yi Wuchen called to the group, his expression serious. Once we enter the mountain, everyone must not act recklessly. Stay close to the team and absolutely do not get separated. There are strange occurrences in Wumu Mountain, and it is definitely more dangerous than usual. Yes, what Wuchen said makes sense. We must act cautiously and not be careless. Several young maidens from the Yi family nodded earnestly. They were only 13 or 14 years old, and this was their first time on a real battlefield. Caution was essential. Let us slow down our pace, adapt to the environment, and not rush to hunt beasts for points. Let us observe first, and then take action. Yi Wuchen advised a few more times. Then looked at Yi Yingxiong. I have trained in the misty forest before and am sensitive to danger, so let the 2 of us lead the way. Okay, Yi Yingxiong nodded. He had never underestimated his cousin. Despite being only 6 years old, his swordsmanship had already surpassed his own. In terms of combat power, he might not even be a match for him. The 10-member team slowly entered Wumu Mountain, arriving in a foggy, primitive forest where the cold air swept in, causing a chill to run down their spines. Roar. Here, the roars of beasts could be heard more clearly, frantic and penetrating, like a thunderous roll that quickened their heartbeats. Yi Wuchen led the way at the front, his pupils shimmering with a faint golden light, a power of the reincarnation that had not fully awakened yet. But he could already perceive many things that ordinary people cannot see. In the past 2 years, he had been busy and had condensed 7 drops of golden divine blood in his body. All 7 drops had been consumed to awaken his eye, but was still far from fully unlocking the true reincarnation eye. Suddenly, a sharp female scream came from the back of the team. Yi Wuchen frowned and quickly turned to look. He saw Yi X's face pale, pointing at a nearby bush where there was a gruesome wolf head. Nothing but hollow bones, devoid of flesh and fur. Exine, you almost scared me to death. It's just a wolf skull. Is it worth such a fuss? 2 other girls in the team complained, still shaken. The atmosphere in the mountain was already strange and unusual. Often, people could scare themselves to death. Continue moving forward. Yi Wuchen said little more. After all, these Yi family disciples were on the battlefield for the first time and were bound to be overly tense. The leaves of the trees in Wumu Mountain were lush, with ancient trees towering and blocking out the sun, making the surroundings dark and oppressive. The roars of the beasts had not ceased. In fact, they were growing clearer and closer. Moreover, sounds of fierce battles could be heard in the distance, with weapons clashing and golden light flashing, indicating that earlier teams had already encountered beasts. We should try to avoid conflicts with other family teams. Yi Wuchen had already formulated a plan. If others did not provoke them, they would not provoke others, earning points based on their own abilities. In his previous 8 lives, he often hunted beasts in such forests, so he had plenty of experience in this regard. Ahead were the footprints of demon wolves, judging by their size. They should belong to the territory of the crimson-eyed demon wolf pack. This type of beast was not particularly strong in individual combat, but once one appeared, there would often be hundreds of its kind nearby, living in packs, so it was better to avoid them. Yi Wuchen murmured to himself, choosing to take a detour. Yi Xiner closely followed behind Yi Wuchen, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wuchen, you know so much, but we've already bypassed 3 groups of beasts in a row. If we keep walking aimlessly like this, won't the points all be snatched away by others? Yi Wuchen replied, Xenia, do you know what is the most important quality for cultivators when entering the mountains for training? Courage. Yi Xiner answered without hesitation. No, it should be reverence. always maintain a heart of reverence. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Yi Wuchen, drawing on his rich experience, led the team through the dangerous area smoothly. During this time, they paused and discovered a team of competitors. However, all of them were already dead. The deaths of this group were quite tragic. Their chests had been pierced by sharp claws, and their hearts were missing. A 10-person team had been completely annihilated. Moreover, the hearts had been taken, which clearly indicated the work of demon cultivators. Looking at the bodies sprawled in disarray ahead, the Yi family disciples were deeply affected. Their faces pale. The three young maidens covered their mouths tightly, their eyes filled with fear. They were cultivators from the Qian family, not weak in strength, yet they had been wiped out. Could there be cultivators at the gathering spirit level in the mountain? Yi Xiong went to examine the bodies, his hands trembling slightly. The faces of the deceased showed terror, likely the result of a sudden ambush by enemies. Based on the claw marks on different wounds, it was determined that there were a total of 3 attackers, with strengths between the 9th level of the mortal realm and the 1st level of gathering spirit, which did not quite match the information they had received earlier. Yi Wuchen stroked his chin, deep in thought. According to their previous intelligence, there were no demon cultivators at the gathering spirit level in Wumu Mountain. But now it seemed that the intelligence must have been wrong. Or perhaps the higher-ups of Beiyuan City knew the truth, but had not informed the participants for some reason. This demon hunting competition was likely not as simple as it seemed, and the difficulty was much higher than in previous years. Yi Wuchen's expression turned serious as he sensed a hint of conspiracy. We should get away from this area to avoid being ambushed by those 3 demon cultivators. He considered the safety of the 9 Yi family disciples and chose to avoid confrontation. However, on the way back, Yi Wuchen felt something was off. He had an unsettling feeling that something was following him from behind. Who? Yi Wuchen suddenly turned around and saw a pair of crimson and fierce eyes in the nearby bushes. Faint growls of a demon wolf could be heard. It was the crimson-eyed demon wolf. The other disciples of the Yi family all gasped in surprise. We had already left the territory of the crimson-eyed demon wolf. How could it follow us here? It was too strange. Yi Wuchen's mind raced, and a blue electric light crackled his right hand, condensing into a crescent moon. He immediately raised his hand, and the crescent broke through the air, slicing through. Swoosh! The head of one demon wolf was instantly severed, blood spraying everywhere. So powerful! Yi Xiner and the other 2 girls showed admiration. However, Yi Wuchen suddenly roared, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Roar. Following that, figures of the crimson-eyed demon wolves appeared from all directions, numbering over 100, each with combat power around the 7th level of the mortal realm. We were actually surrounded without a sound. Over 100 crimson-eyed demon wolves, that's too many. The disciples of the Yi family all showed a grim expression. Who would have thought that on their first mountain training, they would encounter such a tricky situation? Yi Ingxiong pointed to several demon wolves and said, "Look, some of the demon wolves are emitting faint black evil energy. They must be possessed. Yes, they are possessed and ambushed here by demonic cultivators." Yi Wuchen nodded, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Now we can only fight. Fight!" The other young men of the Yi family gritted their teeth, mustering their courage, each drawing their swords, ready for battle. Roar! The leader of the crimson-eyed demon wolves, standing 3 meters tall, had pitch-black fur, a robust physique, and reached the pinnacle of the 9th level in the mortal realm. With a roar, the other demon wolves surged forward, their agile forms turning into black shadows, opening their massive jaws, with menacing fangs and glinting claws. Clang! Yi Xiong, as the team leader, did not hesitate. His cultivation had also reached the early stage of the 9th level in the mortal realm. The sword light unsheathed, instantly slicing one demon wolf in half, blood splattering everywhere. His snow-cutting sword technique had been taught by Yi Wuchen for 3 years, capable of contending even with those in the gathering spirit realm. For a time, Yi Xiong was exceptionally brave, charging to the front, and in a fierce battle, had already slain 4 demon wolves. However, the other disciples of the Yi family were not so fortunate. Yi Xiner, with lower cultivation, faced the attacking demon wolves. Her long spear was knocked away. and seeing the wolf's claws about to tear her apart, she let out a shriek, closing her eyes tightly. Swoosh! At that moment, a surge of thunder light illuminated the forest. A thunderous crescent broke through the air, flipping the demon wolf that was soaring in mid-air, its head split in two. Yi Exiner took a while to dare to open her eyes, her small face pale, her heart pounding violently, and she nodded gratefully at Yi Wuchen. The assault of the crimson-eyed demon wolf pack was extremely fierce, charging forward fearlessly. Yi Yingxiong stood at the front, panting heavily, his body covered in blood, gradually running out of stamina. Just then, Yi Wuchen, bathed in thunderlight, charged over, raising his hand as a bolt of lightning shot out, instantly knocking several demon wolves away. All of them charred and lying on the ground, whimpering in agony. That was really timely, Yi Yingxiong exclaimed sincerely. If he had been any later, he might have been injured. The other disciples of the Yi family, seeing the 6-year-old Yi Wuchen so brave, were all inspired, gritting their teeth and fighting desperately. For a moment, both sides fell into a fierce battle, evenly matched. Clang! Although Yi Wuchen was only at the 6th level of the mortal realm, he was undoubtedly the core of the team. Holding the lightning sword, his figure was graceful, plunging into the wolf pack, pushing through with ferocity. In just a few breaths, over 10 demon wolves were slain. Roar! The leader of the crimson-eyed demon wolves saw this and immediately commanded the other demon wolves to focus their attack on Yi Wuchen. Whoever comes, kill them all. Yi Wuchen was not afraid at all, only feeling excitement, his sword light dancing wildly, thunder intertwining, almost one step equating to one wolf's head. Invincible, as if entering a no-man's land. Hiss! Cousin Wuchen is too fierce. The Yi family disciples were all stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. The sword technique was not flashy. Every move was lethal. It was simply a born killer's skill. So cool. Yi Exiner and the other 2 girls were almost starry-eyed. Snow-cutting sword. No trace of snow falling. The wrath of thunder. Yi Wuchen's thunder technique and sword technique merged, creating a unique sword move. Several times stronger than the original technique. This sword strike descended, the lightning brilliant, illuminating the void. In an instant, dozens of nearby demon wolves cried out in agony, their bodies cleaved by the sword light, blood spraying, staining the ground red. At this moment, only a few demon wolves remained in the crimson-eyed pack, looking solitary. However, the strongest wolf king had yet to make a move, its ghostly eyes sharp and intimidating. It possessed a certain level of intelligence, recognizing that this group of youths was not simple, thus letting its subordinates exhaust themselves before it made its final move. Brother Yingxiong, you attack the wolf king from the front, while the rest of us feign an attack to restrain it. Yi Wuchen immediately commanded. Okay. In an instant, everyone complied. Clearly, Yi Wuchen's previous display of strength had completely convinced everyone, and his prestige rose to an unprecedented level. Everyone was willing to follow his orders. Kill. Slay the Wolf King. The morale of the Yi family disciples soared, collaborating and summoning their treasures to attack the Wolf King. Oh, the crimson-eyed Wolf King had tough skin and flesh. Ordinary weapons striking it felt nothing. Its cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level in the mortal realm, and its massive size shook the ground when it ran. With the wind howling, it suddenly swiped down with a claw, stirring up a huge wave of flames on the ground, sending several Yi family disciples flying, crashing into trees. Coughing up blood, only Yi Yingxiong remained steadfast, his body engulfed in yellow, spiritual energy. He had awakened a 5th-grade earth spirit root, belonging to a practitioner with strong defense. Charging forward against the wolf's flames, with sword lights slashing against the Wolf King's body, but they only left shallow marks, unable to inflict fatal damage. This was a possessed demon wolf. Its defense was stronger than usual, and it must be killed, otherwise we won't survive. Yi Wuchen's expression was serious. He attacked from the side, slashing out several thunderous crescents, but it was still difficult to pose a threat to the Wolf King. He needed to find its flaw. Wuchen, I can't hold on much longer. At that moment, Yi Yingxiong let out a cry of pain, swept away by the wolf's tail, flying over 10 meters and coughing up blood. The other Yi family disciples were also injured to varying degrees, their combat power sharply reduced. I can only risk trying the soul binding technique. Wuchen narrowed his eyes, making a decision. Since the physical approach couldn't handle the Wolf King, he could only try from another angle. For example, the soul binding technique. This technique was learned by Wuchen in his sixth life and was a forbidden technique that would harm oneself while killing the enemy. It should only be used if necessary. And to use the soul binding technique, there was a prerequisite. One must possess different eyes. His reincarnation, I was still in the growth stage and had not fully awakened. Using it rashly would be quite dangerous. I'll risk it. Wuchen was always decisive in action. He once again condensed a thunder sword in his right hand and executed the ghost shadow step, rushing out quickly. Clang, 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 clang. He pushed the snow-cutting sword to its limits, its power finally able to break through the Wolf King's hide, inflicting injury. Roar! After being hurt, the Wolf King became even more ferocious, raising its sharp claws and striking repeatedly. Fortunately, Wuchen's speed was fast enough, dodging each deadly attack. What great footwork! Go for it, Cousin Wuchen. The Yi family disciples, merely observing the battle, felt the danger and couldn't help but be anxious. But seeing Wuchen escape danger each time, they couldn't help but shout excitedly, cheering him on. Wuchen's gaze was extremely focused, relying on his rich combat experience to engage with the Wolf King, causing more and more wounds to appear on it. But it still wasn't enough to be fatal. Now, in the next moment, taking advantage of the Wolf King's charge and raised paw attack, Wuchen leapt into the air, a bolt of lightning slashing down, piercing directly into the Wolf King's left eye. Howl! The Wolf King let out a piercing roar, with its other eye glaring angrily at Wuchen, wishing it could tear this damn human brat apart. Soul confinement. Just as the Wolf King's right eye focused on Wuchen, mysterious faint golden symbols manifested in Wuchen's eyes, momentarily deep and vast like the ancient starry sky, exuding a sharpness. In an instant, the Wolf King's figure froze, feeling intense fear, as if it saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an endless purgatory in those golden eyes. This was soul confinement, trapping the opponent in an illusion of extreme terror, causing damage akin to soul attacks. Seizing this opportunity, Yingxiong rushed in with his sword, diving under the Wolf King's abdomen and stabbing his sword into its belly. This was the softest part of the demon Wolf King. The long sword tore a hole, eviscerating it and slicing through its organs. Under the dual assault of spiritual soul and physical body, the demon Wolf King finally lost its vitality, collapsing to the ground. It's over. Wuchen looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, his face somewhat pale. Forcibly casting soul confinement had taken a considerable toll on his spirit. However, the points gained were quite considerable, especially with this corrupted demon Wolf King, which had heavy resentment. He could harvest points equivalent to that of a demon cultivator of the same level. Cousin Wuchen, most of the demon wolves were killed by you, including this scarlet-eyed demon Wolf King. So take out your demon-absorbing pearl to absorb the malevolence. That's right. If it weren't for Cousin Wuchen's intervention, we would have all perished in the demon's belly. The other members of the team also expressed their agreement, as anyone could see that the greatest credit for this battle belonged to Wuchen, including the fierce battle with the scarlet-eyed demon wolf just now. It was perilous. Without his desperate maneuvering, everyone would have been wiped out. All right, Wuchen was not modest and immediately took out the demon-absorbing pearl, starting to absorb the malevolence from the corpses of the demon wolf pack. This time, the rewards for the top 3 on the personal points leaderboard were quite generous. Among them was a rare item called the Scarlet Flame Fruit, which would greatly help in treating Su Qingyu's cold poison. Additionally, if he could secure the top spot on the personal points leaderboard, he would also receive a piece of ancient thunderstruck wood. This thunderstruck wood was something rare and could help Wuchen break through to the second stage of thunder power. Once the thunder power evolved to the second stage of blue, his combat power would increase several times, giving him the ability to compete with cultivators in the spirit gathering realm. The demon-absorbing pearl hovered in midair, absorbing the malevolence from the corpses of the demon beasts. Beginning to emit red light points, Yingxiong, filled with excitement, said, "Quick, sense what your current ranking is on the personal points leaderboard." Yi Wuchen retracted the demon-absorbing pearl, sensing the fluctuations within it, and said with slight surprise, after killing over 100 demon wolves, "I'm currently only ranked 9th on the personal points leaderboard." Only 9th. The others also looked astonished. Chapter 35. Competing for the points leaderboard. In the Ebony Mountain, the Scarlet-Eyed Demon Wolf was definitely one of the more difficult groups of demon beasts to deal with. If it weren't for Yi Wuchen's monstrous performance in the Yi family team, they might have faced annihilation. After experiencing such a tough battle, having all the points absorbed by Yi Wuchen, to be ranked only 9th on the personal points leaderboard was truly unexpected. Yi Yingxiong held the soul-absorbing pearl, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual power within it, and immediately gasped. The first-ranked Nangong, he has already surpassed 1,000 points. My goodness, how did he manage that? Yi Shiner quickly sensed the soul-absorbing pearl and exclaimed. The second-ranked Wu Junxiao is also very close, almost reaching the 1,000-point mark. A genius with truly has terrifying combat power. As for the third-ranked Shang Wanyu, with 700 points, her performance was also quite remarkable. The fourth place was Jiao Mai, with over 600 points. After checking the points leaderboard, all the Yi family disciples felt immense pressure. The top 4 spots were completely dominated by the 4 major families of Beiyuan City, leading by a significant margin. Meanwhile, Yi Wuchen, ranked 9th, only had over 200 points. Yi Shiner analyzed. It seems that this time's demon hunting competition is particularly fierce. Other families likely have the same idea, concentrating points in one person's hands first, with the primary goal of climbing the personal points leaderboard. As for the family points leaderboard, it wouldn't be revealed until the competition was over. Therefore, there was also a certain element of strategy involved. If I want to catch up to Nangong, it seems I need to act quickly. Yi Wuchen frowned in deep thought. His approach was to steadily progress. First, allowing the Yi family disciples to adapt to the harsh environment of the Ebony Mountain and ensure personnel safety. But now, it must be said that Nangong Yi from the Nangong family was putting considerable pressure on him. Yi Yingxiong said, Wuchen, catching up to the Nangong family is too difficult. After all, their 10-person team has an average cultivation level of the 8th sky in the mortal realm, making them the strongest in overall strength among the participating teams. As for Wu Junxiao from the Wu family, despite only having a 5th-grade spirit root, he was born with and has the ability to strike enemies with a dimensional advantage in battle. He's also quite formidable. Indeed, competing for the personal points leaderboard with them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Yi family disciples looked on with admiration, feeling that the top 4 talents were like an insurmountable mountain standing before them, making them feel small. No, it's all about human effort. Yi Wuchen, however, was filled with confidence, encouraging everyone. Actually, we're not bad. Working together, didn't we also annihilate the Scarlet-Eyed Demon Wolf Pack? Yes, what Wuchen said makes sense. As long as we cooperate as a team and help each other, we definitely have a chance to surpass the top 4. Yi Shiner waved her fist, cheering everyone on. Let us rest for an hour. Yi Wuchen took out healing pills from his Chinquan pouch for everyone to take. These were specially prepared by Su Qingyu for the demon hunting competition, with excellent healing effects. Not long after the Yi family disciples took the pills, their complexions returned to a healthy hue, and even their wounds began to heal rapidly. These pills made by Sister Su are simply several times better than the healing pills sold by the Tianqing Pavilion. Of course, Sister Su is a 5th-grade alchemist, the only one in Beiyuan City. The pills refined by her are naturally extraordinary. After taking the pills, Yi Yingxiong and Yi Shiner couldn't help but praise the miraculous effects of the pills. After healing their injuries, Yi Wuchen took out hundreds of spirit stones to absorb, replenishing his spiritual power. Seeing this, Yi Yingxiong exclaimed in astonishment, Cousin Wuchen, you're only at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Yet you can absorb so much spiritual power from the spirit stones at once. Maybe my physique is a bit special. Yi Yuchen Simidith, as his golden spiritual sea was many times larger than that of ordinary people, so the amount of spiritual energy needed for each breakthrough was unimaginable. This also led to Yi Wuchen's cultivation speed always being unable to increase rapidly. However, in fact, being able to reach the 6th level of the mortal realm at just 6 years old was already a unique existence in Beiyuan City. This was the power of the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, practicing by devouring the laws of power, exceeding this world's understanding of cultivation. After an hour, everyone finished resting, and Yi Wuchen stood up to lead the way, beginning to quicken their pace. Relying on his rich experience, he quickly found an excellent area to gain points. They arrived at a canyon in the Ebony Mountains where a large number of firebirds existed, numbering in the thousands. These firebirds were not small, with fiery red feathers, and the largest firebird had a wingspan of over 10 meters. Yi Ingxiong stood above the canyon, swallowing his saliva, and said, "Wuchen, with so many firebirds, if they all attack together, they would tear us apart. Don't worry, we can hunt them in batches." A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. Then he cleared his throat and let out a low bird call. This is the beast language he learned in his 5th life, allowing him to communicate to some extent with the firebirds. Soon, the firebirds resting in the canyon were startled, and more than a dozen of them soared into the sky, heading towards Yi Wuchen's direction. "Run!" Without a second thought, Yi Wuchen turned and ran. The other Yi family disciples quickly followed suit. Yi Wuchen stopped 5 miles away from the canyon, immediately gathering thunder in his hands and shooting it into the sky. Several firebirds fell in response, their massive bodies crashing to the ground. "Kill!" The other Yi family disciples also took action, summoning their magical tools and heading into the sky. In an instant, all the firebirds were eliminated. "Let us keep hunting like this." After demonstrating once, the other Yi family disciples were all excited. There were thousands of firebirds in the canyon. If they followed this plan, they could earn a huge amount of points. "Cousin Wuchen, you are really impressive. Even able to speak beast language." Yi Shiner looked at him with admiration. The other 2 girls in the team felt the same way. Yi Wuchen said, "I just read some books and learned from them. Luring and killing firebirds is indeed a brilliant method. Not only can they steadily earn points, but it is also quite safe." Yi Wuchen kept the number of firebirds under 30, and after repeating this for just 2 hours, his points skyrocketed, approaching 600, ranking 5th on the personal leaderboard. For a moment, the Yi family disciples were all thrilled and enjoying themselves. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's frenzied hunting also caused a sensation throughout Beiyuan City. In the central square of Beiyuan City, a tall purple stone tablet displayed the personal points leaderboard in real time. At the top was still Nangong Yi, with a staggering score of 1,200 points. In second place was Wu Junxiao, with 1,100 points. Third place was Shangwan Yu, with 900 points. Fourth place was Jiang Mai, with 700 points. And fifth place, like a dark horse, rose from 9th to 5th in just 2 hours. Upon hearing the news, the people from the Jiang, Zhou, and Yi families rushed to the central square. Yi Wuchen's speed of point increase was quite unusual. Logically speaking, he was just a 6-year-old child, the youngest participant in this demon hunting competition. How could he possess such extraordinary means? Indeed, the Yi family's timber team did not have strong overall strength and could not even rank in the top 10 in Beiyuan City. Even if all the points were concentrated on Yi Wuchen, it shouldn't be this terrifying, right? People began to discuss. They were not unfamiliar with Yi Wuchen's name. After all, he was the direct disciple of the 5th grade alchemist Su Qingyu, which caused quite a stir. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? The old lady of the Jiang family, Zhou Lighting, and Jiang Wenkong arrived at the scene to check the rankings, and all showed incredulous expressions, instinctively thinking that this Yi Wuchen was not the same as the other. Wuchen is really amazing. He was only ranked 9th before, and now he has surged into the top 5 in such a short time, and his points are still steadily increasing. Yi Rongfeng and Su Qingyu were naturally beaming with joy, feeling proud. In all of Beiyuan City, there was only one family with the surname Yi, and there was only one contestant named Yi Wuchen. The names on the leaderboard could not be mistaken. Impossible, this kid must be cheating. The Zhou family cultivators who arrived at the scene looked extremely grim, especially Zhou Ziyuan, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Seeing Yi Wuchen so glorious felt worse than being killed. If you can't compare my chunner, you just say he cheated. Is this the extent of your Zhou family's petty thoughts? Yi Rongfeng raised her eyebrows and retorted. Even more ridiculous was that Zhou Ziyu from your Zhou family boasted before the competition that he would teach my chunner a lesson in the Ebony Mountain. Yet now, on the leaderboard, he has been thrown 10,000 miles away by chunner, I wonder if your Zhou family feels embarrassed. The Zhou family cultivators were furious. Their faces flushed. Unfortunately, Yi Rongfeng was speaking the truth. Before the competition, Zhou Ziyu indeed made a harsh statement to crush the Yi family cultivators underfoot. Now it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Fortunately, Jiang Mai was currently ranked 4th. If he would be surpassed by Yi Wuchen, it would be a huge embarrassment. Zhou Lighting secretly felt relieved, praying in her heart that Mai must do his best. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, as the points on the leaderboard kept changing. After just one incense stick's time, Yi Wuchen's points had already surpassed 700, closely tailing Jiang Mai. Zhou Lighting immediately became nervous, her gaze fixed on the stone tablet, not daring to relax at all. Even the old lady of the Jiang family began to turn the prayer beads in her hands, praying for Jiang Mai. Look, he surpassed him. Yi Wuchen actually entered the top 4. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in noise, voices buzzing. Zhou Lighting looked at the personal points leaderboard, and Yi Wuchen's name was prominently placed above Jiang Mai, instantly causing her to feel dizzy, almost fainting. Lighting, are you okay? Jiang Wenkong quickly supported Zhou Lighting. Husband, this leaderboard, could there be a problem? Mai is a natural 7th grade spirit root, a Qilin child. How could he lose to Yi Wuchen again this time? Why is this happening? Zhou Lighting found it hard to accept this fact, her emotions a bit out of control. Yi Rongfeng listened on the side, feeling immensely satisfied, and coldly added, What Qilin child? I see clearly that he is a fake. So what if he has a 7th grade spirit root? He has still been trampled underfoot by my chunner time and again. You are talking nonsense. Zhou Lighting trembled all over, her face pale, angrily retorting, Yi Wuchen is just lucky. That's right, he must be lucky. Luck? 3 years ago, during the swordsmanship competition, my chunner won, and you said it was luck. Later, during the disciple assessment, my chunner won again, and you said it was luck. Now the points leaderboard is clearly ranking him ahead of Jiang Mai, and you still call it luck? Yi Rongfeng looked at her with a pitiful gaze, scoffing and shaking her head. Zhou Lighting, stop deceiving yourself. In this cultivation world, there have been innate 7th grade spirit root geniuses who fell to the level of mortals. Talent does not represent everything. This statement had undoubtedly devastating power. Zhou Lighting turned pale, suspicious, and fearful. Husband, quickly refute her. Refute this shameless woman. She is clearly misleading the public. Jiang Wenkong quickly comforted her. Lighting, calm down. A moment's victory or defeat does not mean anything. A moment's victory or defeat, of course, means nothing, but has Jiang Mai ever won against Chun'er since birth? Which time was it not Chun'er crushing him underfoot? Yi Rongfeng mocked, seeming to want to return all the grievances her sister and nephew had suffered over the years. Ultimately, it is still that you have no eyes. Chun'er has been wise and sensible since childhood, understanding and considerate, never causing trouble for adults, yet you insisted on driving him out of the family. Now, well, this is instant karma. The Qilin child you raised is utterly useless, while Chun'er's performance is shining even brighter. Enough. At this moment, the old lady of the Jiang family could no longer endure it, angrily scolding, her face filled with frost. The demon hunting competition is not over yet. Before the final ranking is settled, who dares to say Mai will definitely lose to Yi Wuchen? All right, old lady Jiang, then let us wait and see the results. Yi Rongfeng was also too lazy to say more. Originally, the Yi family had no expectations for Yi Wuchen, just hoping he could return safely. Now, Yi Wuchen entering the top 4 of the personal points leaderboard was already a huge surprise. Even if he were surpassed later, they would not feel regretful. After all, the participating teams of the 4 major families of Beiyuan City had far stronger overall strength, far beyond that of the Yi family. If they really strive to concentrate the points in one person's hands, it will be very difficult for the rest of the families to compete. In the forest near the habitat of the firebird in Wumu Mountain, the bodies of firebirds piled up like a mountain with at least 700 of them. As the sun was about to set, Yi Wuchen raised his hand and said, Everyone, let's take a break. Today's hunt was really enjoyable, and the points are skyrocketing. Yeah, it's safe and efficient. The people in Beiyuan City must be dumbfounded. Seeing that his cousin's points were surpassed, Jiang Mai must be anxious now. Haha. The disciples of the Yi family wiped the sweat from their faces, leaned against the big tree to rest, and began to discuss with a sense of dark humor. Although all the hunting points are currently concentrated on Yi Wuchen, as members of the same team, they can still receive generous rewards on the family leaderboard. Therefore, seeing Yi Wuchen's points soaring to 4th place on the leaderboard, everyone felt proud and began to look forward to the generous rewards after the competition. If there were a few more similar Firebird Valleys, we might even have a chance to claim 1st place. Yi Yingxiong excitedly waved his fist, feeling no fatigue at all, still in an exhilarated state. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, sat back against the tree, feeling the changes in his cultivation. It was only the first day in Wumu Mountain, and his cultivation had already progressed from early stage of the 6th level of the mortal realm to mid-stage. Indeed, only real combat is the fastest way to improve cultivation. In a struggle against the beast, the body's potential is pushed to the limit. Just as everyone was immersed in joy and began to share their rations, the sound of hurried footsteps came from a distance. Yi Wuchen frowned and immediately became alert. Who? Yi Yingxiong and the other disciples of the Yi family were all on guard. In just a moment, 10 figures sprang out from the forest, all familiar faces. The leader was Zhou Ziyu, dressed in a dark outfit, his eyes excited and his whole body trembling slightly. What a coincidence! Today is my lucky day, Yi Wuchen. I finally found you. My God, there are so many beast corpses here. All firebirds, not less than 700. No wonder Yi Wuchen's points are rising so quickly. The Zhou family cultivators looked at the mountain of firebird corpses on the scene, all shocked, their hearts churning. Impossible! Over 700 firebirds. Even the first-ranked Nangong family can't handle that. Zhou Ziyu shook his head and then observed the traces of the battle on sight, immediately analyzing. They must have taken advantage of the situation, using batch hunting tactics. No wonder Yi Wuchen suddenly rushed into the top 4 of the leaderboard. It turns out he used such despicable means. Zhou Ziyu, what nonsense are you talking about? If you can't come up with such a brilliant idea, are you just here to be jealous? Yi Yingxiong immediately stood up and retorted loudly. You fought continuously for a day. You must be exhausted and fatigued. Zhou Ziyu couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. Heaven is helping me now. As long as I take the soul-devouring pearl from Yi Wuchen, the 4th place on the leaderboard will be mine. What? You want to take our points? Yi Xer said angrily. After they had worked hard hunting for half a day, this group wanted to take all the points with just a few words, which was too arrogant. Zhou Ziyu, what you're doing violates the rules of the monster hunting competition, and you won't be able to explain to the officials later. The other disciples of the Yi family also stood up, instinctively protecting Yi Wuchen. Rules? Zhou Ziyu sneered, began to stretch his body, and his bones cracked loudly. You are too naive. This is Wumu Mountain. Even if I kill you all, no one will know who the real culprit is. He was quite confident, exuding an air of complete dominance over the Yi family. Chapter 37 Wind System Spirit Root Yi Yingxiong, early stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. Has a 5th grade Earth System Spirit Root, strong defense but insufficient attack power. This bulky guy will be dealt with by me. A 15-year-old boy from the Zhou family stepped forward, named Zhou Kuei, with a look of arrogance, clearly not taking Yingxiong seriously. He had a 4th grade Fire System Spirit Root, but his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm, indeed having the capital to boast. The 3 girls from the Yi family will be taken care of by us. The other Zhou family disciples twisted their wrists, showing malicious smiles. Their eyes were quite brazen, already starting to roam over Yi Xer and the other 2 girls. You Zhou family are too despicable and shameless, taking advantage of our fatigue. The male disciples of the Yi family stood up, furious, protecting the 3 girls behind them. No need to waste words with them, just eliminate them without leaving any survivors. I'll personally deal with Yi Wuchen. Zhou Ziyu summoned a silver spear, and a sharp white aura surged around him. It turned out he awakened a 5th grade Wind System Spirit Root, with cultivation reaching the mid-stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. Gale Spear, he shouted explosively, instantly killing dozens of meters away, far exceeding the speed of practitioners of the same realm. Yi Yingxiong's expression became serious. Wuchen, be careful. Wind System Spirit Root, extremely fast. Very difficult to deal with. Don't worry. Yi Wuchen stood still, unwavering, his expression calm, with a faint golden light flickering in his eyes. Zhou Ziyu's every movement became slow in his eyes. This is the ability of the reincarnation eye. It can cause a brief stagnation in time. Snow-cutting sword. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen burst forth with azure lightning, raising his hand, his palm glowing with lightning, illuminating the surroundings, forming a long sword condensed from thunder power. Clang! As the two figures crossed, sparks flew and thunder exploded. Yi Wuchen, being only at the 6th level of the mortal realm, I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Zhou Ziyu sneered coldly, his eyes sharp. He waved his spear wildly, launching a fierce attack, employing the strongest spear technique of the Zhou family, tearing through space, causing the surrounding trees to tilt in the same direction, leaves falling like rain. Facing the enemy's fierce attack, Yi Wuchen remained calm, retreating while fighting, his thunder sword flickering like a dream, cleverly resolving the opponent's attacks time and again. Seeing that he couldn't take down Yi Wuchen for a long time, Zhou Ziyu felt humiliated and immediately unleashed a blazing blue spiritual power, his combat power surging. Next, my speed will increase by another factor. Yi Wuchen, can you withstand it? Whoosh! In an instant, Zhou Ziyu's speed increased even more, turning into an afterimage, flickering through the forest. This is bad. I can't even see Zhou Ziyu's figure. It was too fast. This is the terrifying aspect of the wind system's spirit root. The faces of the Yi family disciples turned pale, secretly sweating for Yi Wuchen. Snow flurry, exploding skylight. Yi Wuchen was bathed in azure thunder, raising his combat power to the limit, his pupils scanning the surroundings, each time accurately blocking the incoming spear. Having practiced the snow-cutting sword for nearly 3 years. Combined with Yi Wuchen's own understanding, this sword technique was already not weaker than a profound-level technique. No matter how strong the Gale Spear was, it was just a superior yellow-grade offensive technique. Therefore, in the duel between sword and spear, Yi Wuchen was taking the initiative. He appeared to be on the defensive, but was actually not at a disadvantage, instead consuming a lot of Zhou Ziyu's spiritual power. How is this possible? You're only at the 6th level of the mortal realm. How can you see through my spear technique time and again? Zhou Ziyu became increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Unable to suppress a gasp, facing Yi Wuchen, he found that he had no secrets at all, like a child learning to walk being toyed with by an adult. Every lethal attack was seen through by Yi Wuchen in advance, cleverly countered. No, this must be an illusion. Zhou Ziyu shook his head vigorously, especially when looking at Yi Wuchen's youthful face. He was clearly just a 6-year-old child. How could he possess such profound battle experience? It was incredible that Yi Wuchen managed to block hundreds of Zhou Ziyu's attacks, and he appeared to be doing it effortlessly. What kind of monster is this? His swordsmanship is even more frightening than that of a gathering spirit realm cultivator. The disciples of the Zhou family, seeing the battle between the two fall into a stalemate, couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. It should be known that Zhou Ziyu awakened a wind-type spirit root, belonging to a category of cultivators with extremely strong combat power, capable of challenging those at the late stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. He was also recognized as the strongest in the Zhou family team. But now, Zhou Ziyu faced a 6-year-old brat and couldn't gain the upper hand despite his relentless attacks. Your marksmanship is too weak. With this little strength, you dare try to seize my points? Yi Wuchen scoffed, his body radiating an even more intense azure light, with spiritual power that seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of fatigue at all. You're seeking death. Zhou Ziyu, enraged, glared fiercely and gritted his teeth as he shouted, Next, I will unleash my strongest killing move, and we will see if you can still block it. A storm gathered, and he roared mountain break. His entire body was engulfed in surging spiritual power, his long hair flying, pushing his combat power to the limit, and his expression became ferocious. What a terrifying momentum. This is in Xin-level battle technique. Be careful. Yi Yingxiong's face changed drastically, and the other disciples, including Yi Shiner, felt anxious. Battle techniques are divided into yellow, Xian, spirit, earth levels, etc. Boom! Zhou Ziyu moved, engulfed in a storm, the spear's brilliance blazing as he quickly lunged at Yi Wuchen. The power of this strike was such that even a gathering spirit realm cultivator would have to avoid its edge. Is this it? Just for show? Your foundation is unstable. Yi Wuchen coldly shook his head, then his gaze changed, sharp and unparalleled, as he pointed his lightning sword towards the sky. Thunder technique, sword fall at the long pavilion. This was a fusion technique of the snow-cutting sword and thunder technique, its power not weaker than in Xian-level skill. Boom! In an instant, blazing blue light and brilliant azure brilliance intertwined. At the moment of collision, the storm surged and ripples spread, causing the surrounding disciples from both the Zhou and Yi families engaged in battle to lose their footing and hurriedly retreat from the center of the battlefield. The power of such a technique is too terrifying. It is already the means of a gathering spirit realm cultivator. Just the aftermath could injure people. At the center of the battlefield, the long spear and the lightning sword clashed, two waves of violent spiritual power colliding. Zhou Ziyu coughed up blood, his face twisted, and he roared, "Die!" Cough. At the same time, Yi Wuchen also had blood at the corner of his mouth. After all, he was 3 small realms weaker than his opponent, and a head-on clash did not put him in advantage. After their strike, the two were forced back several dozen meters. This monster hasn't died yet. That last attack was the strongest I could unleash. Zhou Ziyu's pupils contracted sharply. He was genuinely panicking, having exhausted all his means and still unable to do anything to his opponent, and the consumption of spiritual power was also enormous. Chapter 38. Fierce Battle on a Rainy Night. The sun had set, and the night on Wumu Mountain grew colder. At some point, a drizzling rain began to fall from the sky, hitting people's faces like ice needles, painful and chilling. Zhou Ziyu's hand holding the spear trembled, his face a mixture of sweat and rain, breathing heavily. He had just attacked desperately, exhausting all his strength, and now, when he regained his senses, he realized he was close to exhaustion, with the spiritual power in his dantian almost depleted. In contrast, Yi Wuchen had only sustained minor injuries, remaining terrifyingly calm throughout, with no mistakes or even the slightest fluctuation of emotion. He was like a cold, merciless assassin, patiently waiting for his enemy to reveal a flaw. It's time to end this. Yi Wuchen's long sword exploded with lightning brilliance, illuminating the dark rainy night as he charged forward, exuding a murderous aura honed by years of battle. At that moment, Zhou Ziyu felt the threat of death, even feeling a sense of helplessness, and immediately shouted, "Stop Yi Wuchen! Don't let him come over!" In the rainforest, the battle was extremely chaotic. The disciples of the Yi family and the Zhou family had already become bloodthirsty, with blades flashing and spiritual rainbows darting about, no one paying attention to Zhou Ziyu. A bunch of useless fools. Zhou Ziyu, seeing that no one was coming to assist him, could not help but roar in anger, raising his spear to charge forward. He was still somewhat unconvinced. Clearly, he was stronger than Yi Wuchen by 3 small realms. How could he possibly lose to a mere child? Kill! Kill! In an instant, both of them let out explosive shouts, sparing no effort. The two clashed once again, constantly unleashing spiritual rainbows. But this time, Yi Wuchen took the initiative to attack, sword light dancing, his movement graceful, the offensive like a sudden storm. Zhou Ziyu gritted his teeth and fought desperately, but he was no match at all, continuously retreating, and his spear was knocked away. He lost his footing and stumbled into the mud, his eyes filled with terror, shouting, "Help! Help me! Someone save me!" A Zhou family disciple, seeing this, rushed to assist, his cultivation at the 8th level of the mortal realm, launching a sneak attack from behind, aiming a punch at Yi Wuchen's back of the head. Yi Wuchen had already sensed this and tilted his head, causing the punch to miss, while simultaneously grabbing the opponent's wrist and forcefully throwing him forward. The Zhou family disciple was horrified and let out a scream, feeling himself being pulled by an astonishing force. He flipped over, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Immediately, his eyes widened, blood spurted from his mouth, and his internal organs were shattered. After a convulsion, he breathed his last. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the Zhou family disciples stopped fighting and gasped in shock. A cultivator at the 8th level of the mortal realm was directly killed by Yi Wuchen with a shoulder throw. What incredible strength this is! Boom! At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, illuminating the surroundings, as well as Yi Wuchen's youthful face. But in Zhou Ziyu's eyes, this was undoubtedly the face of a devil. He trembled in fear, moving backward, looking at Yi Wuchen and saying, You are not really a 6-year-old child. Who on earth are you? What? Are you starting to fear now? Weren't you just bragging about taking all my points? Yi Wuchen coldly laughed, lifting his foot and fiercely stepping down on Zhou Ziyu's thigh, causing the latter's neck veins to bulge as he let out a painful howl. No, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Yi Wuchen, don't be impulsive. Do you really want to create a blood feud with the Zhou family? Zhou Ziyu was still in pain, begging for mercy, a stark contrast to his earlier spirited demeanor. Yi Wuchen gripped Zhou Ziyu's neck, lifting him off the ground, and spoke slowly. I want your entire Zhou family wiped out. Can you agree to that? Zhou Ziyu was terrified beyond belief. Then, Yi Wuchen twisted his hand forcefully. Crack! Zhou Ziyu's neck twisted, his body covered in azure lightning, his flesh charred, and he collapsed to the ground, turning into a cold corpse. It's over. Zhou Xiao is dead. Only then did the Zhou family disciples come back to their senses, their hearts filled with terror. Zhou Ziyu, a cultivator at the 9th level of the mortal realm, actually couldn't defeat a 6-year-old Yi Wuchen and died a tragic death with his neck broken. Killing Zhou Ziyu across 3 small realms, this is 2 against the heavens. This monster will surely bring great calamity when he grows up. Zhou Kuei, who was fighting Yi Xiong, showed an incredulous expression, his heart churning with shock. Killing Zhou Ziyu, the Zhou family will not let you go. Brothers, retreat now. Zhou Kuei yelled in a frenzy. Seeing the situation was dire, he turned and ran. Still trying to escape, Yi Wuchen raised his hand, unleashing a thunderous crescent that sliced sharply, cutting a bloody gash on Zhou Kuei's thigh. Yingxiong exécuted a sword technique, piercing through Zhou Kuei's back and emerging from his chest. It was over. The captain and vice-captain were dead. The Zhou clan cultivators felt despair. Who would have thought that Yi Wuchen, at the 6th level of the mortal realm, was actually the backbone of this team, and his combat power was so ferocious. Not a single Zhou clan cultivator would be spared. Yi Wuchen directly issued a death order. At the same time, he struck multiple times, unleashing thunderbolts. Cultivators below the 9th level of the mortal realm simply couldn't withstand his attack, effectively being killed in an instant, with the luckier ones suffering severe injuries and barely hanging on. In the blink of an eye, all 10 Zhou clan cultivators were annihilated, their bodies lying in the cold rainwater. The 3 female disciples of the Yi clan were still in a daze. After all, it was their first time witnessing such a bloody scene. Hunting beasts was completely different from killing people. They all deserved it for their evil deeds. Yi Xiong felt no discomfort and showed no sympathy. The struggle for the Blackwood Mountain was a matter of life and death. As for Yi Wuchen, he had already begun to inspect the bodies, searching through the storage bags of these Zhou clan disciples. Among them, Zhou Ziyu's storage bag was the most valuable, containing over 1,000 spirit stones and some magical artifacts. Let's share the valuable items. After Yi Wuchen finished counting the storage bags, he directed everyone to divide the wealth. Yi Xiong was more concerned about the points and quickly asked, how many points do the demon-devouring pearls on them add up to? Less than 200, but still a decent haul. Yi Wuchen did not rush to absorb the points from the demon-devouring pearls, as a sudden surge in points could easily raise suspicion. He instructed everyone, don't mention the deaths of the Zhou clan cultivators when we return to Beiyuan City. Let this matter stay buried in our hearts. And attribute Zhou Ziyu's death to demonic practitioners. Understood, the other Yi clan disciples nodded seriously. However, just as one wave was settling, another arose. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the soul-devouring pearl in Yi Wuchen's hand. Yi Wuchen, hurry to the northern depths of Blackwood Mountain. A spirit-gathering realm beast king has appeared, and we need your support. Shangwan Yu? Yi Wuchen looked at the soul-devouring pearl in surprise. He hadn't expected this girl to seek help from him through the soul-devouring pearl. Chapter 39. The Strange Devouring Beast. As Shangwan Yu's voice rang out in the soul-devouring pearl, the team members fell silent. This was the demon hunting competition in Blackwood Mountain. They had just experienced a brutal battle for points, feeling the treachery and life-and-death struggle, and had become vigilant. Yi Xiong instinctively said, Wuchen, could this be a trap? Well, even if it's not a trap, even if what they say is true, we can't go. You have to know that the 10-member team from the Shangwan family has a combined strength that is not weak, with an average cultivation level reaching the 8th level of the mortal realm. If they can't handle the Beast King, it must be very dangerous. Yishiner also quickly nodded. Don't worry, I wasn't interested in hunting any Beast King in the first place. Yi Wuchen smiled slightly, casually injecting spiritual power into the soul-devouring pearl, and responded to Shangwan Yu, with my mere 6th level cultivation in the mortal realm, I can't help you much. Better to seek someone else. Damn it, this guy actually rejected me. In the northern deep mountains, Shangwan Yu stared at the soul-devouring pearl in her hand, her pretty face puffing up with anger like a cute little squirrel. Forget it. After all, Yi Wuchen is only at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Even if he comes, he won't be of much help. A boy beside her shook his head, thinking that his cousin was overestimating that 6-year-old child. No, Yi Wuchen is definitely not as simple as he appears. Shangwan Yu's bright eyes sparkled as she continued to send messages to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen, don't play dumb with me. To be able to break into the top 4 of the personal points leaderboard in such a short time, you must have extraordinary skills. As far as I know, you have studied the 10,000 Beasts record and possess an extraordinary memory, being very familiar with the characteristics and weaknesses of various beasts. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to pass Su Qingyu's apprenticeship assessment back then. The soul-devouring pearl rang again with Shangwan Yu's voice. He couldn't help but feel a headache, thinking how this girl had inexplicably fixated on him. He immediately replied, I really can't help you right now. My spiritual power is almost exhausted after a day of fighting. What if I tell you that killing this Beast King can earn you 2,000 points? Will you come? 2,000 points? Yi Wuchen's eyes narrowed, feeling very tempted. This was a huge amount of points. It should be noted that while leading the team in the blazing Firebird Canyon, they had hunted over 700 beasts and only earned 500 points. Moreover, opportunities like this were rare and might not come by again in the future. 2,000 points? Yi Xiong, Yishiner, and the others also brightened with excitement. However, Yi Wuchen still had no intention of going, shaking his head and saying, even if there are 2,000 points, there won't be much left after it's in my hands. Going to hunt a Beast King level beast for just 200 points isn't worth it. You are driving me crazy. When we return to Beiyuan City, my sister will definitely settle the score with you. Shangwan Yu never expected her sincere invitation to be rejected multiple times. In Beiyuan City, she was the beloved pearl of the Shangwan family, enjoying the wind and rain, with talents from various clans trying hard to get close to her and build connections. Yet this little brat actually dared to look down on her. After Shangwan Yu's frustrated voice came from the soul-devouring pearl, there was no further response. Seeing this, Yi Wuchen felt relaxed and took the opportunity to enjoy a good nap. However, half an hour later, Shangwan Yu's voice echoed again from the soul-devouring pearl. This time, she sounded much more haggard. Yi Wuchen, this Beast King is too strange. We have used various offensive methods and have struggled to inflict any damage on it. And we've already lost 2 companions. How could this happen? With your team's strength, it should be no problem to jointly slay a Beast King in the early spirit gathering realm, right? Yi Wuchen sensed that the situation was not simple and immediately inquired. What type of beast is that Beast King? What are its specific characteristics? Shangwan Yu transmitted, it's a juvenile iron-armored rhinoceros, exuding a heavy black evil aura, with red eyes and extremely irritable. Something's not right. How could a juvenile iron-armored rhinoceros in Blackwood Mountain possess the strength of the spirit gathering realm? Moreover, iron-armored rhinoceroses have green eyes, not red. Additionally, this type of beast is generally quite docile and wouldn't actively attack human cultivators. I suspect this iron-armored rhinoceros has been corrupted. There are many corpses of its kind nearby, including 2 of my Shangwan family's disciples, who have been devoured by it. After devouring them, the iron-armored rhinoceros's strength has obviously increased significantly. Corrupted? Grown by devouring? Yi Wuchen's gaze instantly became serious. It was not uncommon for beasts to be corrupted, but growing by devouring was quite rare. Is the dark substance invading? No, in my last life, I already quelled the dark turmoil and sealed away all dark substances. Who on earth opened the seal? Or did I fail to completely eliminate this substance in my last life, causing it to leak out? Yi Wuchen immediately thought of the dark turmoil during that time. Many beasts that had been corrupted and grown by devouring appeared in the cultivation world. Powerful, ferocious beasts could even swallow entire cities with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, brutally and mercilessly. The source of all this came from a liquid called dark substance. As long as living beings were contaminated by dark substances, they would become mindless zombies, killing machines that continuously devoured and grew. And Wuchen star is a sealed planet, making it very difficult for outside cultivators to enter. Could it be that this overlooked planet inherently contains dark substances? Or is it that those rats in the sewers have come back to life? Yi Wuchen's brows were tightly knitted, and he had to take the situation seriously. He immediately communicated with the soul-devouring pearl. I'm coming over now. You all stay put. He wanted to verify whether dark matter had truly re-emerged in the world. If it was true, then this small Wuchen star was likely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Cousin Wuchen, are you really planning to take the risk? Yi Xiong's gaze was somewhat worried. Yi Wuchen nodded and said, yes, I must go. You all stay here and don't move until I return. Can I come with you? Yi Xiong still felt uneasy. No, you must stay here to protect everyone. Don't worry, I practice Thunder Law. My speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if I encounter danger, I can easily escape. Yi Wuchen instructed a few words before heading north towards Wumu Mountain. He used the ghost shadow stealth technique, rapidly moving through the forest, enhancing his speed with Thunder Law, darting like azure lightning. During this time, he contacted Shangguan Yu through the soul-devouring pearl and received specific directions and locations. Chapter 40. Dark Matter Re-Emerges. Boom! The night was deep, torrential rain fell, and thunder roared. Yet, not a single raindrop touched Yi Wuchen, as they were all blocked by the faint azure spiritual rainbow that surrounded him. Half an hour later, Yi Wuchen arrived at a foggy area with very low visibility. In the thick fog, there was a towering tree with a dense crown, providing shelter from the rain. And standing there were a group of young boys and girls. They were the 8 disciples of the Shangguan family, 6 boys and 2 girls, all dressed in luxurious clothing. Yet their appearances looked rather disheveled. Who? Shangguan Qingyin was very vigilant. Seeing someone approaching, he tightened his grip on the black iron greatsword, his cultivation reaching the 9th level of the mortal realm, with green spiritual rainbow flames burning all over his body. It's me, Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen walked out from the rain curtain, dressed in white, with a youthful and delicate face. Although only 6 years old, he was already different from the norm, standing at the height of a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Brother Wuchen, you finally came. Shangguan Yu revealed a joyful smile, her lips red and teeth white, her brows and eyes like paintings, her figure graceful and slender. Her gem-like, sparkling eyes flashed with brilliance as she hurried forward to greet him. Yi Wuchen arrived under the big tree, glanced at the surrounding environment, and felt something strange, saying, it's unusually quiet here. Yes, almost all the nearby demon beasts are dead. Only that iron-armored rhinoceros remains. Shangguan Yu nodded. Let's go. Take me to the scene. Yi Wuchen got straight to the point. He wasn't here for points, but to investigate the reasons behind the iron-armored rhinoceros. Okay. Shangguan Yu nodded and quickly led the way. The other team members of the Shangguan family looked on, some with confusion or disdain. They didn't believe that the Beast King they couldn't hunt could be easily dealt with by Yi Wuchen. After all, he was just a 6-year-old child with only 6 levels of mortal realm cultivation. What special abilities could he have? However, considering Shangguan Yu's face, they said nothing more and silently followed behind. The iron-armored rhinoceros is just 3 miles ahead. Let's approach slowly and keep our footsteps light. Shangguan Yu spoke, her voice clear and pleasant. She wore a purple dress, her blue hair cascading like a waterfall, her body delicate like jade, her posture graceful and light, her fair legs long and straight, and her bright eyes captivating. As Yi Wuchen passed the spark tree, he immediately picked a few red fruits from it and crushed them, applying the pulp onto his body. Brother Wuchen, what are you doing? You're all red. It smells so pungent. Shangguan Yu wrinkled her small nose, showing a look of disgust. Yi Wuchen explained, the demonized iron-armored rhinoceros not only has hearing dozens of times stronger than usual, but also has a very sensitive sense of smell. The fruits of the spark tree can perfectly conceal human scent. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingyun suddenly realized, no wonder the iron-armored rhinoceros can always detect our movements in advance. It turns out its sense of smell has been enhanced. In an instant, the other disciples of the Shangguan family also began to imitate him, picking red fruits from the tree and applying them to themselves. Only Shangguan Yu remained still, clearly caring about her appearance and unable to accept the pungent smell of the fruit. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and apply it. Yi Wuchen directly took action, applying the red pulp onto Shangguan Yu's fair face. Ah, Yi Wuchen, you dare to smear that dirty thing on my face. You're dead. Shangguan Yu jumped in anger. But now that her face was already stained, she could only accept the reality. The team continued forward, and halfway through, Yi Wuchen suddenly stopped, pulling Shangguan Yu back. What are you doing? Shangguan Yu was still angry, pouting her small lips, looking quite displeased. I don't want you to become fertilizer for the man-eating flower. It's best to take a detour. Yi Wuchen pointed to a flower disguised as an ordinary plant ahead. Shangguan Qingyun examined it closely and immediately gasped. It really is a man-eating flower, and it's disguised so well. If Shangguan Yu had taken a few more steps forward just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In an instant, the disciples of the Shangguan family couldn't help but look at Yi Wuchen with gratitude. Their gazes clearly changed. Previously skeptical, they were now convinced. Shangguan Yu immediately felt guilty and said, Brother Wuchen, it was my fault earlier. I wronged you. It's fine. Yi Wuchen waved his hand. Having lived 9 lives, he naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a little girl. After a stick of incense's time, the 8 of them hid in the bushes, and Yi Wuchen finally saw the true appearance of the iron-armored rhinoceros. This iron-armored rhinoceros was about 6 meters long, 3 meters tall, covered in black scales, with blood-red pupils and a somewhat ferocious appearance, currently chewing on the body of its kind. It burned with black, evil energy, extinguishing life, causing the vegetation beneath it to wither. It had grown quite a bit and was nearing subadulthood, with strength reaching the late stage of the gathering spirit realm. Shangguan Yu showed a serious expression. Yi Wuchen's focus was not on the combat power of the iron-armored rhinoceros, but on the evil energy emanating from it. His heart sank as he quietly muttered, it really is the source of dark matter, although it's only the most primitive dark matter. Shangguan Yu's big eyes blinked with curiosity. What is dark matter? Yi Wuchen explained, dark matter is a vicious, evil energy. Once contaminated, it will make one bloodthirsty and demonized, and it can continuously devour and grow. If this iron-armored rhinoceros continues to consume it, its cultivation might reach the level of the 9th layer of the gathering spirit realm. As far as I know, demon beasts like the iron-armored rhinoceros only have combat power up to the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm at their peak. I didn't expect dark matter to be so terrifying that it could allow the iron-armored rhinoceros to break through its limits and reach the 9th level. Shangguan Qingyun's heart was in turmoil. If there is enough dark matter, would Wumu Mountain undergo a transformation? By then, thousands of beast kings could be cultivated, all capable of attacking human cities. The other disciples of the Shangguan family also felt shocked, fully aware of the severity of the situation. That is not necessarily the case. Yi Wuchen shook his head. The power of dark matter is extremely domineering, and not all demon beasts can withstand it. Haven't you noticed that all the nearby demon beasts are dead? They probably died from consuming dark matter. Are you saying that this dark matter was deliberately released in Wumu Mountain? Shangguan Yu, being very clever, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, it must have been done by those demonic cultivators. Yi Wuchen nodded, his gaze sharp as a knife. Shangguan Yu continued, Brother Wuchen, you just said that dark matter is divided into 10 levels, and this is just a low-level dark matter. Then how powerful is the highest level dark matter? The highest level dark matter? Yi Wuchen fell into thought, taking a deep breath and saying, if the highest level dark matter were to appear on Zhuke Star, then this world would be on the brink of destruction. World destruction? The members of the Shangguan family all swallowed hard, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Lying in the bushes, the group felt a lingering unease. If what Yi Wuching said was true, then every move made by the demonic practitioners now had significant implications for the survival of the cultivation world. Shangguan Qingyun took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "Regarding the matter of dark matter, we will investigate it later. The most important thing now is to kill this demonized iron-armored rhinoceros and avenge the two fallen brothers of the Shangguan family." The iron-armored rhinoceros was already powerful in defense, and now, after being demonized, its body was covered in black scales, making it nearly impervious to weapons and without any weaknesses. Ordinary methods would struggle to inflict damage on it. Shangguan Yu frowned. She had already used several offensive techniques, and even with all her strength, she couldn't truly injure the iron-armored rhinoceros. Yi Wuching rubbed his chin, a faint golden light flashing in his pupils as he observed the massive beast ahead. He said in a deep voice, "The demonized iron-armored rhinoceros is aggressive and highly offensive, but it also has a weakness. It can be easily provoked, igniting like a spark." "What kind of weakness is that?" a Shangguan family disciple asked in confusion. Yi Wuching replied, "Of course it's a weakness. The iron-armored rhinoceros is relatively clumsy in its movements. We can send a few agile team members to provoke it and then run away, letting the iron-armored rhinoceros rampage until it exhausts its strength. Then we can join forces to hunt it down." What Wuching said is very reasonable. Our previous thinking was wrong. Confronting this beast head-on would never yield good results. Let's proceed with this plan. Shangguan Qingyun nodded in agreement. "I agree too." Shangguan Yu raised her delicate hand, her eyes sparkling like a crescent moon, looking very sweet and cute. Seeing that the core members of the team all supported Yi Wuching's plan, a young man named Shangguan Ji stepped forward and said, "I have awakened a 5th-grade wind-type spirit root, so let me take the lead." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In an instant, Shangguan Ji dashed out of the bushes and approached within 100 meters of the iron-armored rhinoceros, shouting, "Beast, if you dare, come chase your grandpa." The iron-armored rhinoceros, seeing a human child daring to provoke it, immediately snorted angrily, hot air bursting from its nostrils, letting out a low roar, and dug its front hooves into the ground, preparing to charge. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled. A fierce wind swept through, causing the surrounding trees to sway and leaves to fall. The explosive power of the iron-armored rhinoceros was astonishing, as it charged forward several dozen meters in an instant. "I'm running." Shangguan Ji's expression changed slightly, and he quickly used the wind steps to flee into the forest. However, the destructive power of the iron-armored rhinoceros was terrifying, as it smashed through trees with ease and was faster than Shangguan Ji. Just as the two were about to collide, Yi Wuching quickly reminded, "Don't run in a straight line, take a detour. It may be fast in a straight line, but it's not agile." Following the reminder, Shangguan Ji immediately began to move sideways like a crab, using the trees as cover, successfully creating distance from the iron-armored rhinoceros. The iron-armored rhinoceros chased for more than 10 miles, panting heavily. Realizing that this human was truly cunning and could not catch up, it finally stopped, its lips trembling in anger as if cursing. Then the iron-armored rhinoceros turned back to where it came from. Shangguan Ji was drenched in sweat, his face pale as he returned to the bushes, looking shaken. "That was too close. I almost got caught by that big guy." Although the demonized iron-armored rhinoceros was still heavy, its speed in a straight line had greatly increased. If Shangguan Ji weren't a wind-type spirit root, he would have found it very difficult to return safely this time. "Next I'll go." Shangguan Qingyun took a deep breath, displaying a sense of heroic sacrifice as he held his black iron broadsword, feeling a bit nervous. Although his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, he knew he was definitely not as fast as Shangguan Ji. Since even Shangguan Ji had almost encountered trouble, he naturally couldn't be sure he would return safely. Yi Wuching said, "No, just use your broadsword. You're a sword cultivator, right? You can use flying knives from a distance." "Flying knives from a distance?" Shangguan Qingyun was taken aback. Sword cultivators could use flying swords, so knife cultivators could naturally use flying knives. Shangguan Yu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Brother Wuching, you're so clever to think of such a brilliant method, right? I just need to remotely control the broadsword to provoke it." Shangguan Qingyun smacked his forehead, thinking how could he have been so foolish, realizing that Yi Wuchen was much smarter. Black Iron Broadsword, go. Shangguan Qingyun immediately controlled his broadsword to fly out. The iron-armored rhinoceros, which had been leisurely grazing, suddenly felt a sharp weapon stab its backside, and its pupils constricted in fury. Roar! It was enraged, having already been toyed with by a damned human, and now even a weapon dared to provoke it. Without further ado, the iron-armored rhinoceros charged after the broadsword. For the next 2 hours, the iron-armored rhinoceros experienced the most furious stage of its life, constantly being provoked by strange objects, leaving it panting heavily. Upon returning to its resting place, it collapsed onto the ground, completely motionless, as its energy was almost depleted. In the bushes, the disciples of the Shangguan family were all very excited, never having thought of using such a clever method to deal with the Beast King. Only Shangguan Ji looked at Yi Wuchen with a resentful expression, as he couldn't control objects, which led to each time being a narrow escape. Now, let's work together to quickly eliminate the iron-armored rhinoceros. Yi Wuchen avoided Shangguan Ji's resentful gaze and immediately ordered the team members to act together. I'll trap it first. Shangguan Yu made her move. As a water-type cultivator, she made hand seals and chanted incantations, her body gathering blue spirit energy towards her fingertips, then unleashing a spiritual rainbow like a water column, ultimately forming a gigantic water prison that fell from the sky, completely covering the iron-armored rhinoceros. Kill! Simultaneously, Shangguan Qingyun charged in with his black iron broadsword, the intent of his blade condensing as the killing power surged, slashing sharply against the iron-armored rhinoceros's black scales, sending sparks flying and leaving faint knife marks. The other disciples also joined in, each summoning their magical treasures for ranged attacks. Roar! The iron-armored rhinoceros was instantly enraged. Letting out a low roar, its crimson pupils fixated on these several detestable human youths, especially Shangguan Ji. It recognized them the most and immediately charged through the water prison directly towards Shangguan Ji. Damn it! Why is it chasing me again? Shangguan Ji wanted to cry, but had no tears. He turned and ran. During this, the iron-armored rhinoceros spewed flames from its mouth, setting his backside ablaze, making him run like a monkey. This is bad. Although the iron-armored rhinoceros is running slower than before, its defense is still formidable. The Shangguan family cultivators felt it was tricky. No matter how they attacked, they were merely scratching this big guy. Boom! Until a streak of cyan lightning fell from the sky, instantly blowing off the scales on the iron-armored rhinoceros's back and splattering blood everywhere. Chapter 42, second on the leaderboard. What a powerful attack! The pupils of the Shangguan family members constricted intensely, and they instinctively looked towards Yi Wuchen. Among the team, he was the only one who practiced thunder techniques. Impressive. Shangguan Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she clapped. She had thought that Yi Wuchen was just clever, but she didn't expect his combat power to be so formidable. Truly deserving of being someone who could break into the top 4 on the leaderboard. Be careful. Everyone scatter. Yi Wuchen's expression changed as he shouted. The iron-armored rhinoceros let out an enraged roar, abandoning its pursuit of Shangguan Ji and charging directly towards the bushes. It opened its massive mouth, launching a scorching fireball that instantly exploded in the area, creating a dazzling red light. Puff! Several disciples of the Shangguan family were thrown back, their faces pale and spitting blood. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Qingyun, with their high cultivation, managed to use their spirit energy to shield themselves, barely withstanding the blow, but their hair was disheveled and they looked quite disheveled. Only Yi Wuchen remained calm, his entire body enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, resembling armor that protected him. As the iron-armored rhino charged closer, Shangguan Qingyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He leaped into the air, and a white wave of energy appeared around his black iron-long knife as he swung it down. At the same time, Shangguan Yu formed a hand seal, summoning numerous small ice spikes around her, which instantly shot out like a rainstorm, densely covering the iron-armored rhino. Both of them had reached the 9th level of the mortal realm and were among the best talents in Beiyuan City. Their combined efforts caused the iron-armored rhino to feel pain, slowing down its charge. Thunder technique, sword falls at the pavilion. Yi Wuchen raised his hand, condensing a thunderous sword of light, which shot into the air with pinpoint accuracy, landing precisely on the back of the iron-armored rhino where its scales had been lost. The thunder sword pierced through the flesh of the iron-armored rhino, blood gushing forth, and the domineering thunder power spread throughout its body, instantly paralyzing the massive creature and slowing its movements. In pain, it let out a deafening roar, entering a state of rage. The Canglan family's cultivators couldn't help but feel anxious. They knew that in a previous battle, it was precisely because this beast king fell into a rage that its combat power surged, instantly killing 2 of their disciples. Don't be afraid. We have already exhausted a lot of the iron-armored rhino's energy. Even if it enters a rage, it won't be much stronger. Yi Wuchen said calmly as he leaped onto a branch over 10 meters high, looking down from above, gathering thunder in his hands and continuously slashing at the rhino's back, causing more and more scales to fall off, creating a breakthrough point. Focus your attacks on its back. Canglan Qingyun immediately directed everyone to attack together. Roar. As various magical treasures launched their assaults, the wound on the iron-armored rhino's back expanded, flesh and blood blurred, and white bones were faintly visible. Normally, an iron-armored rhino would have been knocked down by such an onslaught long ago. However, a beast infected with dark matter had remarkably strong vitality. Despite being injured, it still managed to knock 2 Canglan family disciples flying, breaking their bones and causing serious injuries, including Yi Wuchen. His arm also sustained minor abrasions. Beast. Canglan Qingyun's sword techniques were fierce as he engaged in close combat with the iron-armored rhino, drawing most of the Beast King's attention. At the same time, Canglan Yu continued to attack from a distance. Thunder technique, Fire Phoenix. Yi Wuchen activated the Li Hua Eugene bracelet on his right wrist, and a sound of phoenix cries echoed as a fire phoenix formed in his palm, its body infused with thunderous power. This was a combat technique combining thunder and fire, with power stronger than a pure fire phoenix by 30%. Boom! The fire phoenix spread its wings, flames burning, surrounded by thunder, and dove into the iron-armored rhino's back, instantly igniting a blaze that illuminated the surrounding forest for several miles. With this powerful strike, the iron-armored rhino let out a mournful howl and finally collapsed to the ground, completely losing its life. We successfully killed the Beast King. Awesome! The disciples of the Canglan family all shook off their fatigue and cheered excitedly. Canglan Qingyun immediately looked at Yi Wuchen with a hint of guilt, saying, "Wuchen, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect your abilities to be so formidable." Yes, the thunder technique is so cool. Too bad I'm not of the thunder element, Canglan Yu added with envy, then instinctively covered her mouth. Mentioning spiritual roots, Yi Wuchen seemed to only have a 3rd-grade spiritual root, but because he had innate intelligence, his cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people. However, he might never step into the 3rd realm in his lifetime. This was undoubtedly a torment for a young genius. Yi Wuchen smiled and said, "It's fine. What does it matter if I have a 3rd-grade spiritual root? Throughout history, there have been cultivators with 3rd-grade spiritual roots who have entered the 3rd realm. Although rare, I may not be unable to become one of them." Wuchen is so young yet so open-minded. It's truly admirable, Canglan Qingyun said, cupping his hands in respect. At that moment, a Canglan family disciple reminded, now that the iron-armored rhino is dead, we need to quickly use the demon-devouring pearl to absorb the malevolent energy from its body. That's a full 2,000 points. We can't waste it. But how should we distribute it? The other disciples of the Canglan family showed difficult expressions, their gazes falling on Yi Wuchen. They only needed to concentrate their points on Canglan Yu, but the distribution on Yi Wuchen's side was quite troublesome. Canglan Yu, being straightforward, spoke up. "I think it should be 1,000 points each. If it weren't for Yi Wuchen's help this time, we wouldn't have been able to successfully hunt the Beast King." Yes, Wuchen played a crucial role in this battle. "I think splitting the points evenly is fine," Canglan Qingyun nodded. Seeing this, Yi Wuchen didn't hold back and immediately took out the demon-devouring pearl, beginning to absorb the black malevolent energy from the iron-armored rhino's corpse. Once the absorption was complete, Yi Wuching held the demon-devouring pearl to check the points ranking. He was astonishingly in second place, with over 1,700 points. The first place was Shangguan Yu, whose points had risen to over 1,900 due to the hunt of the iron-armored rhino. Awesome. I'm now in first place. Shangguan Yu revealed her cute little tiger teeth and excitedly spun in place. Shoo! Everyone be quiet for a moment. Suddenly, Shangguan Qingyan made a shushing gesture, then opened the demon-devouring pearl, for which an urgent voice of a young man came. Shangguan Qingyan, hurry and take your people away from Wumu Mountain, or everyone will die here. Nangong Yi, what happened on your side? Shangguan Qingyun's expression changed. The demon beasts have mutated and are being controlled by someone, hunting down the contestants. All 9 of my team members have been slaughtered, and now only I have escaped. The hoarse voice of Nangong Yi came from the demon-devouring pearl. Silence. Only the howling wind could be heard. The Nangong family was the #1 family in Beiyuan City, and the 10-member team, led by Nangong Yi, was the strongest in terms of overall strength. The most promising seed team to win the championship. To think such a team made up of outstanding talents nearly faced total annihilation, leaving only Nangong Yi alive. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their scalps tingling. Boom! The night in Wumu Mountain was deep and cold, with lightning continuously tearing through the sky, heavy rain pouring down, and the wind howling mournfully. The atmosphere was oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Shangguan Qingyan, Shangguan Yu, and others felt their hearts unsettled for a long time, struggling to accept the fact that the Nangong family's team had nearly been wiped out. Yi Wuching's gaze grew serious, and he immediately contacted Yi Ingxiong through the demon-devouring pearl. Hero, how's the situation on your side? We're fine here, but the mountain is eerily quiet. Not a single beast roar can be heard. It's very unusual. Yi Ingxiong quickly responded through the demon-devouring pearl. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuching felt slightly relieved. The beast roars that had previously echoed in the mountains were due to many demon beasts being infected by dark matter, struggling in the process of becoming demonic. Now, everything had settled. The demon beasts that failed to become demonic had lost their lives, while those that succeeded had their combat power greatly increased. In his thoughts, Yi Wuching said, Hero, you stay put for now. Just remain where you are and follow my instructions. No problem. Yi Yingyong nodded. Upon hearing their conversation, Shangguan Yu couldn't help but express her confusion. Nangong Yi told us to quickly evacuate Wumu Mountain. Why are you instead telling the Yi family cultivators to stay put? Isn't that waiting for death? Since the demon cultivators are controlling the demon beasts to hunt us down, they will definitely guard the way down the mountain. Choosing to flee now would be like walking into a trap. Yi Wuching analyzed seriously. That makes sense. If we go against their intentions, we might find a way to survive. Shangguan Qingyan nodded, greatly impressed by Yi Wuching's clear reasoning. Roar! At that moment, a deafening tiger roar echoed through the mountain gorge, the sound waves resounding in the sky. Another beast king had gone mad. It was a white-striped, ferocious tiger, strong and muscular, with gleaming white fangs. Its whole body engulfed in black, ghostly flames, running swiftly through the air in pursuit of a young boy dressed in green. Its cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm, surrounded by malevolent energy, worth at least 3,000 points. The young boy in green was also quite remarkable at the perfect 9th level of the mortal realm, wielding a jade ruler and unleashing hundreds of spiritual rainbows that collided with the white tiger, exploding into brilliant waves of light. Shangguan Qingyan looked up and exclaimed, It's Nangong Yi. At the same time, Nangong Yi also spotted Shangguan family's group in the forest below and immediately extended an invitation. This white tiger is injured. We can team up to kill it and split the points. No problem. Shangguan Yu immediately acted, summoning a crystal-clear blue orb containing vast water elemental energy, which soared into the sky and struck the white tiger's forehead, emitting a deafening buzzing sound. This treasure was quite extraordinary, with tremendous attack power. It smashed the mad white tiger's forehead, causing it to bleed profusely and slowing its pursuit of Nangong Yi. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry pierced the clear sky. A giant iron-clawed eagle, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, flew in, blocking out the sun, its feathers glossy black, and its claws forged as if from iron, stained with the remnants of human cultivator's flesh. Another powerful beast king, its cultivation also at the late stage of the spirit gathering realm. The eagle king circled in the sky, its sharp gaze like blades, and suddenly dove down, transforming into an afterimage, aiming directly at Shangguan Yu. Be careful. Shangguan Qingyun quickly intervened, condensing his sword intent and striking upwards, a brilliant beam of sword light shooting into the sky, but it was easily blocked by the eagle's claws, unharmed. As the iron-clawed eagle approached Shangguan Yu, a red light shot out from a distance, piercing through the eagle's body, blood splattering and causing it to recoil in pain, flapping its wings to return to the sky. Soon, a red-clad youth appeared, 15 years old, with a stern face and eyes burning with crimson flames. Red flame, odd eyes. Wu Junxiao, the disciples of a Shangguan family, exclaimed in surprise. Wu Junxiao approached the group, speaking in a low voice. The formation covering the Blackwood Mountain has cut off contact with the outside world. We cannot call for help from Beiyuan City. To survive, we can only team up to carve a bloody path out. Shangguan Qingyun quickly asked, "Where are the other disciples of your Wu family?" Wu Junxiao remained calm. "Some are dead, some have scattered. The way down the mountain is swarmed with demonic beasts, making it impossible to escape. So, is it just you left in your team?" All disciples of the Shangguan family gasped in shock. You could say that. Wu Junxiao looked weary. Nangong even descended from the sky to join them, saying, "With just us, trying to break out is too difficult. We must find a new exit." Roar! The white tiger beast king landed a few hundred meters away, not daring to attack recklessly, its cold eyes fixated on the group. The eagle king above also circled, seemingly waiting for reinforcements. Wuchen pondered, if I'm not mistaken. The formation enveloping Blackwood Mountain should be called the Demon Control Formation, established by 3 spirit gathering realm demon cultivators. The method to break the formation is quite simple. We just need to kill those 3 demon cultivators. This way, the mad demonic beasts will lose control and become headless flies, killing each other. Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junxiao exchanged surprised glances, not understanding how this child had mixed into the Shangguan family's group. Nangong expressed out, "First, even if this formation is indeed the Demon Control Formation, what makes you think it consists only of 3 demon cultivators? What if there are more? I previously encountered a team that was completely annihilated, and the attackers were only 3 people. Hence my judgment. It may not be accurate, but it's not far off." Ye Yuchen replied. Wu Junxiao's eyes flickered with flames, frowning. Even if there are only 3 spirit gathering realm demon cultivators, we might not be able to kill them successfully. Activating the demon control formation consumes a lot of spiritual power and mental energy. They must be in a very weak state now, making it a good opportunity for us to strike. Do you know where they are? They must be at the top of Blackwood Mountain. Only there can they set up the demon control formation to control all the mad beasts of Blackwood Mountain to hunt us. Yi Wuchen answered without hesitation, showing no signs of uncertainty. For a moment, both Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junxiao were quite convinced. So, Wuchen, you plan to turn the tables. Since they're using demonic beasts to hunt us, we can also launch a counterhunt? Shangguan Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest in this plan. Yes, they definitely wouldn't expect us to not flee directly from the encirclement of so many demonic beasts, but instead choose to assault the mountaintop, catching them off guard. Ye Yuchen nodded. All right, then let us head up the mountain. In an instant, everyone took a deep breath and made their decision. Caw! The Eagle King emitted a sharp screech, echoing through the sky. Soon, a swarm of iron-clawed eagles gathered, numbering in the hundreds, densely packed like a black cloud overshadowing the land. These eagles had wingspans ranging from 8 to 9 meters for the largest, to 6 or 7 meters for the smaller ones, with cultivations from the 9th level to the 5th level of the mortal realm. Their sheer numbers presented a formidable fighting force. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill, a completely black leopard appeared, its long body and crimson eyes fierce and menacing. With a cultivation at the late stage of the spirit gathering realm, also a mad beast king, followed by a large group of black panthers, their roars echoing. Then, the mountain forest trembled with continuous booming sounds, as if 1,000 horses were charging forward. It was a herd of fiery blood bulls, among which the Bull King stood 4 meters tall, its body filled with explosive muscles, emanating a terrifying aura, also worth 3,000 points, exhibiting fierce combat power. In an instant, strong enemies gathered from all sides, surrounding them, looking at the sea of demonic beasts before them. The disciples of the Canglan family couldn't help but gasp in horror, their faces pale. Caw! The iron-clawed eagles circling in the sky posed the most direct threat, as hundreds of them dove down like a rain of arrows, their sharp eyes precisely locking onto their prey from dozens of miles away. Don't be dazed. Charge straight to the mountaintop. Once we break the demon control formation, these beasts will lose their command and turn on each other. Ye Wuchen shouted decisively, raising his right hand, the Li Huayu gene bracelet on his wrist flashing with intense light waves, releasing surging flames, forming a fire phoenix that soared into the air. Instantly, the fire phoenix engulfed a large number of iron-clawed eagles, followed by piercing screams, as over 30 charred eagle corpses fell from the sky. What a powerful instant kill treasure! With the cultivation of the 6th level of the mortal realm, being able to control the Li Huayu gene bracelet to such a proficient level. This kid is no simple character. Both Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junshao's eyelids twitched. It seemed this Yi Wuchen really had some skills. No wonder Shangwan Yu and the others valued him so highly. Songlong ruler crushed them. Nangong, Yi, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his cultivation at the perfect 9th level of the mortal realm, emitting a brilliant purple light as he swung the Songlong Jade ruler, unleashing hundreds of spiritual rainbows like a volley of arrows. With one strike, it caused the diving iron-clawed eagles to emit tragic cries, suffering heavy losses. Burning Moon. Wu Junshao activated his odd eyes, mysterious symbols flashing in his gaze, shooting out 2 beams of red light, incredibly sharp, slicing through the bodies of numerous eagles, blood splattering, iron feathers flying. Kill. At the same time, all the disciples of the Shangwan family acted, unleashing their treasures to attack the sky. Through their combined efforts, they managed to annihilate hundreds of eagles, causing even the Beast Kings to feel a deep sense of threat. Follow me to the mountaintop. Immediately, Yi Wuchen's hand erupted with thunder, dazzling and condensing into a thunder sword that charged towards the peak of Wumu Mountain. A group of black panthers blocked the way, roaring as they dove down from above like a rolling flood, sweeping everything away. Slash! Yi Wuchen maintained his speed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he swung his long sword, unleashing continuous bolts of thunder that instantly toppled dozens of black panthers ahead. He moved as if in an uninhabited realm, his movements graceful, evading the panthers' deadly attacks. Each sword strike resulted in blood splattering 3 feet, continuously reaping the lives of the demon beasts. During this time, Yi Wuchen summoned the demon-devouring pearl, which hovered above his head, continuously absorbing the sinister energy from the dead demon beasts. Killing enemies while earning points, both were not missed. Seeing Yi Wuchen carve out a bloody path, everyone hurriedly followed closely behind. The thunder technique was indeed domineering, charging into the panther group and pushing through without resistance. Hiss, he is only 6 years old, yet possesses such formidable combat power. Nangong Yi and Wu Junshao were both greatly surprised. Previously, they thought it was the powerful treasure in Yi Wuchen's hand, but now they realized that this guy himself was a genius. They were both young prodigies and naturally could not let a 6-year-old child take the lead. Both used their strongest means, fighting left and right, advancing alongside Yi Wuchen. Be careful of the Eagle King. Yi Wuchen's perception of danger was quite sharp. He saw the Eagle King circling in the sky suddenly spread its wings, shaking its iron feathers, transforming them into arrows that shot down towards the ground with terrifying power, creating craters upon impact. Hiss! Facing such a dense barrage, Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junshao did not dare to be careless, each summoning a shield and treasure that floated above their heads to block the iron feathers. Sparks flew, and the clang of metal echoed constantly. At the same time, the Black Panther King and White Tiger both roared and charged at everyone. The 3 Beast Kings at the Gathering Spirit realm simultaneously attacked, creating immense pressure. The multicolored sea belt. The gemstone belt at Yi Wuchen's waist flashed with light. It was a powerful defensive treasure embedded with 6 gemstones. At this moment, the 6 gemstones shimmered, forming a protective barrier that enveloped everyone. Boom! Following this, the White Tiger and Black Panther had already charged close, their claws slamming down, violently colliding with the barrier. The ground shook and leaves fell. The protective barrier remained intact, while the 2 Beast Kings were forced back, letting out unwilling roars. That was close. The disciples of the Canglan family couldn't help but gasp, shaken. I have a sealing scroll that can temporarily hold off the 4 Beast Kings. Shang Guanyu took out an ancient scroll, which radiated brilliant light, flashing mysterious golden runes. The runes soared into the air, transforming into chains that wrapped around the 4 Beast Kings, binding them in place. As for the multicolored sea belt's protective barrier, it consumed too much spiritual energy. Yi Wuchen had already retracted it, only to be used at the most critical moment. Facing the endless horde of demon beasts, the group of young people did not falter, fiercely charging towards the mountaintop. During this time, Wu Junshao's scarlet flame eyes displayed great power, his pupils opening and closing, unleashing boundless killing intent. Each sweep of the scarlet flame beam could take the lives of large numbers of demon beasts. Nangong Yi, Shangwan Qingyun, and Shangwan Yu also showcased impressive strength, erupting with combat power that far surpassed their peers, becoming key leaders in the team. Most surprisingly, however, was Yi Wuchen's performance. Holding the Thunder Sword, he pushed through, engaging in close combat with incredible ferocity. He almost directly broke through the demon beast defenses, calm and composed, every strike being lethal, his entire body enveloped in thunder armor, making it difficult for ordinary demon beasts to penetrate his defense. He was like a cold killing machine, without emotional fluctuations and no mistakes. It was hard to imagine how a 6-year-old boy had grown to this level. Nangong Yi and Wu Junshao, both prodigies of Beiyuan City, usually had high standards, but now they were utterly in awe of Yi Wuchen. The more they learned about this 6-year-old child, the more shocking it became. Clang, sword light and shadows danced. The path up the mountain was arduous, with various demon beasts continuously attacking. Roaring to the skies, blood poured. Yi Wuchen and his group were drenched in blood, covered in the blood of demon beasts as well as their own. A scream of despair erupted. It was a disciple of the Shangwan family, ambushed by a black panther lurking in the shadows. Its sharp claws tore a large chunk of flesh from his chest, leaving his heart severely damaged. And he was clearly not going to survive. Shangwan Qingyun was furious, condensing his sword intent to kill the Black Panther, but could not save his companion's life. On the way to the mountaintop, more and more people fell behind, torn apart by the relentless demon beasts, their deaths tragic. Facing such a brutal battlefield, the hearts of the participating youths were greatly impacted. Those with weak wills could easily collapse emotionally at any moment. Only Yi Wuchen remained calm throughout, bathing in thunder, his sword light continuously shooting out, forcefully carving a bloody path while reminding everyone, don't look back, charge ahead for a chance of survival. He possessed combat experience accumulated over 9 lifetimes, having once attained the peak of the cultivation world, having faced countless life and death situations through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Such a minor scene was nothing to Yi Wuchen. However, Nangong Yi, Wu Junshao, Shangwan Qingyun, and others found it difficult to remain calm, gritting their teeth and pushing through by sheer willpower. But they were all prodigies of Beiyuan City, possessing many life-saving treasures, allowing them to barely keep up with Yi Wuchen's pace. Kill. At this moment, even Yi Wuchen had some injuries, with bloodstains appearing on his left arm and shoulder from being wounded by demon beasts, blood continuously soaking his white clothes. However, he only felt exhilarated. In such a life-and-death battle, the potential of his body was greatly unlocked. After this battle, he would surely gain something. Clashing sword energy, thunder intertwined. Yi Wuchen had completely transformed into a ruthless killing machine, slashing through hundreds of demon beasts, resembling an invincible war god, pushing forward. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Yi Wu Junshao and others were inspired. If a 6-year-old child could do this, they had no reason to lag behind. They fought with all their might. Shangwan Qingyun and Shangwan Yu both let out roars of anger, following Yi Wuchen's footsteps, charging towards the mountaintop. Clang, 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 clang. Weapons and treasures continuously released spiritual light, overturning wave after wave of attacking demon beasts. The battle was exceptionally fierce. More and more people fell behind. The remaining disciples of the Shangwan family either died tragically from ambushes by demon beasts halfway up or exhausted their spiritual energy, falling behind in despair, subsequently engulfed by the dense horde of demon beasts and torn apart. Only Shangwan Yu and Shangwan Qingyun were still struggling to hold on. They were heavily injured as well. But because they had powerful treasures protecting them and their own cultivation was decent, they managed to survive. At one moment, only 5 people were left in the team climbing to the mountaintop. They were also the 5 strongest prodigies in this group. Among them, 4 had the ability to challenge higher ranks, able to battle cultivators in the gathering spirit realm. Hold on, we are almost at the top of the mountain. Yi Wuchen shouted, his thunder armor already torn, his chest bearing multiple claw marks. But fortunately, he had dodged quickly enough to avoid being hit in vital areas. This was the benefit of rich combat experience, allowing him to skillfully control his body to evade the most lethal damage. Explosive talisman. Shangwan Yu immediately took out a life-saving talisman and threw it back, and then the talisman exploded with a loud boom, creating a fiery barrier that isolated the demon beasts. This talisman was worth over 10,000 spirit stones, crafted by a 5th-tier talisman master, possessing immense power that even gathering spirit realm demon beasts dared not easily breach. At the same time, Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junxiao also spared no effort, taking out their strongest treasures to suppress the demon beasts charging from below. I'll go up and hunt down the 3 demonic cultivators. Yi Wuchen took the opportunity to accelerate and rush to the top of the mountain in one breath. At the peak of the Blackwood Mountain, there was a flat area where 3 black-robed cultivators sat, their hands forming seals, surrounded by a towering black aura, maintaining the operation of the magic-controlling formation. These little devils actually dared to come up here to seek death. Seeing Yi Wuchen appear, the 3 demonic cultivators were astonished and filled with rage. Although they were controlling the formation, consuming a huge amount of spiritual power, and were in a weakened state, their combat power was still comparable to a 9th-level mortal cultivator. The 3 of them almost simultaneously stood up, transforming into black light and charging towards Yi Wuchen, each wielding a sharp scythe, slashing at him. Clang! Yi Wuchen condensed a thunder sword, took a step forward, and engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 black robes. He utilized a modified snow-cutting sword technique, slashing diagonally towards the south, stepping on the 7 stars, moving freely, with sword light dancing wildly. Engaging in a back-and-forth fight with the 3. The clash of weapons rang out. Yi Wuchen's gaze was icy, facing 3 opponents, relying on his superb sword techniques to entangle with the enemies. What a genius in swordsmanship! Without a single flaw, every move was fierce, and his momentum was even comparable to a master. The 3 black robes became increasingly alarmed as they fought, beads of sweat the size of beans popping out on their foreheads. This little devil was too bizarre. Having just gone through a fierce battle and being wounded, he still possessed such terrifying combat power, completely beyond reason. I'm here. At this moment, Wu Junxiao also charged to the mountaintop, and with a flicker of his pupils, shot out 2 beams of red light, striking back 2 of the demonic cultivators with immense power. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Wuchen executed the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Step, transforming into blue lightning, instantly killing one of the demonic cultivators by piercing through his chest. Ugh! The demonic cultivator's pupils contracted as he looked down at his chest pierced by the thunder sword, blood spilling from his mouth, filled with horror. The power of thunder was overwhelmingly domineering. The blue electricity spread through his limbs, organs, and flesh, instantly scorching his insides. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and soon after, he completely breathed his last. Seeing their companion die tragically, the other 2 black robes were filled with immense anger. Roaring, "You dare to ruin my holy sect's plan, and you will eventually face divine retribution." What bunch of nonsense, holy sect. Just a group of rats that can't see the light. Yi Wuchen charged forward with his sword, moving at lightning speed and in a flash of electric light. He beheaded one of them, blood spraying into the sky. Immediately after, he locked onto the other one, gathering thunder into a crescent shape in his hand. And in a split second, the left arm of the third black-robed cultivator was severed. The black-robed cultivator with the severed arm let out a painful scream. Unable to curse in time, as Yi Wuchen's hand gripped his throat tightly, lifting him off the ground, his legs struggling, unable to touch the ground. Yi Wuchen now possessed 9,000 pounds of brute strength. With just a slight exertion of his fingers, he caused the severed-arm black-robed cultivator to feel immense pain and suffocation. Asking in a deep voice, "Speak quickly. Where does your dark material come from? What is your purpose in coming to Qingzhou?" "Ugh, the Blood Moon sect, saving all beings. We came to Qingzhou, of course, to save the world. You fools who dare to obstruct my holy sect's plan will surely face the harshest punishment from the Lord of Judgment." The severed-arm black-robed cultivator screamed, veins bulging on his forehead, looking extremely ferocious. Blood Moon sect? Shangguan Qingyun arrived at the mountaintop just in time to hear the words of the severed-arm black-robed cultivator. His pupils contracted violently, murmuring, "It's actually the Blood Moon sect, this heinous demonic force, which should have been completely eradicated 30 years ago and should not exist anymore." Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junxiao also felt a tumult in their hearts and quickly questioned, "Where's the headquarters of your Blood Moon sect? Hurry up and confess." "Ha ha! The Blood Moon descends, and the hypocritical righteous cultivators like you will all face judgment." This Blood Moon sect follower had a strong conviction and refused to speak, suddenly widening his eyes and committing suicide by strangling himself. Only then did Yi Wuchen release his grip, allowing the body of the severed-arm black-robed cultivator to fall to the ground. He quickly checked the black-robed cultivator's mouth and said solemnly, "This person has a poison pouch in his mouth, which can be bitten to commit suicide." They were prepared to die when they came to Qingzhou. As for the Blood Moon sect, it is a very mysterious, demonic cultivator organization that was exceptionally active in Qingzhou, committing arson, murder, and robbery, with no evil deed left undone. During that time, there were even cases of large cities being wiped out overnight. Later, various clans in Qingzhou united to besiege the Blood Moon sect, going through a bloody war, ultimately resulting in a victory for Qingzhou, but also suffering heavy losses, with many strong practitioners perishing, unable to recover even 30 years later. Now, 30 years later, the Blood Moon sect has resurfaced, undoubtedly a nightmare for the people of Qingzhou. Shangguan Yueqiong frowned and said, "These 3 Blood Moon sect followers crossed over from the border of Xiazhou. It seems that during the war 30 years ago, the higher-ups of the Blood Moon sect must have escaped to Xiazhou, being sheltered there, which led to their resurgence." That is a possibility." Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junxiao nodded in agreement. Xiazhou and Qingzhou have always been at odds, with constant wars, and the recent relations have become even more severe. The appearance of the Blood Moon sect members at the border of Qingzhou must be related to Xiazhou. In wars between nations, there is no such thing as justice or injustice, only life and death, and the division of interests. These matters are beyond our control and must be reported to the higher-ups. After calming down, Shangguan Qingyun looked at everyone and said, "The heavy evil aura on these 3 demonic cultivators combined is worth at least 9,000 points. Since they were all killed by Yi Wuchen, I will not participate in the point distribution." Nangong, he shook his head. In his view, Yi Wuchen made the greatest contribution in this battle, having personally dealt with the 3 demonic cultivators, so he had no reason to participate in the distribution. "I merely assisted from the side. These points indeed should go to Yi Wuchen." Wu Junxiao also nodded. Yi Wuchen said, "Without everyone's assistance, I wouldn't have been able to reach the mountaintop. I will only take 3,000 points. The rest you 4 can split evenly." "All right, it's settled then." No one felt the need to be overly polite, and they each summoned their demon-devouring pearls to begin absorbing the evil aura from the 3 demonic cultivators. Meanwhile, due to the tragic deaths of the 3 black robes, the magic-controlling formation collapsed. Without the control of the formation, the demonic beasts in Blackwood Mountain became like headless flies, immediately starting to kill each other. The Beast Kings were even more ferocious, all wanting to devour each other's flesh and blood to gain cultivation. The 5 of them stayed on the mountaintop, holding their positions, each taking out healing pills, sitting down to heal their injuries, quietly waiting for reinforcements from Beiyuan City to arrive. Seeing that the other 4 were severely injured, Wuchen generously shared the healing pills refined by Suqing with them. Thank you. The 4 looked at him with gratitude. At the same time, because of this battle, a deep friendship was forged among the 5. Hero brother, how is the situation on your side? Wuchen took out the demon-devouring pearl to contact the Yi family cultivators. Soon, Yi Yingxiong replied, "We are hiding in the valley and are currently very safe." Hearing this, Wuchen finally felt relieved. His decision was not wrong. Staying in the mountains was indeed safer than going down. Half an hour later, the reinforcements from Beiyuan City arrived, and over a dozen strong cultivators joined forces to clear all the demonic beasts in the mountain. The appearance of the Blood Moon sect's demonic cultivators caused a stir among the high-ranking officials of various clans when they learned the truth about Blackwood Mountain. Fortunately, in this battle, Nangong, Yi, Wu Junxiao, and others had successfully destroyed the magic-controlling formation in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The next day at dawn, Yi Wuchen led the remaining 9 members of the Yi family back to the city, arriving at the central square of Beiyuan City. At this moment, the entire square was filled with people waiting for the final results of the competition. The point steal had suddenly malfunctioned yesterday, and now no one knew the final outcome. It was said that there had been abnormalities on Blackwood Mountain, leading to this particularly brutal demon hunting competition, and many family teams had been completely wiped out. Cultivators from various clans in the city were discussing animatedly. The incident of the Blood Moon cultists appearing on Ebony Mountain was classified as top secret and has not been leaked to avoid causing panic among the people. Therefore, most people are unaware of the inside story. Coincidentally, the score monument was accidentally damaged, leaving the final results of the demon hunting competition in suspense. Chenair, have returned safely. How wonderful! The cultivators of the Yi family were overjoyed to see Yi Wuchan and the other 10 return intact, finally able to put their anxious hearts at ease. However, the expressions of the cultivators from other families were quite grim, as their teams had not returned for a long time, and even when they did, only a few were left. Some high-ranking members of those families already knew the results in advance and felt deep sorrow. Soon after, Jiangmai appeared in the central square, alone and covered in wounds. Muat, my Muat. Old Madame Jiang and Zhou Lighting rushed over, their eyes filled with concern. Jiang Wenkong hurriedly approached Jiangmai and asked Mu Er, "Where are the other participants from our Jiang family?" Jiangmai lowered his head and stammered, "I don't know." "Don't know? How could that be? You're the team leader. You must know where your teammates are. You didn't abandon them to save yourself, did you?" Some parents of Jiang families' participating disciples immediately became anxious. Jiangmai returned safely, but their children were still in Ebony Mountain, their lives uncertain. How could they not be agitated? Zhou Lighting immediately protected Jiangmai behind her, like a mother hen that had been startled, flaring her feathers and saying, "What are you talking about? My Mu Er is not the kind of person who would abandon his companions." Enough. The situation in this demon hunting competition is special. Let's not say more. Jiang Yuanwu spoke up, having learned some of the inside information and stopping everyone from continuing to press Jiangmai. Indeed, even the Nangong family, the Shangwan family, and the Wu family had suffered almost total losses, with only the team leader and deputy leader surviving. This demon hunting competition was indeed too brutal, and the blame could not all fall on Mai. In the end, the cultivators of the Jiang family had to accept this fact. In this battle, there were over 100 participating teams, and very few returned intact. All clans suffered heavy losses. Therefore, the 10-member team from a Yi family standing in the center of the square appeared particularly striking. They had all returned safely, lucky to survive the catastrophe last night. Zhou Lighting immediately felt envious and unbalanced. Her Zhou family's 10-member team was completely wiped out, while only Jiangmai returned from the Jiang family's team. The contrast between the two sides was stark. Unexpectedly, the Yi family was so formidable this time, with all 10 members returning safely. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. The cultivators from various clans felt astonished, their gazes focused on the Yi family team. Zhou Lighting became furious and said venomously, "Humph. The Yi family members must have hidden during last night's catastrophe and didn't participate in the battle at all. What is there to praise about those who survive by avoiding danger?" Yi Rongfeng was quite angry and stepped forward, pointing at Zhou Lighting's nose and scolding. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you dare to slander others publicly without evidence?" "Slander others?" Zhou Lighting sneered. "My Mu'er fought valiantly last night, slaying hundreds of enchanted beasts, and his score is no less than 4,000. If you want to prove that your Yi family did not hide, then show your scores." She was certain that since Yi Wuchen and his group returned intact, they must have chosen to avoid battle. Therefore, on the score leaderboard, Jiangmai must have outscored the Yi family. Chapter 47. Announcement of Rankings. Before the leaderboard monument was damaged, Yi Wuchen was ranked 4th with a total score of over 700, outscoring Jiangmai. However, Zhou Lighting had already learned that her son had slain an enchanted beast king, earning a massive 3,000 points in one go. Thus, Mu'er's current ranking in points must have surpassed Yi Wuchen's and even put him in contention for the champion. That was why she felt so confident, looking sideways at the Yi family and demanding they show their scores. For a moment, the Yi family members fell silent. The overall strength of the Jiang family team was far superior to that of the Yi family team. Having experienced such a devastating battle, Jiangmai must have gained a significant number of points. In contrast, although the Yi family members returned intact and safely, they obviously had not experienced any fierce battles, resulting in fewer points. Why is everyone mute? Zhou Lighting saw that the Yi family cultivators were all silent and became even more pleased, saying, "Mu'er, take out your demon-slaying pearl and exchange it for points, so everyone can see who the real coward is." "Okay." Jiangmai confidently nodded and immediately summoned the demon-slaying pearl, causing it to float in front of the score monument for inspection. This demon-slaying pearl was filled with a dense aura of evil, surrounded by black mist, making it quite alarming. What a terrifying aura of evil. How many magical beasts must have been slain to accumulate such a terrifying level of evil energy in this demon-slaying pearl? The cultivators present were all astonished. They had witnessed many previous demon hunting competitions, but a demon-slaying pearl absorbing such enormous evil energy was quite rare. It was at least over 4,000 points. No wonder he was a prodigy with a 7th grade spiritual root, having grown so rapidly after 2 years of training at the Heavenly Sword sect. It seemed Jiangmai was likely to be this year's champion. Qilin Heir, the Qilin of the Northern Defense Marquee Mansion, truly lives up to the name. People were amazed, filled with envy. Even some young girls blushed, gazing at Jiangmai with admiration and shyness. Soon, the points from Jiangmai's demon-slaying pearl were accurately calculated. In the center of the square, Jiangmai's name prominently topped the individual score leaderboard, with a total score reaching a terrifying 5,500 points. 5,500 points? My heavens, this is a record. In past demon hunting competitions, the highest individual score had only been 3,000 points, yet Jiangmai, a 9-year-old boy, single-handedly surpassed everyone and achieved 5,500 points. This was unbelievable. A new legendary feat was born. The entire Beiyuan city erupted with excitement. "Thank you all." Jiang family cultivators proudly held their heads high, their faces full of pride, and began to modestly return the compliments from those around them. With 5,500 points, securing a spot in the top 3 was almost a certainty, and there was a good chance of claiming first place. "Mother, I hope I didn't let you down this time." Jiangmai finally smiled. After receiving Zhou Lighting's affirmation, he regained his confidence and sneered. "This demon hunting competition truly reflects strength. There is no room for any tricks. The previous person who could narrowly win against me was merely lucky, but now, in the face of absolute strength, everything is revealed." These words were undoubtedly directed at Yi Wuchen. For many years, he had lost to Yi Wuchen time and again, feeling frustrated and unwilling. But now, he could finally express himself freely, telling the world that the Qilin grandson is forever the Qilin grandson, and not a waste of a 3rd-grade spiritual root could be compared to. Good. Mu'er, you did great this time. raising the reputation of our Northern Defense marquee mansion. Old Madame Jiang was already in tears, her grievances from these years finally vented. She proved that her judgment had not been wrong. Driving away Yulioli and her son was all for the good of the Northern Defense marquee mansion, with no selfish motives whatsoever. Look at their smug faces. It's really unpleasant. Yi Rongfeng felt indignant. However, Yulioli smiled and said nothing. Having just returned from the front lines, seeing Yi Wuchen safe and sound was more fulfilling than anything else. Yi Wuchen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Jiang Mai and simply smiled. Auntie, Mother, let's let the Jiang family enjoy their moment of pride. The higher they stand now, the harder they'll fall next. What, do you think your score can surpass Jiang Mai's? Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. This time, Yi Wuchen participated in the demon hunting competition without Su Qingyu being informed in advance. Later, when she learned the reason for Yi Wuchen's participation, she was deeply moved. It turned out that this little guy was competing for a top 3 position to obtain the reward of scarlet flame fruit to treat his cold poison. Yi Wuchen gave Su Qingyu a mysterious smile and teased, Sister Su, you'll find out soon. Was it really worth such a grand celebration for just 5,500 points? Seeing the smug expressions on the Jiang family's faces, Shang Wanyu frowned slightly and immediately took out her demon-devouring pearl, letting it float in the air and fly towards the point's monument. The aura of Shang Wanyu's demon-devouring pearl seemed thicker than Jiang Mai's. My goodness, this demon hunting competition was quite special. A large number of demonic beasts had appeared in Wumu Mountain, providing many opportunities to earn substantial points, depending on whether the participants had the strength to compete for them. The crowd began to buzz with excitement again, eager to see if this talented girl could create a miracle. Soon, the points monument finished detecting Shang Wan used demon-devouring pearl, and the personal points leaderboard changed once more. Shang Wanyu instantly surpassed Jiang Mai, earning a total of 6,300 points. This number broke the record for the demon hunting competition once again, causing the cultivators present to applaud in admiration. 6,300 points? How could this be possible? Jiang Mai's expression immediately turned ugly, disbelief visible on his face. He had only managed to earn 5,500 points by sacrificing the lives of the Jiang family disciples during the hunt for the demonic beast king. Out of the 10 members of the Jiang team, 9 had perished in the belly of the beast. He had fought with all his might to slay the beast king, but was heavily injured and drained. He thought he would undoubtedly take first place after this battle, but now he was easily surpassed by Shang Wanyu, which was indeed a slap in the face. Why did this happen? Jiang Mai immediately wilted. He wanted to make a name for himself and wash away the previous humiliation. But now he was suppressed by a little girl, truly a twist of fate. Jiang Wenkong immediately stood up to encourage him, saying, Mai, winning or losing is common in battle. With your points, securing a top 3 position is already a certainty. You're only 9 years old. Having such achievements is already impressive. Don't worry, you will have plenty of opportunities to surpass them in the future. That's right, Mai. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just try your best in the next competition, said Duke Jinbei Jiang Yuanwu, who rarely showed a smile. This time, their goal was merely to be in the top 3. As long as they didn't fall out of that ranking, it would be acceptable. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Nangong Yi and Wu Junxiao each took out their demon-devouring pearls and placed them in front of the points monument. Soon, the personal points leaderboard changed again. Nangong Yi ranked first with 7,000 points, while Wu Junxiao ranked second with 6,700 points. Suddenly, Jiang Mai fell from first to second and then from second to fourth, failing to maintain a spot in the top 3. What? How could this year's demon hunting competition contestants be so monstrous? The competition was too fierce. 5,500 points could only secure 4th place. The scene erupted, and cultivators from various clans gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. Chapter 48. First on the points board. Before the competition began, who would have thought that a contestant with 5,500 points would only end up in 4th place? But now the facts were laid out for all to see. People had to accept it, whether they liked it or not. Ma was pushed down. Now he was in 4th place. At this moment, the smiles on Zhou Lighting and the old lady of the Jiang family froze, creating an awkward atmosphere. They had started celebrating earlier, greeting the various cultivators who came to congratulate them. Now, reflecting on their previous actions felt like being a clown. The immense sense of loss made it hard for them to accept, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. Yi Rongfeng immediately mocked. Oh, I thought the Qilin grandson was so impressive, but in the end he only ranked 4th. Zhou Lighting's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, her facial muscles twitching as she shouted, "Even if my Mai is 4th, he's still a clear leader in 4th place. Can your Yi family cultivators compete? Do you even have a right to speak here? How do you know we can't compete?" Yi Wuchen stepped forward, mocking with a laugh, then summoned his demon devouring pearl, letting it float in front of everyone. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the air. The demon devouring pearl burned with black flames, releasing an overwhelming resentment that sent chills down people's spines. Hiss, the aura is so thick it's almost tangible. The cultivators from various clans in the square gasped, their hearts churning. How could this be? The cultivators from the Zhou and Jiang families all changed color, rubbing their eyes, fearing they were seeing things. The demon-devouring pearl that Yi Wuchen summoned had an aura even more intense than Nangong Yi's and Wu Junshao's. Generally, the heavier the aura, the more points it contained. Look, the personal leaderboard has refreshed, someone exclaimed, staring intently at the points monument. 10,000, 11,000 points? My heavens, I must be seeing things. Looking at the points on the leaderboard, people felt a chill run down their spines, unable to believe it. At this moment, the rankings were reshuffled. The person in first place was none other than Yi Wuchen, with a total of 11,000 points. In last night's battle, Yi Wuchen had almost descended like a god, pushing through while the demon-devouring pearl above his head continuously absorbed the aura from the bodies of the demonic beasts. Moreover, the aura from the demonic beasts was heavy, and the points earned from hunting them were 10 times that of ordinary beasts. With such accumulation, Yi Wuchen's points reached a terrifying level. Over 10,000 points? The Jiang family cultivators were all dumbfounded, their hearts filled with horror, unable to accept this fact. The old lady of the Jiang family even suffered a heart attack, breathing rapidly, her body trembling slightly. This must be fake. It has to be fake. The points monument must have made a mistake. He has only a 3rd-grade spiritual root, with only the cultivation of a 6th layer in the mortal realm. How could he possibly rank 1st and earn such points? Zhou Lighting shook her head repeatedly, lost and even appearing somewhat deranged. Yi Wuchen is in 1st place? Jiang Yuanwu and Jiang Wenkong also looked at the monument with serious expressions, their emotions quite complex. So many points. He must have hunted at least 3 beast kings. How could he have done that? Jiang Mai felt as if struck by lightning, as if the sky had fallen. Having already felt down about being pushed out of the top 3, he now found himself surpassed even by Yi Wuchen, who ranked prominently in 1st place. In this competition, he had lost again, and it was a complete defeat. Jiang Mai clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking as he immediately shouted, "There must be a trick to this. Yi Wuchen must have cheated. He doesn't have the ability to hunt that many beast kings." That's right, Yi Wuchen is only at the 6th layer of the mortal realm. There's no reason for him to earn so many points. A 6-year-old child actually overshadowed the seed contestants from the 4 great families, topping the leaderboard. It was simply outrageous. If there was no foul play involved, who would believe it? In an instant, cultivators from various clans also felt something was off and expressed their doubts. Yi Rongfeng, fiercely protective, stood up to support Yi Wuchen, saying, "My son is always pragmatic. How could he cheat in such matters?" Exactly. You need to provide evidence for your claims. The many cultivators from the Yi family spoke up in support as well. However, their confidence was clearly lacking, as even the Yi family members felt that this situation was quite surreal, almost like a fantasy. Seeing the situation take a turn, Zhou Lighting stubbornly insisted. Yi Wuchen can't prove whether he cheated, so his results should be cancelled. Cancel Yi Wuchen's results. How could a 3rd-grade spiritual root, a 6th-level little ghost, possibly overpower the 4 great families to reach the top? It's simply unrealistic and looks fake. The cultivators from various families began to stir, not caring about the truth, but unwilling to let the Yi family gain benefits. It should be noted that the family that tops the leaderboard can receive a large amount of cultivation resources. The four great families of Beiyuan City would not feel envious if they received this reward. They would think it was deserved. However, if the Yi family received this reward, their hearts would start to feel unbalanced. As the scene grew more chaotic and the situation began to develop unfavorably, a girl's voice suddenly rang out, clear and pleasant like pearls dropping on a jade plate. I can testify for Yi Wuchen. Su Guanyue stepped forward, with a beautiful oval face, red lips, white teeth, and picturesque eyebrows. Her purple dress swayed as her long legs were snow white. She had a pair of gem-like, clear, starry eyes, with long eyelashes that sparkled when she blinked. Su Guanyue? She wants to testify for Yi Wuchen? The crowd showed surprise, thinking that Yi Wuchen and Su Guanyue had nothing to do with each other. When did they ever have any connection? Su Guanyue was the jewel of the Su family, a prodigy with a 6th grade water spiritual root. Her words carried significant weight, making people take notice. I have teamed up with Yi Wuchen to slay the Beast King. His strength is enough to convince everyone. Su Guanyue began to recount their experiences in the Blackwood Mountain and explained why she teamed up with Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen is well-versed in the weaknesses of various demon beasts and practices thunder law, with extremely strong offensive power. A 6-year-old child can have an extensive library of knowledge and an incredible memory. As people listened to Su Guanyue's account, they were all stunned, feeling it was unrealistic. I can also testify for Yi Wuchen. At this moment, Wu Junxiao stood up in support, strongly backing Yi Wuchen, saying, "Though Wuchen is young, he is definitely a genius. His attainments in swordsmanship have far surpassed his peers. Even middle-aged cultivators may not match him." Wu Junxiao's high praise left people gasping. They are right. If it weren't for Wuchen leading us to the mountaintop and cracking the demon control formation, the survivors in this demon hunting competition would have been even fewer. Following that, Nangong Yi also testified, expressing his admiration for Yi Wuchen. Su Guanyue, Wu Junxiao, and Nangong Yi were all outstanding figures among the four great families of Beiyuan City. Usually proud and aloof, they now stood together, praising a 6-year-old child, creating an extraordinary scene. The central square of Beiyuan City fell silent. The three prodigies shared the details of their joint operation in Blackwood Mountain. People realized that Yi Wuchen was not just a bystander, but the core leader of the team. It seems to be true. Who would have thought that Yi Wuchen, who looks ordinary, possesses such extraordinary abilities? Born with spiritual intelligence, he has an incredible learning ability and excellent comprehension. It's a pity he has a 3rd grade spiritual root. Otherwise, his future achievements would be limitless. The cultivators from various families gradually accepted this fact. Perhaps the Yi family could buy one prodigy to speak for them, but it was impossible to buy the support of the 3 major families, Nangong, Su, and Wu, at the same time. Therefore, the credibility of Nangong Yi and other statements was very high. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Hua, nearly 70 years old, with white hair and a restrained aura, stood in front of the score monument and announced loudly, "After the testimony of the 3 witnesses, there is no issue with the points Yi Wuchen obtained." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the Zhou family and Jiang family cultivators varied, feeling a mix of emotions. The Zhou family had been openly and secretly contesting with the Yi family in recent years, with each side having its victories. However, since the Yi family obtained the 5-level cooperation token from the Tianqing Pavilion, the gap between the two sides had only widened. Today, Yi Wuchen had taken first place in the demon hunting competition, stunning the world. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Zhou family cultivators, leaving them deflated. In contrast, the Jiang family felt quite complicated. As one of the 4 great families of Beiyuan City, the Jiang family had ranked in the top 4 in previous demon hunting competitions. But this year they had fallen out of the top 4, which would undoubtedly invite ridicule and damage their reputation. At this moment, a Jiang family man, trying to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, brightened up and said with a bit of cleverness, We Jiang family are not considered to have lost. It's even a happy event. After all, Yi Wuchen is also a disciple of our Jiang family. What is the difference between this and our family taking first place? Indeed, Yi Wuchen is the son of Jiang Wenkong. He is not only a disciple of our Jiang family, but also a core direct descendant. This honor rightfully belongs to our Junbei marquee mansion. We should discuss with the Yi family and have Yi Wuchen change his surname back. Several older Jiang family elders were also moved. For them, family interests were above all else. Although Yi Wuchen's third-grade spiritual root talent was a bit lacking, he had done nothing wrong, and bringing him back to the family would incur no loss. In such a large marquee mansion, could it be that they were missing a pair of chopsticks for Yi Wuchen? Listening to the discussions of the Jiang family members, the old matriarch of the Jiang family felt embarrassed and buried her head, saying nothing. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, Lu Shi, stood up and spoke justly. Yi Wuchen was expelled from our Jiang mansion when he was young, and now that he has achieved success, bringing him back would be so fickle. Wouldn't it be a laughingstock? An elder of the Jiang family frowned and said, "Why was Yi Wuchen expelled from the family back then?" Both the old matriarch and Jiang Wenkang's faces turned ugly, unable to speak of their shame. What exactly happened? Jiang Yunwu's eyes flashed with displeasure, his voice low, bringing great pressure. For a moment, Jiang Wenkang dared not hide the truth any longer and explained the incident of expelling Yi Wuchen from the family 3 years ago. Foolish. So stupid. Because of the words of a fortune teller, you actually expelled the mother and son from the family. Isn't this making a joke of yourselves? The Jiang family elders felt indignant. No matter what, Yi Wuchen was also a bloodline of the marquee mansion. How could he be treated this way? The old matriarch's face turned red with shame, stammering, "Actually, it wasn't as serious as expelling from the family. I just said that Yi Liuli should take Chainer to stay at the Yi family for a while. Who knew Yi Liuli was so stubborn? And it turned into 3 years. Yes, we didn't mean to drive them away back then." Jiang Wenkang also began to defend himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Mai listened quietly, clenching his fists in anger. If they brought Yi Wuchen back to the family now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Essentially admitting that the Qilin grandson was useless and that the Jiang family had made a wrong bet back then. This was indeed a difficult situation. Yi Wuchen had committed no wrongdoing, yet was expelled from the family without reason, and there must be resentment in his heart. The third elder of the Jiang family, dressed in gray, found the situation tricky. The fourth elder, tall and thin, indifferent, said, "Regardless, we must bring Yi Wuchen back to the family. His blood flows through our Jiang family. Those who live are Jiang family people, and those who die are Jiang family ghosts." In contrast, the Yi family was still immersed in joy, as if in a dream. Who would have thought that a 6-year-old child could shine in the demon hunting competition and lead the family to take first place on the leaderboard? Moreover, the family score rankings had also been released. With Yi Wuchen's terrifying score of over 10,000 points, the Yi family swept both the individual and family scoreboards. Claiming the championship, double first place was a tremendous honor. It must be the ancestors showing their spirit, blessing my Yi family. Many elders of the Yi family were in tears, trembling with excitement. Since Chun'er came to the Yi family, good things have been happening one after another. First, with the addition of Miss Su, and then reaching a 5-tier partnership with Tianqing Pavilion, the family has been making a fortune over the years. Now, Chun'er has led the team to win first place in the demon hunting competition, becoming our lucky star. Yes, it seems our ancestors' graves have emitted green smoke. With Chun'er joining, the family is thriving and becoming more prosperous. Yi Jiaming, Yi Tianyu, Yi Rongfeng, and others all express their feelings. First place in the demon hunting competition is an honor they never even dared to dream of before. Yi Liuli was also overwhelmed with joy, holding Yi Wuchen in her arms, releasing years of grievances that had built up inside her. "Chun'er, you have truly brought honor to your mother. Back then, the whole family looked down on you and even wanted to kill you in the womb. Now it's their turn to regret. Brother Wuchen, congratulations. Old Brother Wuchen. Now you are famous in Beiyuan City." Shangguan Yu, Shangguan Qingyan, Nangong Yi, and Wu Junxiao stepped forward to congratulate him. After the battle at Wumu Mountain, the 5 of them experienced life and death, resulting in a deep friendship. "Haha, congratulations to us all." Yi Wuchen, with an air of maturity, exchanged greetings with the 4. During this time, Yi Wuchen deliberately raised his voice and looked toward Jiang Mai in the distance, saying, I heard some people say that this time the demon hunting competition is a true reflection of strength, and now that I've gotten first place. You wouldn't say it was just good luck, would you? Not far away, Jiang Mai's face turned red with anger, but he had nothing to say. Only a trace of mad, killing intent flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Yi Wuchen, don't be too proud. I will make you pay sooner or later. The rewards for the demon hunting competition were distributed on the spot. Some of these rewards came from the Qingzhou government, while others were funded by the City Lord Mansion and the four major families. Especially the first place reward, which was incredibly tempting. The reward for being first on the family points leaderboard was handed directly to Yi Jianming, who would distribute it to the participants. Wow, the family's first place reward is so generous. Just the hundreds of cleansing marrow pills are worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Not to mention, there were also many heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spirit fruits. Yi Ingxiong, Yi Shiner, and others were excitedly rubbing their hands, swallowing hard, feeling that all their efforts on Wumu Mountain were worth it. Chapter 50, Uninvited Guests. Calculating carefully, the reward for being first on the family points leaderboard was worth at least 200,000 spirit stones, which was an astronomical figure. Of course, the most anticipated was the reward for first place on the individual points leaderboard. Yi Wuchen received the storage bag from Nangong Hua and opened it to reveal a dazzling light and overflowing spiritual energy. Among them, the reward of spirit stones amounted to a staggering 100,000 pounds. Cleansing marrow pills, blood coagulation pills, and transformation pills for cultivating an immortal realm were countless, along with various crystal-clear spirit fruits that had effects of strengthening the body and refining the bones. These were exactly what Yi Wuchen needed at the moment. He was currently pushing for the second stage of his physical body. 3 Qian fruits. Yi Wuchen rummaged through the storage bag, looking at the few fiery red fruits, and couldn't help but smile. Over the years, he had been searching for medicinal materials to help Su Qingyu resolve the cold poison, but he had never found Qian fruits. Now that he had all the materials, the matter of helping Su Qingyu resolve her cold poison could finally be put on the agenda. Additionally, the thunderstruck, what he valued most, was placed at the very bottom of the storage bag. It was a seemingly unremarkable tree root, completely blackened, looking devoid of spirit. But in Yi Wuchen's eyes, it was a truly precious treasure. Unexpectedly, the thunder power contained in this segment of thunderstruck wood was so rich. It should help my thunder power evolve to the second stage of blue. Yi Wuchen rarely felt excited, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little thrilled. Once his physical body and thunder law successfully evolved, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap, and he would then have the ability to hunt down Beast Kings alone. For example, the iron-armored rhinoceros he encountered before on Wumu Mountain could be killed directly without any effort. Chenya, thank you so much for helping your sister obtain this Qian fruit, going through hardships and risking your life. Su Qingyu's eyes were misty, her eyes reddened. She really didn't expect that her 6-year-old apprentice would be so thoughtful toward her. Yi Wuchen scratched his head a bit shyly and said, "We're all family. There's no need for Sister Su to be polite." He cherished his family and friends in this life. Especially after experiencing betrayal, he understood how rare pure emotions were. Su Qingyu was the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou, with a stunning oval face, pure and ethereal, her willow eyebrows curving, bright eyes and white teeth. Her water-like pupils like a clear spring, pure and crystal clear. She wore a water blue dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her figure graceful, curves enchanting. Her skin is white as jade, delicate and glowing with a holy light. Beneath the thin fabric of her dress, a pair of long, round, beautiful legs were faintly visible, captivating all hearts, like a celestial being, standing apart from the world. For a moment, most of the men present showed scorching gazes, utterly mesmerized. Even the older generation of cultivators could only try to restrain their gazes to avoid losing their composure. What was even more enviable was that Su Qingyu directly hugged Yi Wuchen, leaving a fiery red lip mark on his cheek. Although Yi Wuchen was only 6 years old, he was already as tall as a 12 or 13-year-old boy, not much shorter than Su Qingyu. The physical contact between them created a dreamy, soft sensation, stirring one's heart. "What, are you shy and blushing?" Su Qingyu now regarded Yi Wuchen merely as a child, seeing his little face turn slightly red, plump, and cute. She couldn't help but pinch and tease him a few times. I also want to be Sister Su's apprentice. Sister Su, please pinch me too. Yi Yingxiong and a group of Yi family youths were extremely envious, making a ruckus on the side. Let's go. Let's head back to the mansion. Yi Vianming, with a beaming face, led the Yi family cultivators back home under the congratulations of the heads of various families. Yi Monson, the Yi family gathered in the main hall, planning how to celebrate winning the championship, but someone came uninvited. Jiang Yunwu led a group of Jiang family cultivators. Among them were Old Lady Jiang, Zhou Lighting, and Jiang Mai. Zhou Lighting and Jiang Mai naturally did not want to come, but they needed Yi Wuchen's forgiveness, and the two of them were the key. Why are they here? Yi Rongfeng immediately retracted her smile, especially upon seeing Zhou Lighting and her son. A wave of disgust arose in her heart. The rest of the Yi family also did not give this group of guests a good face. They all knew very well the various difficulties Yi Wuchen faced in the Jiang family. Yi Liuli and Su Qingyu instinctively protected Yi Wuchen behind them, their expressions serious. The Lord has graced us with his presence. The Yi mansion truly shines brightly. Please come in. Yi Jianming, as the nominal subordinate of the North Town Marquis Mansion, despite his displeasure, still had to maintain appearances and hurried to welcome them. Jiang Yuanwu showed a friendly smile and patted Yi Jianming on the shoulder, saying, Jianming, we are all family. There's no need to be so polite. Then, a group of more than 10 Jiang family members entered the hall. The atmosphere in the room immediately became somewhat tense and awkward. Clearly, the Jiang family cultivators also understood that the Yi family did not welcome them very much. Oh, my dear grandson, you've grown so tall now. Old Lady Jiang's expression changed like flipping a book, looking eagerly at Yi Wuchen, and was about to approach for a warm greeting. Yi Wuchen immediately shrank his neck, fearfully saying, Mother, who is this old witch? I don't recognize her. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall froze. Old Lady Jiang's expression instantly collapsed. She had mustered her courage to try to mend her relationship with Yi Wuchen, but he didn't recognize her at all. It must have been intentional. Yi Wuchen was born clever, awakened his spirit intelligence, and possessed an extraordinary memory. How could he not recognize her? It was clearly intentional humiliation. However, since old Madame Jiang had a request, he could only endure and say, Chinner, I am your grandmother. Think carefully. How could you not recognize me? Oh, grandmother? Yi Wuchen showed a contemplative expression. Then his eyes brightened as he said, You are the one who wanted to kill me in the womb before I was even born, aren't you, old Madame Jiang? Silence. Everyone in the hall felt their pupils contract violently. Old Madame Jiang suddenly felt like a fishbone stuck in her throat, like a thorn in her back, sitting on pins and needles. This conversation could not continue. Elder Jiang, the third elder of the Jiang family, immediately stood up to mediate, saying, Chinner, you are the direct descendant of the Jiang family. How could your grandmother want to harm you? There must be a misunderstanding. Yi Wuchen's expression gradually turned cold as he said, At that time, old Madame Jiang said I could not inherit the spiritual root and demanded my mother to abort me. Is there any doubt about this? It was indeed my mistake back then, but in the end, you were born safely, weren't you? Just because I said something wrong at that time, does that mean I am unforgivable? Old Madame Jiang's eyes turned red, feeling wronged. Everything she did was for the good of the Northern Town Marquis, with no selfish motives. I was born safely not because of your compassion, but because my mother endured humiliation and risked her life to protect me, agreeing to your condition of demoting yourself to a concubine. Yi Wuchen's voice was powerful, echoing through the hall. He was neither angry nor hysterical. The atmosphere was terrifyingly calm as he looked at old Madame Jiang with indifference and said, Let me ask you, what mistake did my mother make to deserve being demoted to a concubine? Don't you know that she was weak and almost froze to death in the snow at that time? Each word was sharp, each sentence piercing the heart. Old Madame Jiang felt increasingly wronged and angrily retorted, Everything I did was without regret, all for the future of the Northern Town Marquis. Do you really need to nitpick over a minor mistake? A minor mistake? Nitpicking? Yi Wuchen raised an eyebrow, finding this old witch utterly unreasonable. He glanced at the Jiang family members and said, Come, Everyone judge for yourselves. A person who once wanted to kill you is now trying to persuade you to be magnanimous and forget the hatred in your heart. Can you all honestly say you could do that? The Jiang family members were speechless, unable to respond for a long time. At this moment, Elder Jiang, the third elder, stepped forward to mediate, saying, Marquises, you indeed went too far back then. Why did you force Yuli to demote herself to a concubine when she had done nothing wrong? Indeed, this does not conform to the rule of rewarding merit and punishing mistakes in the Northern Town Marquisate. The fourth elder also nodded, pointing the finger directly at old Madame Jiang. Faced with the accusations of her clan members, old Madame Jiang took a deep breath, knowing she could only endure today. In a hoarse voice, she said, what I did back then was indeed wrong. I owe Yoli, but there were reasons behind it. It was truly unavoidable. Good. Truly unavoidable. Yi Wuchen couldn't help but applaud old Madame Jiang's superb acting. Facing the gazes of the high-ranking Jiang family members, he said calmly, according to what old Madame Jiang said, I, Yi Wuchen, was born to die, and my mother, Yi Liuli, deserved to suffer humiliation. Everything is the fault of my mother and me. If that's the case, why did you come here today pretending to recognize me? Old Madame Jiang was suddenly choked, trembling all over, her eyes wide open. You're simply unfilial. Wuchen, how can you speak to your elder like that? Your grandmother is sincerely here to bring you back to the Marquisate. Can't you give her some face? Jiang Wenkong scolded with a serious expression. And you are who? I have no impression of you at all. Yi Wuchen turned to look, his eyes flashing with doubt. Who am I? Jiang Wenkong's face turned red with anger, his heart pained. He wanted to lash out, but suppressed his anger, thinking of how he had never fulfilled a father's duty over the years. He tried to make his voice sound calm and looked at Yi Wuchen, saying, I know you have grievances over the years, but we are family by blood. No matter what you think, that fact cannot change. Yes, family by blood, very well said. Yi Wuchen nodded in applause, a mocking smile on his face as he said, my mother risked her life to go to the holy mountain to seek medicine for you. Got cursed and nearly died. And how did you treat my mother? Do you remember? Cold-hearted and indifferent. While she lived in a broken hut on the back mountain of the western courtyard for 3 years, having her monthly allowance cut, unable to afford a full meal. Did you ever care even once? Is this what you call family by blood? Do you think you deserve it? How could it be? Your mother and you lived in a simple place, but it shouldn't have been to the point of not being able to afford a full meal. Jiang Wenkong showed disbelief. Then he turned and glared at Zhou Lighting, thinking that this wicked woman must have been the one who cut off Yuli and her son's monthly allowance. He immediately questioned, Zhou Lighting, what is going on here? I. Zhou Lighting lowered her head, looking guilty, stammering, not daring to breathe. Beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, her hands tightly gripping her skirt, feeling lost. She never expected that the small matter of cutting off Yuli and her son's monthly allowance would have a day of reckoning. It must have been that little maid, Xiaoqing, who caused trouble. I never intended to treat Sister Liuli like this, Zhou Lighting said aggrievedly, casting all the blame on her personal maid. Still dare to argue? Jiang Yuanwu was furious and immediately slapped Zhou Lighting hard across the face, leaving a red and swollen handprint on her beautiful face. Zhou Lighting spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, her gaze blank, covering her left cheek with her hand, tears streaming down her face, her hair disheveled. Looking utterly disheveled, she began to sob softly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. For these years in the Jiang family, she had everything she wanted, but had never been treated like this. Grandfather, don't hit my mother. If anyone should be punished, it should be the grandson. Jiang Mai immediately knelt in front of Jiang Yuanwu, his eyes red, putting on an act of deep mother-son affection. Jiang Yuanwu said in a deep voice, Zhou Lighting, everything is your fault, your sin for causing trouble. Hurry up and kneel to Yi Liuli and apologize. Zhou Lighting naturally did not dare to disobey the command of the head of the family, and could only crawl in front of Yi Liuli, repeatedly bowing her head, saying, Sister Liuli, what I did back then was wrong. I'm sorry for you. Please forgive me, okay? Yi Liuli looked at her with disgust and didn't even bother to glance at Zhou Lighting. She clearly understood that while Zhou Lighting was apologizing on the surface, she was secretly wishing to tear her apart. Jiang Wenkong looked at Zhou Lighting's miserable appearance and felt pity. He quickly turned to Liuli and said, Liuli, now that Lighting has knelt to you and apologized, you should respond. Respond to what? Respond by saying, I am magnanimous, that I can tolerate this and forgive her? Liuli found it amusing and shook her head, saying, actually, whether to forgive or not is no longer important, because I will never set foot in the northern town Marquise again in my life. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Liuli, you are being too heartless. Jiang Wenkong showed an expression of disbelief. He was convinced that Yi Liuli must have feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to go to the holy mountain to seek medicine back then. You are the ones who are heartless. When I was almost frozen to death in the woods, Jiang Wenkong, where were you? Did you ever say even half a word for me when I was unjustly demoted to a concubine? In those 3 years living on the back mountain of the western courtyard, did you ever show the slightest bit of concern for my mother and me? As soon as Yi Liuli thought of the various experiences she had at the Northtown Marquise residence, her heart became more resolute. She would never return to that hellish place. Chapter 52. The Battle of the Four Cities Talents. Jiang Wenkong was momentarily struck by lightning, staggering back a few steps. He knew he owed a debt of guilt to Yi Liuli and her son, but he never expected that Liuli would be so disappointed in him. The girl who once risked everything for him might never come back. In an instant, Jiang Wenkong felt deep sorrow and regret. He had originally thought to cultivate Mu'er into a talent, and then compensate Yi Liuli and her son. Now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Seeing Jiang Wenkong, Zhou Lighting, and old Madame Jiang continuously intervene, the Yi family remained unmoved, and several elders of the Jiang family couldn't help but feel it was a tricky situation. Sigh. Indeed, the matter back then was my oversight. I failed to take good care of you both. Jiang Yuanwu spoke up, looking remorseful. Liuli, now that you've scolded and vented, you should consider the reality. For the sake of Chun'er's future, you mustn't act impulsively and take him back to the Northtown Marquise residence. It would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. One must admit, Jiang was still shrewd. Jiang Yuanwu's words struck a chord with Yi Liuli. Undoubtedly, considering her son's future was every mother's soft spot. Jiang Yuanwu continued, I promise that from now on, in the Northtown Marquise residence, Wuchen will receive abundant cultivation resources. Moreover, I will personally write a recommendation letter to let Chun'er enter the Heavenly Sword sect for study. Indeed, as long as Yi Wuchen changed his surname to Jiang, he would become a core disciple of the Northtown Marquise residence, enjoying treatment no less than Mu Yi. The third elder and fourth elder also stood up, their faces filled with eagerness. Although Yi Wuchen had a third-grade spiritual root, his future achievement limit wasn't too high. However, he was only 6 years old, and the demon hunt competition was held annually. As long as he teamed up with Jiang Mai, they could at least secure 7 or 8 championships for the Northtown Marquise residence. This deal was undoubtedly not a loss. In an instant, the Yi family fell silent. Although the Yi family had been thriving in recent years, they were still far from being comparable to the Northtown Marquise residence in terms of family foundation. For the sake of Yi Wuchen's future, they had no reason to refuse. Sigh. You Jiang family members always think so highly of yourselves. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen burst into laughter, his expression dismissive. Perhaps in this small Beiyuan city, the Northtown Marquise residence is considered a massive entity, but how does it compare to the Heavenly Star Pavilion? Heavenly Star Pavilion? In an instant, the elders of the Jiang family changed their expressions, their eyes burning with intensity. They knew that Yi Wuchen had once caught the attention of a top-tier figure from the Heavenly Star Pavilion and obtained a key, and because of this, the Yi family had established a level 5 partnership with the Heavenly Star Pavilion. This matter made even the Northtown Marquise residents envious. Moreover, compared to the colossal entities like the Heavenly Star Pavilion, the Northtown Marquise residents seemed like an ant facing a giant statue, only able to crawl on the ground, trembling in fear. The gap between the two parties was like that between heaven and earth, fireflies and the bright moon. Jiang Yuanwu was also Zomavat exkittet, Chen. Did that senior from the Heavenly Star Pavilion make any promises to you back then? Yi Wuchen replied calmly. That senior said that when I turned 16, I will be invited to join the Heavenly Star Pavilion and become an official member. Gasp. To become an official member of the Heavenly Star Pavilion? In Hall. Whether it was the Yi family cultivators or the Jiang family members, everyone gasped, their hearts churning. The Heavenly Star Pavilion is vast and mysterious. Even the royal families of various states do not dare to provoke it. There are millions who work for the Heavenly Star Pavilion, but among those millions, those qualified to become official members are 1 in 100, a rarity. Take the Baiyuan City branch of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. There are only 2 official members, the branch leader and the deputy leader. Many people spend their entire lives striving to become official members of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. But stepping into that rank is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, repeatedly rejected at the door. Yi Jianming said excitedly. I've heard that if you become an official member of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, the cultivation resources you can enjoy are unimaginable, with benefits even comparable to some sects' holy sons. Su Qingyu, dressed in a blue skirt, appeared ethereal, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she said, indeed, 300 years ago, there was a cultivator with a 3rd-grade spiritual root who was promoted to an official member of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. With an immense amount of cultivation resources, he stepped into the 3rd realm. Upon hearing this, the Yi family cultivators were all invigorated and filled with joy. Yi Wuchen's talent was nearly perfect, but he only had a 3rd-grade spiritual root, making his future achievement limit not high. He might very well stop at the 2nd realm for his entire life. But if he joined the Heavenly Star Pavilion, perhaps this issue could truly be resolved. Once he stepped into the Foundation Establishment realm, he could achieve great things in this Qingzhou land. An official member of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, Jiang Yuanwu fell into a daze. Who would have thought that his unremarkable grandson, who had been treated coldly since childhood and even expelled from the family, would have such a fortuitous encounter and be valued by a big shot from the Heavenly Star Pavilion? This also meant he lost his last bargaining chip. Compared to the Heavenly Star Pavilion, the Northtown Marquis residence seemed to have no allure at all. I think joining the Heavenly Star Pavilion would be more beneficial for my future. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly, his voice very calm. But the Jiang family members found it extremely grating, their faces all falling. Who would have thought that a 6-year-old child could be so composed, maintaining a clear line of thought throughout and leaving them utterly humiliated? Old Madame Jiang's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. She had already apologized in a low voice, yet she was still harshly mocked by Yi Wuchen. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Old Madame Jiang could no longer endure it and said harshly, Yi Wuchen, you better think it over. If you are unwilling to return to the Northtown Marquis residence now, you will never be able to come back. Yi Wuchen replied impressionistly. What do I need to return to your Northtown Marquis residence for? All right, you said it yourself. Don't regret it later. Old Madame Jiang could no longer pretend and threw down a harsh remark. Everyone heard it clearly. Yi Wuchen has admitted with his own mouth that he is not a person of the Marquis residence. If you encounter difficulties in the future, don't think about coming to the Marquis' residence for help. Mother, it's better not to say such heartless words. Jiang Wenkong frowned. He still held some hope. What if Yi Liuli forgave him one day? Now, Yi Liuli had become even more graceful and charming, and she had stepped into the 3rd realm, becoming a powerful figure. Jiang Wenkong felt reluctant and wanted to return to the past. You useless one. Old Madame Jiang didn't want to say more and angrily waved her sleeve, leaving. Jiang Mai saw that both sides had broken down negotiations and felt both relieved and extremely angry. He had personally witnessed his mother, Zhou Lighting, kneeling to beg Yi Liuli for mercy, only to be slapped heavily, losing face and enduring humiliation. This scene deeply stimulated Jiang Mai's pride. He was furious, his fists clenched, and he stared coldly at Yi Wuchen. 3 months from now, in the Battle of the 4 Cities Talents, I will personally defeat you to avenge my mother's humiliation today. Just wait and see. 3 months was enough for him to step into the spirit gathering realm. By then, he would easily crush Yi Wuchen in terms of cultivation. The Battle of the 4 Cities Talents? Yi Wuchen raised an eyebrow. He had originally regretted not running into Jiang Mai in the Ebony Mountain to teach this guy a lesson. Unexpectedly, the opportunity would come in 3 months. Good. I'll be waiting for you in the Four Cities battle. Yi Wuchen agreed, without hesitation, on the spot. This was clearly a very interesting matter. Only by personally defeating Jiang Mai on the battlefield would the old madam of the Northtown Marquis' residence truly understand what pain was. Chapter 53. The Strongest Eye Technique of Ancient Times. Yi Wuchen remained calm and casually agreed, not taking the Battle of the Four Cities seriously at all. In response, Jiang Mai couldn't help but feel anger in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he tried to remain calm and said, Yi Wuchen, you still don't understand what the Four Cities war truly means. On that stage, life and death are the norm. If you're not careful and end up losing your limbs, you can't blame me. You've lost me in swordsmanship, lost again in alchemy, and lost in hunting demon beasts as well. That's 3 consecutive defeats. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Yi Wuchen scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph. When we competed in swordsmanship, I hadn't even entered the Heavenly Sword sect for training. Now, I've cultivated the Great River Sword intent. In 3 months, I will surely achieve small success. By then, your snow-slashing sword technique will be unworthy of the stage. Jiang Mai was very confident. This time he was well prepared and would not lose again. Nor could he afford to lose. Yi Wuchen crossed his arms and said with a playful tone, You are just a defeated opponent. What's the use of just talking? You should go home and practice more, so you won't end up crying again when you lose. Let you be proud for a while. I will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me. Jiang Mai made a harsh remark in public and then turned to leave. Seeing this, the members of the Jiang family also decided not to seek embarrassment and left one by one. After watching the Jiang family leave, Yi Yingxiong quickly spoke up, Wuchen, why did you agree to participate in the Four Cities Talents battle? That stage is quite dangerous, facing not only the cultivators of Beiyuan City, but also the talented individuals from the 4 surrounding cities. Indeed, the Four Cities Talents battle is a true grand stage, with a level of difficulty that far exceeds the demon hunting competition. Many talents at the Gathering Spirit Realm will participate, and the competition will be extremely fierce. Yishiner also nodded quickly and added, Moreover, those who step onto the stage of the Four Cities battle must sign a life and death contract. Life or death depends entirely on personal strength and fortune. The members of the Yi family all showed worried expressions. Just now, Jiang Mai was obviously provoking him on purpose. Logically speaking, with Yi Wuchen's intelligence, he shouldn't be unable to see through it. Yi Wuchen's gaze was firm as he said, I certainly know how intense the Four Cities battle is, but I must defeat Jiang Mai on the battlefield with my own hands. I want to make the Qilin grandson of the northern town Marquis a joke. Yi Liuli was moved to tears. This child had always been smart and sensible, never causing trouble for the adults, and had never shown a competitive or aggressive demeanor. It was evident that his participation in the Four Cities battle was merely to vent his anger for Yi Liuli. Yi Tianyu expressed his concern, Wuchen, we naturally believe in your strength. However, 3 months later, Jiang Mai's cultivation will likely reach the Gathering Spirit Realm. At that time, facing such a gap in realms, you will be at a considerable disadvantage. For a mortal realm cultivator to defeat a Gathering Spirit Realm cultivator is incredibly difficult. Only a few prodigies can achieve that. Moreover, Jiang Mai himself was a prodigy who could fight above his rank, possessing a 7th grade golden spiritual root, and his innate control over weapons was extraordinary, making his combat power extremely fierce. Please trust me, clan members. In 3 months, I will definitely possess the strength to defeat a Gathering Spirit Realm cultivator. Yi Wuchen said seriously, his youthful face giving a sense of reassurance. Seeing this, Yi Jiaming decisively stated, All right, my young master Wuchen never fights without preparation. We should support him. From today on, if Wuchen needs any resources for cultivation, he can speak to the family. Whatever we have, we will definitely provide. And if we don't have it, we will find a way to support you. Thank you, Grandpa. Yi Wuchen nodded gratefully and immediately wrote down a list of medicinal materials for a 7-day medicinal bath. This medicinal bath list has a perfect ratio of materials. Wuchen, your alchemical skills are getting deeper and deeper. Even I don't know what else to teach you. Su Qingyu took the medicinal material list and was very satisfied. Several of the material ratios were so clever that she hadn't thought of them before. Sister Su, I also have a prescription that might help alleviate the cold poison in you. Yi Wuchen then wrote another prescription, nearly 1,000 words long, and handed it to Su Qingyu. This prescription? Wuchen, where did you get this from? Su Qingyu trembled slightly as she looked at the prescription. The cleverness of the material combinations was almost miraculous, leaving her in awe. Yi Wuchen replied, Sister Su, you have cold poison. So over the years, I've been studying various ancient texts and came up with this myself. You came up with this yourself? Su Qingyu found it hard to believe, deeply shocked. The sophistication of this prescription was probably something even her master, Bei Mu, couldn't write. And now, it actually came from the hands of a 6-year-old child. It's simply uncanny. Could it be that there really are people in this world who are born with knowledge, possessing a talent that far surpasses that of ordinary people, able to exceed master-level figures with just 2 or 3 years of study? Yi Jiaming, seeing Su Qingyu so excited, quickly asked Miss Su, can this prescription really treat your cold poison? Su Qingyu said excitedly, I can't say for sure, but this prescription, even if it can't completely cure my cold poison, at least can suppress it and allow me to live for several more decades. Wuchen's alchemical skills are terrifying. The members of the Yi family couldn't help but gasp, feeling their scalps tingle. I'm going to start concocting the prescription right now. Su Qingyu was already impatient. Before leaving, she gave Yi Wuchen a hard kiss on the face. The deadly cold poison had troubled her for over 20 years. Now that she saw hope for a cure, Su Qingyu almost wished to offer herself in gratitude. Unfortunately, Yi Wuchen was still too young. In fact, this prescription indeed couldn't completely cure Su Qingyu's cold poison. To truly cure it, one would need to concoct a real elixir. But that was an 8th-grade elixir, and perhaps there weren't even any 8th-grade alchemists in the entire Zhuge star. So Yi Wuchen could only settle for second best, changing the elixir formula into a medicinal formula. And when his strength was strong enough in the future, he would find a way to help Su Qingyu resolve it. After the Yi family members dispersed, Yi Wuchen also returned to his room alone. He sat cross-legged on a mat and took out various cultivation resources from the Qingquan pendant. Among them, a piece of lightning-struck wood was especially eye-catching, charred black but shimmering with blue lightning power. This time, Yi Wuchen was going to enter a long period of seclusion. First, he aimed to break through the physical strength to 10,000 pounds, raising the strength of his body to the second stage. Second, the lightning power must also evolve to blue. This way, the lethality would be multiplied several times, granting him the ability to hunt beast kings alone. Third, and most importantly, the reincarnation eye. One of the most crucial marks of cultivating the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique is to refine the reincarnation eye, a terrifying technique that can turn the universe upside down and reverse time. Also one of the most powerful eye techniques from ancient times. In his previous life, when Yi Wuchen ascended to become the ruler of the Canglan Realm, he had only cultivated the reincarnation eye to the 8th level. The 8th level of the reincarnation eye already possessed some ability to reverse time and space, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, sinking stars and splitting the sun. Yet it was still difficult to achieve the 9th level's divine ability of time reversal. It is said that those who have passed away can be revived under the light of the reincarnation eye. Additionally, according to the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, only during the 9th reincarnation can one truly reach perfection. Therefore, Yi Wuchen was also looking forward to what kind of he could achieve in this 9th life. Could he really touch the realm of immortality? Of course, all of this is predicated on the fact that he must first awaken the divine eye. As long as I awaken the 1st level of the reincarnation eye, I will be able to gain the upper hand in battle, seeing through the enemy's intentions and weaknesses. This is also quite important for the 4 cities talents battle in 3 months. As Yi Wuchen was speaking to himself, there was a knock on the door outside. Young master, I brought back the medicinal materials you needed. It was the maid Xiaobi, holding a dustpan filled with various medicinal herbs, which were all quite precious. Just put them in the bath barrel for me, Yi Wuchen said with a slight smile. Okay, does the young master need me to help you scrub your back? Xiaobi blinked her bright eyes. She was already a 15 or 16-year-old girl, petite and curvaceous. No need. Then I'll go out first. Xiaobi was not surprised. As the young master had been bathing alone since childhood, and did not like being attended to. In the room, the bath barrel was shrouded in red steam. Hundreds of medicinal herbs soaked in the barrel, worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Wuchen took off his clothes and entered the bath barrel to soak. Pain, like a piercing agony, as if his body was being torn apart. But Wuchen merely frowned slightly, already accustomed to it. This medicinal bath method had undergone several improvements over his previous lives. The potency was strong, cleansing the essence and marrow, providing great benefits for cultivators at the mortal realm. He had also given a similar recipe to Yi Ingxiong for a medicinal bath, albeit with milder effects. Only those with a strong will could endure this tearing pain. Only someone like Yi Wuchen, a freak with 9 lives and a heart as hard as iron, could undergo such an extreme medicinal bath refinement. Within an hour, his body experienced multiple cycles of tearing and healing, with all impurities cleaned out, turning the originally red bath liquid black. After the medicinal bath, he began to take various marrow cleansing pills, coagulation pills, and spirit transformation pills, combined with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Such a frenzied consumption of cultivation resources was beyond what ordinary cultivators could withstand, as they could easily explode and die. But for Yi Wuchen, it was nothing. He cultivated the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, maximizing his potential, with each small realm promotion requiring energy 100 times or more than that of an ordinary person. Throughout the entire consumption process, Yi Wuchen's body crackled, his organs roaring and pulsating, his vital energy like a dragon, spiritual power surging, surrounded by 9-colored radiance, dazzling like a celestial flower. At the end of the first day of cultivation, he could unleash a strength of 9,600 pounds with a single punch. He was getting closer to breaking through to the second stage of physical body cultivation. On the second day, third day, every day involved medicinal baths, then consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and finally sitting cross-legged on the ground, operating the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique to digest and consolidate. After the 7th day, Yi Wuchen's whole body shone with golden light, incredibly dazzling. His cultivation broke through. He stepped into the 7th heaven of the mortal realm. Yi Wuchen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and unparalleled, and with a punch, he broke through the air, producing a sonic boom, his strength surpassing 10,000 pounds. He was only 6.5 years old, and, as a human cultivator, reaching such a level was quite defiant and enough to shock both ancient and modern times. Very good. In my last life, I only stepped into the second stage of the physical body at 11 years old, and now I'm almost 4.5 years faster. Yi Wuchen was very satisfied with his cultivation results over the past few days. He then took out a piece of thunderstruck wood and began to absorb it. With the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique, a domineering cultivation method, he could devour all elemental powers in the world, and the entire process of absorbing the thunderstruck wood went smoothly. 3 days later, Yi Wuchen was bathed in blue lightning, and with a swift step, he instantly dashed out over 10 zhong. Speed, an extreme burst of speed. This was the symbol of entering the second stage of thunder power. Among martial arts, speed is unmatched. An increase in speed often leads to unexpected moves, allowing for a one-hit kill against strong enemies. It also greatly enhanced his ability to escape, as he could run if he couldn't win. Next, he proceeded to open his eyes. Yi Wuchen continued to seclude himself, relying on a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had consumed over the past few days. He had stored more than 16 drops of golden divine blood within him. He consumed all of this divine blood, gathering it between his eyes. 5 days later, Yi Wuchen's black pupils turned golden, sparkling with mysterious and strange symbols. This was the symbol of opening his. Wuchen actually opened. Su Qingyu had been paying attention to Yi Wuchen's cultivation progress. On this day, she came to the Wutong courtyard and was astonished to see the golden light in Yi Wuchen's eyes, her heart surging with emotion. Yi Wuchen smiled and nodded yes. Sister Su, I successfully opened I was very lucky. This is not just luck, it is a powerful talent that is rare among thousands. Just like Wu Jun from the Wu family, although he only has a 5th grade spiritual root, his talent is not outstanding among his peers, but the boost from is immense. And he has received great support from the Wu family, pouring resources into him. Su Qingyu was quite excited. All this time, she had been lamenting why Yi Wuchen only had a third-grade spiritual root. But now that Yi Wuchen had opened his achievement ceiling would definitely rise accordingly. Yi Wuchen quickly changed the subject. Sister Su, how is your health now? My health? Su Qingyu was very touched. She hadn't expected Yi Wuchen to think of her in the first instance after opening his. She nodded repeatedly. I've been following the prescription you gave me, taking the medicine daily, and the cold poison has been suppressed. This month was supposed to be the time for the cold poison to flare up. But now everything is fine. It must be the effect of the prescription. Su Qingyu smiled like a blooming flower, her eyes filled with gratitude. At that time, she never expected that her little apprentice would be so extraordinary, creating a pill formula to help her resolve the deadly cold poison. Cousin Wuchen, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. At this moment, Yi Shiner rushed into the Wutong courtyard, looking flustered. Yi Wuchen frowned slightly. Sister Shiner, what happened to make you so flustered? Yi Shiner said, Miss Su is here too. Sigh, it's all Hero Brother S' fault. He insisted on taking us to the martial arts pavilion to compete. And as a result, he got beaten up badly, and now doesn't he accept it, wanting to fight them to the death. The martial arts pavilion? Yes. The opponent is a body cultivation genius from Maple Leaf City, with considerable combat power, having defeated many of the young talents from Beiyuan City. And he has been shouting that the younger generation of Beiyuan City is all show and no substance, a bunch of useless trash. This person is so arrogant. A cold glint flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes, and he said solemnly, let us go. We'll go to the martial arts pavilion together. Su Qingyu was worried about Yi Wuchen getting hurt, so she followed behind to protect him. However, this bodyguard was indeed too beautiful, with a graceful figure, stunning beauty, and an otherworldly temperament. Along the way, she attracted countless passers-by to stop and stare. There was no way around it. After all, she was one of the 4 great beauties of Qingzhou, a goddess that countless male cultivators dreamed of, graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a wandering dragon, stunningly beautiful. Like a dream. In Beiyuan City, the streets were bustling with traffic and thronged with people, with cries of vendors and bargaining echoing everywhere. The martial arts pavilion was located in the most prosperous area of the city center. As soon as Yi Wuchen and the two entered the building, they heard a heated argument. Haha, with a body weaker than a woman's, you dare to call yourself Ying Xiong? I think calling you a bear is more fitting. The young men from Maple Leaf City burst into laughter, their faces full of disdain. At this moment, Ying Xiong had a bruised face, glaring at the bald man on the ring with anger and unwillingness, saying, you a body cultivator, fighting us law cultivators in a melee, even if you win. It's not honorable. If you have guts, come outside the city for a life-and-death battle, relying on our own abilities. In the martial arts pavilion, they made friends with martial arts, and it was not allowed to use spiritual power here. They could only rely on their physical qualities to fight enemies. The bald youth, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, was dressed in a blue-tight outfit, tall and muscular, with narrow eyes and features as sharp as a knife. He stood on the competition platform, looking down at Ying Xiong with a disdainful gaze, saying, Humph, if we use spiritual power to compete, you would only die more miserably. Boom! The bald youth immediately unleashed a surge of muddy yellow spiritual power, revealing that he had a 6th-grade Earth-type spiritual root and had reached the first level of spirit gathering, exuding a powerful pressure. The entire martial arts pavilion suddenly fell silent. Not a sound to be heard. Ying Xiong's face also turned pale, and he looked dejected. He couldn't believe that this guy from Maple Leaf City had actually reached the gathering spirit realm. If he couldn't win against a bald-headed boy in martial arts, then he certainly had no chance of winning in a clash of spiritual power. Wang Fanyu, a prodigy from the Wang family in Maple Leaf City, was a physical cultivation monster with immense strength, a once-in-a-century talent. This guy was just too strong. He had already defeated 9 outstanding figures from Beiyuan City without a single loss. He was only 15, had already entered the gathering spirit realm, and practiced both martial arts and magic. If he continued to grow, he would surely become a monster. Seeing Wang Fanyu reveal his cultivation level, the cultivators from various clans couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill run down their spines. The surrounding young people all showed deep apprehension, and no one dared to step on its stage. Wang Fanyu, seeing Yi Yingxiong lower his head, couldn't help but feel even more smug. He scanned the audience and said, "Is there really not a single person from Beiyuan City who can withstand a blow? Does anyone dare to come up and fight me? I'll fight you." Yi Yingxiong could no longer hold back and was about to rush onto the stage. Yi Wuchen, seeing this, quickly squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Yi Yingxiong's arm, saying, "He is a physical cultivator. You are a magical cultivator. You won't have the upper hand in a martial arts duel. Hero brother, forget it. There's no need to clash head-on with him. Wuchen, why are you here?" Yi Yingxiong was obviously taken aback, and then felt even more ashamed, quickly lowering his head. He had just been beaten badly by Wang Fanyu, and now felt embarrassed to face anyone. "I just finished my closed-door training and came to take a look. Victory and defeat are common in battles, hero brother. There's no need to waver in your confidence because of a single loss. Everyone has their own area of expertise." Yi Wuchen comforted him, patting his shoulder. "Yes, Wuchen makes sense." Nan Gongyi, who was nearby, spoke up. He had bruises all over and looked quite disheveled, clearly having fought on the stage and lost to Wang Fanyu. In the crowd, there were two other familiar faces, Wu Junxiao and Shang Wanyu. Wu Junxiao was naturally aloof and did not participate in the battle. Upon seeing Yi Wuchen, he merely smiled and nodded at him. Shang Wanyu, on the other hand, was much more lively. Upon seeing Yi Wuchen, her bright eyes turned crescent-shaped, and she looked very sweet and adorable. She skipped over and hugged Yi Wuchen's arm, saying, "Wuchen, why have you been in closed-door training these days? Every time I go to the Yi residence to find you, I come back empty-handed." Her voice was as crisp and melodious as a silver bell, and she had a lovely, delicate oval face with red lips and white teeth, her features picturesque. She wore a floor-length purple dress, and at 13 years old, her figure was already graceful and slender, with the charming curves of a young girl. Her skin was as white as jade, and her long, slender legs glimmered alluringly. Yi Wuchen replied honestly, "Of course. I was in closed-door training to prepare for the Four Cities battle." "Wuchen, you're going to participate in the Four Cities battle?" Shang Wanyu was somewhat surprised. Nan Gongyi and Wu Junxiao also looked taken aback. To participate in the Four Cities battle, one must at least reach the Gathering Spirit Realm. Otherwise, it's difficult to protect oneself in such fierce combat. Humph. Nowadays, anyone and everyone dares to say they want to participate in the Four Cities battle. Yeah, a mere child dares to boast like this. The people of Beiyuan City are all talk and no substance. The young talents from Maple Leaf City scoffed, considering these individuals overly self-important. The Four Cities battle involves Beiyuan City, Maple Leaf City, New Moon City, and Winged Tiger City. The young talents from these four cities will gather together for a grand competition. The intensity of the competition is far beyond that of the demon hunting competition. You are Yi Wuchen, the champion of the Beiyuan City demon hunting competition? I've heard you were only 6.5 years old, born with innate intelligence. Wang Fanyu's gaze turned cold as he looked down from the high platform at Yi Wuchen with interest, then sneered, "Third grade spiritual root, although it's a rare lightning attribute. So what? You'll never hope to enter the third realm in this lifetime, and will only pass your days in mediocrity. A waste like you actually managed to win first place in the Beiyuan City demon hunting competition? I can only say that Beiyuan City truly has no one left. Ha ha! Beiyuan City has fallen so low generation after generation." The people from Maple Leaf City laughed arrogantly, not hiding their disdain. It should be noted that Wang Fanyu was not the strongest prodigy from Maple Leaf City, but here in Beiyuan City, he had already won 9 consecutive victories without a single defeat. Faced with the mocking laughter of Wang Fanyu and his group, Yi Yingxiong and Yi Shiner's expressions turned extremely ugly. Just as they were about to retort, they saw Yi Wuchen already stepping onto the stage. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Wuchen, what are you doing?" Su Qingyu rushed forward, trying to pull him back. "Yi Wuchen, get down here." Shang Wanyu also shouted urgently. Wang Fanyu was a ruthless character. Several people had already been severely injured and lost an arm at his hands. "Now that I'm on the stage, I naturally intend to fight. There's no reason to back down," Yi Wuchen said lightly, dressed in white, his figure appearing no different from that of a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Now that's some backbone. Wang Fanyu raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms over his chest, and then shook his head, saying, "Kid, I advise you to get down quickly. I'm not interested in bullying a child who can't even lift a chicken." Although he didn't know how Yi Wuchen had won the demon hunting competition, a 6-year-old child was simply too weak. Even if he won, wouldn't mean much. Who bullies whom is still uncertain. If you're afraid, you could just roll off the stage yourself. Yi Wuchen looked at him with a playful tone. He had now reached the 7th level of the ordinary realm, both his physical body and lightning techniques having reached the 2nd stage. And he had successfully opened the reincarnation eye. His combat power had increased dramatically, and he was ready to find someone to stretch his muscles. Daring to be so arrogant. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Wang Fanyu's expression changed, and his eyes turned fierce. He turned his head and began to stretch his muscles, his bones cracking loudly as his blood surged, resembling a raging bull on fire. Wuchen, be careful. If you can't win, don't push yourself too hard. Su Qingyu, Ying Xiong, Shang Guanyu, and others all showed worried expressions. After all, the opponent was a physical cultivator with innate strength, and in this martial arts pavilion, the use of spiritual power was not allowed. Thus, in this environment, Wang Fanyu had the advantage in every way. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm could be defeated here. Furious Lion Fist. Wang Fanyu shouted explosively, his body strong as an ox, agile as a tiger, combining strength and speed. He swung a punch that produced a piercing sonic boom, stirring up a tempest. This man's south physical strength was close to entering the 2nd stage, with pure brute force exceeding an astonishing 9,000 pounds. In an instant, everyone held their breath, imagining the tragic scene of Yi Wuchen being knocked down by a single punch. On the stage, Yi Wuchen's long black hair was blown wildly by the punch's force. Yet he remained completely still, not even blinking, and he also threw a punch in response, creating another sonic boom. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud thud, producing a violent sound. In that moment, Wang Fanyu's pupils contracted sharply, feeling as if his fist had slammed into granite, the crisp sound of bones cracking ringing out. Then, he was thrown back several dozen steps, his face filled with disbelief and shock. This is impossible. In a pure contest of strength, Wang Fanyu was actually at a disadvantage. A gasp of cold air filled the hall. Especially the young people from Maple Leaf City looked astonished, their hearts stirred up like a storm. 10,000 pounds of divine strength. Yi Wuchen's physical body had actually evolved to the 2nd stage. Wu Junxiao and Nan Gongyi both changed color. My God, he is only at the ordinary realm and has refined his body to the 2nd stage. It's simply unbelievable. How monstrous. The other family disciples in the martial arts pavilion looked equally shocked, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. How is it possible, even with my special physique? Having just entered the spirit gathering realm, my physical body hasn't even reached the 2nd stage. How can you do it? Wang Fanyu felt as if his worldview had been completely overturned, struggling to accept this fact. Throughout history, there have been exceptionally gifted individuals who could reach the 2nd stage of physical body in the mortal realm, but they were at least in the 9th level of the mortal realm. Yet, Yi Wuchen, at just 6.5 years old, achieved this feat in the 7th level of the mortal realm, which is simply too bizarre. There are always people beyond people, mountains beyond mountains. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Yi Wuchen coldly replied, all right, no wonder you dare to step onto the competition stage. But even if your physical body has reached the 2nd stage, you'll still have to crawl out of the martial arts pavilion today. Wang Fanyu was furious at being publicly mocked by a 6-year-old child. His eyes turned fierce, fists clenched tightly, and he shouted, Martial arts barbaric body, activate. Boom! In an instant, the bones in Wang Fanyu's body cracked again, veins bulging on his forehead, his face twisted in a terrifying manner. In that moment, Nan Gongyi and Wu Junxiao gasped, quickly reminding, Wuchen, be careful, this guy is about to activate the martial arts barbaric body. His strength will surge. Suingyu, Sangguanyue. And the others also became serious. Special physiques often come with unique abilities. Like Wang Fanyu's martial arts barbaric body, once activated, it can temporarily elevate the physical body to the strength of the 2nd stage, plunging him into a state of rage, making his combat power exceedingly frightening. With the barbaric body activated, Wang Fanyu's muscles bulged even more, filled with veins. Melaline Shite. He leaped forward, moving faster, turning into a blur as he charged in, his fists swinging, causing the air to reverberate, with strength breaking through 10,000 pounds. Bagua Palm. Yi Wuchen immediately unleashed the Yi family's palm technique. His figure resembling a crane, blending hardness and softness, using gentle palm techniques to counter Wang Fanyu's attacks. The two engaged in fierce combat, both having reached the second stage of physical body, causing the entire competition stage to tremble with their collisions. And gusts of wind blew up the skirts of the girls below the stage, revealing their fair skin. Su Qingyu's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly pressed down her skirt, her gaze fixed on the stage, feeling tense. The Yi family's Bagua Palm technique, which uses softness to overcome hardness, was just right to counter the Mad Lion Fist. No, this might not just be the ordinary Yi family's Bagua Palm, but rather a modified version, with its finesse in neutralizing force comparable to a profound-level technique. Combat techniques are divided into yellow, Xian, spirit, and earth levels. Xian-level techniques can only be mastered by cultivators at the spirit-gathering realm and above. Of course, Yi Wuchen was not bound by these rules. On the competition stage, the fight was extremely intense, with punches landing heavily and the sound of wind howling. Wang Fanyu's attacks were fierce and deadly, his eyes fierce as a venomous snake. From the overall situation, he had always been on the offensive and seemed to hold a certain advantage. In contrast, Yi Wuchen was constantly retreating and defending. But he wasn't suffering any losses, only appearing slightly inferior in momentum. No, Wang Fanyu might be about to lose. Nangong, he squinted his eyes slightly, as he could tell that Wang Fanyu's rhythm of attack had become chaotic, emphasizing offense excessively and exhausting his stamina. In contrast, Yi Wuchen remained calm and composed, moving leisurely, effortlessly neutralizing each of Wang Fanyu's lethal moves. Kid, are you afraid to fight me head-on? After dozens of exchanges, Wang Fanyu was already startled and angry, feeling humiliated. His repeated attacks were easily neutralized by Yi Wuchen, who felt like a slippery loach that couldn't be caught, infuriating him. All right, I'll give you what you want. Suddenly, a strange golden symbol flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. He made a strange turn to evade Wang Fanyu's punch and struck down with a palm. Boom! In that instant, Wang Fanyu felt as if his intent to attack had been seen through in advance. A tremendous force struck the back of his neck, causing unbearable pain, and he fell to the ground. The golden symbol in Yi Wuchen's eyes. Could it be an extraordinary eye? The entire martial arts pavilion erupted in chaos. Chapter 57. Accepting all your challenges. Wang Fanyu, after all, had a special physique, so his physical defense was much stronger than that of ordinary people. After taking that heavy blow, he still managed to struggle up from the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness, angrily stating, "Just now, I was careless. Let's have a rematch." Since birth, Wang Fanyu had been given high expectations by his family, possessing the unique martial arts barbaric body. In the realm of physical techniques, he had never been defeated, brimming with confidence. Yet today, he was publicly defeated by a 6-year-old child, greatly impacting his self-esteem. So what if the opponent has extraordinary eyes? I'm not any worse. Kill! Wang Fanyu roared, charging like a wild beast, his fist powerfully and fiercely aimed at Yi Wuchen's face. Weak points. He has weak points all over. Yi Wuchen scoffed and shook his head. As his eyes opened and closed, golden light flickered, mysterious symbols appeared, and he immediately saw through all of Wang Fanyu's flaws. This person's left leg had an unstable center of gravity, and his waist fundamentals were not solid enough, fixated on offense while forgetting to guard his vital points. Bang! This time, Yi Wuchen chose to confront head-on, using the Bagua palm to strike Wang Fanyu's wrist, neutralizing his punch power, and then suddenly delivered a knee strike directly to his abdomen. Wow! Wang Fanyu's pupils dilated sharply, his body curling up like a shrimp. Feeling as if his internal organs were shattered, spitting out blood, his face contorted in pain. Yi Wuchen, resembling a crane, floated effortlessly, suddenly appearing behind him. delivering a palm strike with immense force aimed at his vital points. In that moment, the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the hall. Wang Fanyu fell to the ground again like a dead dog, his spine broken, crying out in agony. So, do you still want to compete with me? Yi Wuchen stepped on his left cheek, applying pressure, distorting Wang Fanyu's once cool face into a hideous and ugly expression. Yi Wuchen, stop at once. Do you want to kill him in public? He is from the Wang family's direct line in Maple Leaf City. How could you be so ruthless? 6 young talents from Maple Leaf City rushed to intervene. Yi Wuchen's methods were too vicious, each move deadly, fast, precise, and ruthless, with a cold gaze that gave off an oppressive feeling of someone who could kill without hesitation. They were genuinely afraid that if anything happened to Wang Fanyu, it would be hard to explain to the Wang family. Ruthless? This is just the beginning. Yi Wuchen wore a faint smile, applying a bit more pressure with his right foot, nearly crushing Wang Fanyu's molars, speaking slowly. Wang, I ask you, do you submit? I submit to your granddad, kid. I want to kill you. Wang Fanyu was furious, never having suffered such humiliation. Yi Wuchen wasted no time, directly grabbing Wang Fanyu's right hand and snapping his pinky finger. The sound of cracking bones sent chills down everyone's spine, gasping in shock. Slap. Next, the second finger, the ring finger, was broken. The martial arts pavilion has a rule that as long as the opponent does not admit defeat, any means can be used. Inside the hall, Wang Fanyu's pained screams echoed, trembling all over, sweating profusely, in excruciating agony. Slap. Next came the third finger. Yi Wuchen showed no hesitation, his eyes devoid of emotion, like a merciless killer executing a task. Slap. When Wang Fanyu felt his index finger about to be broken, he finally broke down mentally and shouted, I submit, I submit. In that moment, all dignity and face became unimportant. He just wanted to escape the clutches of this terrifying demon. I thought you were tough, but I didn't expect you to give in after just 3 fingers? Yi Wuchen scoffed, then kicked Wang Fanyu off the stage. Brother Fanyu, are you okay? Injuring someone so severely, Yi Wuchen, you've gone too far. The cultivators from Maple Leaf City surrounded Wang Fanyu, and after checking his injuries, they couldn't help but show expressions of anger. Wang Fanyu was defeated, which was a slap in the face for the entire Maple Leaf City. After all, they had come to Beiyuan City this time to challenge others. I can't die yet. Wang Fanyu, after all, has a special physique and isn't that fragile. But with these injuries, he will at least need 2 months of recuperation in bed. After today's battle, he felt humiliated, growing angrier as he thought about it. And he said furiously, Yi Wuchen, how dare you hurt me like this? I better not encounter you in the 4-city battle, or you will surely die. During the fight on the stage, just now, Wang Fanyu had to admit he had underestimated his opponent. If he had used his strongest moves from the beginning, the outcome could have been different. Moreover, he wasn't just a physical cultivator. He was also a spellcaster, and his realm had reached the first level of gathering spirit. If they met on a real battlefield, Wang Fanyu was confident he could beat Yi Wuchen to the ground. Now, with less than 2.5 months left until the 4-city battle, you, a defeated opponent, should first think about how to heal your injuries. Yi Wuchen stood on the arena with his hands behind his back, looking down at the group from Maple Leaf City, and then said, You came here to challenge us, didn't you? You wanted to create momentum for the 4-city battle and scout the situation. Now, I'm standing on the arena, accepting the challenges from all of you. Boom! This statement was full of dominance. In an instant, the expressions of the 6 young elites from Maple Leaf City became even more unsightly. This was a blatant provocation. It felt so good. Yi Yingxiong watched with excitement, clapping in applause. Wuchen did a great job, including Su Qingyu, Shang Wanyu, Yi Xiner, and Nangong Yi. They all cheered for him. Yi Wuchen defeating Wang Fanyu was significant. It restored the face of the entire Beiyuan City. This kid's physical body had stepped into the 2nd stage, plus his anomalous eyes. His combat power was indeed very strange, but if I used the Python capture technique, he would undoubtedly lose. Among the group from Maple Leaf City, a black-clothed youth showed a fierce expression. His name was Xiao Zirwei, 15 years old, and his cultivation also reached the 1st level of gathering spirit. Xiao, your Python capture technique is unparalleled among your peers. No one in Maple Leaf City can rival you. I believe you will definitely defeat Yi Wuchen. Indeed, just now I was careless, and this kid is young. After such an intense battle, his stamina must be depleted. Wang Fanyu also spoke, his expression quite unwilling. If he could fight again, he would undoubtedly step onto the arena without hesitation. No problem, Brother Wang. I will help you regain your face right now. Xiao Zirwei was quite confident as he directly stepped onto the arena and looked at Yi Wuchen, saying, "Kid, you are too arrogant. You don't understand that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. You are neither a person beyond people nor a heaven beyond heavens. Just a frog at the bottom of a well. How dare you boast?" Yi Wuchen's expression turned cold, and he immediately executed the Bagua palm, cutting horizontally. The terrifying air wave hitting people's faces painfully like steel knives. Chapter 58. The Inspector of Tianqing Pavilion. Bang! Xiao Zirwei executed the python capture technique, his right arm extending like a python, his palm transforming into an eagle claw, rotating flexibly as he engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Wuchen. This was the Xiao family's ultimate skill, with every move being exquisite, targeting the throat and breaking bones. However, Yi Wuchen's physical body had already reached the second stage. Quite robust, and he directly clashed with Xiao Zirwei. As their figures intertwined, the gusts of wind howled, and afterimages flickered. Xiao Zirwei, as expected of the Xiao family's talented individual, at such a young age had mastered the python capture technique to this extent, combining hardness and softness, with remarkable skill. Indeed impressive. If it weren't for Yi Wuchen's freakish physical defense, that last strike would have at least stripped away his right arm's skin and tendons. The cultivators from various clans gasped in awe, exclaiming how exciting it was. The battle between the two juniors was like a storm, swift as thunder, with various counterattacks. Exquisite beyond compare. What python capture technique? It was nothing more than this. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen's eyes turned, golden symbols flashing in his pupils. And he saw through Xiao Zirwei's weakness right under his armpit. Bang! He struck with one palm, stirring up a strong wind with tremendous force. Xiao Zirwei let out a miserable scream as his left armpit was hit, causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward several steps. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, Yi Wuchen transformed his palm into a fist, his attack like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, hitting his chin, chest, abdomen, and side face with over 10 punches in succession, each punch landing with flesh-splitting force, blood splattering as his power broke through 10,000 pounds. Xiao Zirwei's entire face instantly swelled up like a pig's head, blood oozing from both the corners of his mouth and nose, and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, unable to stand up. Zirwei, what a sinister method. Several youths from Maple Leaf City rushed onto the arena, their faces horrified as they lifted Xiao Zirwei down. Hiss! Xiao Zirwei was defeated too? This monster Yi Wuchen has already taken down 2 people in a row. Inside the hall, it was silent enough to hear a pin drop. People felt their scalps go numb, deeply shocked. Everything happened too suddenly. Clearly, just a moment ago. Both sides were exchanging blows, but the situation turned upside down in an instant. Under Yi Wuchen's fierce attack, Xiao Zirwei had no ability to defend and was beaten senseless. It was Yi Wuchen's. Those were terrifying, able to see through the enemy's weaknesses, catching them off guard and striking at vital points. Not only could he see through the enemy's weaknesses, but those could also perceive the enemy's attack intentions, allowing him to prepare defenses and evade in advance. Making him almost unbeatable, it was too domineering. People began to discuss fervently, their hearts in turmoil. At such a young age, stepping into the second stage of physical cultivation, and possessing nearly unbeatable, such talent could be called a dragon among men. It's a pity, though, Yi Wuchen only has a 3rd-grade spiritual root. Otherwise, with such physical strength, and he could overshadow his peers and have no rivals. Sigh, who could say otherwise? His spiritual root grade is too low. He can only stop at the gathering spirit realm in this lifetime and cannot rise higher. Some people sighed, thinking how could someone with such terrifying talent have such a disappointing spiritual root? The discussions of others did not affect Yi Wuchen in the slightest. In fact, he had no spiritual root at all. only an imperial vein. If there were enough thunder laws on this planet for him to devour, he could instantly step into the gathering spirit realm and look down on all talents. Of course, this was unrealistic. With his current strength, he couldn't reach those levels. Opportunities and dangers often coexist. If there really were such a vast thunder domain, what lay ahead of him would be a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. A life and death struggle. On the arena, Wuchen adjusted his sleeves and scanned the group from Maple Leaf City, saying, "Who's next?" His tone was calm, yet it sounded like a voice from the underworld, causing the talented individuals from Maple Leaf City to feel dejected, lowering their heads and not daring to meet his gaze. "What, are you afraid now?" Wuchen scoffed, saying lightly, "You came prepared, wanting to test the depths of Beiyuan City, but the result is so pitifully weak. It's really boring." What did you say?" The remaining 5 youths from Maple Leaf City were furious, their faces flushed with anger. "A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. I will fight you." They were all young, in their hot-blooded years, and one of the youths in purple rushed up. But before he could exchange a few moves, he was knocked off the stage, falling in a mess. Bang! Wuchen activated his, almost invincible, every move hitting vital points and weaknesses, and the other 2 enraged cultivators who rushed onto the arena were also sent flying like straw men. In an instant, the remaining 2 youths who had not yet stepped onto the arena were filled with dread and fear. This 6.5-year-old boy was far too calm and composed during the battle. He didn't make a single mistake. His battle experience was incredibly seasoned. "What, you two were so arrogant before, saying that the younger generation of Beiyuan City were all useless fools. Why are you now afraid to step onto the stage?" Yi Ingxiong opened his mouth, having been a spectator the whole time and already filled with excitement. All the frustrations in his heart had vanished, and he now felt every pore in his body slightly open, incredibly refreshing. Just 2 words, exhilarating. Wuchen was truly too strong, even challenging the 5 from Maple Leaf City, while the other 2 didn't even dare to step onto the stage. Yishiner looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling like little stars. "Let us raise the reputation of Beiyuan City. Wuchen, well done. At such a young age, you already possess the spirit of a hero." The cultivators from Beiyuan City were naturally generous with their praise. After all, Wuchen's actions this time helped restore the dignity of various families in Beiyuan City. Without him stepping forward, even Wang Fanyu would have found it difficult to deal with the situation. "Brother Wuchen, when did you awaken your? This is too powerful. It's simply unbeatable." Shang Guanyu exclaimed excitedly, her eyes crescent-shaped and adorably charming. "This must surpass my crimson flame eye." Wu Junxiao gave a very high evaluation on the spot. For a moment, the cultivators from various clans erupted in discussion. Who didn't know that Wu Junxiao's crimson flame eye was the best eye technique in Beiyuan City? And now, the owner of this top eye technique was willingly giving way. Wuchen, don't get too proud. As long as you dare to participate in the 4 cities talents battle, we will make sure you have no chance of survival. The prideful young talents from Maple Leaf City gritted their teeth, their cultivation all reaching the gathering spirit realm. But in this martial arts pavilion, they were not allowed to use spiritual power. Therefore, even if they lost, they were still unwilling to accept it, believing that once they met Wuchen in a real battle, they could easily kill him. "I'll be waiting for you," Wuchen responded nonchalantly, having heard such cliché lines so many times that he was nearly numb to them. Let you be proud for a while. The waters in Maple Leaf City run deep. We are far from the top, and you will suffer later." Wang Fanyu, Xiao Ziru, and others all left harsh words, with 2 supporting each other as they walked away, while the other 3, heavily injured, could only lie on stretchers to be carried out. Seeing this scene, the cultivators from Beiyuan City couldn't help but sigh. They had come with such arrogance, but ended up hitting a hard wall in Wuchen and returned in defeat. Just then, Uncle Yi Tianyu hurriedly arrived at the martial arts pavilion, grabbing Wuchen's arm and saying, "Wuchen, there is something very important, urgent. Hurry and come back to the family with me." "Uncle, what's a hurry?" Wuchen asked, puzzled. Yi Tianyu replied, "The inspector from the Tianqing Pavilion has come down and wants to talk to you." The inspector from the Tianqing Pavilion? A serious expression flashed in Wuchen's eyes. This was not good. The secret key he had from the Tianqing Pavilion was drawn by himself and was not a gift from any high-ranking figure in the pavilion. Now that the inspector was here to inspect, wouldn't the truth be revealed during the account? As for playing dead, that was even more impossible. The authority of the Tianqing Pavilion's inspector was so great that even the royal family of Qingzhou had to treat them with respect. The inspector from the Tianqing Pavilion? This is a truly top-tier big shot coming personally to talk to Yi Wuchen. It's quite a big deal. It was said that when Yi Wuchen was 3 years old, he had been valued by an elder of the Tianqing Pavilion, who granted him a high-level key, and after turning 16, he would have the opportunity to become a formal member of the Tianqing Pavilion. For a moment, all the cultivators in the martial arts pavilion were boiling with envy. If they could have even a bit of connection with the inspector from the Tianqing Pavilion, it would be a tremendous opportunity, enough to boast about for a lifetime. Is it a blessing or a curse? You can't avoid a curse. Yi Wuchen's expression was uncertain, truly not expecting that the Tianqing Pavilion would notice so quickly and send an inspector to a border town like Beiyuan City. At that time, it was an emergency, and to treat Uncle Yi Tianyu's injuries, he had no choice but to leave behind a hidden danger. Forget it, just a small inspector. I'll just fool him when the time comes. Yi Wuchen immediately followed Uncle back to the family. However, the entire Beiyuan City was in an uproar because of the inspector's arrival. The inspector from the Tianqing Pavilion? My goodness, it has been hundreds of years since such a big figure has come to Beiyuan City. Yeah, it's really strange. Logically speaking, even if Yi Wuchen received the key granted by the elder of the Tianqing Pavilion, it shouldn't warrant a personal visit from the inspector. I also think there must be something unusual about it. The cultivators from various clans began to discuss fiercely, each with differing opinions. In the Wanfo Hall of the Northern Duke's residence, old Madame Jiang was sitting in the main seat, holding a Buddhist scripture, but she had no intention of studying its content. Yi Wuchen, possessing divine power and opening, even defeating 5 talents from Maple Leaf City? This news made her heart feel uneasy again, and she immediately confirmed with Hongzhu, who had come to report. Is this true? The servant girl Hongzhu nodded and said, Madam, this is absolutely true. Yi Wuchen is now famous in Beiyuan City and possesses powerful divine abilities. How could Yi Wuchen, a waste with a 3rd-grade spirit root, have such powerful abilities with? If he can open, why hasn't my Mu'er, who is already 9.5, opened her eyes yet? Zhou, lighting, gritted her teeth, feeling restless, and recently, there was another matter troubling her mind. According to the Zhou family's investigation, Zhou Ziyu's team of 10 was not killed by the demon beasts of Fumo Mountain, meaning the real murderer was hiding among the participants from other families. Moreover, before the hunting competition began, Zhou Ziyu had a conflict with Yi Wuchen, leaving harsh words. The Zhou family thus believed that Yi Wuchen was a major suspect, and the real murderer was likely this child. But lacking concrete evidence, the Zhou family was still conducting an in-depth investigation. This was a blood feud, irreconcilable. They must find out the truth and make the murderer pay the price. Hongzhu added, I heard that even the inspector from the Tianqing Pavilion personally named him for a conversation. I think Yi Wuchen is really going to soar to great heights. Why is Yi Wuchen always so lucky? First, he received the secret key from the elder of the Tianqing Pavilion. Then Su Qingyu took him as a personal disciple. And now he has opened and gained the attention of the inspector. If these opportunities were bestowed upon my Mu'er, with her 7th-grade spirit roots, extraordinary talent, she would have soared long ago. Zhou Lighting's face was filled with jealousy as she gritted her teeth. Furthermore, Yi Wuchen had also achieved high accomplishments in alchemy, even curing the deadly cold poison in Su Qingyu. Hongzhu continued to fan the flames beside her, never forgetting the time Yi Liuli slapped herself. Nonsense. Old Madame Jiang was indeed furious, unable to endure any longer, and said, What alchemy skills? I see it as just a trick of the Yi family, purely for the sake of vanity and falsehood. They must have been temporarily fabricated using some technique, and as for curing Su's illness, that is even more impossible. Even the legendary alchemist Bei Mu was helpless against such a terminal illness. How could Yi Wuchen possibly do it? Zhou Lighting hurriedly chimed in. Now, they could only use despicable means to slander Yi Wuchen to feel a bit better inside. At the Yi residence, Yi Jiaming had long been waiting outside the house, pacing back and forth anxiously, sweating profusely. The inspector from the Tianqing Pavilion was currently sitting in the main hall of the Yi family. Every moment he made the inspector wait would add to his inner torment. Such a top figure, with the power to reach the heavens. Coming to this small Beiyuan city was like fishing for fish. Under Uncle Yi Tianyu's urging, Yi Wuchen quickly arrived at the Yi residence. Seeing his grandson arrive, Yi Jianming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then seriously instructed, "Quickly, Wuchen, go to the reception hall to meet the inspector. Be polite, listen more, and speak less, and be cautious in your words and actions. Don't worry, Grandpa. I've always been meticulous in dealing with people and matters." Leaving no room for error, Yi Wuchen replied with a mature demeanor, patting Yi Jianming's shoulder and quickening his pace to the reception hall. Why alone? Because the inspector specifically named Yi Wuchen, allowing only him to come for the conversation, and the others naturally did not dare to follow, not even having the courage to listen from a corner. When Yi Wuchen entered the hall, he saw a stunningly beautiful silhouette, dressed in a green dress, graceful and elegant, exuding a sense of ethereal charm, with waist-length snow-white hair cascading down. This back figure seemed somewhat familiar to him. Yi Wuchen felt puzzled, then cupped his hands in salute and said, "I am Yi Wuchen. I have met the inspector." "You are Yi Wuchen?" The voice was like heavenly music, crisp and pleasant, reminiscent of a clear spring flowing through the mountains. The inspector turned around, her misty, beautiful eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. She looked so young, appearing to be only 15 or 16, with a face as pure and beautiful as that of a celestial being, her features delicately sculpted, exquisite like a painting. With dark eyebrows like green mountains, a straight and delicate nose, and long eyelashes that fluttered gently, making one feel tender and captivated. A gentle breeze brushed against her silver hair, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still in eternity. Master. Yi Wuchen looked at the girl, who exuded an extraordinary aura, and couldn't help but mumble, struck dumb. "Master?" The girl smiled brightly, sizing Yi Wuchen up, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. "You are quite amusing, little boy. Here in Zhuke Star. There are those who try to connect with my ancestors from 18 generations ago, those who create coincidences to claim a connection with me, and even those who stubbornly want to be my servant. Your way of trying to build a connection is quite unique. Do you really want to be my disciple?" She looked remarkably similar, almost indistinguishable. However, it didn't make sense. How could Master be so youthful? She looked nothing like the transcendent empress who had stepped outside the realms and beyond the 5 elements. But how could there be someone in this world who looked so similar? Could she be Master's daughter? No, that couldn't be right. Master had never had a partner in her life, and after entering the primordial immortal domain, she had never come out again. Yi Wuchen immediately tentatively asked, Xia Qingyan. "What's Xia Qingyan?" "My name is Song Ruoshi." The girl sat down beside the Grandmaster chair, poured herself a cup of tea, her long legs crossed, her eyes revealing a strange expression. "Little brat, you call my name here without fear of punishment from this inspector? You are Song Ruoshi?" Yi Wuchen still had some doubts, but his emotions were gradually calming down. If there was someone among the friends he absolutely trusted from his 8th life, it would only be one person, his master Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan was the ruler of the Canglan realm in the previous world. She encountered the young Yi Wuchen, saw his intelligence, and took him as her disciple, nurturing him all the way. Without her help, Yi Wuchen would never have stepped into the imperial realm in the 8th life. Later, due to some unresolved karma, his master went to the primordial immortal domain and disappeared for over 700 years, with no trace left. Song Ruoshi took a sip of black tea, her misty, beautiful eyes scanning Yi Wuchen up and down, and she nodded slightly, saying, "That's right, my name is Song Ruoshi, the inspector of the Tianqing Pavilion." "Little brat, aren't you afraid of me?" Yi Wuchen replied in confusion. "Why should I be afraid of you? Everyone fears the immense power of my Tianqing Pavilion. You, a little kid from a small town on the edge of Qingzhou, why aren't you afraid of me?" Song Ruoshi retorted, her dark brows slightly furrowed, deliberately showing a fierce expression. "I see my sister looks kind, so I naturally am not afraid." Yi Wuchen smiled slightly. He was now very puzzled as to why there was someone in the world who looked exactly like his master. Or rather, Was this a younger version of his master who had returned to her youth and forgotten her memories? So strange. Perhaps appearances could be imitated, but no one, apart from Wuchen, had ever seen his master's true appearance. Even those who had seen her before had long since returned to their origins. This was because Master always wore a white veil, revealing only her eyes. Since no one had seen her face, it was naturally impossible to imitate her so vividly. Even her aura was similar, simply unbelievable. Song Ruashi was born with extraordinary beauty, captivating and elegant, her entire body as white as jade, shimmering with a charming luster. A blue crystal diamond pendant hanging from her slender, swan-like neck. She subconsciously caressed the blue crystal pendant with her delicate fingers, then looked at Yi Wuchen and asked, "Little brat, do you know why I came to find you this time?" "Why?" Yi Wuchen pretended not to know, but his heart skipped a beat. This girl who looked exactly like his master seemed young, but was actually very clever, definitely not an easy character to deal with. And her cultivation had reached an unfathomable realm. Bright sunlight streamed in from outside the window, illuminating Song Ruashi's stunning face, picturesque and serene. She squinted her eyes slightly and said, "I naturally came for this key. Honestly, tell me, who gave you the key?" Yi Wuchen replied without hesitation, "An old man." "When was it? Where was it? What did he look like? And what was he wearing?" Song Ruashi continued to press, not believing that a 6.5-year-old child could deceive her keen eyes. "It was about 3.5 years ago on a rainy night, at the back mountain of Jiangfu's western courtyard. I was practicing swordsmanship when that old man descended from the sky, with white hair, wearing a bamboo hat, and a star pattern tattooed on his chest. The old man smiled and said that I had exceptional talent and wanted to bestow upon me an opportunity." Yi Wuchen answered smoothly, his expression unchanged. Song Ruashi looked deeply at Yi Wuchen, not seeing any flaws in this 6.5-year-old child. White hair, wearing a bamboo hat, with a star pattern tattooed on his chest. These details were not crucial. The most important thing was that Song Ruashi did not believe that a 6-year-old child could fool her. "You look like you have such poor talent. How could the 7th elder have taken a liking to you?" Song Ruashi pouted, puzzled. "Such a sharp tongue, just like Master." Yi Wuchen thought to himself, showing an awkward expression as he scratched his head in embarrassment. "But in this small Beiyuan city, your talent is sufficient, even standing out in the entire Zhuge kingdom. However, in the Canglan realm, those who awaken different pupils are as numerous as the carp crossing the river. And ordinary different pupils do not hold any significance." "What is the Canglan realm?" Yi Wuchen pretended to be shocked, but inside he began to ponder. "This Zhuge star should not belong to the Canglan realm's sphere of influence. I said you little brat wouldn't understand. In short, 100 years ago, the Empress Yunshi discovered this Zhuge star and incorporated it into the Canglan realm's influence. However, there exists a terrifying sealing formation on Zhuge star, preventing powerful cultivators from approaching, maintaining some sort of balance. Additionally, this is the homeland of the Thunder Emperor, hiding a shocking secret." At this point, Song Ruashi revealed an expression of deep secrecy. 100 years ago, this happened to be the time before Yi Wuchen was harmed. At that time, although he had activated the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique to protect the last remnant of his soul, that remnant had also absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for 100 years to fully reassemble his soul, successfully reincarnating. Coincidentally, the mysterious Tianqing Pavilion also rose to prominence in Zhuge star 100 years ago and rapidly ascended to become the colossal entity it is today. Yi Wuchen thought for a moment and continued to probe. "Sister, do you mean there's a world beyond this one, and Zhuge star is a seal planet?" "That's right." Song Ruashi nodded. Yi Wuchen asked, "Then, since you were in the outside world, why come to Zhuge star? Do you think I want to come?" "Right now, the sealing formation on Zhuge star is still quite powerful. Even the Empress Yunshi cannot do anything about it. My cultivation is not high, just enough to evade the apocalyptic divine thunder of the formation. But once I come in, it's very difficult to go out. As for why I came to Zhuge star, little brat, why do you ask so much?" Song Ruashi glared at Yi Wuchen, thinking this little brat was a bit strange. Clearly, she was the interrogator. Yet now it seemed the roles had reversed. Yi Wuchen grasped the key to the problem and continued, "What does this have to do with the 7 elders?" Because the person who gave you the key is none other than the seventh elder of the Tianqing Pavilion, Gai Tianhe. He came to this border area of Qingzhou 5 years ago to investigate certain matters and suddenly went missing 3 years ago, presumably due to issues related to dark matter. Right? How do you know this? Song Ruoshi was astonished. This 6-year-old child seemed very strange, not at all like a typical child. Yi Wuchen clasped his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the hall. Speaking confidently, I participated in the demon hunting competition at Wumu Mountain and directly encountered the beasts infected by dark matter. They were extremely brutal and possessed devouring abilities, able to grow rapidly, much like demon cultivators who have fallen into madness. He now understood why Song Ruoshi had appeared here. This inspector was not here to interrogate him about the key. She merely wanted to investigate the reason for the disappearance of the 7 elders. However, Yi Wuchen had never met this 7th elder. Unfortunately, due to a twist of fate, 3.5 years ago, Yi Wuchen had casually drawn the Tianqing Pavilion key, which coincided perfectly with the timeline of Gai Tianhe's disappearance. That was why Song Ruoshi had come here. Little ghost, when you met the 7th elder, did he give you any information? For example, where he went? Song Ruoshi's eyes were filled with urgency. The 7th elder was a formidable figure of the Zhuke star, with profound cultivation. The existence that could cause his sudden disappearance must be extremely terrifying, concerning the safety of the entire Zhuke star. Chapter 61. The Depths of Zhuke Star. Yi Wuchen showed a reminiscent expression, and after a slight pause, he shook his head affirmatively. That old man did not reveal any information about his whereabouts. Indeed, you were just a 3-year-old child at the time. How could the 7th elder disclose anything about the Blood Moon cult to you? Song Ruoshi was not surprised. She had come here today purely with a mindset of giving it a try, hoping to find some clues. However, as long as it was confirmed that Yi Wuchen had seen Gai Tianhe, the timeline of Gai Tianhe's disappearance could be deduced. Moreover, it could basically be confirmed that the 7th elder had an incident at the border of Qingzhou. The place where Qingzhou borders Shizhou was likely the only mysterious life-restricted zone that could restrain the existence of the 7th elder. But why would the 7th elder want to enter it? There must be secrets within. The revival of the Blood Moon cult, the mysterious disappearance of the 7th elder, and the mysterious life-restricted zone. These 3 clues began to converge, and the context gradually became clear. I need to go check near the life-restricted zone. With that thought, Song Ruoshi was too lazy to waste any more time. She rose swiftly, pinched Yi Wuchen's small face, and squinted her eyes, saying, "Little brat, I'm leaving first. If fate allows, we will meet again." Wait. Yi Wuchen quickly called out to her. Although he was almost certain that Song Ruoshi was definitely not his master, Xia Qingyan, there might still be some connection. Moreover, this girl came from the Canglan Realm, and knowing information from the outside world would surely be useful to her in the future. Seizing this opportunity, he wanted to build a good relationship for easier contact later. Of course, the most important thing was that Song Ruoshi possessed something he urgently needed right now, which, if utilized well, would greatly enhance his combat power. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to see me go because I'm so beautiful? Song Ruoshi looked at Yi Wuchen with great interest. If someone of the same age dared to have ill intentions toward her, she would teach them a harsh lesson. But the other party was just a 6-year-old child with delicate features and a cute appearance, which made it hard for her to feel disgust. Instead, she found it quite amusing. Facing the stunning face so close to him, Yi Wuchen showed no change in expression and spoke in a tone that seemed wise beyond his years. "Miss Song, how about I offer you an opportunity?" An opportunity? Song Ruoshi was very surprised, her face as white as snow, her features picturesque. Then she puffed her cheeks and laughed. In this little Zhuke star, no one has ever dared to boast like that, saying they want to give me an opportunity. You little rascal truly do not know fear. Is that so? Yi Wuchen smiled mysteriously, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth in the hall. You're not a lightning-type cultivator, yet you possess a terrifying, destructive thunder power within you. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been injured by the annihilation divine thunder while forcefully breaking through the ceiling heaven grand formation. You can actually sense the annihilation divine thunder left within me? Song Ruoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. After coming to Zhuke Star, she had encountered countless prominent figures. Yet no one had ever been able to see this. Indeed, although I'm only a third-grade lightning spirit root, I am quite special and have a natural strong perception of thunder power. Ye Wuchen nodded, then pointed to the blue crystal diamond pendant around Song Ruashi's neck and said, "You always subconsciously touch this pendant, which indicates that it is extremely important to you, even to the extent of being a matter of life and death. If I am not mistaken, it is this treasure that suppresses the annihilation divine thunder within you. However, the annihilation divine thunder is extremely terrifying. It is the condensed power of the ultimate laws of the Thunder Emperor. Even if there's a treasure to suppress it, making that thunder power static, it is still surging and contains the divine energy capable of annihilating the four realms, enough to turn powerful beings into ash in an instant." At this point, Yi Wuchen stopped and smiled slightly, exuding confidence and mystery. "You." Song Ruashi felt her heart churning, shocked beyond measure. This little rascal was incredibly observant, completely seeing through her. How bizarre. He was just a 6-year-old child. No wonder the 7th elder valued this child. He indeed had something extraordinary about him. Song Ruashi took a deep breath to calm her emotions and replied truthfully, "You guessed correctly. For years ago, I forcefully broke through the sealing heaven grand formation of Zhuke star. At that time, I thought my cultivation was not high, and I used a concealment technique, believing I could evade the perception of the sealing heaven grand formation. Yet, I still attracted a weak strand of annihilation divine thunder, which nearly led to my demise. Fortunately, I had the protection of the Phoenix Tier, which allowed me to survive." When recalling that incident, Song Ruashi's face was filled with lingering fear, as if it were a nightmare. Just a weak strand of annihilation divine thunder almost brought her to the brink of death, and even the Phoenix Tier was damaged, transforming from an oval-shaped tear into a sharply angled diamond shape. The true Phoenix Tear is indeed an impressive treasure, Yi Wuchen thought to himself. He had long recognized this as the Phoenix Tier, a tear from a true blood Phoenix King whose realm approached the imperial level, possessing exceptional defensive power. Had it not been for this, Song Ruashi would have had no chance of survival under the annihilation divine thunder. Of course, it could also be inferred that this girl had quite a background in the Canglan realm. Ordinary small families could not afford to gift treasures of the Phoenix Tier level to their juniors. Yi Wuchen continued to deduce. Although this Phoenix Tear can temporarily suppress the annihilation divine thunder within you, every so often, the thunder power will leak out in small amounts, enough to make you suffer excruciating pain. Over time, the Phoenix Tear will eventually run out of energy, and at that moment, you will face the annihilation divine thunder alone, with your life hanging in the balance. You guessed correctly. The annihilation thunder is too terrifying. Every few months, the thunder power will backfire on my body. When it erupts, it feels like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart, scraping my bones and flesh. A trace of pain flashed in Song Ruashi's beautiful eyes, recalling a nightmare she wished to forget. Do the elders of the Tianqing Pavilion possess annihilation divine thunder? Yi Wuchen asked. They do not. 100 years ago, a flaw appeared in the sealing heaven grand formation, which was discovered by 8 members of the Tianqing Pavilion. They successfully crossed into Zhuke star, and these 8 quickly established the Tianqing Pavilion Trading Association in Zhuke star, developing rapidly over the past century, with one as the pavilion master and the other 7 as the current 7 elders. Unfortunately, the sealing array was quickly repaired by a mysterious power. Those who entered afterward faced a near-death experience, with many proud sons of heaven perishing and dying with resentment. Mysterious power? Could there still be descendants of the Thunder Emperor on the Vermilion Bird Star? Yi Wuchen pondered it. Song Ruashi sighed. This Vermilion Bird Star seems like an abandoned wasteland with thin spiritual energy, but in reality, there's a lot going on beneath the surface, with unknown powerful forces intervening. Yi Wuchen was confused, since entering the Vermilion Bird Star is a near-death experience. Why do so many people continue to cross over? Of course, they come for the Thunder Emperor's tomb, hoping to obtain the supreme legacy left by the legendary Thunder Emperor, Song Ruashi said. Suddenly, her expression turned vigilant and annoyed. realizing that she had let slip too much information to this little brat. She stomped her foot and threatened Yi Wuchen. Little brat, you're not a spy sent by someone, are you? You promised to give me a chance, and now you're changing the subject. Then, Song Ruashi laughed angrily. What could a 6-year-old kid possibly give her? It was clearly nonsense. How could she be so foolish as to believe it? Don't worry, Sister Song. I promise to give you a chance, and I will keep my word. Yi Wuchen seemed to be coaxing a child. What did you call me, Sister Song? Song Ruashi's eyes widened, her brows furrowing, and she attempted to pull down Yi Wuchen's pants to give him a good spanking. Yi Wuchen quickly retreated a few steps. Feeling a bit nervous, calm down first. What if I told you I could eliminate the doomsday, divine thunder within you? Don't try to fool me. Even the master of the Celestial Star Pavilion can't solve that problem. How could you? Song Ruashi rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 snow-white arms, and lunged at Yi Wuchen, determined to teach the little brat a lesson. Don't be impulsive. Things are up to human effort. I can cure Su Qingyu's cold poison, so of course, I have a way to help you with the doomsday thunder. Yi Wuchen was genuinely a bit anxious. In his 8th life, he was the formidable Emperor Yi who had intimidated the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. How could he allow himself to have such a dark history? If you have a solution, and if I am not satisfied, I will strip you naked and give you 100 spanks, Song Ruashi said, rolling her eyes. First, I am naturally sensitive to the power of thunder and have a special spiritual root that can absorb the laws of thunder. Second, you might think that even if I can absorb the laws of thunder, absorbing the doomsday divine thunder would be a dead end. However, I can slowly absorb a tiny part of it, thus reducing the danger, and as my strength gradually increases, there will come a day when I can absorb it completely. Third, you're probably wondering why I am not afraid of dying and dare to touch the terrifying doomsday thunder, because humans die for wealth and birds die for food. You are willing to risk your life to enter the vermilion bird star, so naturally, I am willing to risk my life to try absorbing this doomsday thunder to strengthen myself. When Yi Wuchen reached the 3rd point, Song Ruashi wavered. His reasoning was sound and clear, convincing her. Moreover, Song Ruashi came from the Canglan Realm and was used to seeing great things. She did not hold the shallow belief that having a 3rd-grade spiritual root meant being useless. A child so young could have such insight. He was definitely not simple. Song Ruashi thought for a moment, narrowed her eyes, and looked deeply at Yi Wuchen. Are you serious? Absorbing the doomsday thunder is no joke. Even if your physical body reaches the 2nd stage, you could still die from a single touch. I've thought it through. I only have a 3rd-grade spiritual root. If I don't put in double the effort, I will only be mediocre in this life, so I want to give it a try. Yi Wuchen's expression was resolute. Since he was born into this world, he had been searching for clues about the Thunder Emperor's laws. Now, with the opportunity to come into contact with a legendary doomsday divine thunder, how could he miss it? Once successfully absorbed and transformed, the enhancement to his combat power would be enormous, making it one of his strongest trump cards. Just imagine if on the battlefield, Jiang Mai and Yi Wuchen were facing off, and at that moment, Yi Wuchen unleashed the doomsday thunder. How would you respond? He was also confident that with his exquisite control over the laws of thunder, he could manage the absorption of the doomsday, divine thunder. Song Ruashi looked at the 6-year-old in front of her, lost in thought, feeling a pang of conscience. If something went wrong, she had the protection of the Phoenix Tear Pendant, but Yi Wuchen had nothing. He would surely become ash under the doomsday thunder. Time was of the essence. Let's begin now. Life or death. I will take responsibility for myself, Yi Wuchen urged. Can you really do it? Song Ruashi hesitated repeatedly, her heart filled with goodwill. You should know that in this world, there are very few spiritual roots capable of absorbing the laws of power. Even on the entire vermilion bird star. I'm the only one. This is your only chance to save yourself. After contemplating for a long while, Song Ruashi nodded. All right, if anything uncontrollable happens during the process, we must stop immediately. Then, Ambassador Song ordered the Yi family to prepare a secret room for an important discussion with Yi Wuchen. The Yi family members were puzzled but could only comply. After all, authority was paramount, especially when the other party was an inspector from the Celestial Star Pavilion. In the dimly lit secret room, Yi Wuchen sat cross-legged on a cushion, his expression serious, during the process of absorbing the doomsday thunder. You just need to follow my guidance, and must not harbor any thoughts of resistance. I understand. Song Ruashi nodded, lifting her skirt and sitting opposite him, revealing a small section of her white long legs, curving attractively. Until now, she still felt a bit dazed. How long had she known this little brat? And she had already been coaxed into revealing most of her secrets. Now, they had turned into life-and-death partners. It was simply bizarre. Yi Wuchen ignored what she was thinking and said seriously, "We will place our hands together, and I will use my internal thunder to guide you." In an instant, Yi Wuchen's body shimmered with intense blue thunder, crackling and exuding overwhelming power. "Your thunder power has actually advanced to the second stage?" Song Ruashi was greatly surprised, not expecting this little brat to have secrets. The power of thunder is divided into 7 stages. The first stage is green, the second stage is blue, and the third stage is red. The ultimate form of thunder power is said to be golden, with terrifying power capable of collapsing mountains and boiling seas. In the Canglan Realm, there were many who had cultivated their thunder power to the second stage, but achieving this at the age of 6 was extremely rare. At least Song Ruashi herself had never seen it. "It's starting." Yi Wuchen took a deep breath, golden and strange symbols appearing in his eyes. To be cautious, he needed to observe the process of guiding the doomsday thunder with precise focus. In an instant, Yi Wuchen sensed the dormant doomsday thunder dragon within Song Ruashi. It roared, its sonic waves deafening and its aura terrifying, entirely black. This was the doomsday thunder. It turned out that the ultimate form of thunder power was not golden but black. An unfathomable black, like an endless abyss that could devour gods and annihilate immortals. When Yi Wuchen drew out a wisp of weak black thunder from within Song Ruashi, both of them showed expressions of pain, gritting their teeth to endure, letting out muffled groans. The black lightning was overwhelmingly tyrannical, as if it wanted to tear their bodies apart. The black electric light passed through Song Ruashi's hand, and a small portion then entered Yi Wuchen's body, spreading through his organs and limbs. Throughout the process, both endured terrible destructive power, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at their hearts, making life unbearable. Song Ruashi was okay, as the Phoenix Tear pendant provided protection, alleviating much of the pain. But Yi Wuchen had to bear it all, his expression contorted, sweating profusely, his body cracking and blood flowing out. Clearly, it was thunder power, but it felt like divine fire burning the heavens, causing the temperature in the entire room to rise sharply. "Oh no, I forgot the most important thing." Song Ruashi suddenly changed color, fidgeting. "Don't get distracted." Yi Wuchen reminded in a deep voice. "We're still in the guidance process. It can't be interrupted or there will be big problems." However, what happened next was indeed unexpected. The two seemed to be burned by fierce flames. Their bodies could barely withstand it, but the clothes on them were melting away, revealing their exquisite forms like a dream. Chapter 63. The Ultimate Enhancement of Power. Song Ruashi was simply too beautiful, with a stunning oval face that seemed to be sculpted by a divine craftsman. Her features were pure and flawless, with red lips and white teeth, elegant eyebrows, a delicate nose, and a pair of starry eyes shrouded in mist. Her long eyelashes fluttered, exuding an unparalleled charm. Her silver white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her graceful, straight swan neck embodied the classical beauty of Jiangnan women. In the secret room, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely cramped. Her face turned crimson. She was 16 this year and was experiencing such a shameful thing for the first time. However, Yi Wuchen's gaze was very clear, showing no change in expression. He reminded Song Ruashi again, "Sister Song, hold your breath and focus. Don't think too much." Song Ruashi's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, her ears, as crystal clear as jade, turned completely red, and she felt a wave of shame rising in her heart. She was just a child. It was her own thoughts that were impure. It was a special situation now, and there really wasn't much to consider. So Song Ruashi took a deep breath and gradually calmed her emotions. At this moment, Yi Wuchen used his extraordinary precision control to guide out 1,000th of the apocalyptic thunder from within Song Ruashi's body. But even this 1,000th of energy was quite astonishing, making it difficult for his second stage body to withstand. His body cracked like a spider's web, blood seeping through the fissures, as if at any moment his body would shatter. Pain, excruciating pain, like bones being scraped and flesh being cut. Yi Wuchen's endurance for pain was already astonishing, but at this moment, his expression was contorted and his whole body trembled. Should we stop for a moment? Song Ruoxi felt compassion. With the protection of the Phoenix Tear, the pain had at least been reduced by more than half. In this situation, she still felt like 1,000 arrows were piercing her heart, incredibly difficult to bear. She couldn't imagine what kind of intense pain a 6-year-old child like Yi Wuchen was enduring, yet he remained silent, his expression resolute. Such willpower was terrifying to the point of madness. No need, Yi Wuchen replied decisively, just as his body was about to collapse. He immediately activated the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique to heal his injuries. The Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique was an ancient celestial art, an unparalleled method that not only allowed practitioners to reincarnate for 9 lifetimes, but also possessed certain healing abilities. Soon after, Song Ruoxi was astonished to find that Yi Wuchen's originally cracked body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This guy is too bizarre. Even if his body had entered the 2nd stage, it shouldn't be this against the heavens, right? Facing the murderous aura of the apocalyptic thunder, he forcibly operated the technique to repair himself. The black lightning crackled and roared, unmatched in dominance. Withdrawing from Song Ruoxi's body and gradually being absorbed by Yi Wuchen into his spiritual sea. The whole process of separation was quite difficult, because this wisp of black lightning seemed to possess intelligence. Seeing that it couldn't kill Yi Wuchen, it began to retract. Once it fused with the main body, all previous efforts would be in vain. Suppress. Yi Wuchen's gaze suddenly became sharp, his body flickering with blue electric light, gathering towards the black thunder. Both sides seemingly engaged in a tug-of-war, pulling back and forth repeatedly. Using the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique to heal his body consumed a lot of spiritual power. The spiritual power stored in his dantian was rapidly depleting. Once he ran out of spiritual power, it would be impossible to draw the black thunder into his body. At the critical moment, the reincarnation eye in Yi Wuchen's eyes flickered with mysterious symbols, revealing the weakness of the black thunder. In an instant, the blue light surged, illuminating the entire secret room brightly. At the same time, Song Ruoxi's face flushed. The previously dim secret room was now fully revealing her snow-white body under Yi Wuchen's gaze. Receive. Yi Wuchen exerted all his strength and finally stripped the black thunder from Song Ruoxi's body, swallowing it into his own body. At that moment, the black thunder surged into his dantian, an endless power overwhelming him, causing his cultivation to rise significantly, instantly advancing from the early stage of the 7th level to the mid-level. The apocalyptic thunder truly is domineering. Yi Wuchen felt the thunderous energy within him and couldn't help but gasp. If he could successfully transform this wisp of power for his own use, it would become a terrifying trump card. Moreover, after merging with the apocalyptic thunder, his body was further enhanced. He immediately stood up and threw a punch, creating a sonic boom, with power breaking through the 20,000 gene barrier. Wow, so strong. Song Ruoxi was momentarily stunned. The powerful punch wind even lifted her long, snow-white hair, her pure and exquisite features captivating. After absorbing this wisp of apocalyptic thunder, my strength, body defense, and speed have all improved, especially my strength, reaching the 20,000 gene barrier. Yi Wuchen was very excited. This was the benefit of entering the 2nd stage of the body. Each breakthrough was enormous. Once his power broke through the 100,000 gene barrier, it would mean that his body had entered the 3rd stage. We succeeded. We succeeded. Song Ruoxi was thrilled, and she noticed that not only had Yi Wuchen made tremendous progress, but after swallowing this wisp of thunder, his entire aura had also become sharp, including his injured body. It was quickly recovering, soon becoming flawless and transparent. Everything is good, but it's a bit too small. Song Ruoxi looked at the scene behind and felt a bit bland. Too much a tease. Yi Wuchen's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, and his self-esteem shattered. He quickly took out a new set of clothes from the Canglan pendant and put them on, then pouted and said, "You're not that big either." "You." Song Ruashi was exasperated, glaring at him. After absorbing the thunderous power, she had already put on a green feather coat. But this coat was as thin as a cicada's wings. Although it covered the important parts, it couldn't hide her exquisite curves. Her skin was rosy and delicate, glistening with a charming sheen. Her legs were long and rounded, perfect like jade, and a pair of exquisite snow-white feet were exposed, their translucent toes resembling crystal, captivating. In fact, Wuchen had said something insincere. Song Ruashi was not small at all. Where she should be slim, she was slim, with a tiny waist that could be grasped with one hand, and where she should be curvy, she stood proudly with an enchanting arc that seemed to move heaven and earth. I was talking about age. Don't think too much into it, Song Ruashi added, feeling a bit shy. After all, he had helped her absorb the apocalyptic thunder, which was a lifesaver. Wuchen blinked his clear and pure eyes innocently and said, Sister Song, I was talking about your age too. How did you misinterpret that? That's good. Song Ruashi felt another wave of shame. He was just a pure-hearted child. She indeed shouldn't judge others with a narrow mind. When Wuchen and Song Ruashi came out of the secret room, Yi Jiaming had been waiting outside for a full hour. He was genuinely worried. The inspector from the Heavenly Star Pavilion held too much power. A mere word could make all the families in Beiyuan City tremble. Fortunately, when Wuchen walked out of the secret room, his expression was calm, indicating that the conversation had not gone awry. Yi Jiaming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Ruashi's expression was normal, as if nothing had happened. She had just changed into a brand new goose-yellow long dress, her figure graceful and elegant. She clasped her hands behind her back, glanced at Yi Jiaming, and said, Prepare a room for me. I want to stay at the Yi family for a while. All right, I'll prepare a good courtyard for you right away. Yi Jiaming was somewhat taken aback. This was a huge piece of good news. Could it be that the inspector had taken a liking to Wuchen's talent and intended to support him? Even stranger was why his grandson Wuchen and the envoy emerged from the secret chamber wearing entirely new clothes. Could it be that the envoy had some sort of unspeakable penchant? For a moment, Yi Jiaming's feelings were complicated, and his gaze towards Song Ruashi became peculiar. To cover up her embarrassment, Song Ruashi urged, You should hurry and get it done. Yes. Yi Jiaming could only nod in agreement. The inspector of Tianqing Pavilion was actually staying at the Yi family? What kind of ability did Wuchen possess that made the envoy value him so highly? After the news that Song Ruashi would be staying at the Yi family for half a month spread, it caused a massive upheaval in Beiyuan City, leading to suspicions among various clans. The rise of the Yi family seemed unstoppable. The heads of the Nangong family, Wu family, Jiang family, and Shangwan family all went to visit the envoy, but they were all turned away at the gate of the Yi family. It seemed the envoy didn't care about the prestige of the noble families in Beiyuan City. Perhaps in the eyes of the inspector, the four great families were merely inconspicuous minor players. This matter sparked widespread debate and became a topic of conversation during meals. Everyone speculated that Wuchen might become a formal member of Tianqing Pavilion ahead of time. The Zhou family and the Northern Duke's mansion were naturally very unhappy about this. Feeling quite unbalanced, Wuchen had never encountered such good fortune while living in the Duke's mansion. Why was it that after being kicked out, opportunities kept coming his way? During Song Ruashi's stay at the Yi family, she spent almost every day with Wuchen. Wuchen took the opportunity to inquire about the happenings in the Canglan realm. Now, Empress Yunxi had reached the level of a quasi-emperor, becoming the absolute ruler of the Canglan realm, with everyone obeying her. She was preparing to break through to the emperor realm. As for his formerly loyal subordinates, most of their forces had been incorporated. Those who had not been incorporated were basically walking on thin ice, and life was not easy for them. Yunxi, just you wait. The Canglan realm entrusted to me by my master. I will definitely reclaim it. Wuchen clenched his fists in rage as he listened to Song Ruashi's account. Hey, it seems you have quite a bit of hostility towards Empress Yunxi. Song Ruashi noticed and saw that Wuchen's emotions were off. Wuchen replied, I will defeat her sooner or later. Many young prodigies had taken Empress Yunxi as their role model, but there was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her in the Canglan realm. Your goal is a bit too lofty and unrealistic, Song Ruashi criticized. No one at all. That can't be right, Yi Wuchen frowned. In terms of talent, his first and second disciples were not inferior to Mu Yunxi and also had the potential to reach the Emperor realm. They're truly ISNT anyone. Ever since the fall of the Emperor Yi, no one has been able to compare with Mu Yunxi, Song Ruoxi said with a hint of melancholy. As her idol was the Emperor Yi, who unfortunately sacrificed himself to save the people during the dark turmoil. At this point, Song Ruoxi glanced at Yi Wuchen and said, "By the way, your name is quite similar to my idol, the Emperor Yi. He was called Yi Chun, and you are called Yi Wuchen. It is quite a coincidence." Yi Wuchen smiled slightly, thinking that this little girl had good taste to consider him her idol. His names in the previous 8 lifetimes were all Yi Chun. However, later on, his master Xia Qingyan felt that the name lacked the aura of the great Tao, so she added the character Wu, meaning without dust, signifying purity and transcendence. Very few people knew this name. Only those close to him understood. By the way, did the Emperor Yi never take in any disciples in this life? Yi Wuchen continued to ask. Logically speaking, with the talents of his 2 disciples, they should have been overlords in the Canglan realm and shouldn't be so obscure. I haven't heard anything about the Emperor Yi. It seems much of it has been deliberately erased and remains unknown. Song Ruoxi shook her head. Could it be that my 2 disciples also met with misfortune? Or have they gone into hiding? A cold gleam flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. However, for now, he didn't have the ability to investigate these matters and could only wait until later. All right, according to our agreement, it's time to start absorbing the annihilation thunder. Song Ruoxi urged. The less thunder power in her body, the lighter the pressure she would endure. Let us begin. Yi Wuchen was also looking forward to it. The first time he absorbed the annihilation thunder, he gained tremendous benefits, breaking through the 2,000 gene barrier of physical strength and rapidly advancing in cultivation. The next day, he gradually became bolder, drawing out 5,000 of the thunder power from Song Ruoxi's body and successfully merging it, increasing his power to 22,000 genes. It seemed that after the first breakthrough, he needed to absorb more to achieve significant improvement in the second breakthrough. After 15 days, Yi Wuchen was enveloped in black thunder light, resembling a demon god, with his long hair dancing wildly and a domineering aura that made one's heart race. He successfully absorbed and devoured 10% of the annihilation thunder from Song Ruoxi. His cultivation reached the 8th level of the mortal realm. With one punch, he broke the air, unleashing 30,000 genes of divine power. Your growth rate is beyond my expectations. If it weren't for my urgent need to investigate the disappearance of the 7 pavilion elders, I would really want to stay here and continue watching you create miracles. Song Ruoxi was both surprised and delighted. She had thought the annihilation thunder in her body would be hard to eradicate. But because of a 6-year-old child from this small border town of Qingzhou, she found a turning point. My absorption has reached its limit. If I take any more, I may suffer a backlash from the annihilation thunder and lose control. I can only continue to absorb it once I break into the spirit gathering realm. Yi Wuchen dared not take further risks and needed to settle for a while. Otherwise, the accumulated annihilation thunder in his body would be too much, making it prone to losing control, potentially leading to madness or even death. Well, I look forward to your growth, Yi Wuchen. I will come to find you again in half a year, Song Ruoxi said before leaving, kissing Yi Wuchen on the forehead and revealing a charming smile. Little ghost, grow up quickly. The outside world is very exciting. After saying this, Song Ruoxi transformed into a streak of green light and shot into the sky, leaving Beiyuan City. The day after the inspector's departure, Yi Feng arrived at Wuton Courtyard, looking somewhat unnatural as he turned to Yi Wuchen and said, "Cousin Wuchen, I have something I want to ask you for advice on." "What is it?" Yi Wuchen, being who he was, immediately sensed that Yi Feng had ulterior motives, but chose not to expose him on the surface. He had some impression of Yi Feng, who was one of the 10 members that participated in the battle at Wumu Mountain, of average talent, taciturn, and a side-branch disciple of the Yi family. It's about sword techniques. Yi Feng steeled himself to step forward, casually putting his arm around Yi Wuchen's shoulders while lightly touching his back. In that moment of physical contact, Yi Wuchen noticed that an invisible tracking talisman was affixed to his back. It was a tracking talisman. Such talismans were often used for hunting down enemies, very concealed, and would go unnoticed when attached to a person. Yet Yi Wuchen, a great emperor, would certainly not be unable to see through such tricks. Who exactly wants to kill me? For the families in Baiyuan City. Such an invisible tracking talisman worth tens of thousands of spirit stones was not a small matter. Yi Wuchen maintained his composure, not exposing Yi Feng's trick right away. He had no enmity with Yi Feng, and during the Wumu Mountain incident, he had even saved his life. Logically, Yi Feng had no motive to kill him. Who could be manipulating this from behind? The Northern Duke's Mansion Jiang family? Or the Zhou family? Or perhaps those from Maple Leaf City, such as Wang Fanyu and Xiao Ziru? Yi Wuchen's expression remained natural, as if nothing had happened, while he provided guidance on Yi Feng's sword techniques. Thank you, Cousin Wuchen, for your guidance. I truly feel enlightened and have benefited greatly, Yi Feng said after half an hour, hurriedly leaving Wudong courtyard, finally letting out a breath of relief. Thinking that Yi Wuchen had not noticed anything. Looking at Yi Feng's departing figure, Yi Wuchen squinted his eyes slightly, stroking his chin in thought, muttering to himself. Taking Yi Feng as a starting point, it is highly likely that the one behind this is from the Zhou family. Yi Feng must have been bought off and leaked the information about Zhou Ziyu's team being silenced in the Wumu Mountain incident, which made the Zhou family gnash their teeth in hatred and want to take revenge on me. As Yi Wuchen deduced this, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Interesting. The Zhou family really likes to stir trouble. Zhou Zuan in the Misty Forest, Zhou Ziyu in Wumu Mountain, and this time daring to infiltrate the Yi family, arranging the traitor Yi Feng to secretly track me. Not to mention the incident where Zhou Lighting persecuted my mother, one event after another, and I haven't even sought them out for revenge yet. Now they've started to act up again. Very well, this time, I will kill your Zhou family members. Leaving no descendants. A terrifying black lightning flickered in Yi Wuchen's palm, extinguishing vitality and exuding boundless terror. He simply played along with their scheme and immediately called for the maid Xiao Bai. Sister Xiao Bai, I want to enter seclusion for a month. During this time, no one is allowed to disturb me. All right, young master. Xiao Bai blinked her big eyes and nodded with a smile. Soon, Yi Wuchen arrived at Su Qingyu's alchemy room, where a refreshing medicinal fragrance greeted him. Chinner, you're here. Su Qingyu showed a joyful expression and quickly waved to him. Come over. Sister has recently refined quite a few top-grade washing marrow pills, which will greatly benefit your body refinement. They were originally in a master-disciple relationship, but Yi Wuchen seemed to dislike calling her master, so Su Qingyu could only go along with him and treat him as a sibling. Sister Su, you've worked hard. Yi Wuchen felt touched. Without Su Qingyu's elixirs over the years, he wouldn't have made such rapid progress. We are family. No need to be so formal. Su Qingyu lovingly ruffled Yi Wuchen's hair, her perfect oval face complemented by bright eyes and white teeth, with willow-like brows and water-like pupils as clear and bright as a spring. Yi Wuchen said seriously, Sister Su, I came here today, hoping you can take me to the Secret Realm Pavilion. You want to go to the Secret Realm Pavilion to prepare for the Four Cities Talents battle? Su Qingyu was slightly surprised. Yes, I have now reached the 8th layer of the mortal realm and want to enter the Secret Realm Pavilion for practical training. What? You've reached the 8th layer of the mortal realm? I remember your last breakthrough was just a month ago, and you've broken through again in just 1 month? Su Qingyu showed an expression of disbelief, filled with surprise. She could sense that Yi Wuchen's aura had changed. It was sharper than before, as if he had been completely reborn. Yi Wuchen said, Someone has placed a tracking talisman on me. It should be from the Zhou family. The incident in Wumu Mountain has likely been exposed, and they want to kill me. So I plan to play along and enter the Secret Realm Pavilion to confront the Zhou family. Sister Su, after I enter the Secret Realm Pavilion, please secretly investigate Yi Feng. He has already become a traitor. Tracking talisman, Zhou family, Yi Feng is a traitor? Su Qingyu took a deep breath, realizing that this matter was not simple. Sister Su, please believe me. I have now reached the 8th layer of the mortal realm, capable of killing spirit-gathering realm cultivators. Even if I can't win, I can still protect myself. So, you plan to enter the Secret Realm Pavilion to lure the Zhou family in? That's right. Sister Su, please keep this matter a secret, lest my grandfather and the others worry. Yi Wuchen nodded, laying out his entire plan. All right, I can provide cover for you. Su Qingyu nodded. She also believed in Yi Wuchen's strength. The two immediately disguised themselves and quietly left the Yi residence, heading to the Secret Realm Pavilion in Beiyuan City. The Secret Realm Pavilion, like the Tianqing Pavilion, is also a massive entity in this Zhuke star, with businesses spread across various states and cities. However, the Tianqing Pavilion sells various magical treasures, talismans, and medicinal materials, while the Secret Realm Pavilion profits from no-cost ventures, creating secret space to provide cultivators with the most realistic battlefield for training. The two, dressed in black and wearing hats, entered the Secret Realm Pavilion. What level of Secret Realm do you wish to enter? The steward of the Secret Realm Pavilion approached them. Yi Wuchen replied in a deep voice, Talents, Secret Realm. Chaotic area. Chaotic area? The steward's gaze sharpened. Then he nodded. Entering this area costs 100 spirit stones, time unlimited, with no rules, and absolute confidentiality of identity. Secret realms are generally divided into ordinary areas and chaotic areas. Ordinary areas have restrictions, and killing is not allowed. The chaotic area, on the other hand, is a survival of the fittest, where life and death are disregarded. The talent's secret realm has an age limit, allowing only cultivators aged 18 and below to enter. Generally speaking, those who dare to enter the chaotic area are desperate individuals. Ordinary people would not dare to step foot in it. However, due to the upcoming Four Cities Talents battle, there are quite a few people entering this area, all wanting to train and break through their cultivation amidst life and death, which has also led to a sudden increase in the danger of entering the secret realm. Since Su Qingyu is already over 18, she could only escort him here and couldn't accompany him inside. She immediately warned him, "Be careful. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately." Yi Wuchen nodded and stepped into the domain gate of the secret realm. Inside a secret room of the Zhou family, Zhou Lighting, dressed flamboyantly, stared intently at the red dot flashing on the compass in her hand, her expression somewhat grim. "Father, look!" Yi Wuchen actually went to the secret realm pavilion, and it's the chaotic area of the talent's secret realm. Truly, heaven is helping me. Quickly send someone to hunt this kid down and tear his body to shreds. Zhou Xin also clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, wishing he could immediately tear Yi Wuchen apart. 3 years ago, the Tianqing Pavilion incident was caused by this guy's interference, leading him to fail his sect mission and suffer punishment. What is even more hateful is that the Zhou family has since been unable to recover, and their financial resources were cut off. He wants to repay this debt tenfold. However, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Jifeng, showed a worried expression. "I always feel that something is off. Everything is progressing too smoothly." Just after placing a tracking talisman on Yi Wuchen, he went to the secret realm pavilion as if he is deliberately luring us to send people to kill him. Is there some kind of trap here? No. That invisible talisman cost me 90,000 spirit stones, bought at a high price, crafted by a 5th-level talisman master. Once attached to a cultivator, it becomes invisible, unless a 5th-level talisman master is present. Even Yi Jiaming wouldn't be able to detect it. Zhou Lighting said this with pride. A 5th-level talisman master is hard to find in all of Beiyuan City. This time, Yi Wuchen is dead for sure. Once I extract this child's anomalous eye and transplant it to Mu'er, my Qilin child will truly soar to the skies, unstoppable. Chapter 66. This guy is not a normal human. 90,000 spirit stones is not a small sum. Zhou Lighting has invested all her life savings into this, truly spending a fortune. But for her son Jiangmai to also possess the anomalous eye, it is worth it. After hearing Zhou Lighting's explanation, Zhou Jifeng still felt uneasy, with various worries in his heart. Lighting, Yi Wuchen's current identity is very special. He has connections with the inspectors of Tianqing Pavilion. If we really proceed with this, we must be thorough. There can be no mistakes, otherwise it will be a disaster for our Zhou family. Don't worry, father. I've already rewarded Yi Feng with 10,000 spirit stones, and promised that once the deed is done, I will let Zhou Xiaoyu marry him. Yi Feng is infatuated and deeply enamored with our Zhou family Xiaoyu. Even if she tells him to die, he wouldn't hesitate, so he won't leak our plans. Yi Feng must die. He will be a disaster sooner or later. After this matter is over, we will silence him. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Jifeng's eyes. No man can be too cautious, and one must not leave themselves with hidden dangers. No problem. Yi Feng is just a fringe disciple of Yi family. Killing him won't cause much of stir. Zhou Lighting was very confident, appearing to have everything under control. She even began to fantasize about how Jiang Mai would overshadow his peers once he obtained the anomalous eye. However, when taking action, be sure to be careful and never injure Yi Wuchen's eyes. After all, this is my Muer's different pupils. Additionally, send a few more practitioners of the Gathering Spirit Realm to avoid any accidents. Although Yi Wuchen only has a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the mortal realm, his methods are very peculiar and should not be underestimated. Yes, after Zhou Lighting's detailed instructions, the Zhou family disciples in the secret chamber nodded in agreement. She squinted her eyes slightly, feeling very satisfied with the sense of power she held. Ever since marrying into the northern town marquis's mansion, her influence in the Zhou family has grown larger, and of course, this is partly due to the fact that she has a son of noble birth. After all, he is a 7th-grade spiritual root Qilin child, the future heir of the northern town marquis's mansion, and also the support for the Zhou family in the future. In the Secret Realm Pavilion, the talented Secret Realm, this place features vast hilly terrain with an internal space that stretches for hundreds of miles. The sky is dark red, and the atmosphere is oppressive. Yi Wuchen, wearing a straw hat that obscures his face, is dressed in a black robe as dark as ink, appearing to be no different from a 13 or 14-year-old boy. He walks through this area, occasionally hearing sounds of fierce battles, flickering spiritual rainbows, and the clashing sounds of weapons. In the chaotic area, there is only one synonym: slaughter. Hey boss, there's a lone guy here. I wonder if he has anything valuable. Kill him first, and let's earn back the ticket fee. At this moment, several practitioners quickly descended from the sky, blocking the way ahead. Among them, a tall and thin man showed a playful expression, sizing up Yi Wuchen as he said, "Kid, hand over all your valuables and bow a few times to us, and we might spare your life." This person is named Lu Hong, already 18 years old, having entered at the age limit, with a cultivation level at the late stage of the 9th layer of the mortal realm. Yi Wuchen remained silent, gathering blue lightning in his hand, which shone brightly and crackled. Then, the blue lightning transformed into a spear and shot out in an instant. Puff! The lightning spear pierced through Lu Hong's chest, emerging from his back, and then crashed into a small hill behind him with a thunderous roar, causing the hill to collapse and scattering countless rocks and dirt. "You, who exactly are you?" Lu Hong's expression froze, his scalp tingling as he stared in shock at his chest, where a large black hole had burned his internal organs to ashes. Subsequently, he fell straight to the ground, his corpse charred black. One-hit kill. An absolute one-hit kill. Hiss. The other three widened their eyes, gasping in shock and trembling in fear. Lightning technique. Moreover, it's the 2nd stage of lightning power. The killing style was straightforward and ruthless, without a word, directly unleashing a powerful attack. At such a young age, possessing such strength, he is undoubtedly a prodigy released by a prominent family for training. Let us run. Run. The three turned and fled without any hesitation. They were only at the 9th layer of the mortal realm and could bully some lone practitioners, but facing such a terrifying monster, they had no chance of winning. Swish! Yi Wuchen raised his hand, condensing 3 blue lightning snakes, which then shot out, piercing through the bodies of the 3, instantly killing them without a chance to survive. Eliminating 4 practitioners of the 9th layer of the mortal realm, who had average talent, was effortless for Yi Wuchen now. He wandered aimlessly through this area, during which he encountered another wave of robbers arriving in groups, and without exception, they all became cold corpses. The 2nd stage of lightning power is indeed so domineering. The lethality increased exponentially. What a powerful technique. A young girl stood on a nearby hill, clapping her hands, having watched the entire battle of Yi Wuchen, gasping in admiration multiple times. This person is only at the 8th layer of the mortal realm, yet she can take down several 9th layer practitioners with ease. Her methods are quite strong. Shang Wanyu? Yi Wuchen looked up, slightly frowning. He didn't want to reveal his identity. Shang Wanyu, dressed in a purple skirt with flowing blue hair and large sparkling eyes, looked enchanting. She rode on a flying carpet, descended from the hill and approached Yi Wuchen, saying, "Friend, how about we become friends?" It turns out this girl did not recognize Yi Wuchen's identity. First, outsiders still did not know that Yi Wuchen's lightning power had evolved to the second stage. Second, besides Su Qingyu, no one knew he had reached the 8th layer of the mortal realm. Making friends is fine, but you'd better stay a bit far from me. As I'm waiting for someone, Yi Wuchen deliberately lowered his voice. Shang Wanyu looked curious. Waiting for someone? Who? A group of people who are about to die. They will arrive soon. Yi Wuchen turned to look behind him, where dozens of powerful spiritual energy fluctuations were approaching. The opponents seemed not weak. Are you so sure you can handle them? Do you need help? Shang Wanyu was very warm-hearted. This mysterious person, although ruthless in killing, never takes the initiative to provoke trouble, making him a reliable friend. No need. All right, then I'll just watch from the side. Shang Wanyu nodded, saying this as she stepped back on her flying carpet to the hill, crossing her arms in front of her chest, watching the excitement. Swish, swish, swish. 19 black-clothed masked individuals rushed over, with the leader holding a compass that showed Yi Wuchen's exact location. Soon, they appeared delighted, finding that the target was standing still. Moments later, all 19 revealed themselves, surrounding Yi Wuchen tightly. Yi Wuchen looked at the newcomers, feigning ignorance. Who are you? You don't need to know who we are. Just know that today is your day of doom. The leader of the Zhou family, a burly man over 18 years old named Zhou Zixing, had reached the first layer of the Gathering Spirit Realm. TSK, 3 practitioners of the Gathering Spirit Realm, and 16 perfect 9th layer mortals. They don't come with good intentions. It seems a spectacular battle is about to occur. Shang Wanyu stood on the hill, calling it thrilling and getting excited, then turned to Yi Wuchen, saying, "Friend, do you really not need help? There are so many of them. This matter has nothing to do with you." Yi Wuchen replied, calmly, daring to show off when death is imminent, die. The 6 Zhou family disciples each took out their swords and charged out simultaneously, wanting to quickly resolve the battle to avoid complications. These 6 had all reached the perfect 9th layer of the mortal realm, rushing out together with overwhelming spiritual energy. In response, Yi Wuchen didn't even bother using spiritual power. He directly met them head-on, exploding with incredible speed and turning into a shadow. Boom! He swung his fist, unleashing a terrifying force of 30,000 pounds, directly exploding one of them into a mist of blood. Then, Yi Wuchen raised his leg and delivered a powerful sidekick, causing the void to hum, smashing another black-clad person into pieces, turning him into dust. Yi Wuchen's expression was cold, quick as lightning as he grabbed the wrist of a sword-wielding attacker, forcefully throwing him, causing the man to scream as he collided with 3 of his companions, each spitting blood, not knowing how many bones had been broken. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the Zhou family's 6 were dead and 4 were injured. Moreover, the injured disciples were in a pitiful state, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Hiss! For a moment, Shang Wanyu, standing on the hilltop, couldn't help but gasp in shock, deeply impressed. Is this still a normal human? A single punch, unleashing 30,000 pounds of power, so fierce it's unbelievable. Silence. The blood-red sky was oppressive to the point of making it hard to breathe. Yi Wuchen, dressed in a black robe, stood upright in place. Even the straw hat on his head had not shifted at all. Everything seemed effortless. Gulch! The flesh in the throats of the Zhou family practitioners rolled violently, swallowing their saliva with difficulty, their bodies trembling slightly. In a flash of fire and lightning, they were caught off guard, before they realized what had happened. For Zhou family disciples were already lying on the ground, with 2 others dying on the spot. This child's power actually broke through 30,000 pounds. At this age, even a young beast would not be like this. Zhou Zixing felt a chill run down his spine. As far as he knew, this guy had only just entered the second stage with his physical body half a month ago. Now his rate of growth was simply monstrous, beyond common understanding. Kill! Zhou Zixing's eyes were cold as he shouted. There was no turning back. Yi Wuchen had to die today. This person was skilled in body techniques, so they shouldn't get close. They needed to attack from a distance. Zhou Zixing was also giving commands. Boom! In an instant, the Zhou family cultivators unleashed their treasures. Bells, Small cauldrons, seals, ancient towers, various artifacts emerged one after another, shining brilliantly as they soared into the air, their energy piercing through the sky, trailing long tails of light. All these items were thrown out en masse, pressing forward. Thunder half-moon slash. Yi Wuchen spread his 5 fingers, a blue lightning glow blazing in his palm, condensing into a half-moon before breaking the air and vanishing in an instant, the destructive aura overwhelmingly powerful. Bang, 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 bang. The treasures like bells, small cauldrons, seals, and ancient towers met the thunder half-moon and instantly turned to dust, unable to withstand a single blow. His thunder power has reached the 2nd stage. Unbelievable. How old is this guy? He actually evolved the thunder element to the 2nd stage. Moreover, the intel was wrong. With such a vigorous and overwhelming fluctuation of spiritual power, he must have reached the 8th level of the ordinary realm. Zhou Zhaxing, Zhou Ziding, and the others realized the severity of the situation. Yi Wuchen's cultivation realm had broken through, and his power had increased significantly, his momentum sharper than ever, as if he had undergone a transformation, entirely becoming a different person. The thunder technique and physical body had both reached the 2nd stage, plus the ability of his different pupils. They couldn't imagine that Yi Wuchen had become so powerful. Yi Wuchen said nothing, his heart filled with overwhelming killing intent. Any Zhou family cultivator who entered the secret realm must be exterminated. He was bathed in lightning, taking a step forward with lightning speed, wielding a blue lightsaber condensed from thunder power. Clang! The sword rang out, the killing intent surging, charging forward. There is no need for any fancy sword moves. The martial arts of the world are only broken by speed. Under the enhancement of the 2nd stage thunder power, Yi Wuchen's explosive speed had far exceeded the realm of ordinary beings. Even cultivators in the gathering spirit realm found it hard to keep up. Whoosh! With the speed boost, the lightning sword swept through the air without needing to swing hard, and a head instantly soared into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Yi Wuchen plunged into the crowd, entering and exiting 7 times, moving freely. Amidst the chaotic dance of sword light, screams echoed continuously. Ordinary realm cultivators were killed upon contact, unable to withstand even a single move, utterly domineering and ruthless. In just a cup of tea's time, the Zhou family's team of 19 was reduced to only 9 who could still stand and breathe. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, he harvested mercilessly, unmatched. Fear. Deep fear spread in everyone's hearts. This was a monster, too terrifying. Zhou Zhaxing, Zhou Ziding, and the others were all horrified, their faces pale. There was no anger, no resentment, no anshama. They were purely scared, unconsciously backing away, intimidated by Yi Wuchen's fierce and fearsome aura. What's this? Are they already afraid? Yi Wuchen sneered, shaking his head, thinking that the Zhou family sent such a group of useless fools to ambush him was simply wishful thinking. Afraid? Zhou Zhaxing was provoked and immediately became agitated, his eyes reddening as he said, "No matter how strong he is still just at the ordinary realm. Could it be that he can truly leap over great realms to kill us? Let us go together and avenge our fallen brothers." That's right. The 2nd stage thunder power consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual power. He cannot maintain this high-intensity combat forever. The other Zhou family cultivators gritted their teeth and prepared to fight desperately. "I was just playing with you before. Now it's really unnecessary to waste time," Yi Wuchen said casually, stepping out again, moving even faster, the blazing blue lightning illuminating the surroundings, dazzling to the point that people couldn't open their eyes. This guy had actually been hiding his strength before? How is that possible? The Zhou family disciples' faces twitched, revealing despair. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword's edge passed, heads rolled, blood sprayed, and screams echoed endlessly. Moments later, 6 ordinary realm cultivators turned into corpses, lying in pools of blood, eyes wide open in disbelief and fear before they died. Only 3 gathering spirit realm cultivators narrowly escaped, retreating in panic, their hearts churning. Too fast, so fast that they didn't even have time to react. "Don't be afraid. Although he is invincible in the ordinary realm, the threat he poses to us gathering spirit realm cultivators is still limited. Zhou Zixing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The gap between the ordinary realm and the gathering spirit realm is enormous. A gathering spirit realm cultivator can easily face 10 ordinary realm cultivators at the pinnacle of the 9th level. However, historically, some monstrous talents could also slay gathering spirit realm experts while at the 9th level of the ordinary realm. But to defeat a gathering spirit cultivator at the 8th level of the ordinary realm is exceedingly rare, almost unheard of. Therefore, the 3 Zhou family gathering spirit realm cultivators who survived did not choose to flee, but planned to exhaust Yi Wuchen with their superior cultivation level. Oof. Do you really think I can't kill you? How naive. Yi Wuchen suddenly regained his composure, mysterious golden symbols flickering in his eyes, as if he could see through the ancient starry sky with a single glance, reversing time and turning the universe upside down. Slash. He charged out again, slashing diagonally toward the south. Zhou Zixing, in fear, retreated, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave, shivering all over. In front of Yi Wuchen's, all his weaknesses were exposed. At this moment, Zhou Zixing's heart had already collapsed as he summoned a shield to defend himself. But unfortunately, it was useless. The blue lightning sword pierced through the shield, driving straight into Zhou Zixing's chest. The domineering thunder power instantly burned his internal organs, causing him to convulse violently. His eyes wide open, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, and after a moment of struggle, he fell silent. Zhou Zixing and another person turned pale and ran away. This monster was simply beyond reason. After activating he already possessed the ability to slay gathering spirit realm cultivators. Leave them all. Yi Wuchen's gaze was indifferent as he conjured 2 thunder spears, throwing them out with a weight of 30,000 pounds, shooting out rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhou Zixing and another Zhou family disciple were both slain in midair, blood splattering as they let out piercing screams. The reincarnation I was too domineering, seeing through their weaknesses. Striking to kill. Thus, the 19 elite team members sent by the Zhou family were completely annihilated. So strong, this was not a battle. It was clearly a massacre. Shangguan Yu stood atop the hill, watching the entire scene, her mouth agape in shock. She flew down on her artifact, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, and couldn't help but shrink her neck, saying, "You were so decisive. Do you have a deep blood feud with them? As for blood feuds, they are not worthy." Yi Wuchen said expressionlessly, "However, I will eventually wipe out their entire clan. That's true." Shangguan Yu shivered again upon hearing this, then began to inspect the bodies. This group seems to be Zhou family cultivators. Ah, running into such a monster, they must have kicked a steel plate and fallen into bad luck. Yi Wuchen replied, "The battle is far from over. They will continue sending people to kill me. The next batch will only be stronger. Don't you plan to avoid the storm?" "Why avoid? I want to completely uproot the younger generation of the Zhou family." Yi Wuchen was genuinely angry this time. If he didn't give the Zhou family a harsh lesson, they would still think they were made of mud. Playing this big? Shangguan Yu couldn't help but tremble. The deaths of 19 elite disciples from the Zhou family in the secret realm would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. And this guy, not satisfied at all, wanted to create an even bigger commotion, planning to stay here to continue luring the enemy, intending to kill all the young disciples of the Zhou family and leave them without descendants. So ruthless. He was indeed someone who shouldn't be easily provoked. "By the way, my name is Shangguan Yu. I still don't know how to address you, friend." Shangguan Yu was a curious little girl, persistently chasing after Yi Wuchen and asking questions. Yi Wuchen suddenly recalled a name he had used a long time ago. Night Xianyi. What a great name. It sounded quite cool. Shangguan Yu savored the name deeply in her mind, and then said, "Night Xianyi, you resemble a friend of mine a lot. And he is also a practitioner with a thunder element spiritual root. However, in terms of strength, you do seem to be a notch above him. But my friend is much younger than you." She thought of Yi Wuchen, the 6-year-old who had astonishing performances in the Blackwood Mountain. Yi Wuchen quickly changed the topic and said, "Shangguan Yu, your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, so you should be able to break through to the gathering spirit realm by now, right?" Yes, actually, I could have entered the gathering spirit realm long ago, but I've been suppressing my cultivation to solidify my foundation. When I do step into the gathering spirit realm, I will definitely be able to break through continuously. This includes Nangong, Yi, Wu Junxiao, and others. They are also in the Heavenly Pride secret realm for life and death insights, preparing to break through to the gathering spirit realm. Shangguan Yu spoke proudly, as she was about to turn 14, and upon reaching the gathering spirit realm, she would be considered among the best of her peers. The two chatted idly. Meanwhile, a huge uproar was happening outside. There was a rule in the secret realm pavilion that any person who died in the secret realm would have their identity publicly announced, so their families could claim the bodies and belongings. Outside the secret realm pavilion building, there was a huge blackboard that reported the names of the deceased every hour. On ordinary days, having 1 or 2 deaths in a day was already considered a lot. However, with the upcoming Heavenly Pride battle, young disciples from all clans were pushing themselves to break through their cultivation before the competition, engaging in life and death trials and squeezing their potential to the limit, flooding into the chaotic areas. This directly led to a sharp increase in the names updated on the death notice board daily, with at least 5 or 6 names, and sometimes dozens. But the update at noon today caused a tremendous storm. Crowds of people stopped in front of the blackboard to watch. So Hue, So Yun, So Vu, Zhou Ning. Each name written down by the staff of the Secret Realm Pavilion all started with Zhou. They continued writing, reaching 10 names without stopping. What on earth happened in the Heavenly Pride Secret Realm for so many members of the Zhou family to die in just 1 hour? The onlookers gasped, the commotion escalating. Then, the names Zhou Zuxing and Zhou Ziding appeared prominently on the death report. These two were core, direct descendants of the Zhou family. The grandsons of the family head Zhou Jifeng, possessing exceptional talent and having reached the gathering spirit realm. Yet, they were killed in the Heavenly Pride secret realm? My God, there will be a massive earthquake in Beiyuan City. 19 members of the Zhou family had tragically died at once. Among them, 16 had reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, and 3 had even reached the gathering spirit realm, representing the backbone of the family's future. The loss was devastating. If the Zhou family cultivators saw this death report, they would likely go mad. News spread, causing an uproar among the various clans. Such a tragic incident shocked the entire city. Impossible, this cannot be. How could 19 elite disciples all be killed by Wuchen? He simply cannot achieve such a feat. When Zhou Lighting learned of this terrible news, she immediately felt blackness before her eyes and nearly fainted. Zhou Jifeng, with his white hair and wrinkled face, was filled with rage and grief. Such a massive loss made his heart bleed. Moreover, 2 of the deceased were his grandsons, both born to his 4th son. How would he explain this to his 4th son? The Zhou family cultivator who came to report the news knelt on the ground, trembling, not daring to lift his head, stammering. The murderer was very arrogant, leaving his name at the scene of the battle. Night Xianyi. Zhou Jifeng's expression turned uncertain. He had never heard of this name. It seems our Zhou family has not offended such a person. The other senior members of the Zhou family were also puzzled, unable to understand why Zhou Zuxing and the others would have a conflict with someone named Night Xianyi. However, due to the confidentiality of the Secret Realm Pavilion, they could not learn more details. Zhou Lighting took a deep breath, recovering from the shock, and gritted her teeth, saying, "No matter who Night Xianyi is, killing 19 of our Zhou family disciples is a blood feud. He must die. Could it be that Night Xianyi is Wuchen?" An elder of the Zhou family boldly suggested. "No, that is impossible. Wuchen is only at the 7th level of the mortal realm, and he hasn't even trained his thunder power to the 2nd stage. He doesn't have such strong combat power." Zhou Lighting shook her head firmly. She looked at Zhou Jifeng and said, "Father, we can't turn back now. Whether it is Night Xianyi or Wuchen, we must send more people into the secret realm, and this time we need absolute superiority in numbers. If we send all the mainstays of our young generation, the risk is too great. If something happens to them, it would be a disaster for the Zhou family." An elder immediately shook his head in refusal. Losing 19 Zhou family disciples was already a huge loss. They could not bear a greater loss. If all the young elite of the Zhou family encountered accidents in the chaotic areas, it would be like breaking the backbone of the family, leading to a situation of talent depletion, which was something a hereditary family could never afford. However, Zhou Lighting was insistent, looking at Zhou Jifeng and saying, "Father, as long as we can capture Yi Wuchen's abnormal eyes, Mu'er can soar to great heights. With Mu'er around, the Zhou family won't collapse. And can you really swallow this anger?" Zhou Jifeng paced back and forth in the secret chamber, deep in thought. Then his eyes turned fierce, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Immediately gather all the disciples of our Zhou family aged 18 to 16, forming a team of 200 to invade the Heavenly Pride secret realm. The primary target is to kill Yi Wuchen, and the secondary target is to find Knight Xian Yi to avenge our Zhou family." Seeing the family head so resolute, several elders, though feeling it was inappropriate, could only acquiesce. This was a gamble. If they won, the Zhou family could soar to great heights, continuing the glory for several hundred more years thanks to Jiangmai. If they lost, the family might never recover, leading to a break in the lineage of talent. Soon, 200 disciples of the Zhou family were assembled, all dressed in black and masked, entering the secret realm pavilion using stealth methods. A storm was brewing. They were coming, and not with a small number. It seemed the Zhou family had put everything on the line, and this battle would surely not disappoint. Inside the Heavenly Pride secret realm, Yi Wuchen stood on a hill, sensing something, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Under the dark red sky, over 200 black-clad individuals were dashing across the ground. The momentum was grand, filled with killing intent. What on earth is happening? Why are so many people suddenly pouring into the Heavenly Pride secret realm? Each one had fierce eyes, as if they wanted to devour someone. They were definitely here for revenge. Even if they were seeking revenge, there was no need to mobilize so many people, and judging by their aura, this team was quite formidable, with an average cultivation level reaching the 8th level of the mortal realm. And there were no fewer than 20 experts at the gathering spirit realm. Indeed, looking across the entire Beiyuan city, there were at most 10 families with such strength. This was clearly the young elite of the clan coming out in full force. It was certainly not without reason that they were so determined, and there would surely be a spectacle to watch. In the secret realm, disciples from various clans who came to train all gasped. Then, driven by curiosity, they followed behind the black-clad team, wanting to see who could provoke the major families of Beiyuan City to mobilize such a force. Kill. In one area of the Heavenly Pride secret realm, Wu Junxiao used his abnormal eyes to slaughter all around him, defeating 7 enemies in a row with overwhelming strength. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at the large group of black-clothed people, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Zhou family cultivators? Why have so many come in? Are they planning to overturn the entire secret realm?" He possessed, or anomalous eyes, giving him much stronger perception than ordinary people. Upon noticing something unusual, he stopped fighting and followed to see what was happening. Disciples from various clans were also stirred up, trailing far behind the Zhou family S group. At the forefront of the more than 200 black-clothed team was Zhou Zilin, who was 18 years old, just 3 days shy of 19. Having entered at the age limit, his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of gathering spirit, and he had a special physique, making him exceptionally fierce in combat. He was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Zhou family, holding a status within the family that was not inferior to Zhou Zilin. Zhou Zilin held a bronze compass, confirming Yi Wuchen's location, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "This kid hasn't team moved at all. Could it be that he has strong reinforcements nearby, waiting for us to come for revenge? Forget it. Even if there are reinforcements, could they possibly stop over 200 disciples from my Zhou family? Let us quicken our pace, kill Yi Wuchen, dig out his, and then dismember him." Zhou Zilin's speed increased further. His task was not only to kill Yi Wuchen, but also to find a mysterious person named Yi Xian Yi. 19 Zhou family disciples had been slaughtered. This was a deep blood feud, one that could not be tolerated. Soon, the more than 200 Zhou family disciples arrived at a hilly area. With cold gazes, they all locked onto the figure of the young man in black standing on the hill. "My goodness, over 200 have come. This is definitely a rhythm of wanting to kill you." Shang Guanyu looked at the dense crowd of Zhou family members surrounding them and couldn't he help but feel a bit anxious. The sense of oppression was quite strong, and there were no fewer than 20 experts at the gathering spirit stage. Yi Wuchen stood with his hands behind his back, his black clothing billowing, his figure tall and straight, remaining motionless as he said, "Shangguan Yu, if you are scared, you can step away from me. This matter has nothing to do with you. All right, but Yi Xianyi, I advise you to run away quickly. Don't be overconfident. The other side has the advantage in numbers, and even if you are extraordinary, you can't fight against many." Shangguan Yu kindly reminded him and then quietly walked away. What should we do if Shangguan Yu leaves? The matter of killing Yi Wuchen is a secret. It must not leak out, or we will surely incur the wrath of the Tianxing Pavilion. A Zhou family disciple spoke, looking towards Zhou Zilan. No, he is not Yi Wuchen. He is Yi Xianyi. Zhou Zilan shook his head, his expression becoming extremely serious. He then looked at the compass in his hand. The red dot is right there on the hilltop. And now, Shangguan Yu has already flown away. Only Yi Wuchen is at the top of the hill. Could it be that Yi Xianyi is Yi Wuchen? Has he also hidden his identity to enter the secret realm for trials? No need to worry about Shangguan Yu. She probably doesn't know Yi Wuchen's true identity either. Zhou Zilan shook his head and then called out to the young man in black on the hill. "You are Yi Xianyi?" Yi Wuchen replied calmly. "That's right. I am Yi Xianyi, and as for who I really am, I believe your Zhou family should know very well. So you already know everything and are deliberately waiting for us here?" Zhou Zilan's eyes turned red with rage, his fists tightly clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously. Arrogant. This kid is too arrogant. Kill him, dig out his, and dismember him. Avenge the 19 deceased disciples of my Zhou family. Once the Zhou family disciples realized what was happening, they all gritted their teeth, their expressions twisted with rage. Who would have thought that Yi Wuchen had hidden himself so deeply, quietly raising his cultivation to the 8th level of the mortal realm, and his thunder power had entered the 2nd stage. Kill. In an instant, all the Zhou family cultivators let out explosive shouts, the dense crowd charging towards the hilltop, their momentum like an army of thousands rushing forth, transforming into a torrent that overwhelmed everything. Just based on you? Yi Wuchen remained unafraid, his eyes unwavering, his entire body glowing with blue lightning, resembling a war god as he dove down from the hilltop. Boom! He charged into the crowd, his blood surging, his pulse throbbing like a dragon. With a swing of his fist, 30,000 pounds of divine strength erupted, and a Zhou family cultivator let out a scream as his body exploded into a mist of blood. Bang! 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 The sound of sonic booms echoed, resounding through the air. Yi Wuchen directly unleashed the ancient immortal combat technique, every joint of his body turning into a lethal weapon. His right palm sliced down like an exceptionally sharp, dark knife, slashing a man open diagonally at the neck, the head flying out, blood splattering everywhere, looking incredibly brutal. He kicked sideways with such force that it sent the Zhou family cultivator flying, crashing into several others, causing them to scream in horror. An elbow strike shattered a skull. A punch exploded a body. He resembled a ferocious beast, charging through the crowd, unstoppable and powerful enough to make one's scalp tingle. Every punch landed squarely, ferocious and invincible. Amidst the dense crowd, cultivators were continuously sent flying into the air, screams rising one after another. Where did this monster come from? My heavens! His physical body has reached the mid-2nd stage, and a punch can unleash 30,000 pounds of divine strength. No wonder the black-clothed side sent so many people. Yi Xianyi is indeed formidable. This scene was too shocking, making the onlookers far away feel their scalps tingle and hold their breath. Just arrived to watch. Nangong, Yi, and Wu Junxiao also felt their hearts churning, rubbing their eyes, fearing that they were seeing things. It completely overturned their worldview, breaking their understanding. How could a cultivator at the 8th level of the mortal realm be so powerful? What kind of monster is this Yi Xianyi? What kind of monster is this Yi Xianyi? Nangongyi looked at the chaotic battlefield in the distance, deeply shocked. The 2nd stage of the physical body was indeed terrifying, but unfortunately he did not possess any talent in body techniques. With bare hands, he charged into the midst of the army, unstoppable, every punch landing squarely. Such a fighting style was too exhilarating, igniting the hearts of men with yearning. Beside him, Wu Junshao, dressed in red, activated his crimson flame eyes to observe, then frowned and said, "Yi Xian, he has a treasure concealing his appearance. I can't see his face clearly, but that group of black-clothed people are Zhou family disciples. And the younger generation has almost all moved out to kill Yi Xian. This is enough to judge this person's extraordinary nature. Indeed, we don't know what kind of deep blood feud lies between the two sides. This is clearly a life-or-death struggle. Nangong Yidamentet." Although the Zhou family was not one of the four great families of Beiyuan City, their overall strength could rank in the top 10, and they were considered a prominent family. Gathering such a large force, it was evident they were determined to kill Yi Xian and would not rest until they did. Kill. On the main battlefield, the roars shook the heavens. The clash of swords and shadows, divine rainbows darting around, figures intertwining, the intensity was extraordinary. Yi Wuchen faced 100 alone, like an ancient fierce beast entering the crowd, slaughtering as he passed, sending large groups of cultivators flying. In the midst of the chaos, Zhou Zilan found the right opportunity, hiding in the shadows, summoning a black spear, its murderous aura swirling, glinting coldly, extremely sharp. This was a killing weapon, with considerable power, having once slain cultivators at the 3rd level of Gathering Spirit. As he urged it with spiritual power, the black spear shot out, directly stabbing towards Yi Wuchen's back. The scene was chaotic, with enemies continuously rushing in. Yi Wuchen, busy dealing with attackers, could not dodge when he noticed the black spear. Clang! However, he didn't take care. He unleashed a burst of brilliant blue lightning, the electric light swirling and crackling, transforming into armor that protected him. The black spear came crashing down with a loud bang, creating sparks as it collided, completely blocked by the lightning armor, leaving no scratches, and breaking on the spot. Hiss, what terrifying defense! That was a fierce treasure weapon with considerable attack power, and it was so easily blocked. The Zhou family disciples were all horrified, unable to believe it. Damn, is the 2nd stage of thunder power really that domineering? Zhou Zilan was furious and felt utterly humiliated. The black spear he had spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to purchase was destroyed just like that, which made him feel a deep sense of loss. It is well known that once the power of thunder reaches the 2nd stage, it can transform into various forms. However, it is generally understood that the defensive power shouldn't be this strong. My blue thunder has been modified by the world-destroying thunder, and its power is no longer comparable. Yi Wuchen sneered coldly in his heart. After summoning the thunder battle armor, he became even more reckless, too lazy to defend himself, rampaging through the crowd, instantly exploding dozens of people, blood spraying everywhere, creating an extremely bloody scene. The sounds of wailing, roaring, and gasping filled the air. This monster is too terrifying. Even cultivators at the ordinary level can't withstand a single move from him. He has already killed over 30 people, and the casualties are too heavy. What should we do? The Zhou family's cultivators felt their hearts break, their faces turning pale, and some began to retreat, no longer daring to approach Yi Wuchen because he was a monster. He killed without blinking, his methods were brutal, and he was no different from a demonic king. Charging him would be pure suicide. What is wrong? Aren't there a lot of you? Why are you scared now? Yi Wuchen scoffed, still not having had enough fun. With the thunder battle armor on, he continued to slaughter his way through, the wind from his punches roaring, as people kept falling in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. During this time, numerous magical treasures fell from the sky, crashing onto the thunder battle armor, but they were all useless, bouncing off. Suppress this fiend. At this moment, a young man from the Zhou family at the Gathering Spirit stage finally made a move, his gaze fierce as he came from the side, wielding a golden war spear. I'll capture him from the west. I'll come from the north. Meanwhile, 2 other young men at the Gathering Spirit stage also followed up, roaring with red eyes, seeking revenge for their fallen brothers. Naturally, they couldn't just stand by and watch their comrades continue to perish. At this point, over 40 people had fallen, losing their lives, and the losses for the Zhou family were too severe. It should be noted that these were the pillars of the family's future. If they were all killed, the Zhou family would face extinction, unable to pass down their lineage. Umph, you finally made your move. Yi Wuchen snorted coldly, golden light flashing in his eyes. Strange symbols appearing as he discerned the weaknesses of all three. Clang! He spread his palm, thunder lights swirling, and at the moment he grasped, a blue thunder sword coalesced. The terrifying sword intent swirling like a raging river, roaring fiercely. This isn't the snow-cutting sword technique. Rather, is an improved version of the snow-cutting sword technique, more straightforward than before, but it is a genuine killing technique. Kill! Yi Wuchen snapped back to attention. Incredibly sharp, his dark robes fluttering, turning into a shadow as he met the first person, the sword clashing with the war spear, producing a continuous ringing sound. Kill! Simultaneously, the other two let out explosive shouts and charged in, their long spears thrusting and large blades sweeping. Clang, 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 clang. Yi Wuchen defended with his sword, the reincarnation eyes spinning, the sword falling like the setting sun, thunder light exploding, directly cleaving the body of the spear-wielding youth in half, a large spray of blood erupting. The scream piercingly tragic. At the same time, another sword thrust pierced through the throat of the long spear's owner. His figure floated gracefully, sword light dancing, coming and going freely, calmly as if strolling in a garden, the sword light flickering, traversing the battlefield. Weakness. Yi Wuchen saw through it once more. A sword sealed the throat. The third person's body trembled violently, his pupils constricting, unable to utter a word, just clutching his blood-soaked throat tightly, then collapsing straight backward. At this point, all three experts from the Zhou family who had charged over were dead. Silence. The scene seemed to only hear the sound of the wind. What kind of monster is this? An ordinary level cultivator at the 8th layer can easily slay gathering spirit realm cultivators? It's simply absurd. When did such a fierce person emerge from Beiyuan City? Damn it, too ruthless. One person battling over 200 from the Zhou family. And he is still not at a disadvantage. Don't you notice that Yi Wuchen has a high level of accomplishment in both body techniques and swordsmanship? And the second stage of thunder power is too abnormal. His defensive power can withstand blades, and ordinary magical treasures cannot harm him at all. As more and more spectators gathered, they were deeply shocked. Their worldviews turned upside down. A cultivator at the 8th layer of the ordinary level, facing so many high-level strong enemies, rampaging through and killing, the scene was too impactful, making people's souls tremble. Judging by his height, he should be around 13 or 14 years old, yet he is already this powerful. It's hard to believe. If he reaches the gathering spirit realm, what kind of presence will he have then? We haven't heard of such a figure in the nearby 4 cities. He must be a monster released from an immortal family. The talents from various clans all expressed their admiration, sighing deeply. On the main battlefield, Yi Wuchen looked at the endless stream of enemies rushing in and suddenly turned to run. Because there were too many onlookers, it was not convenient for him to use his strongest weapon, the world-destroying thunder. He didn't know how many of the Zhou family would be left once the world-destroying power was unleashed. Having thought of this, Yi Wuchen turned and ran. His speed was quick, transforming into blue lightning, flashing past under the blood-red sky. Oh no, this guy's trying to escape. Quickly surround him. He must be running low on spirit power after killing so many of our brothers. He has to pay the price. The Zhou family cultivators reacted quickly. The people on the outskirts immediately blocking Yi Wuchen's escape route, their eyes reddened with rage, gritting their teeth. Do you think just over 20 of you can stop me? Yi Wuchen scoffed coldly, his entire body bathed in thunder, blue light dazzling, raising his hand to unleash a blue fist imprint, massive like a small mountain, charging forward with a booming sound echoing through the sky. Boom! This fist imprint condensed from the power of thunder was too overwhelming, containing terrifying destructive power, crushing through and exploding in the crowd, creating a large divine rainbow. Puff! The Zhou family cultivators were all shocked and pale, thrown back by the domineering thunderlight, coughing up blood incessantly. Among them, 8 were killed on the spot, turned into dust, dissipating like smoke. This guy isn't out of spirit power? How can he unleash such a terrifying combat technique? Indeed, the power is undiminished, even stronger. The remaining survivors felt their scalps tingle, drenched in sweat, their legs trembling in fear. It was too perilous. If they had also been in the center of that attack, there would have been no chance of survival. Let us go. If you have the guts, keep chasing after him. Wuchen forcefully carved a bloody path, employing the ghost shadow mysterious steps, his movements ethereal and unfathomable, quickly fleeing several miles away. Don't let him get away. We must not give him a chance to catch his breath. Keep pursuing. The Zhou family cultivators gritted their teeth, their expressions fierce. They believed that even if Wuchen still had some spirit power left, he wouldn't be able to last long. Otherwise, why would he be running? If he gets a chance to catch his breath and recover his spirit power, it would be much harder to kill him then. In an instant, the Zhou family cultivators all summoned various magical treasures, rapidly pursuing him. The game has just begun. Wuchen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, deliberately slowing down, waiting for the Zhou family cultivators to catch up. With his current second stage thunder power speed, he could easily shake them off with a burst, and with the ghost shadow mysterious steps, he could make them unable to see his shadow at all. However, Wuchen intentionally slowed down to give them the illusion that his spirit power was about to run out. Only in this way would they persist in their pursuit. This bow may be of lower quality, but it's enough to deal with these small fry. Wuchen suddenly stopped, took out a purple longbow, then bent it and knocked an arrow, aiming sideways towards the back. Z. The arrow formed from blue thunder crackled. With an arm strength of 30,000 pounds, he effortlessly pulled the longbow taut to a crescent shape, then released the string, the thunder arrow shooting out in an instant, illuminating all around, dazzling enough to blind people. A disciple of the Zhou family, chasing on a flying carpet, let out a tragic scream as blood stained the sky, pierced through the chest by a thunderbolt arrow. He had reached the early stage of the gathering spirit realm, but the arrow was too fast, shot unexpectedly, instantly taking his life, and his body fell from mid-air. Wuchen remained silent, standing in place to continue shooting. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Thunder arrows continually broke through the air, sharp and unparalleled. The light was like the morning sun breaking at dawn, radiant and glorious. Behind him, screams continued. Some thunder arrows pierced through a cultivator's body and continued to kill another, like a string of gourds. In an instant, many from the Zhou family fell, and over 10 had already died tragically. Beast, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Zhou Zerlin gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding, for he realized that the purple longbow in Wuchen's hand was clearly the birthday gift he had given to his younger brother, Zhou Ziyu, 2 years ago. Now, this purple bow appeared in Wuchen's hand. It was evident what had happened. Wuchen stopped in place to shoot, enjoying himself thoroughly. Seeing the enemy about to chase him closely, he turned and continued to run. After creating some distance, he stopped again, bending the bow and knocking an arrow, each shot precise and unerring. In the vast sky, people kept falling, blood pouring, and screams rising and falling. After repeating this 4 or 5 times, the Zhou family cultivators became frantic. They watched helplessly as their brothers died tragically, powerless to do anything, each one filled with rage and hatred. Wasn't it said that Wuchen's spiritual power was about to be exhausted? How can this guy still run so well? He can't be toying with us, can he? The Zhou family cultivators were furious. Even if they were foolish, they should have realized by now that Wuchen showed no signs of exhaustion, purely toying with their side. It was simply bizarre. He was only at the mortal realm. Where did he get so much spiritual power stored? Logically, he should have run out of spiritual power half an hour ago. Yes, how vast is this guy's spiritual sea to store such immense spiritual power? The elite youth of the Zhou family increasingly felt alarmed. This was the Tianjiao secret realm. He would eventually reach a dead end, and they would continue to chase at all costs. Zhou Zerlin had gone mad, gritting his teeth. By now, their once mighty group of over 200 had dwindled to just over 140, with such heavy casualties. They vowed not to rest until they avenged this. Whoosh! At this moment, another cold arrow shot through the air, piercing the throat of a clan member beside Zhou Zerlin, blood splattering on Zhou Zerlin's face. The man looked pained, unable to make a sound, and then suffocated to death. Chase. Zhou Zerlin was deeply stimulated, grinding his back teeth to dust. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. This chase lasted a full 2 hours. Finally, Yi Wuchen stopped, discovering a misty area ahead with low visibility and a cold breeze. This was already a dead end in the Tianjiao secret realm. Yi Wuchen, let us see where you can run now. Zhou Zerlin panted heavily, excited upon discovering the misty area. Thief, you have nowhere to escape this time. You're dead for sure. I'll gouge out your and then tear your body to pieces. The Zhou family cultivators all roared in anger, their expressions frenzied, like bloodthirsty beasts. Gouging out my? You think you're worthy? This must be the idea of that bitch Zhou Lighting. Yi Wuchen sneered, knowing at a glance that this underhanded tactic came from Zhou Lighting. It was probably because Jiangmai had not awakened his, leaving her feeling unbalanced, wanting to pull a switcheroo. Such a foolish woman was truly laughable, pushing the Zhou family into a desperate situation without realizing it. One day, she would understand that the so-called 7th grade spirit root Qilin child was just a joke. Kill. At this moment, the Zhou family cultivators roared, all charging forward. Yi Wuchen did not hesitate, immediately rushing into the mist, where he could unleash his world-destroying thunder and test its power. In the misty area, visibility was very low, a white haze enveloped everything. This was the dead end of the Tianjiao secret realm. Moving forward would lead to a dead end. After rushing 3 or 4 miles, Yi Wuchen could no longer advance. Blocked by a barrier. There's south no road ahead. Yi Wuchen, let us see where you can escape this time. Zhou Zerlin shouted, excited as he chased after. For the brothers of the Zhou family who have died, we will take revenge. The Zhou family cultivators quickly caught up, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The prolonged chase had greatly drained their spiritual power. Zhou Zerlin stood at the forefront, pointing at Yi Wuchen, saying, "Dare to kill my brother? Today, I will make you wish you were dead." In his eyes, no matter how defiant Yi Wuchen was, his spiritual power must be nearly depleted. It was just a cornered beast-esque struggle. Therefore, he appeared to be in complete control. Your brother was just a waste? I burst his head with a single punch. Such weakness is just dirtying my hands. Yi Wuchen mocked, then raised a purple longbow in his hand, saying, "But this bow isn't bad. It's quite handy." Zhou Zerlin was furious, veins popping on his forehead, and immediately shouted, "Everyone attack together! Let us turn this beast to dust." The cries of slaughter shook the heavens. Over 100 members of the Zhou family all activated their magical treasures and charged out simultaneously, unleashing their strongest firepower, aiming to blast Yi Wuchen to pieces. In response, Yi Wuchen remained unmoved, his dark robe billowing. But no one noticed the black lightning dancing within the blue thunder in his palm. Destroy. World. Thunder. Yi Wuchen's voice was hoarse, each word deliberate, his eyes suddenly turning a bloody red, revealing a terrifying vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Boom! Then, a surge of black thunder erupted from his body, blocking out the sky and darkening the world. The area became pitch black, resembling an endless abyss of demons. That power reached up to the heavens and down to the underworld, splitting the world apart. The laws of destruction surged forth, as if a demon god had descended. The void in this area trembled and cracked, with many black gaps appearing, as if it were about to collapse. The momentum was so terrifying it sent shivers deep into the soul. At that moment, the hundreds of disciples from the Zhou family felt as if they had fallen into a 1,000-year ice cave, trembling uncontrollably, silent as cicadas in winter. Hiss! What kind of power is this? Zhou Zerlin and the others felt their scalps tingle, unable to believe it. At this moment, Yi Wuchen stood there like a deity, unparalleled, commanding and dominating. A single glance made people unable to help but kneel and worship. It's time to end this. Yi Wuchen gathered a black spear in his hand, the power of destruction surging, extinguishing all life, terrifying to the extreme. The black lightning flickered, like the sound of a death bell ringing. Break! This black spear, formed from world-destroying thunder, contained the power of the utmost path. At the moment of its release, everything in its path exploded into nothingness. The power of the Thunder Emperor was terrifying indeed. All beings were mere ants. All immortals turned to smoke. Boom! The black spear pierced into the crowd of Zhou family members, then exploded, black lightning engulfing everything. Countless Zhou family cultivators screamed in terror, their bodies evaporating instantly, not even leaving behind bones. The massacre, the might of the world-destroying thunder, had far exceeded the realm of mortals and the gathering spirit realm. The black light engulfed all directions, obliterating all life. Faces filled with horror were swallowed by the lightning, turning to dust. At this moment, they felt what true fear was. Impossible. Yes, only at the mortal realm. Yet he wields the power of destruction. Zhou Zerlin summoned one magical treasure after another to defend, but they shattered instantly. Until the last protective treasure was destroyed, his face turned pale as paper, feeling a deep despair. Lightning pierced through his body, pain searing to the heart. As if subjected to extreme torture, he let out a hysterical roar, his entire body charred, flesh torn apart. After several dozen breaths, the black thunderstorm gradually dissipated, leaving the scene in utter chaos. The Zhou family had 143 members, among which 140 were instantly killed. Only Zhou Zilin and 2 other spirit-gathering realm cultivators remained half-kneeling on the ground, protected by magical treasures, barely hanging on. But they were also at the end of their strength and would soon die. Silence reigned, the surroundings quiet enough that a pin drop could be heard. Only the faint sounds of Zhou Zilin and the other 2 Zhou family disciples breathing could be heard. Their expressions were filled with horror, their eyes looking at Yi Wuchen with fear. This was not a normal human, but a devil from hell. What's wrong? Weren't you going to dig out my different pupil? Why haven't you made a move? Yi Wuchen stepped forward, his pace slow yet filled with pressure. Yi Wuchen, you practice demonic arts, and you will inevitably die a terrible death. The Zhou family will avenge us. The surviving Zhou family disciple let out a roar, but his head was soon kicked apart, leaving him unable to speak. And you? What else do you want to say? Yi Wuchen turned his gaze to the remaining 2, his eyes filled with amusement. This battle. You won, but I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled. Zhou Zilin found it hard to accept this outcome. They had come with over 200 people, full of vigor. Who would have thought it would end like this? I just want to know, what technique did you just use? Another person desperately sought an answer. But unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, and he soon breathed his last. In the arena, only Zhou Zilin remained kneeling on the ground, laughing at himself. Yi Wuchen, who would have thought you were hiding this deeply? The world thinks you are a waste with a 3rd-grade spiritual root. Who would have thought you secretly cultivated to this level? Jiangmai will probably find it hard to defeat you in this life. Soon after, Zhou Zilin also collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. The truth of this battle was destined to be buried for a long time. Once it was revealed, the Zhou family would probably be annihilated. Yi Wuchen was terrifying even at 6 years old. Once he came of age, he would surely be unstoppable. When all the members of the Zhou family fell, Yi Wuchen also coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face looking somewhat grim. With his current cultivation, using the Annihilation Thunder was still a bit too strenuous. Moreover, this battle had nearly exhausted the Annihilation Thunder stored in his spirit sea. To refine it back, it would take at least several months. He needed to leave the scene quickly. Yi Wuchen immediately concealed his aura and left using the mysterious steps. Shortly after, Shang Guanyu, Nangong, and Wu Junxiao arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. They looked at the devastated ground and the terrifying realm of thunder that filled the space, feeling a chill run down their spines, shocked into silence. On the ground, only some broken, charred magical treasures remained, along with a few corpses. It's Zhou Zilin. He actually died. Wu Junxiao, possessing different pupil, immediately noticed the charred black corpse on the ground, which was unrecognizable, but through his, he could see its true identity. What about the others from the Zhou family? Shang Guanyu and Nan Gongyi's expressions were extremely serious as they looked around. They had followed behind. But in just a short tea time, over 140 members of the Zhou family had vanished without a trace. What on earth had happened? Due to the misty area, they had not seen the battle clearly. They only witnessed a black light wave erupt, with a terrifying power that shook the ground and cracked the void. This was obviously an unconventional method that reached the level of forbidden techniques. They couldn't have all been annihilated, could they? Suddenly, Canglan Yu voiced an extremely frightening guess, her body trembling slightly. More and more cultivators entered the misty area, all shocked beyond comprehension. The Zhou family's over 140 disciples had suddenly vanished, leaving only 3 charred corpses on the ground. Everything had happened too suddenly, exuding an eerie vibe. Could it really be, as Canglan Yu said, that the Zhou family, over 100 people, was annihilated by Yi Xianyi's forbidden technique? It couldn't be. He was only at the 8th level of the mortal realm, and his spiritual power could not possibly support a forbidden-level offensive technique. Yet all evidence at the scene proved that the Zhou family disciples had been completely wiped out, not a single survivor. The gathered cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Their backs chilled. This matter was too bizarre, making it hard to believe, yet they had to believe it. Yi Wuchen fled far away from the misty area and arrived at a deserted place, changing into a new outfit. His face was somewhat pale, and he immediately took several healing elixirs, then sat down to begin using the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Technique to recover from his injuries. The power of the Annihilation Thunder was too domineering, and it was an extreme test for Yi Wuchen's physical endurance. Fortunately, his injuries were not too severe. Half an hour later, Yi Wuchen let out a long sigh of relief, having mostly recovered with a spirited look. The power of the Annihilation Thunder was immense, and it could even help him kill cultivators of higher realms. The only regret was that it was a consumable. Using it once required a long time to accumulate energy again. He evaluated this method, feeling quite excited. The power of annihilation could become a true killing trump card, to be used at crucial moments, yielding miraculous effects. However, for ordinary battles, it was best not to use it. There are 2 methods to store the Annihilation Thunder. One is to directly absorb the Annihilation Thunder for storage, and the second is to absorb lightning-type spiritual power for conversion and storage. The first method accumulates quickly, but the source is not so easy to find. Currently, only Song Ruoshi is a storage source. The second method is simple, but it requires a lot of time to accumulate. Just the spear he condensed earlier would need at least several months of energy accumulation to use again. First, leave the secret realm. After recovering from his injuries, Yi Wuchen immediately headed for the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the hall, Su Qingyu was already anxious, having just received news that the Zhou family had dispatched over 200 elite members into the secret realm a few hours ago. Such a reckless move. With all their forces deployed, Yi Wuchen might not be able to withstand it. "Chinner, are you all right?" Su Qingyu rushed over when she saw Yi Wuchen come out. "Sister Su, I'm fine, but some people may not be so lucky. Come, let us go to the tea house across the street and watch the excitement later." Yi Wuchen revealed a mysterious smile, then took Su Qingyu's hand and went to the Idol Villa tea house directly opposite the Secret Realm Pavilion. As the two revealed their true appearances, Su Qingyu's beauty attracted countless gazes. During this time, a man walking by bumped his head against a stone pillar, letting out a cry of pain. On the left side of the second floor of the Idol Villa tea house, by the window, Yi Wuchen immediately spotted 4 familiar faces. "It's Yi Wuchen and Miss Su. Come sit." Canglan Yu greeted warmly, naive and cheerful, quickly standing up and waving to Yi Wuchen and the others. The other 3 were Shangwan Qingyan, Wu Junxiao, and Nangong Yi. Since everyone was familiar, there was no need for formality, and they sat at the same table. Shangwan Qingyan picked up the teapot and filled their cups with fragrant green tea, then with a mysterious expression said, "Miss Su Wuchen, do you know that a major event occurred in the Tianjiao secret realm not long ago?" Su Qingyu asked curiously, "Major event? What major event? Tell me about it." Yi Wuchen remained calm, taking a sip of the tea, fresh and elegant, leaving a pleasant taste on his lips. "Good tea. A major event. This is a huge matter. But Wuchen, you seem to have just come out of the Tianjiao secret realm. Didn't you notice anything at all?" Shangwan Qingyan deliberately teased. "Je Wuchen, flüsteret, replied, no." "Oh, what a pity. You actually missed such a spectacular scene," Shangwan Yu said with regret, sighing repeatedly. "What happened inside?" Su Qingyu grew more curious. At this moment, Nangong Yi set down his teacup, his expression serious as he said, "Just half a day ago, a young prodigy named Yi Xian entered the Tianjiao secret realm and killed 19 elite disciples of the Zhou family in one fell swoop. The Zhou family was furious and dispatched over 200 disciples for revenge. Guess what the result was? What happened?" Su Qingyu was eager to know the answer. More than 200 disciples of the Zhou family had gone missing, suspected to have been completely wiped out. At this point, Nangong Yi deliberately emphasized his tone, feeling unsettled inside. This matter was too shocking and exceeded common understanding. Anyone would need time to digest it slowly. Of course, this was just our speculation. The specific result still needed to wait for the official announcement from the Secret Realm Pavilion. It was also possible that the Zhou family disciples had used a concealment technique to hide, but we just didn't know the details. Wu Junxiao added from the side, dressed in red like fire, with a cautious and steady personality. At this moment, guests at another table in the Xinzhuang tea house were also discussing this matter, vividly recounting the details. They described a young man in a black robe, wearing a bamboo hat, making his appearance unclear, who could unleash a punch with 100,000 pounds of divine power, directly turning more than a dozen Zhou family disciples into meat paste. How terrifying. This was an eccentric prodigy from an immortal family, wielding a sword, causing heads to roll. In just a change of his gaze, it scared more than 30 Zhou family disciples to death on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Even more outrageous. With a shout, the sound waves rolled, directly causing hundreds of people's bodies to burst, blood gushing, roaring to the heavens. This was a supreme prodigy, born once in 10,000 years. The several youths at the adjacent table spoke with spittle flying, each one more exaggerated than the last, claiming that Yi Xian was the heir of an emperor with immortal blood flowing within him. Upon hearing these outlandish tales, Yi Wuchen frowned slightly, feeling it was a bit too much. Su Qingyu, on the other hand, found it increasingly strange, glancing at Yi Wuchen sitting beside her. Cold, Ye Wan Yi possibly Beyevang. Their styles of action were too similar. Yi Wuchen, did you know? Yi Xian is also a lightning law cultivator, but he has already entered the second stage of lightning law, fierce like an ancient ferocious beast. You need to work hard and catch up to this prodigy. Shang Wanyu said excitedly, starting to stand and show off. I have a friendship with Yi Xian, not to say we are sworn brothers, but we can be considered as old friend upon first meeting. When the time is right, how about I introduce Yi Xian to you as friends? Stop bragging. That kind of prodigy comes from an immortal ancient family, generally having eccentric personalities and being solitary. How could he have any friendship with a little girl like you? Shangguan Qinyun said with disbelief, thinking his sister was boasting. What I said is the truth. Why don't you believe me? It really makes me angry. Shangguan Yu pouted anxiously, but no matter how hard she tried to explain, the three didn't listen at all. In the end, she could only look at Yi Wuching with a pitiful expression. Wuching, would you be willing to believe me? I truly have a friendship with Yi Xian. I believe you. Yi Wuching nodded. He was indeed Yi Xian himself and could naturally provide proof for the little girl. You're still a good person, Wuching. Shang Wanyu smiled, appearing innocent and lovely. The 6 of them drank tea, occasionally glancing out the window. Their position allowed them to clearly see the bulletin board of the Secret Realm Pavilion across the street. It was likely that within half an hour, the final result would be announced, which would surely cause a bloody storm, shaking the entire city. Taking advantage of this gap, Nangong curiously asked, Wuching, I heard that a month ago, Jiang Mai went to the Yi family and made a harsh statement, inviting you to the 4 cities talent battle. This is indeed true. Yi Wuching replied with a smile. Shang Wanyu said with concern, I heard you even agreed to him. Don't you know that Jiang Mai has a 7th grade spirit root and is about to enter the spirit gathering realm? According to the information I received, he is very likely to break through to 3 realms this time. Wu Junxiao revealed a shocking piece of news, causing everyone's expressions to become serious. Breaking through 3 small realms continuously? That's unlikely. Even with the 7th grade spirit root talent, it's hard to achieve this step. Shangguan Qingyun felt it was unbelievable. Nangong nodded. I think the possibility of that is low. I could have entered the spirit gathering realm a year ago, but I suppressed my cultivation to solidify my foundation. Even if I break through this time, I would only reach the second level of spirit gathering at most. Jiangmai has a weak foundation, so logically speaking, he could only break through 2 small realms at most. That's because you don't know the inside story. Wu Junxiao said mysteriously, then lowered his voice. Since Jiangmai joined the Heavenly Sword sect, he has been greatly valued by the sect master, who granted him an incredibly precious 6th-grade spirit gathering pill. The Northern Town Marquis' residents also spent 1,000,000 spirit stones to purchase a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist Jiangmai in breaking through to the spirit gathering realm. A 6th-grade spirit gathering pill? 1,000,000 spirit stones worth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? What a huge investment! Upon hearing this, Shangguanyu, Nangongyi, and the others couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with a hint of envy. After all, he had a 7th-grade spirit root talent. In our 4 cities, he was the only one. Whether it was the Heavenly Sword sect or the Marquis' residents, their investment in his training was limitless. So I believe he is very likely to break through to the 3rd level of spirit gathering in one go. After Wu Junxiao finished explaining his reasoning, he stopped speaking and quietly sipped his tea. To help seedlings grow, how ignorant! Yi Wuching appeared unfazed on the surface, but was extremely disdainful in his heart. In his view, this method completely squeezed Jiangmai's potential prematurely, excessively overextending, which would be quite detrimental to his future cultivation. Whether it was the mortal realm or the spirit gathering realm, it was actually a process of laying the foundation, and one couldn't be too fast. Otherwise, with Yi Wuching's ability, he could also enter the spirit gathering realm now. But Emperor Yi naturally wouldn't be so short-sighted. What he wanted was to prove the Tao and ascend again, becoming the master of the Canglan realm. This little Qingzhou, this little vermilion bird star, was not even worth his attention. Moreover, in this lifetime, he wanted to cultivate the path of perfection, although he had entered the Emperor realm in his previous life. His rapid growth left hidden dangers, causing him to suffer heavy injuries in the great battle during the dark turmoil, giving Mu Yunxi an opportunity. Seeing Yi Wuching fall into silence, Nangong Yi immediately patted his shoulder to comfort him. Wuching, you're still young. There's really no need to participate in the 4 cities battle. It's better to settle down for a few more years. Yes, Jiangmai is older than you and has obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Northern Town Marquis' residents. It's not shameful to be unable to defeat him. Shangguanyu and Shangguan Qingyan quickly chimed in. They all believed that Wu Junxiao's earlier words had put too much pressure on Yi Wuching. If Jiangmai really broke through to the 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm, that would be too strong, undoubtedly making him the favorite to win in this talent battle. Seeing that everyone was comforting him one by one, Yi Wuching smiled and said, I naturally won't feel any pressure, and whether Jiangmai can successfully break through 3 realms is another matter. That's right. This is just a possibility. No one can guarantee it 100%. Perhaps he will fail. Wu Junxiao's expression became serious, and then he threw out another heavy piece of news. I also heard another insider. It is said that the competition location for this 4 cities talent battle is in the Thunder Ruins secret realm. The Thunder Ruins secret realm? Is it the place where the Thunder Emperor once achieved enlightenment? Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but stand up. Even Su Qingyu was excited, her expression uncertain. Only Yi Wuching could still leisurely sit in his chair drinking tea, though he was also quite interested in his heart. The place where the Thunder Emperor achieved enlightenment must have left behind some thunder law rules, which could help him refine the world-destroying divine thunder and simultaneously temper his body, allowing him to enter the 3rd stage sooner. The power of the world-destroying thunder was immensely helpful for enhancing the body. Through half a month of slow absorption, it had allowed his strength to surge by a full 20,000 pounds. Having tasted the sweetness of it naturally made one yearn for more. At this moment, Wu Junxiao lowered his voice again and said, It is said that just in our northern frontier region, there are 7 trial locations left by the Thunder Emperor. No one knows which one is real and which one is fake, but according to rumors, if we enter the true Thunder Ruins secret realm, we will have a chance to obtain the Thunder Emperor's supreme inheritance and the legendary 9 Prisons Bow. The 9 Prisons Bow? Yi Wuching raised his eyebrows, muttering to himself, The legendary first divine bow, created after Pangu opened the heavens, every previous owner was a strong emperor, and the last owner was the Thunder Emperor. But 90,000 years ago, after the Thunder Emperor fell, this bow vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated from the world. In summary, the Thunder Ruins secret realm opens once every 100 years, and those who can enter when it opens must be under the age of 19. This secret realm is spread throughout Qingzhou, with as many as 29 entrances, and no one knows which entrance is real. They may all be fake, possibly created as a prank by later generations. It could also all be true, laid out by the Thunder Emperor in search of a successor. When Wu Junxiao reached this point, he specifically emphasized that the opening of the Thunder Ruins secret realm directly led to the exceptionally fierce battle among the four cities' talents. With members of the Blood Moon sect also moving in secret, wanted to send people into the secret realm, which would lead to a bloody slaughter. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence, feeling the pressure. The Thunder Ruins secret realm opens once every 100 years, and this is an excellent opportunity. Young people from various clans will surely strive to improve their cultivation to gain opportunities in the secret realm. Just as the six were chatting, a large number of Zhou family cultivators pushed through the crowd on the street, aggressively surrounding the entrance of the secret realm pavilion. They've arrived. In an instant, everyone's eyes who were paying attention to the secret realm pavilion lit up. There stood Zhou Lighting, her expression filled with anger as she shouted, "Who is spreading false news here, claiming that all over 200 of my Zhou family's disciples have perished in the talent's secret realm?" As stories of Zhou family disciples being killed by Yishuani spread, Zhou Lighting gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. However, she refused to believe the news of the complete annihilation of the Zhou family team, thinking it was a case of misinformation. What a joke. This time, the elite of the younger generation of the Zhou family went all out. Even if there were over 200 pigs, it was impossible for them to be wiped out so quickly, right? This must be a rumor. Zhou Lighting, furious, went directly to the entrance of the secret realm pavilion, wanted to see who was maliciously spreading false information. Who dares to slander my Zhou family? Step forward and admit it. Zhou Ziyuan was furious, glaring at the onlookers on the street. At this moment, in a tea house on the second floor by the window, Yi Wuchen said calmly, "Whether it's slander or not will be clear when the secret realm pavilion releases an announcement. Their death notices have never been fake. Yi Yuchen, this kid is actually still alive and unharmed." The disciples of the Zhou family were all horrified, their eyes wide with anger. If it weren't for Yi Wuchen entering the talent's secret realm, their Zhou family wouldn't have suffered so many losses at the hands of Yishuani. Zhou Ziyuan took a deep breath, glaring at Yi Wuchen, and said, "You better honestly explain your relationship with Yishuani, or don't blame me for being rude." "Then be rude directly," Yi Wuchen scoffed dismissively. "This is Beiyuan City, in broad daylight. How would the Zhou family dare to act directly?" Moreover, Su Qingyu was beside him, a powerful expert in the third realm, not someone to be trifled with. "Forget it. Yi Wuchen probably doesn't know about this. He hasn't noticed the tracking talisman on him, so our plan cannot be exposed yet." An elder from the Zhou family quickly pulled Zhou Ziyuan back, signaling him not to act impulsively. As long as the matter of the tracking talisman is not exposed, they still have a chance to act next time. Killing Yi Wuchen is just a matter of time. The urgent task at hand is to figure out who Yishuani really is and why he repeatedly opposes the Zhou family, including the person spreading the rumor about the annihilation of the Zhou family disciples, who is also very detestable. Some elders from the Zhou family had a clear line of thought. Since Yi Wuchen had already come out of the talent secret realm, they could only plan carefully. A bunch of useless fools, over 200 people with a tracking talisman leading the way, and they still let Yi Wuchen escape. Zhou Lighting cursed incessantly in her heart. As the battle among the four cities' talents was approaching day by day, she urgently needed to extract Yi Wuchen's and graft it onto Jiangmai. Once Jiangmai had the, combined with his 7th grade spiritual roots extraordinary talent, he would surely sweep everything away and become famous throughout the world. As a mother, it is normal to hope for her son to succeed. However, Zhou Lighting's inner thoughts were somewhat pathological and twisted. All of this is because Yi Liuli is too outstanding. She is already the beauty of Beiyuan City, and now she has entered the third realm, with national beauty and grace, unparalleled in elegance. Therefore, Zhou Lighting saw this with her own eyes and felt anxious in her heart, clearly noticing Jiang Wenkang's attitude towards her growing much colder, as he seemed to have the idea of reconciling with Yi Liuli. As long as my strength is strong enough, as a mother, I can stand firmly in the northern town marquee mansion, making Jiang Wenkang no longer indecisive. Zhou Lighting looked at Yi Wuchen's pair of deep eyes, her heart burning. Those eyes are so beautiful, yet they're on the wrong person, which is truly unfair of heaven, a twist of fate. This foolish woman. Yi Wuchen could see through Zhou Lighting's thoughts and found it amusing. The Nine Heavens Reincarnation eye is not an ordinary. Ordinary people cannot bear the immense karma within it. Making Jiang my bear would only lead to his destruction, gaining nothing. Unfortunately, this woman is so ignorant and short-sighted. As time passed, the next death announcement from the Secret Realm Pavilion drew closer. A large crowd gathered around, all waiting for the results. Clearly, many had already heard about the astonishing battle between Yi Xuani and the Zhou family disciples. It must be fake, right? No matter how outrageous Yi Xuani's strength is, he is only at the 8th realm of mortal level. How could he possibly take down over 200 people from the Zhou family in one go? Yes, even among the youth disciples of the Gathering Spirit Realm, the Zhou family sent out 20 people, which could be said to gamble on the clan's fate. Normally, even if Yi Xuani didn't die, he would at least suffer serious injuries. I think this matter is very likely true, because the various disciples who came out of the Talent Secret Realm have all recounted the events, each with a vivid account that doesn't seem like a fabrication. People began to discuss animatedly, expressing their viewpoints. Look, Ding Yushu is coming out. He's about to update the report. Suddenly, the scene fell silent as a young man with a refined appearance walked out of the Secret Realm Pavilion, holding a brush and wearing a very serious expression. Ding Yushu approached the large blackboard, using the brush in his hand to write, one bold red character after another, strikingly eye-catching. Zhou Ling, Zhou He, Zhou Gu, Zhou Peng. The bold red characters were written with vigor and energy. Zhou Peng, my son. Zhou Gu, my good nephew. He is only 17 and has met with misfortune. Among the crowd of Zhou family members, a woman saw the names announced on the blackboard and suddenly felt darkness before her eyes, collapsing to the ground and weeping bitterly. Her voice hoarse. In an instant, the other relatives and family members also began to cry out loud. The cultivation world is indeed so cruel, especially entering such a chaotic area as this secret realm, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, making it exceedingly dangerous. Ding Yushu continued to write without stopping, one red character after another appearing on the blackboard. All the surnames began with Zhou. So Fang, So Yun, So Hao, So Xing. As the number of Zhou family disciples revealed in the death announcement increased, Zhou Ziyuan and Zhou Lighting's expressions grew increasingly grim, until the number of deaths in the Zhou family surpassed 60. Zhou Lighting finally couldn't help but step forward and interrupt. Ding Yushu, surely your Secret Realm Pavilion hasn't made a mistake with the list? Ding Yushu replied seriously, the death toll published by the Secret Realm Pavilion has never been wrong. These people did not exit the Secret Realm, yet their auras have completely vanished, meaning they must have died. Upon hearing Ding Yushu's words, Zhou Lighting's face turned ashen, staggering back a few steps. Yi Wuchen not killing anyone was one thing, but now, with so many young disciples of the Zhou family losing their lives, it was truly tragic. How would she explain this to her clan? Soon, the death list of the Zhou family on the announcement board had already exceeded 100. The area outside the Secret Realm Pavilion was suddenly in uproar. I never expected that the battle in the Heavenly Pride Secret Realm was real. Without a hint of exaggeration, the Zhou family actually lost so many elite members. Over 100 young disciples died tragically, and they were all core personnel. The loss is too great, and the Zhou family will likely struggle to recover for decades. The cultivators from various clans couldn't help but sigh and lament. At this moment, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Jifeng, rushed to the scene, and upon seeing the names on the death announcement board, he trembled with rage and spat out a mouthful of old blood, furiously declaring, that night we, the Zhou family, are irreconcilable enemies to the death. Chapter 76. The sky has fallen for the Zhou family. Zhou Jifeng rarely gets angry. He is usually a person who hides his dagger behind a smile. But today, he couldn't hold back any longer, losing his composure and shouting in fury, his eyes wide with rage. The names on the death notice weren't ordinary Zhou family cultivators. They were all core disciples, over 100 of them, buried in the secret realm, a scene of utter devastation. In a family clan, disciples are generally categorized into collateral disciples, ordinary disciples, core disciples, direct line disciples, and inheritance disciples. Core disciples are the backbone of a family, the foundation. Now, it's equivalent to saying that the Zhou family's future pillars have collapsed by more than half. After investing over a decade of effort in training them, all has gone up in flames. How can he not feel heartache, his heart bleeding? Time slowly passed. Ding Yushu never stopped writing, leaving one red character after another on the blackboard. When the death toll skyrocketed to 150, the Zhou family cultivators couldn't hold back any longer and repeatedly inquired whether the secret realm pavilion had made a mistake with the list. No, the list is real, absolutely without error. Ding Yushu spoke with certainty, his expression serious. At the entrance of the secret realm pavilion, more and more people gathered, filling the entire street to the point where they couldn't even stand. Many cultivators chose to summon their treasures and fly into the air. Woo! The heart-wrenching cries of Zhou family members rose and fell. They wept for the fallen disciples, tears streaming down their faces. The death toll was approaching 170, and it showed no signs of stopping. Could it be that all the Zhou family cultivators were truly annihilated? Is Night Xian really that terrifying? Just a cultivator at the 8th level of the mortal realm. Yet he managed to kill so many Zhou family disciples and still escape safely? It's too monstrous. Cultivators from various clans looked at the rising death toll in shock, sighing in disbelief. The Zhou family was, after all, one of the top 10 great families in Beiyuan City, with considerable depth and some prestige. Now they have been slapped in the face like this, losing all face, and a deep blood feud is formed. You reap what you sow. Yi Wuchen sat by the window in the tea house, his expression calm, his eyes devoid of waves. However, Su Qingyu found it hard to maintain her composure. Her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently. She secretly grasped Yi Wuchen's hand and transmitted her thoughts. "Chener, did you kill all these people?" Yi Wuchen responded via thought transmission. "Yes, over 200. Not a single one survived. This time, it's enough for the Zhou family to drink a pot." Hiss! Su Qingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although she had sensed something earlier, receiving the confirmed answer was still quite shocking. Yi Wuchen was not yet 7 years old, at the 8th level of the mortal realm, yet he could decimate over 200 core disciples of the Zhou family. It's unimaginable how he accomplished this. The shock was so great that it was hard to accept in a short time. Look, Zhou Xianyao, a cultivator of the Gathering Spirit Realm, was also killed. Zhou Mingyuan also had Gathering Spirit Realm cultivation, with a 5th grade spiritual root and excellent talent. What a pity. The death list kept updating, and some prominent figures appeared, all at the Gathering Spirit Realm level, making quite a name for themselves in Beiyuan City. Soon, the number of deaths exceeded 200, with 13 of them being cultivators at the Gathering Spirit Realm. It's over, it's over. The heavens have abandoned the Zhou family. When some elders of the Zhou family arrived at the scene, they felt as if struck by lightning, their eyes going dark, nearly fainting from rage, letting out sorrowful howls. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Who exactly is this Night Xian Yi? And why has he ruined our great affairs? Why? Zhou Lighting's expression fluctuated between dark and pale. She was the first to propose the ambush against Yi Wuchen, and now so many Zhou family disciples had died. She certainly couldn't escape responsibility. Soon, the complete list was announced. All 237 who entered in the second wave of the Zhou family were killed. Not a single survivor. Adding the previous 19, a total of 256 had tragically died, with less than 20% of the bodies preserved intact. All bodies were charred black, having been slain by lightning techniques, and it was instant death, the methods truly terrifying, even unfathomable. At the 8th level of the mortal realm, he could easily cross 2 small realms to slay Gathering Spirit Realm cultivators. Such a prodigy had never been seen or heard of. The second stage of the lightning technique meant that the physical body also reached second stage strength, capable of delivering 30,000 pounds of divine power with a single punch. And its defensive power was also abnormal. Ordinary magical tools could hardly cause any harm to it. Upon seeing the complete death list, Baiyuan City erupted into chaos, descending into utter turmoil. The heads of various clans were alarmed and rushed to the scene. Unsluding ye Viaming, ye Tianyu, ye Rongfeng, and others who arrived upon hearing the news, their hearts stirred with turbulent waves. Everything happened too suddenly, leaving people utterly unprepared. Zhou Zilin, son of Zhou Huayan, had joined the Tianjin sect with a 5th grade fire spiritual root. Not yet 19, he had already reached the second stage of the gathering spirit realm. And even he was killed by Knight Xianni, there was a gap of 3 small realms between them. Even if he was no match, logically speaking, he should have been able to save himself, right? When the final red name was announced, people began to doubt, feeling it was somewhat unreal. Cases of crossing 3 small realms to kill enemies have existed throughout history. However, this was not just a simple case of crossing 3 small realms. There was a chasm between the mortal realm and the gathering spirit realm, and the difficulty was akin to crossing a vast divide. However, the doubts were soon extinguished, because Zhou Zilin's body was carried out by the secret realm pavilion staff. His body was charred black and unrecognizable, but some ornaments on him still allowed for identification. Zilin, my son, Zhou Huayan, a tall man of 7 feet, collapsed to the ground on the spot, weeping bitterly. Brother, Zhou Ziyuan let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes bulging with rage, veins popping on his face. Zhou Zilin was his younger brother, and to see him meet with misfortune left him utterly heartbroken. Zhou Lighting, this is all you're doing, causing my Zhou family to be cut off from future generations. After rising, Zhou Huayan glared at Zhou Lighting, his eyes almost spitting fire. Elder brother, I didn't know Knight Xian, he was so terrifying. Zilin is also my nephew. He fought to the death in the secret realm. And my heart aches like a knife. Zhou Lighting cried, tears streaming down her face, as if the dead were her own son. Zhou Lighting, don't think I don't know your little schemes, instigating my Zhou family to take action, all for your son's future. What have you gained now? You've caused the entire younger generation of my Zhou family to die in battle. You can't escape death. Zhou Huayan was filled with rage, pointing at Zhou Lighting's nose and cursing loudly. Elder brother, why speak so harshly? I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew the outcome would be like this? Zhou Lighting felt wronged, but didn't dare to direct her anger at her elder brother. She came to her senses and looked toward the second floor of the tea house, where she locked eyes with Wuchen. At that moment, the youthful and delicate face revealed a playful and mocking smile. For a time, Zhou Lighting felt a sharp pain in her heart and shouted at Wuchen like a shrew. Wuchen, you little waste who disrespects your elders. Dare you watch the show and mock me here? You are talentless and morally lacking. What kind of elder are you? As for the word waste, it seems more suited to your son, who has repeatedly lost to Chenner, yet still dares to claim to be a prodigy. How laughable! Yi Rongfeng immediately stepped out from the crowd. Others might indulge this shrew, but she would not. In an instant, the atmosphere on site became tense. Zhou Lighting was furious and, provoked, began to lash out, her eyes turning red with anger. In the battle of the 4 city talents, Wuchen will undoubtedly lose, only to become a stepping stone for my son. By then, you will understand just how big the gap is between a waste and a genius. She had received good news that Jiang Mai's process of taking the 6th grade gathering spirit pill went smoothly, and he was expected to break through 3 small realms in succession, reaching the 3rd level of gathering spirit from the 9th level of the mortal realm. By that time, Wuchen would be far left behind by Jiang Mai, with even no qualification to catch up. What a joke. Your Muer last claimed he would take 1st place in the demon hunting competition, yet he couldn't even make it into the top 3. With such results, how can you still brag here? You really have thick skin, Yi Rongfeng said disdainfully, her tone mocking, which greatly angered the Zhou family. Zhou Lighting trembled with rage, pointing at Yi Rongfeng. Do you dare to bet with me? If my Muer wins against Wuchen, you'll lose me 1 million spirit stones. How about that? As soon as the words came out, The cultivators on site fell silent. Even the Yi family frowned, naturally not foolish enough to agree to the bet. What a joke. The news of Jiang Mai potentially breaking 3 realms had spread widely. Even if Jiang Mai ultimately could not reach the 3rd level of gathering spirit, reaching the 2nd level was still very stable. And Yi Wuchen was merely a minor mortal realm cultivator. How could he compare to Jiang Mai? Seeing that the Yi family did not dare to speak up, Zhou Lighting seized the opportunity and pressed on. Since you dare not make a bet, you should admit reality. A waste with a 3rd-grade spirit root will always be a useless piece of mud that cannot be propped up, no matter how much resources your Yi family invests. It cannot change the outcome. She vented all her anger on Yi Wuchen, harboring a deep-seated hatred within. If it weren't for this brat, over 200 disciples of the Zhou family would not have been slaughtered by Yi Xuanyi. I accept the bet of 1 million spirit stones. At this moment, Su Qingyu stood up from her seat, her beautiful eyes flashing with a sharp light. You accepted? The crowd was in an uproar, surprised, shocked, confused, and bewildered. Clearly, it was a losing situation. Why did Su Qingyu choose to accept? This was 1 million spirit stones, not a small amount. You accepted? Zhou Lighting was taken aback, not expecting Su Qingyu to choose to confront her head-on. Su Qingyu, dressed in a blue dress that flowed like a celestial being, said lightly, 1 million spirit stones are still within reach for me as a 5th-grade alchemist, but your Zhou family is currently financially strained. Whether you can produce 1 million spirit stones is uncertain. Zhou Jifeng felt sorrowful, but would not miss such an opportunity to easily gain money, saying in a deep voice, my Zhou family, no matter how financially strained we are, can still produce 1 million spirit stones and can directly sign a contract. Good? Then let's directly sign the contract and have everyone witness it. The breacher will die a miserable death. Su Qingyu spoke decisively. My secret realm pavilion can issue a betting contract for both of you. Ding Yushu spoke up, raising a red brush and taking out 3 sheets of rice paper to write. Then, Su Qingyu and Zhou Jifeng pressed their handprints on the contract from afar. And thus the contract was completed. The contract was divided into 3 copies, with the secret realm pavilion serving as a witness for 1 copy, and Su Qingyu and Zhou Jifeng each having 1 copy. The contract was settled, and the entire populace of Beiyuan City bore witness. This time, the Yi family could not go back on their word. Zhou Lighting gritted her teeth, clearly still not having recovered from her anger. However, getting this 1 million spirit stones could be seen as compensation for the Zhou family. The Zhou family had been struggling financially in recent years, on the brink of bankruptcy. With this 1 million spirit stones, they could finally recover some losses. At another time, it would be you who would want to go back on your word. Su Qingyu was very confident. She knew Yi Wuchen's strength all too well. As long as Jiang Mai had not broken through 3 realms, the hope of victory was very high. The gamble of 1 million spirit stones was set. The Yi family would definitely suffer a big setback this time. Cultivators from various clans in Beiyuan City shook their heads, clearly not optimistic about Yi Wuchen's chances of winning, unless Yi Xuanyi personally intervened. Keep the contract safe. Zhou Jifeng's face bore no smile, having just experienced great loss. He approached Ding Yushu and said solemnly, Yushu, you are somewhat related to my Zhou family. Can you reveal who exactly Yi Xuanyi is? Head of the Zhou family, the secret realm pavilion never discloses any guest's identity information. Not only do I not know the identity of Yi Xuanyi, even if I did, I cannot tell you. Ding Yushu shook his head, his attitude quite resolute. Keeping the identity of guests confidential is the foundation of the secret realm pavilion, and it must not be compromised. Investigate, dig deep, and find out who Yi Xuanyi is, even if you have to search 3 feet underground. Zhou Jifeng issued a death order. Yes, the Zhou family's cultivators roared angrily, filled with killing intent. Soon after, the Zhou family members left the secret realm pavilion. Despite their unwillingness, they could only endure. A colossal entity like the secret realm pavilion could not possibly break the rules for them. Inside the Xinzhuang tea house, Shang Wanyu said anxiously, Sister Su, you were too impulsive. Zhou Lighting was clearly trying to provoke you. How could you fall for it? I wasn't fooled. I just believe in Chinner's potential and trust he can defeat Jiang Mai. Su Qingyu smiled slightly, because she alone knew that Yi Xuanyi was Yi Wuchen. The contract had been signed, leaving no room for regret. Chinner, if you really want to make a comeback, maybe there will be suitable opportunities at the Stone Gambling Conference in a month. Wu Jun said seriously. Yes, if I can gamble a top-grade blood chi pill at the Stone Gambling Conference, my cultivation might advance rapidly, and I could even reach the gathering spirit realm. Shang Yu's eyes lit up as well. The Stone Gambling Conference was a grand event held by the Tianqing Pavilion. Many rare stones would be present, with a chance of producing top-grade items. Some people became wealthy overnight and gained immense opportunities at the Stone Gambling Conference. Of course, there were also those who lost everything without any gains. In short, the gamble was significant, a moment of heaven or hell. Ye Yuchen nodded, alright. Let's go to the Stone Gambling Conference together in a month and try our luck. Then, everyone dispersed one by one. Shan Guanyu, Nangongyi, and the others were going to enter seclusion to advance to the gathering spirit realm as soon as possible. Su Qingyu said this time, the Zhou family suffered heavy losses and will not easily let it go. Chinner, you should stay in the Yi residence these days and not go anywhere. Don't worry, I won't put myself in danger. As for that traitor in the family, Yi Feng, we need to deal with him properly. Yi Wuchen already had a plan. Simply letting the Zhou family lose over 200 people was not enough to quench his hatred. He could continue to scheme and deal another heavy blow to the Zhou family, completely breaking their backbone. After returning to the Wutong courtyard, Yi Wuchen acted as if nothing had happened. He got up early every day to practice martial arts, swordsmanship, drink tea, and bask in the sun, living leisurely without any sense of urgency about the 1 million spirit stone bet. Although he was clearly a 6 or 7-year-old child, he looked like a leisurely old man in his 70s or 80s. Yi Rongfeng saw this and felt anxious, but she could not say anything. The betting matter was accepted by Su Qingyu, and although the Yi family felt that the agreement was too impulsive, they could only support it and no longer advise against it. What's the worst that could happen? We'll just lose 1 million spirit stones. Now the Yi family's finances were thriving, and they could afford to lose. Yi Feng had been lurking for 3 days, and seeing that Yi Wuchen had no reaction, he once again mustered his courage to enter the Wudong courtyard. Finally, he came. On this sunny day, Yi Wuchen was lying on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Yi Feng appear, he could only find it amusing. This traitor of the Yi family was really a fool, abandoning his family for a woman. Oof. If I hadn't walked out of the Tianjiao secret realm alive 3 days ago, you would probably have been killed by the Zhou family long ago. And now you are completely unaware of it. Yi Wuchen secretly shook his head, but stood up with a smile and said, Brother Yi Feng, is there something you need to discuss with me? It's nothing major, just some parts of the swordsmanship you taught me last time that I still don't understand. I wanted to ask you again. Ye think subconsciously avoided ye kachenskaze. For some reason, every time he saw Yi Wuchen, he felt uneasy, as if he were completely seen through by the other party. That feeling was like a mouse encountering a cat, instinctively filled with fear. Swordsmanship relies on precision. Every move must have a clear target, simplifying the complex and striking swiftly. Yi Wuchen patiently guided him, wanted to see how Yi Feng would try to extract information from him. Sure enough, after finishing the swordsmanship instruction, Yi Feng suddenly changed the subject and pretended to look worried, saying, Wuchen, with less than 2 months until the 4 cities Tianjiao battle, aren't you planning to quickly improve your cultivation during this time? Improving cultivation cannot be rushed. There's no need to be anxious. Yi Wuchen reclined back on a rocking chair, leisurely taking out a small purple sandalwood teapot and sipping from it occasionally. Yi Feng, feeling anxious, said, I've heard that Jiangmai is very likely to break through 3 realms at once and reach the 3rd realm of Gathering Spirit. Wuchen, you can't be lax. Why not go out and train a bit? You might find an opportunity to break through. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Brother Yi Feng, it seems you're more anxious about my match with Jiangmai than I am. Yi Feng immediately realized he had lost his composure and quickly explained, Wuchen, I'm just concerned about you. After all, it's a bet 1 million spirit stones, and it's a big deal. We can't be careless. Well, you do have a point. Yi Wuchen nodded, then lowered his voice and said, Brother Yi Feng, we are family, so I won't hide it from you. In 20 days, Sister Su will take me to the Misty Forest for training. What do you think? Are you interested in coming with us? You and Sister Su are going out for training? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. thinking this would give him a chance to explain himself to the Zhou family. He immediately asked, "Just the two of you?" Seeing the bait taken, Yi Wuchen remained silent and nodded. "Well, for training, it's naturally not suitable to bring too many people. All right, I am willing to go with you two to the Misty Forest for training." Yi Feng nodded happily, and their subsequent conversation became somewhat absent-minded, as he began to fantasize about how, after achieving merit, the goddess Zhou Xiaoyu would surely no longer be so indifferent to him. When Yi Feng left the small courtyard, he was in a great mood and walked briskly. Su Qingyu then stepped out from the shadows, watching Yi Feng's departing figure, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she said, "This Yi Feng, he was saved by Chun-Er, yet now he is so vicious because of a woman from the Zhou family. He will surely connect with the Zhou family and leak your whereabouts. That's fine. Everything is within my plan. In 20 days, once that corner killing formation is set up, I will ensure that the Zhou family's cultivators have no return." Yi Wuchen's expression was calm. He intended to slowly torment the Zhou family until they were driven to desperation and madness. "Is that corner killing formation really that powerful?" Su Qingyu asked curiously. "Of course, this is something that the elder of the 7 pavilions taught me. Its power is immense, although it requires 200,000 spirit stones to activate. As long as it can severely injure the Zhou family, everything will be worth it." Yi Wuchen was very confident, his spirits soaring. "Master Sun of the Tianqing Pavilion has come to visit." At this moment, a guard's voice announced from outside the courtyard. Yi Wuchen said, "Let Master Sun in." Soon, an elderly man with white hair and a plump face entered the courtyard, holding a box. He smiled and nodded at Su Qingyu, then respectfully said to Yi Wuchen, "Young Master Wuchen, I have prepared all the materials you requested." "Master Sun, such a small matter of delivering materials. How could I trouble you to come in person?" Yi Wuchen stood up to greet him. "It's no trouble, no trouble. These materials are quite precious, and I spent a lot of effort gathering them. I personally delivered them to avoid any mistakes." Master Sun was very attentive to this matter. First, Yi Wuchen has gained the favor of the elder of the 7 pavilions. Second, the envoy Song Ruashi has been living with Yi Wuchen in the Yi residence for half a month, and their relationship is close. With these 2 points, he must serve Yi Wuchen well to establish a good relationship. Yi Wuchen opened the box and took a look. Although he was not very satisfied, it was still usable. After all, it was too difficult to set up a complete immortal slaying formation. Perhaps the entire Zhuke star couldn't find all the materials needed for the formation. For now, he could only settle for a half-finished formation. Master Sun then said, "As for the 5 formation masters you requested, they are all from our Tianqing Pavilion and are trustworthy. You can command them as you wish, young Master Chen." "Well, this really troubles Master Sunday. Here are 100,000 spirit stones. Please accept them." Yi Wuchen took out a storage bag. "That's not necessary. It is my honor to do work for young Master Chen." Master Sun had a flattering expression. Collecting formation materials and hiring formation masters were all out of his own pocket. A prominent figure in Beiyuan City, he was so eager to please a 6-year-old child. It would shock many if it got out. But Master Sun didn't care. He knew very well how powerful the elder of the 7 pavilions and envoy Song were. One word from them could determine his future. "Then I will trouble Master Sunday." Seeing that Master Sun was so accommodating, Yi Wuchen chose to accept his goodwill, knowing he would repay it with an opportunity in the future. While the 5 formation masters from Tianqing Pavilion were setting up the immortal slaying formation, Yi Wuchen wasn't idle. He worked hard to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into thunder power, and then into the annihilating thunder, storing it in his Dantian's spiritual sea. When the time for the 4 cities Tianjiao battle came, the annihilating thunder would surely be very useful, and it wouldn't hurt to store a bit more. 20 days later, Yi Wuchen's cultivation had improved, reaching the late stage of the 8th heaven of the mortal realm, and the immortal slaying formation had been completed. Su Qingyu and Yi Wuchen immediately set off for the Misty Forest, naturally bringing along the traitor Yi Feng. They chose to leave the city in the afternoon, and by the time they entered the Misty Forest, it was already dark, with the howling of wolves echoing around them. "Oh no, Misu, Wuchen. My stomach hurts a bit. Can I go nearby to relieve myself? You guys wait for me." Yi Feng suddenly showed a pained expression, tightly clutching his stomach, and quickly walked away into the nearby bushes. It was obvious that this guy was stalling for time, waiting for the Zhou family's large group to arrive. However, Yi Wuchen was not in a hurry, standing still because the immortal slaying formation was hidden nearby and could be activated at any time. Hurry, go a bit faster. The Zhou family's cultivators arrived quickly, numbering over 200, with more than 200 of them being gathering spirit realm cultivators, led by 9 powerful figures who had entered the formation establishment realm. Among them, a man in black, Zhou Huayan, was at the forefront. "We are here." In the bushes, Yifeng suddenly shot a signal flare, illuminating the night sky. Immediately, the Zhou family rushed over, surrounding Yi Wuchen and Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu's face changed as she said, "Yifeng, what do you mean? You actually teamed up with the Zhou family's cultivators and leaked our whereabouts." "Miss Su, you can't blame me. You can only blame him. Yi Wuchen, a discarded son of the Jiang family. Why should he receive so many cultivation resources from the Yi family? I have long seen him as an eyesore." Yifeng couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore, tearing off his disguise and grinning wickedly. "Moreover, once Yi Wuchen is dead, I will marry Xiaoyu. You all have no idea how important Xiaoyu is to me, so please understand." Chapter 79. I am the Knight Xianyi. "Yifeng, you did well today. My Zhou family will definitely reward you." Under the bright moonlight, a woman in a green dress approached Yifeng, revealing a charming smile. Zhou Xiaoyu appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a beautiful face, a curvy figure, and an enchanting presence. Over the years, she deliberately approached Yifeng, captivating him and obtaining a lot of important information about the Yi family. "Xiaoyu, as long as you're happy, I'm willing to do anything for you." Yifeng looked at the woman in the green dress with a burning and crazy gaze, his throat tightening, swallowing hard. In his heart, Zhou Xiaoyu was the perfect goddess, constantly on his mind, making him feel anxious. "He, willing to do anything for me? Does that include being willing to die for me?" A hint of amusement flashed in Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes, mixed with deep disgust. A useless person who betrayed his family dared to think of marrying her. It was simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. "Die for you? Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Aren't we about to get married?" Yifeng's face turned pale, horrified as he thought. "Didn't you say this was the last time I would do something for the Zhou family? After this, you and I would leave Beiyuan City and go to a deserted place to start a family and live together for the rest of our lives." Phew. A mere 4th grade spiritual root waste. Dare to covet Zhou Xiaoyu? Don't you look in a mirror to see what you look like? Zhou Xiaoyu sneered coldly, feeling no need to pretend anymore since he was no longer of any use to her. "Why am I a waste? Xiaoyu, what are you talking about?" Yifeng was struck by lightning, unable to understand why the goddess suddenly changed her attitude. "Can't you understand human language? I said you're not worthy of me, Zhou Xiaoyu. You're just an inconspicuous side disciple of the Yi family, with poor talent, a cowardly personality, and no merits at all. You lack even the most basic loyalty. You're nothing but trash. Loyalty? Am I not loyal enough to you? I've done everything I could, risking my life, betraying my family, bringing Yi Wuchen to this desolate place. Isn't that enough?" Yifeng's voice was hoarse, feeling wronged. "If you were truly loyal, you should die and forever hide the truth." Zhou Xiaoyu was too lazy to waste words, directly taking out a gleaming dagger and stabbing it into Yifeng's chest. Ugh! Yifeng's pupils shrunk violently. A heart-wrenching pain made his blood stain his clothes. He spat out blood, staring incredulously at Zhou Xiaoyu, then laughed madly, realizing that true feelings only lead to defeat. He knelt on the ground, angrily looking at Yi Wuchen. "Yi Wuchen, it's all because of you. If you hadn't entered the genius secret realm, the Zhou family wouldn't have lost so many disciples, and Xiaoyu wouldn't hate me so much." Yi Wuchen said solemnly, "Yifeng, do you still not understand? If something happened to me in the genius secret realm, the Zhou family would surely kill you to silence you, because only the dead can keep secrets forever." Su Qingyu also spoke. "Yifeng, you're too foolish. For a worthless woman, you actually betrayed your family and the clan that once saved you. Now you end up like this. You deserve it." Puffed. Yifeng spat blood again, filled with regret and unwillingness. He had actually woken up long ago. He was just pretending to be drunk. "Get lost? Don't obstruct me." Zhou Xiaoyu kicked Yifeng aside and took a few steps forward. Looking at Yi Wuchen and Su Qingyu, who were dozens of meters away. Now, you two are surrounded by over 200 members of my Zhou family. If you know what's good for you, just surrender, and it will lessen the pain. Tell me the whereabouts of Yi Xian, and I might leave you both with intact corpses." Zhou Huan spoke, his eyes bloodshot, clearly not having recovered from the devastating news over 20 days ago. Zhou Ziluan, his second son, was exceptionally talented and had joined the Tianjin sect, with limitless potential, but ended up tragically dead in the genius secret realm, leaving him with white hair grieving for his black-haired son, causing his appearance to age by decades in sorrow. Yi Wuchen, dressed in white, stood with one hand behind his back, his expression calm. "I am Yi Xianyi." "What? You are Yi Xianyi? How is that possible?" Upon hearing this answer, the Zhou family's cultivators all widened their eyes, their breaths quickening. Zhou Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing. Yi Xian, he has reached the 8th level of the mortal realm and possesses second-tier thunder power, able to unleash 30,000 pounds of divine power with a single punch, and you're just a 6-year-old child. Who are you trying to fool? Boom! Yi Wuchen wasted no time, unleashing blue thunder that illuminated the forest. He punched through the air, creating a sonic boom that was deafening, the power surpassing 30,000 pounds, causing dozens of large trees ahead to tilt and leaves to fall. The spiritual energy fluctuations reached the late stage of the 8th level of the mortal realm. The divine power was terrifying. Blue thunder, second stage thunder law. He really is Yi Xianyi? The Zhou family cultivators' eyelids twitched, their hearts filled with shock. It shouldn't be. To be so monstrous at just 6 years old? Zhou Xiaoyu's expression was unstable. Zhou Huan's fists clenched, his body trembling with murderous intent. The true culprit who killed his son Zhou Ziluan was right before his eyes. Yi Wuchen was indeed Yi Xianyi? So, he had already noticed the tracking talisman and deliberately led them into a trap? Had he already seen through that he was a traitor? Yi Feng was not yet dead, his face changing as he realized the situation, feeling a wave of sadness. It turned out he was just a joke, being played by both sides. At the same time, he was also filled with dread. How old was Yi Wuchen? Just 6 years old, yet he had such cunning and depth of character. The only thing he wondered was, since Yi Wuchen already knew everything, why did he go out alone today? Qi Yi Wanyi avenged the 257 disciples who died for my Zhou family. Blood feud, unending, tear him into pieces. The Zhou family's cultivators had clearly lost their reason, too furious to delve deeper into the causes. Each one unable to contain their anger, rushing to attack with their weapons. Just based on you? Su Qingyu coldly shouted, snapping back to her senses, her eyes flashing like lightning, a soft sword flying out from her blue sleeve, glinting coldly as it struck. Stab, stab, stab. Instantly, blood spattered as dozens of Zhou family cultivators were pierced through their chests. She was a powerful cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm, capable of killing those in the Gathering Spirit realm with a single strike. Su Qingyu has deadly cold poison in her body. All 9 of us will go together to capture and kill her, Zhou Huan shouted, signaling the other 8 Third Realm cultivators to act. They had come prepared, having estimated Su Qingyu's strength and made full preparations. Boom! In an instant, spiritual energy surged and magical power intertwined. 9 Foundation establishment realm cultivators attacked simultaneously, unleashing 9 magical treasures, blazing brightly like a radiant sun. This power was overwhelming, creating a tremendous pressure that made the void hum and crack, the wind howling, darkening the sky. Open a formation. Yi Wuchen's expression turned stern, his hands clasped together, chanting incantations as golden symbols appeared on the ground beneath him, resembling a star array, exuding terrifying killing intent, devouring gods and slaying immortals with a fierce aura. Immediately, 9 chains of order burst forth from the great formation, soaring upward, their radiance flowing and dancing, reaching unimaginable heights. The 9 magical treasures charging up were all pierced by the 9 golden chains, turning into dust, dissipating without a trace. This scene was astonishing. Those were all high-grade spiritual weapons, worth their weight in gold, and just like that, they were effortlessly destroyed without even a ripple. The attacking power was shockingly overwhelming. This method shattered the understanding of the Zhou family cultivators, each one wide-eyed, their hearts in turmoil. They saw 9 divine chains raining down, scattering thousands of strands of light, spanning the void, extinguishing life, spreading a wave of extreme law fluctuations that could sever everything, with immense power, traversing and manipulating. Yi Wuchen spoke. Sister Su, my cultivation is too weak. You control this formation completely. Okay. Su Qingyu nodded, as over the past 20 days, Yi Wuchen had taught her how to control the immortal slaying formation. In an instant, she stood in the center of the immortal slaying formation, her blue dress fluttering, her demeanor ethereal, untouched by the mundane world, with her long hair cascading down to her waist. Incredibly beautiful. Slay. Su Qingyu controlled the immortal slayer formation, raising her hand, and 9 golden chains shot towards the 9 masters of the Zhou family in the Foundation Establishment realm. The sound of clashing echoed through the air. The chains surged like swords, obliterating the mundane world, unparalleled in power, piercing through the void with an extremely terrifying aura. A cultivator at the 2nd stage of Foundation Establishment let out a scream, blood spattering in the air, his chest pierced by a chain. His expression filled with grief and indignation. He had already summoned various means to resist, but it was utterly useless. Everything was crushed by the order chains, advancing relentlessly and suppressing all. Another strike. The golden divine chains intertwined with immortal symbols, their brilliance blazing, the aura of immortality sweeping forth, easily piercing through a shield forged from mysterious gold. Hiss! A Zhou family master at the 3rd stage changed color, gasping in horror, his heart filled with terror. Such methods were too sinister. He turned to flee, but unfortunately could not escape the interception of the divine chains, his figure freezing in midair. Immediately after, his body exploded, turning into a torrential rain of blood, staining the forest red. Clang! The chains intertwined, producing a metallic clang as they rubbed against each other, sounding like a death knell, resonating through the heavens. A fierce killing intent filled the ages. The immortal assault could slay through the ages. This had once been a formation that could kill true immortals. And now, even as a broken corner, it was still incredibly terrifying, rampaging through everything. In the blink of an eye, it took the lives of 2 Foundation Establishment masters. Such methods were simply unbeatable. The Zhou family cultivators were all pale with fear, trembling as they gazed at the 9 chains weaving through the sky, feeling small, as if they were ants in the face of that supreme power. Who set up this killing formation? It was terrifying. It was simply a trap. Zhou Huayan's face was filled with terror as he let out a mournful wail, continuously retreating. Yi Wuchen sneered, saying, "When your Zhou family set up the tracking talismans for me, you should have been prepared for today's outcome." Zhou Huayan's heart chilled, and he gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "So, from the very beginning, you knew my Zhou family was going to hunt you down. You intentionally entered the celestial talent's secret realm. That's right. So today's situation was also intentionally set up by you to lure us here?" Zhou Huayan's expression was complex, unable to accept it. He had calculated countless scenarios, but never expected that the grand scheme laid out by the Zhou family had long been seen through by a 6-year-old child, who had turned the tables on them, causing the Zhou family to suffer heavy losses. "You're not too stupid," Yi Wuchen said, standing with his hands behind his back, his white clothes fluttering. "We fell for it. Run." The Zhou family cultivators were thrown into chaos, their morale shattered. Clang! The 9 golden chains danced in the sky, blocking out the sun and moon, the mysterious magical power boiling, swaying as divine light shone brilliantly, illuminating the night sky. Hiss! The chains, like dragons, swooped down, piercing gold and splitting stone like a string of beads, instantly penetrating the bodies of over 20 Zhou family cultivators, a large amount of blood splattering, and shrill screams rising and falling. This was a thorough massacre. The 9 chains moved simultaneously, an unrivaled killing spree, continuously emitting a metallic sound, slashing everything apart, domineering to the point of despair. Under the night, Zhou family cultivators kept falling, some exploding, some disemboweled, some bleeding to death in the air. Without exception, their deaths were all extremely tragic. The power of the immortal Slayer formation was truly overwhelming, harnessing the full moon to condense the laws of the great Tao. Su Qingyu was also in shock. Such methods were things she had never seen or heard before. The screams of the Zhou family cultivators were incessant. Whether they were at the spirit gathering realm or foundation establishment realm, before the order divine chains, all beings were equal, passing through and taking everything away. We all underestimated Wuchen, or rather, we underestimated Su Qingyu. We should never have listened to that vile woman Zhou Lighting. Her killing of Wuchen was just to seize thee and had nothing to do with our Zhou family. The Zhou family cultivators felt regret in their hearts, venting their grievances on Zhou Lighting. If it weren't for this malicious woman stirring things up, the Zhou family would not have suffered such a huge setback. We must survive and relay the news to the outside world. Otherwise, if this child grows up, the Zhou family will surely face annihilation. Yes, at just 6 years old. His schemes are already so terrifying, playing all of us like fools. The Zhou family cultivators who came to participate in tonight's operation all had fear and unwillingness written on their faces. Since I dare to expose my trump card, I naturally won't let you leave alive. Wuchen took out the purple spirit bow, condensing thunder arrows, continuously shooting at the Zhou family cultivators. Those at the first and second stages of spirit gathering could not withstand it, being pierced by the thunder arrows, letting out hysterical cries of pain. Once the immortal Slayer formation was activated, it would form a barrier, sealing off all directions. When the Zhou family cultivators fled to the edge of the barrier and realized they could not pass through, despair showed on all their faces. It's over. We can't break the barrier. The scene was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an astonishingly ominous atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, only a few dozen Zhou family cultivators were left struggling to survive, each covered in blood, their expressions twisted with hatred for Wuchen. Wuchen, we won't let you go even as ghosts. They cursed loudly, but were soon pierced by the chains and lost their lives. Wuchen, do you really want to be at odds with my Zhou family? Let me go, and maybe our relationship can still be eased, Zhou Huayan said in fear, trying to threaten Wuchen into stopping. However, the order chains did not cease their slaughter, descending from the sky and penetrating his skull. Poof! Zhou Huayan's eyes widened. Coughing up blood, his expression filled with unwillingness and resentment. Before dying, he shouted with a hoarse voice, Zhou Lighting, you have ruined my Zhou family. Ruined my Zhou family. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, out of the 241 Zhou family cultivators who came to kill Wuchen, 240 were exterminated. Only Zhou Xiaoyu, who had not participated in the battle, remained alive, along with a severely injured Yifeng. She looked at the scene of blood flowing like rivers and the countless corpses, already terrified into silence, not daring to take a breath, filled with helplessness. Far from her previous confident demeanor. Wuchen, I could be your woman, I could be your servant or little dog. You could do whatever you want of me, please, spare my life. Zhou Xiaoyu knelt down, wanting nothing more than to live. At this moment, her face and dignity no longer mattered. Xiaoyu. Yifeng looked on with heartache, seeing the once proud goddess willing to be a dog to Wuchen. You don't deserve it. Wuchen took out the purple spirit bow and shot an arrow through Zhou Xiaoyu's throat. Ugh! Zhou Xiaoyu's pupils violently contracted, and then the thunder arrow exploded into a myriad of spiritual rainbows, shredding her body to pieces. A cold wind swept through the scene, filled with the pungent smell of blood. Yifeng looked at Wuchen in fear and said, You are not a 6-year-old child. You are more terrifying than a devil. After saying this, he was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder split, bleeding from his 7 orifices and dying. Do we need to handle the scene? Su Qingyu looked at the ground, full of corpses, her brows slightly furrowed. No need, Wuchen said. Just spread the news and see the Zhou family's reaction. The only pity is that wicked woman Zhou Lighting didn't come, allowing her to escape a calamity. Soon, on this moonlit night, Beiyuan City was in an uproar, boiling over with excitement. Breaking news, shocking the world. Hundreds of bodies from the Zhou family were discovered in the misty forest, including Zhou Jifeng's second son Zhou Huayan. Overnight, The Zhou family suffered the deaths of 241 cultivators, with 232 at the Spirit Gathering Realm and 9 at the Foundation Establishment Realm killed on the spot. This was a heinous bloodbath. This night was destined to be sleepless, with all clans shaken and horrified. Chapter 81. The Terrifying Monster from the Ancient Family. It is said that the Zhou family went to the Misty Forest to ambush Yi Xian, secretly deploying a large number of elite family members. But they all met their demise, annihilated by a mysterious, powerful being. Yi Xian, he must be a young prodigy, released by an ancient family for training, surrounded by powerful protectors, even among the strongest cultivators at the 4th stage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to completely suppress the Zhou family's team. The Zhou family has been through too much. Just 20 days ago, their younger generation was nearly wiped out in the Tianjiao secret realm. And now a tragedy has occurred in the Misty Forest, with more than half of the middle-aged members of the family killed. People talk about this with sighs, feeling a sense of sympathy, especially Zhou Huayan, the eldest son of the Zhou family, who was only 48 years old and already a powerful figure in the 3rd realm of law formation. He was expected to inherit the position of family head, but has now fallen. The head of the Zhou family must be heartbroken. This blow is too great, and the Zhou family will inevitably be unable to recover. Sigh, the cultivation world is like this. Offending the wrong powerful figure can lead to the annihilation of an entire family, and there are countless examples of this. Who exactly is Yi Xian? That night, discussions among various clans were intense, but without exception, they all believed that Yi Xian came from a very terrifying ancient family, a being of freakish caliber who should not be provoked. The Zhou residence was brightly lit, with people coming and going in haste, their expressions grave. In the main hall, Zhou Jifeng, upon hearing the news, spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Huayan, my son! Who killed my son?" The consecutive deaths of his grandson Zhou Zilin and eldest son Zhou Huayan hit him hard, causing him to age 10 years in an instant. His state of mind in a slump. Reports came in. The Zhou family's team that went to the Misty Forest had no survivors. Those who returned from the investigation in the Misty Forest knelt before the main hall, trembling and drenched in sweat. No one survived, they all died. Zhou Huayan's gaze became vacant, like a deflated balloon, as he slumped into the Grand Master's chair. This was already the 6th batch of investigators. And consistent with the previous 5 batches, none returned alive. They were all killed by a mysterious force. He gradually calmed down, accepting this reality. There is no greater grief than the death of the heart. When a person is in extreme sadness, they often cannot cry, instead becoming numb. This time, the elite of the Zhou family were all sent out, believing it was foolproof, but who knew they would encounter such devastating news, making it hard for the entire Zhou family of cultivators to accept. Impossible. Why is it so difficult to kill just one Yi Wuchen? Zhou Lighting stood in the hall, her expression fluctuating between gloomy and bright. Clearly, both times were supposed to be sure kills, yet that kid managed to escape. That damned Yi Xian who is he? And why can he always appear to shield Yi Wuchen from disaster? Zhou Lighting quickly walked up to Zhou Jifeng, her expression frenzied. "Father, my brother cannot die in vain. I seriously suspect that Yi Xian and Yi Wuchen are in cahoots. We must kill Yi Wuchen to avenge my brother." Slap! Zhou Jifeng immediately stood up and slapped Zhou Lighting hard across the face. "Father, you actually hit me?" Zhou Lighting tightly covered her reddened cheek, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Since childhood, she had been deeply favored by her father, who never even scolded her, especially after she gave birth to Jiang Mai and married into the Duke of Northern Town. Her status in the family rose, allowing her to participate in elder council meetings. "I'm hitting you, the ungrateful wretch." Zhou Jifeng's eyes burned with fury as he scolded. "If it weren't for your narrow-mindedness, always competing with others, my Zhou family wouldn't have ended up like this today. You have already become the mistress of the West Courtyard. Why can't you tolerate a mere Yi Liuli and her son? If you could get along, our Zhou family wouldn't have strayed onto the wrong path and attempted to kill Yi Wuchen, leading to today's catastrophe. Your own nephew and brother have already died tragically, and you still haven't woken up? Do you want to drag my Zhou family down to hell?" After being scolded by her father, Zhou Lighting still refused to accept it, stubbornly saying, If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Yi Xian, Yi Wuchen would have long been dead. My plan was not wrong. The only mistake was Yi Wuchen's incredible luck. Luck? Always using luck as an excuse. Zhou Jifeng was furious. Mu'er lost the swordsmanship competition, and you said Yi Wuchen was lucky. Mu'er failed the alchemy assessment, and you again said he was lucky. The demon hunting competition was a complete disaster, and you still said he was lucky. Today, we fell into Yi Wuchen's hands again, and every time we try to kill him, a mysterious figure named Yi Xian Yi appears. Can't you think about it? Could it be that Yi Xian Yi is actually Yi Wuchen? And Yi Wuchen is being secretly protected by the inspector of the Tianqing Pavilion, a being we absolutely cannot offend? Impossible. Yi Wuchen only has a third-grade spirit root. His talent is insufficient to grow to the level of Yi Xian Yi. If the inspector of the Tianqing Pavilion were secretly protecting Yi Wuchen, our Zhou family would have long been exterminated. So neither of those possibilities exists. Zhou Lighting directly denied it. Father, what happened to my father? At this moment, Zhou Ziyuan rushed in from the Tianjin sect, entering the main hall and immediately questioning the clan members. Seeing the Zhou family members with their heads bowed and faces filled with sorrow, Zhou Ziyuan felt as if the sky had fallen, roaring, "Ah, Yi Wuchen, I will not rest until we settle this." The matter of killing Yi Wuchen is fraught with heavy doubts. We cannot act rashly in the short term and must investigate everything thoroughly, then proceed cautiously, an elder with considerable authority in the Zhou family said. Zhou Ziyuan's eyes turned red with anger, his expression fierce. My Zhou family has suffered such heavy losses, with nearly 600 members of the young and middle-aged generations dead. This is a blood feud, an irreconcilable enmity. Are we just going to let this go? Ziyuan, calm down for a moment. Zhou Lighting took a deep breath, her gaze as sharp as a viper. In a month, the Four Cities talent battle will commence, and at that time, I will have Mu'er take Yi Wuchen's head to avenge the souls of our Zhou family who died tragically. In the Li family hall, Yi Jiaming, Yi Rongfeng, Yi Tianyu, Su Qingyu, and others gathered. The Zhou family's losses this time were considerable, with over 200 elites from the middle-aged generation dead. The news was too sudden, and the old man was completely unprepared. Yi Jiaming sat in the main seat, his emotions inscrutable. They died well. That bitch Zhou Lighting always targeted my sister when she was in the Duke's residence, and the Zhou family has secretly tried to trip us up over the years. Besides, when my elder brother was cursed by the Yin poison, Zhou Ziyuan maliciously purchased herbs for refining the purple spirit pill, trying to kill my brother. Such a family is full of scum. Their extermination is well-deserved. Yi Rongfeng spoke, feeling immense relief. Indeed, evil people have their own nemesis. This is truly gratifying. Yi Tianyu recalled how he had been poisoned in the past, feeling that he had finally released a pent-up grievance. The Zhou family's punishment is also a matter of fate and karma. Retribution is cyclical, and we need not discuss it further. Yi Jiaming raised his hand to stop this topic and then looked at Su Qingyu. By the way, Miss Su, weren't you with Wuchen and Yi Feng going to the Misty Forest for training? Why are you back so soon, and where is Yi Feng? Su Yingyu stepped forward. Her expression grave. Yi Feng has long betrayed the family and allied with the Zhou family, selling a large amount of important information about our family to them over the years. What? Upon hearing this, the room was in shock. Yi Feng has become a traitor? Yi Jiaming's expression fluctuated, feeling a wave of fear. He had been completely unaware of this matter before. Indeed, I found a large amount of evidence in Yi Feng's storage bag that he was colluding with the Zhou family. Su Qingyu took out a red storage bag, which contained letters and spirit stone rewards from Yi Feng's secret communications with the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng was so foolish as to provide information about Wuchen's cultivation status to the Zhou family. Behind this must be Zhou Lighting's scheming, using such despicable means for the bet of 1,000,000 spirit stones in the Four Cities battle. Yi Rongfeng looked at the contents of the letter, filled with anger. Where's Yi Feng? Yi Tianyu was furious. He hated such petty traitors who betray their family for small gains. He has already been killed by the beasts in the Misty Forest. Su Qingyu opened her mouth. She had promised Yi Wuchen not to disclose anything about Yi Xian Yi, so she partially concealed the details of Yi Feng's death. Otherwise, given her grandfather Yi Jiaming and uncle Yi Tianyu's temper, they would have probably stormed the Zhou family by now, vowing not to rest until they were dead. This was not the outcome Yi Wuchen wanted. He already had a complete plan to secretly destroy the Zhou family step by step, and it was not wise to act rashly at this moment. As for the identity of Yi Xian Yi, let them guess. Speaking of which, it was indeed a coincidence that as Su Qingyu just took Chun'er to the misty forest, over 200 people from a Zhou family met a tragic end there. Did you also get involved in this matter? Yi Jiaming felt puzzled and looked closely at Su Qingyu and Yi Wuchen. Su Qingyu shook her head and said, "No. We went to the southern part of the misty forest, while the Zhou family members encountered Yi Xian Yi in the western part of the misty forest. That's good. The Zhou family is now greatly agitated and could turn into mad dogs at any moment, so we must stay away from them." Yi Jiaming advised everyone. Under the scorching summer sun, 6 days later, the annual Stone Gambling Conference at Tianqing Pavilion commenced as scheduled. The Stone Gambling Conference in the 4 cities of the northern border happened to be held in Beiyuan City. As a result, cultivators from Fengye City, Xinyue City, and Yihu City flocked to Beiyuan City, gathering near Tianqing Pavilion, all waiting for the conference to start, hoping to find a huge fortune. Last year's Stone Gambling Conference. Chun Zong from Xinyue City bought a strange stone and unexpectedly opened a spirit pill refined by a powerful being from ancient times. Although the medicinal power had largely dissipated, it still helped him break through 2 small realms, greatly benefiting him. Furthermore, a disciple from Tianjin sect spent only 10,000 spirit stones to open which perfectly matched his own spirit root attributes, making him a huge profit. On the way to Tianqing Pavilion, Shangguan Qingyun enthusiastically introduced the grandeur of past stone gambling conferences. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yu and Yi Yingxiong both showed expressions of envy and longing. How wonderful it would be if they could also uncover a top-notch treasure at the Stone Gambling Conference. Gambling stones requires both luck and insight, but the strange stones at Tianqing Pavilion are quite peculiar. Many stones cannot be seen through even with my Qian eye, and I can only judge based on experience. Wu Junxiao spoke up, having participated in the Stone Gambling Conference in previous years with confidence, only to return empty-handed, losing over 100,000 spirit stones, and still feeling pain by it. Nangongyi seriously said, "Gambling stones should be treated as entertainment. One should not get overly invested." When everyone arrived at the entrance of Tianqing Pavilion, the streets were already crowded with people, and many cultivators were blocked by the guards of Tianqing Pavilion, who were controlling the flow of people inside. "Chun Xiao is here. Make way for Chun Xiao." Someone with sharp eyes spotted Yi Wuchen and immediately instructed the guards to clear a path for him and his group to enter. What a joke. This person has a close relationship with Inspector Song Ruoshi of Tianqing Pavilion. The materials he requests must be personally delivered by Pavilion Master Sunday. How could the guards of Tianqing Pavilion dare to neglect him? "Wuchen, you indeed have a lot of face. We finally don't have to squeeze through these people." Shangguan Yu smiled brightly, feeling very good. Our Wuchen is now a favored person at Tianqing Pavilion, naturally not needing to queue like others. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes, Yi Wuchen and his group smoothly entered Tianqing Pavilion. In the first floor hall, all kinds of strange stones stood tall, colorful, and bizarre, with each stone clearly marked with a price, ready for sale. Yi Wuchen? As soon as Yi Wuchen entered the hall, a group of young people not far away turned sullen. It was Wang Fanyu, Xiao Zirwei, and others from Fengye City. Shangguan Yu noticed their unfriendly expressions and quickly reminded, "Wuchen, they don't seem to be happy with you. It doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of useless trash." Yi Wuchen didn't care at all and didn't lower his voice. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall of Tianqing Pavilion became tense. All the guests looked over in surprise, revealing different expressions. Wang Fanyu's facial muscles twitched violently, and he angrily said, "Yi Wuchen, I have now stepped into the second level of gathering spirit. If you really have the guts, dare to go out of the city with me for a life-and-death battle." "Fanyu, do not be rude." At this moment, a young man in purple stepped forward, with a jade-like face and extraordinary demeanor, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. His name was Wang Fansheng, Wang Fanyu's older brother. Wang Fansheng was quite composed, scanning Yi Wuchen and Wu Junxiao with a faint smile, and said, I heard that you both possess. How coincidental. I have awakened the purple underworld eye, which can discern mountain ranges and the terrain, seeing the universe within the stones. How about we exchange and spar a bit? Shang Yu's expression became somewhat serious. Wang Fancheng, with a 6th grade wood-type spirit root and possessing the powerful purple underworld eye, is only 18 years old. Yet his cultivation has already reached the terrifying 3rd level of gathering spirit. He is a top talent among the younger generation of Fengye City and a favorite candidate to win this 4-city battle. This person was a dominant force in the last Stone Gambling Conference, defeating many and revealing 2 supreme elixirs and becoming famous overnight. His purple underworld eye is too powerful. It's better for us not to confront him head-on. Nangong, he also reminded from the side. Clearly, Wang Fancheng came to Beiyuan City this time to help his brother Wang Fanyu vent his anger. Yi Wuchen, Wu Junxiao, are you too dumb now? Dare to compete with my brother? Wang Fanyu immediately became arrogant. With his brother's involvement, the other party would have no chance of winning, and they would be utterly humiliated. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. A competition is fine, but there should be some stakes to make it interesting, right? Stakes? Wang Fancheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Not understanding why Yi Wuchen was so confident, then he smiled and said, "No problem, let us add some stakes. How about the loser pays the winner 500,000 spirit stones?" He awakened the purple underworld eye, possessing absolute confidence, believing no one of his generation could match him in stone gambling. 500,000 spirit stones? Starting off with such a big bet? All the cultivators in the hall gasped in shock, their eyes wide open. Forget it. We don't need to get angry with someone like Wang Fancheng. Shang Yu clung to Yi Wuchen's arm, signaling him to stay calm. It's fine, just 500,000 spirit stones. I'll take it. Yi Wuchen's expression remained unchanged, finding it amusing in his heart. In his 8th life, he was known as the Saint of Stone Gambling, with his pair of reincarnation eyes able to see through all strange stones. Even if his cultivation was not what it used to be, with his rich experience, playing with these young kids would be a piece of cake. By the time it was over, the people from Fengye City would be left with nothing. I'll take the bet too. Wu Junxiao spoke up. After a month of closed-door training, he had stepped into the 2nd level of gathering spirit, and his Qi Yin I had strengthened. He might not lose to Wang Fancheng's purple underworld eye. Indeed, a bunch of kids. They fell for the bait easily. Wang Fancheng sneered inwardly, his purple robe fluttering, his figure straight, exuding a confident demeanor, as if everything was under his control. He said lightly, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I admire your courage. What is there to admire? Do you really think you will definitely win?" Wu Junxiao's expression was indifferent, disliking this kind of hypocrite. "Well then, let us have a fair duel. Don't go back on your word if you lose." Wang Fancheng was not angered but rather excited, thinking 100,000 spirit stones would soon be in his hands, a huge profit. Didn't he believe he would lose to 2 kids? Seeing it was already a done deal, Shang Yu had a helpless expression and then questioned, "Wang Fancheng, you made a bet with both Wuchen and Junxiao combined. That is 1 million spirit stones. Can you afford that much?" "Of course, no problem. For today's Stone Gambling Conference, my Wang family has prepared a full one. 2 million spirit stones." Wang Fancheng took out a storage bag and opened it. Spirit stones gushed forth like a torrent, as abundant as a river. It was a small vein of spirit stones. TSK. The Wang family truly is the richest family in Fengye City. They are generous enough to spend 1 million for the Stone Gambling Conference. Don't be fooled by Wang Fancheng's mere 18 years of age. He is already one of the top stone gambling experts in Maple Leaf City. With his unique eyes, he dominates the scene, and if the money is in his hands, the Wang family can rest assured. Yi Wuchen and Wu Junxiao are ultimately too inexperienced. Accepting the bet is like sending money to someone. The various cultivators are discussing among themselves, astonished by the Wang family's extravagance, while also lamenting Yi and Wu, the 2 spendthrifts, who are squandering so many spirit stones for a moment of competitiveness. Clearly, they all believe Wang Fancheng will win, given his impressive track record in actual combat. Yi Wuchen stands with his hand behind his back, calm and composed, and asks Wang Fancheng, "How do you want to compete? What are the rules?" Wang Fancheng replies seriously, The rules are simple. We each take out 200,000 spirit stones for stone gambling. Whoever's items have a higher total value wins. No problem. Both Yi Wuchen and Wu Junxiao agree. This is a very standard stone gambling competition rule. However, there are many intricacies and strategies involved. With only 200,000 spirit stones available, there are low-price zones where stable items can be obtained, as well as high-risk, high-reward, high-price zones. Generally, a prudent strategy is to use 150,000 spirit stones in the low-price zone to gain stable returns, and then use the remaining 50,000 spirit stones to take a gamble in the high-price zone. The three of them move in sync, heading straight for the low-price zone. Wang Fancheng is the first to arrive at the long table in the low-price zone, his gaze fixed on a purple exotic stone priced at 2,000 spirit stones. I'll take this stone. He acts quickly and decisively, paying the money and ordering the staff to cut the stone. Once the water bucket-sized purple stone is cut open, it reveals a small bronze alchemy cauldron, covered in rust, bearing the marks of time. The professional appraisers from Tianqing Pavilion examine the small cauldron carefully and announce clearly, a mid-grade alchemy cauldron of the mundane level, valued at around 4,000 spirit stones. For 1,000 spirit stones, this first move is indeed profitable, directly netting him 2,000. Wang Fancheng's eyesight is truly sharp, simply remarkable. The cultivators present applaud and express their admiration. The levels of magical artifacts are classified as mundane, spirit, mysterious, and king, with each level further divided into three qualities: low, medium, and high. As for artifacts above the king level, they are quite rare in the entire Zhuke star. It's not about having sharp eyesight. It's just that I'm lucky. Wang Fancheng feigns modesty, slightly cupping his hands to those who come to congratulate him. Wu Junxiao is very unconvinced and immediately chooses a piece of exotic stone as well. This stone is entirely mud yellow and priced at 2,000 spirit stones. However, once it is cut open, it reveals only a single white feather. After the appraiser examines it, he loudly declares, a Qiuxue crane feather, valued at 20 spirit stones. Ha ha ha. It's only worth 20 spirit stones. A total loss. The scene erupts in laughter. Wang Fanyu is laughing so hard he nearly falls over, pointing at Wu Junxiao and saying, you spent 2,000 spirit stones to get a useless feather. You truly are unprecedented. Although Wu Junxiao has a relatively calm personality, he is still just a 15-year-old boy, faced with the tide of ridicule. His face turns red with anger, and he clenches his fists. It's not necessary. A moment's victory or defeat doesn't mean much. Yi Wuchen comforts him, patting his shoulder. The mindset during the stone gambling process is crucial. One must remain stable. Otherwise, it is easy to make erroneous judgments. At this moment, Yi Wuchen senses something, and mysterious golden symbols appear in his pupils, locking onto a black exotic stone on the long table. It has an irregular, elongated shape, clearly wrapped around a weapon, priced at 3,000 spirit stones. I'll take this one. Yi Wuchen pays for the stone. Upon seeing this, Wang Fanyu immediately shows a look of disdain and says, humph. Buying such an irregular-shaped stone, it's obvious you're a rookie who knows nothing about stone gambling. This stone is clearly a trap. At most it will yield some scrap metal. The other cultivators in Maple Leaf City also shake their heads in ridicule. In stone gambling, the first thing to consider is the shape, followed by the texture, and then the color and luster. Irregular shapes, with broken lines and dull luster, often result in total losses and won't yield good items. Facing the crowd's mockery, Yi Wuchen remains calm and proceeds to pay and cut the stone. Soon, the black exotic stone is cut open, revealing a rusty iron rod about 7 feet long. Ha ha! It has no spirit. It's clearly scrap iron. Yi Wuchen, I think you should just go home and drink milk. Don't embarrass yourself here. The cultivators in Maple Leaf City all laugh heartily, and without needing an appraisal, they can see this item is garbage. Then, the elderly appraiser glances at the iron rod and frowns repeatedly, saying, pure scrap iron, completely worthless. For a moment, the expressions of Shang Wanyu, Ying Xiong, and others turn grim. This is a bad start, a very bad start, compared to the sharp-eyed, experienced Wang Fancheng. Wu Junxiao and Yi Wuchen are merely rookies. But wait, Just as everyone in Maple Leaf City is laughing uproariously, Pavilion Master Sun appears in the lobby on the first floor, takes a look at the iron rod in Yi Wucheng's hand, and gasps. This item is forged from the extremely rare black cliff Xianjin, valued at no less than 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones? Pavilion Master Sun, you must be mistaken, right? How could something from the low-price zone be worth 50,000 spirit stones? Everyone feels incredulous. Even the smiles on the faces of the cultivators in Maple Leaf City freeze. It really is black cliff Xianjin, a very precious material. Young Master Chun, would you be willing to sell it to our Tianqing Pavilion? We are in urgent need of this material to forge a weapon. Pavilion Master Sun offers a high price of 50,000 spirit stones on the spot. The scene falls silent. Shang Guanyu and Yi Yingxiong exchange astonished glances, both taken aback. To find an item worth 50,000 spirit stones in the low-price zone is a colossal windfall, a rare opportunity. It really is black cliff Xianjin. Wang Fanqing's expression changes. Could this be the luck of a newbie? It's simply a bit eerie. Black cliff Xianjin is quite rare. Therefore, even the appraisers from Tianqing Pavilion occasionally miss it. Fortunately, Pavilion Master Sun has sharp eyes and has been keeping an eye on the gambling match, preventing any misunderstandings. 3,000 spirit stones turning into 50,000 spirit stones. Wucheng, you are truly impressive. Shang Guanyu gives a thumbs up, ecstatic. Yes, just in the first round of stone gambling, you have such a remarkable achievement. It seems your talent in this area is extremely high. Nangong Yi and Shangguan Qingyun sincerely praise him. Originally, they didn't have high hopes for the gambling match. But now it seems Yi Wucheng might actually win. A moment's luck doesn't mean much. Kid, I don't believe you can have such good luck next time. Wang Fanyu still wears an unconvinced expression. Examples of occasional explosive luck like this are not uncommon in the stone gambling world. The truly formidable figures are defined by stability. Just like his older brother Wang Fanqing, who, although he sometimes misses, generally performs well and has never experienced a loss. The competition continues. Under pressure, Wu Junxiao has consecutively opened 6 stones, all yielding unsatisfactory results, worthless trash. It isn't until the 7th exotic stone is opened that he finds a purple rusted ancient pagoda worth 10,000 spirit stones, barely making back some losses.